I transmigrated into the role of a centenarian veteran fated to die tragically in the script. Awakens inside a coffin, accidentally activates a heaven-defying destiny-changing system. Killing enemies ignites audience subscriptions for unlimited life extension. Instantly regains peak combat power. With one kick, I send the coffin lid flying. Barehanded, I tear apart the gang of bullies who came to pick a fight. But time was running out. My granddaughter would be humiliated and driven to suicide in just an hour. I grabbed my anti-Japanese war broadsword and rode my motorcycle straight to the lair of my enemies. Tonight, I shall water the path of my rebirth with the blood of my foes. Little did I expect that what awaited me in Li Youtian's private residence was far more than just a group of thugs. Chapter 1: A fake corpse? I'll kick your coffin lid flying. The smell of mold, the stench of earth, intermittent chanting of scriptures, mixed together. Like a wet cloth, it firmly smothered Tang Zhong's mouth and nose. Ah, he suddenly opened his eyes. Darkness, only darkness, suffocating pitch black. Where is this? Did I time travel? Tang Zhong tried to move, but his body felt like a lifeless object, completely incapable of the slightest motion. The surrounding space seemed extremely cramped as well. It could barely manage to fit just his person. The entire area was permeated with an aura of death. And this particular scent, Tang Zhong could only smell it during every Qingming festival. Suddenly, an ominous premonition arose. Tang Zhong's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Am I inside a coffin? Then, abruptly, suddenly, came countless voices, some impossibly distant, others frighteningly close. Like burrowing insects, they forced their way ruthlessly into his mind. Current viewers, 1907. Phew, the old man's finally dead. This frustrating, trashy show is finally over. No plot twist at all. Thank heavens we don't have to watch this pitiful old man anymore. Back in the war, he fought the Japanese so fiercely, but look how he was bullied in his old age. Sigh. TL.DR. Veteran's granddaughter trapped in a sweatshop. Veteran investigates but gets killed. Granddaughter sold to northern Myanmar, exploited for blood, infected with a virus, assaulted, organs harvested, humiliating suicide. The end. This is pure crap served to the audience. A decorated anti-Japanese war hero suffering such humiliation. This absurd plot should just end already. My granddaughter sold to northern Myanmar, humiliated into suicide. Series finale, and it's an anti-Japanese war veteran? These fragments of information were like shards of a mirror. In an instant, amidst Tang Zhong's chaotic consciousness, the tragic fate of the original host pieced itself together. He had just crossed over into a script. This body he now inhabited belonged to a centenarian veteran named Tang Zhong, who shared his name. A hardened warrior who had once crawled out from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Even heroes grow old. The only granddaughter he had doted on since childhood, Tang Xiaoru, had taken on the burden of supporting the family. During summer break, I took a part-time job at a black factory run by local town chief Li Youtian, and since then, I've never been heard from again. After the veteran struggled fruitlessly for months to find his granddaughter, intent to petition in Beijing, but was intercepted at the village entrance and dragged into a minivan, taken to the back mountain and drowned alive. The remaining villagers who dared to stand up for the veteran had their legs broken and mouths cut off by Li Youtian's private militia. Tang Xiaoru's blood type was found to be rare during her pre-employment physical examination. The old soldier, upon his death, was lured to northern Myanmar by the shadowy financier behind the scenes. Exploitation by blood extraction, viral contamination. Finally, he committed suicide in humiliation. In an instant, Tang Zhong's heart sank heavily. Warm memories of Xiaoru came flooding back. Before the earthen house, a little deer in a floral dress ran cheerfully up to Tang Zhong, holding up a grass doll she had woven. Grandpa, look what Xiaoru made for you. Does it look like you? Grandpa, once I get into college and earn big money, I'll buy you a new cotton-padded jacket. Grandpa, you eat. I'm not hungry. I already ate at school. Tang Zhong's rage surged abruptly. Old Master Tang has dedicated his entire life to serving the nation and its people. As a war hero with illustrious military achievements, to end up so wretched in old age. If given just one chance, I'll make them pay the price. At that very moment, a cold, mechanical voice exploded in his mind. Ding! Detecting intense will to survive, conflicting with the script's predetermined ending. Script-defying rewrite system activated. Newbie gift pack distributed. Reverse the universe. Host temporarily regains peak combat power. Lifespan extended by 1 day. Main mission, as long as the script never concludes, the host can continue living. This requires obtaining subscription points from the audience. Source of subscription points. The current ending is utterly pathetic. The host must create plot climaxes that evoke intense emotional responses, shock, ecstasy, extreme anticipation, satisfaction, etc. Remember, as long as significant subscription metrics are achieved, any action taken by the host will be naturally justified and remain unbound by legal constraints, including killing. Several messages instantly flashed by. Tang Zhong immediately understood. In this world, the audience is God. We cannot let this script reach its intended finale. I want to survive. I must keep the audience engaged. As long as it can make the audience subscribe, then any move I make doesn't matter. And now I have only 1 day left. Meanwhile, Tang Zhong caught hold of a keyword. Restore, peak combat power? His heart leaped with joy. Veteran Tang Zhong's peak combat power was once the stuff of legends, so fearsome that even the Japs trembled at his name, rumored capable of tearing them apart with bare hands. Ha ha, isn't this heaven-sent aid? The thought had just crossed his mind. Boom! In that instant, his previously lifeless body was suddenly flooded with explosive power. The blocked blood vessels were cleared. The atrophied muscles instantly swelled up. His legs continued to gather strength. Late at night, outside the coffin, a dozen elderly villagers gathered to mourn Tang Zhong, the anti-Japanese war hero. They secretly set up a makeshift mourning hall outside the village, to prevent the discovery by the tyrannical school principal, Li Youtian. Several old men with receding hairlines, Tang Xingban, Tang Minsheng, and Tang Dashan, were present, silently smoking coarse tobacco. Everyone held a bundle of incense sticks, circling the coffin in procession with the group. The leader was the old Taoist priest they'd pulled 10 yuan and 50 cents to hire, sprinkling some unknown liquid over the coffin, reciting the Buddhist mantra for the dead in a heavy local dialect. The supreme decree commands the liberation of your lonely souls, all wandering spirits. At this moment, Tang Xingbang seemed to hear some rustling noise. He poked Tang Minsheng in front of him. Hey, old brother, did you hear any sound? Ha, what? Do you want to eat raw chicken? Tang Minsheng pricked up his ears. Unfortunately, at his age, his ears were practically ornaments. Tang Xingbang had no choice but to ask the same question to Tang Dashan behind him. Old Xianzi, why does it sound like there's noise coming from the coffin? Tang Dashan rolled his eyes. Are you also not long for this world? Like Minzi, have you gone deaf too? Ha, there's sound inside the coffin. But, brother Zhangzi had such sharp ears back in the day he could hear enemy scouts creeping up from 2 miles away. At this very moment, boom, the lid of the shoddy coffin exploded with a deafening blast, soaring straight into the sky, blow up the entire mourning hall. The group of old men and the Taoist priest were all utterly dumbfounded. The dentures went flying out. Tang Xingban, asterisk. Tang Minsheng, Tang Daqiang, asterisk. Old Taoist priest, holy shit, a corpse rising? Current viewers, 753. Asterisk. What the hell's happening? Why can't the coffin hold it down? Holy shit, the coffin lid flew off in the finale? Don't make your old man laugh to death. Ha ha ha. Playing dead? Damn it, screenwriter, are you out of your mind? Isn't this old man supposed to be dead? I really don't know how these idiots manage to produce this kind of stuff in a country like Longwa where drugs are strictly prohibited. Getting close to divinity, but drifting far from humanity, how strange. Yet I can't help but look again. And several old men were nearly shocked to death on the spot by this terrifying explosion. Under the dim yellow light, a figure stood imposingly. It was Tang Zhong. His hair and beard had completely turned white, dressed in a faded yet impeccably pressed old-style military uniform. His chest was densely covered with medals. He cursed through gritted teeth. I'm not fucking dead yet. Weathered and deeply wrinkled, his eyes blazed with fury. This demeanor, how could it belong to a centenarian? Oh my god. Ghost. Brother Zhong, a corpse has risen. Apart from Tang Minsheng, who was blind and deaf, the other elderly villagers were scared out of their wits, their souls fleeing to the netherworld. The old Taoist priest's rage surged from his heart, and wickedness rose from his guts. He pulled out a bronze coin sword and pointed it at Tang Zhong, cursing. Almighty, heavenly venerable above, demon, cease your rampant evil. I, the old Taoist, have roamed the martial world for decades. The white affairs I've handled are no fewer than 1,000, if not 10,000. Today's resurrection is a first. The genuine skills taught by the ancestors can finally be put to good use. Yeah. Old ghost, take this. Chapter 2. I am the king of hell sending you to the underworld. The old Taoist priest thrust his sword forward. Tang Zhong simply took a step forward. He burst forth with astonishing speed. Years of battlefield instincts honed through close-quarter bayonet combat were triggered. A counter-joint lock followed by a shoulder throw. The old Taoist priest was sent flying. He simply lay on the ground playing dead. The other villagers had already fled in all directions. The two old men, Tang Xingbang and Tang Dashan, also threw away their canes. Dragging the still bewildered Tang Minsheng, they ran outside. Hey, where do you think you're running off to? I already told you, I was just pretending to drown. I actually just passed out. Tang Zhong intended to call out to them. After some earnest explaining, he managed to brush it off. Of course, this was also said for the sake of the audience. At that moment, these old men's speed seemed to surpass Bolt's. Tang Xingbang only wished his old legs could move faster at this moment. Cursing inwardly, damn legs, move. Shouldn't have thrown the crutches earlier. At that very moment, a fist rapidly enlarged before his eyes. The next second, Tang Xingbang felt only a sharp pain across his face. He was already sent flying back. It landed right among the offerings, splattering juice everywhere. Outside the morning hall, percent immediately after, percent came the roaring of motorcycles, along with arrogant laughter. Well, crying over the dead at this late hour, you bunch of old coots? Damn it, what bad luck. Principal Li said that old bastard should have his bones ground to dust even after death, just to ward off the misfortune. Hurry up and tear down this shabby shed, drag the coffin to the back mountain to feed the wild dogs, catch all those old bastards who ran away, break their legs, arms, everything. The motley-haired throng around them cheered in agreement. The leading blonde-haired guy had a cigarette dangling from his mouth, his face etched with cruelty. It's Li Youtian's son, Li Hongwei. He barged in with a dozen or so thuggish, arrogant young punks, barely 18 years old, cursing and swaggering. They were all armed with steel pipes, firewood axes, hatchets. There was even a chainsaw. Clearly, they were the traitors sent by Li Youtian to tie up loose ends. The villagers of the Tang family saw this group of menacing figures, terrified to the point of turning pale, even more fearful than seeing the resurrected Tang Zhong. These hoodlums from Hedong town, led by Li Youtian, had already formed a black-hearted criminal gang. He usually throws his weight around in the nearby villages. They frequently engaged in bullying men and women, murder and corpse disposal, and illegal loan sharking. And now, lying on the ground was Tang Xingbang. Blood trickled from his nose, the wrinkles on his aged face contorted in pain, all squeezed together. Li Hongwei, you little bastard, don't get too cocky, he fumed with rage. Tang Deqiang hurriedly tried to stop Tang Xingbang, standing between the two, shivering and trying to explain, Hongwei, he's senile, we'll clean up now. Fuck you up, piece of shit. Li Hongwei kicked Tang Deqiang to the ground, spit the still-burning cigarette butt onto his old face. Then he stomped it out and cursed viciously. Damn it, who dares hold a secret funeral for this old bastard? Tired of living? I'll fix your head first. Raised the icy gleam of the axe at his waist, aiming straight for Tang Deqiang's philtrum. With a fierce motion, he prepared to strike down hard. Lao Qiangzi! Tang Xingbang's aged eyes blazed with fury. Desperately screaming, Tang Deqiang watched as the sharp axe blade rapidly approached. Terrified, he immediately closed his eyes. Current viewers, 5673. ********. These wicked, they won't even spare an old man. Damn it, Li Youtian's bastard son, brought his pack of lackeys again, damn them all. Back then, it was this damn bastard who kidnapped old Master Tang Zhong's granddaughter, Tang Xiaoru. I want to kill this Li Hongwei so badly, humiliating an anti-Japanese war hero, molesting the hero's granddaughter. At this critical moment, looking for death, a roar filled with rage, exploded violently within the morning hall. Li Hongwei only felt a blur before his eyes. A figure appeared like a ghost. It's Tang Zhong. Facing the descending wood axe, Tang Zhong did not dodge or evade. With an iron grip, he directly seized Li Hongwei's axe-wielding wrist. Li Hongwei only felt as if his hand was clamped tightly by a pair of iron tongs. The downward chopping axe was forcibly halted midair. He looked up in terror. A pair of eyes, sunken deep within their sockets amid the wrinkles of time, brimming with boundless killing intent. The figure abruptly appeared right before his eyes. Cold sweat instantly drenched him. Tang, old man Tang Zhong. You, didn't I drown you? Li Hongwei's voice began to tremble. Are you, human or ghost? Tang Zhong growled hoarsely. Human or ghost? Damn it. It's the king of hell sending you to your doom. Before the words could fade, he suddenly tightened his grip on Li Hongwei's hand with force, with a vicious spin in the opposite direction. Like twisting a hemp rope. Crack, the sound of bone breaking rang out. Li Hongwei's hand followed the noise. Bending at an unnatural angle, the bone snapped with a sickening crack. My hand! Li Hongwei immediately let out a scream like a slaughtered pig. The axe could no longer be held. It clattered to the ground with a loud clang. But this is only the beginning. Tang Zhong's seemingly aged figure. His movements showed no mercy whatsoever. Holding his severed hand, Li Hongwei wet his pants in fear. A terrified voice pleaded, Elder Tang, spare me. I truly know I was wrong. Begging you. I'll serve you like an ox or horse. Honor you for life. Tang Zhong smirked contemptuously. You just know you're about to die. The next instant, he violently yanked Li Huangmao toward himself. No. You old bastard, my dad won't let you get away with this. Then came the force. A vicious, explosive heartstopper of a kick. Thud. A muffled impact, squarely landing on Huang Mao's defenseless chest. Huang Mao's howl was abruptly cut short. The entire person was sent flying as if struck by the momentum of a national highway. Spitting blood, he was sent flying backwards 7 or 8 meters, crashing heavily onto the black and white portrait of Tang Zhong in the center of the morning hall. Then, as if having no bones, it slid down limply. His chest was caved in. By the looks of it, he wouldn't make it. Current viewers, 75239. *******. Holy shit, the twist is here. Instant kill. One move and done. This power. My god, a centenarian veteran. Damn, he's a war god. Epic. Old man Tang actually faked his death. The writers finally did something right. Ha ha ha. DJ. Should have done this way sooner. Holy mother of. That move. A single kick to the chest blew Li Hongwei's heart wide open. Well done. That was so satisfying. It's almost the finale and they finally killed that bastard. Good thing I didn't drop the show. Otherwise I wouldn't have slept tonight. Sweet Bear, actually I think Li Hongwei is kinda handsome. At Sweet Bear, post your address and I'll send you an iPhone 16. At Sweet Bear, drop your address. At Sweet Little Bear, send it. However, everything happened too quickly. The remaining thugs were completely terrified. They could bully honest villagers on ordinary days, but where have they ever encountered a real war god who crawled out from mountains of corpses and seas of blood? Fierce, ruthless, a single lethal strike. Ghost, a ghost. Run, run fast. The non-mainstream youths were utterly terrified. Dare to make another move? About to turn around and flee. Chapter 3, A Night of Dark Moon and High Wind, perfect for murder and arson. Run? Tang Zhong's eyes were cold. His voice was low and menacing. Your time is up. His form shifted like a starving tiger pouncing on its prey. His speed was blindingly fast. His fists struck like heavy artillery. Thud. One thug was struck squarely in the face. His nose was crushed. His face was a bloody mess. He didn't even have time to grunt before crashing to the ground. Snap. Another thug was swept off his feet by a kick to the knee. His leg bone snapped backward instantly. Shards of bone pierced through flesh. He let out a piercing scream. Elbow strikes, knee thrusts, punches, kicks. Each strike was accompanied by cracking bones, agonized screams, and muffled groans. A century brought not only a head of white hair and a face etched with wrinkles, but the most direct, deadliest killing techniques honed on the anti-Japanese battlefields. Mastered to perfection. Among them, some hot-headed youths cursed old Master Tang as a bastard. Charging straight at him. After a single exchange, both lay motionless on the ground. Within mere breaths. Of the dozen or so thugs who had barged in. Except for the one with a broken leg writhing on the ground. All the rest had gone to report to the King of Hell. The entire funeral hall was saturated with a thick, pungent smell of blood. Current viewers, 239,867 skyrocketing. Holy. This is awesome. Total bloodbath. Absolutely insane. These scumbags deserved the death penalty ages ago. This is exactly how they should be dealt with. Holy. The backstory mentioned that when Old Man Tang was young, he could tear apart 289 Japanese soldiers with his bare hands. Now I totally believe it. But I've got a question. Isn't Old Man Tang's granddaughter about to be assaulted in an hour? He's still here beating up thugs, isn't that reckless? Exactly. Tang Xiaoru is still trapped in Li Youtian's private residence. Once Old Master Tang dies, he'll make his move. She'll still end up killing herself. No. So in the end, the outcome remains unchanged. Tang Zhong stood in a pool of blood. A clump of red hair clenched in his fist. His faded military uniform, now drenched in blood, regained its true color. The audience's comments echoed in his mind. A plan formed in his mind. He suddenly turned his gaze to the only thug on the ground who was still conscious, his leg severed. He hoisted him up like a chicken. Talk. Where is Li Youtian's private courtyard? The legless thug was already scared out of his wits. The East Bank. Li Village, the back mountain. With that, he was flung away like a piece of trash. If his gang didn't come to rescue him, by tomorrow, there would only be a corpse. Then, Tang Zhong slowly turned around. His eyes, blazing with fury, swept over the shaken Tang Xingbang and Tang Daxiang. Zhong. Brother Zhongzi. Tang Xingbang stared at the thug's gruesome state on the ground. Then he looked at Tang Zhong, who seemed possessed by a god of death. His voice trembled. You really didn't die? Tang Zhong took a deep breath. He forced down the overwhelming killing intent surging within him. What's the big deal? I'm tough as nails. Even the Japanese devil's cannons couldn't blow me to bits back then. Did these bastards think drowning me would be the end of it? He snorted coldly. I just passed out. They should blame themselves for not putting 2 bullets in my head. Tang Daxian was now weeping bitterly. Brother Zhongzi. It's so good you're still alive. But alas. Xiaoru. Tang Zhong patted the shoulders of the old men. To calm them down. It's okay. I'll find that girl. Then. He solemnly removed his military uniform. He folded it neatly. Placed the side covered in metals facing upward. He handed it to Tang Xingbang. His bare torso revealed a white sleeveless vest. And a body of powerful, scarred sinew. The sight startled both younger brothers. This physique. It seemed utterly incongruous with Tang Zhong's 100 years of age. Tang Xingbang asked in confusion, Brother Zhong? What is this? Tang Zhong remained silent. He pulled a pineapple-shaped mobile phone from one of the thug's pockets. He dialed a string of numbers. It looked like a phone number, but the area code was actually Jingbei. The capital? After completing all this, Tang Zhong finally spoke coldly to Tang Xingbang. I've never begged anyone in my life. But what I got in return? Tang Zhong sighed, then instructed. In about an hour, Xiao Ru will appear at the village entrance. Remember to go pick her up. And while you're at it, dial this number. No matter what they say, you only need to reply with one phrase. 129th Division Independent Regiment. Now Tang Xingbang had a rough idea of what Tang Zhong was up to. He sighed. He nodded. With that said, Tang Zhong picked up the wood axe lying on the ground and walked over to Li Hongwei. He swung the axe down. He tore off the red cloth beneath the black and white photograph and wrapped it around the blonde-haired man. He mounted the gangster's Haoju motorcycle. V-room. The engine roared to life. He sped straight home. Before heading into battle alone, he must grab his trusty old sidekick, the one who'd been through thick and thin with him. Current viewers, 875-1294. Holy. This is it. This is the vibe. Old Man Tang is out for revenge. The god of war is back in action. Damn it, why didn't the writers do this sooner? They had to hold it back until the finale to finally deliver the satisfaction. This is killing me. Hurry up, old man. Time waits for no one. Not a single soul left the village tonight. Hearing the agonized screams from outside, everyone shut their doors and windows tight, extinguished their lamps early, and went to bed. The silence was terrifying. The darkness was terrifying. It was truly a moonless night with howling winds. Tang Zhong parked his car in front of a solitary mud brick house at the edge of the village. He pushed open the creaking wooden door. He flipped on the light. A familiar scent hit him. The furnishings inside were extremely simple. Nothing more than a bed, a table, and a stool. Tang Xiaoru's room was in the adjacent tile-roofed house. The only splash of color was an old-fashioned photo frame hanging on the wall. In the photograph was an elderly man with snow-white hair, dressed in military uniform, his smile bright and cheerful. In his arms nestled a little girl with pigtails, her eyes crinkling with laughter. It was the young Tang Xiaoru. The two burly men behind them were. They became narcotics officers and fell on the border of Nanyun province. Current viewers, 994-1123. Sigh. Just grandfather and granddaughter in the photo. It's so heartbreaking. Xiaoru was so adorable as a child. Damn Li Youtian. Damn Li Hongwei. Such a waste of her parents mowed down by gunfire while trying to catch drug dealers. Tang Zhong's gaze lingered on the photo for only a moment. Without a moment's hesitation, he strode to the bedside. He bent down. He pulled out a long wooden box from beneath the bed. Hoo! He blew hard, blowing away the traces of time on the box. Then he opened the long sealed wooden box. Under the dim glow of the lamp, a few items lay quietly inside. Atop them all lay a classic Type 38 rifle. Beside the rifle, several neat rows of 6.5mm rifle cartridges were stacked. Beneath them lay a large knife, rustic and heavy in design, exuding the distinct aura of the Chinese battlefield. The cloth strips wrapped around the handle had long since darkened from sweat and bloodstains. This was unmistakably a sword from the War of Resistance. Several faint characters seemed etched into the blade. Vaguely discernible were the words: "Slay the enemy, serve the nation." Chapter 4, Night Return. Amidst the beacon fires, a single rider charges into the dragon's den. Amidst the clash of blades and guns, beneath the bullets, there was also a brass trumpet-like object. An old military bugle. Even in the dim lamplight, one could still sense its past on the battlefield. With a single blast of the charge, it could rally the entire army's resolve and the surging fervor of fiercely charging the enemy. Current viewers, 1294-1668, rapidly rising. Holy crap! The Type 38. The classic rifle from anti-Japanese dramas. Did the old man capture this from the Japanese back in the day? So authentic. This feels just right. Long rifles, broadswords, bugles, the classic trio for fighting the Japanese devils. Can't even imagine how heroic old man Tang must have been charging into battle with these legendary weapons. Guys, my blood's boiling. I'm getting inexplicably pumped. Li Youtian's dead meat now. Ha! This is a veteran's final refuge. And the indelible spirit of a soldier. Veterans never die. Tang Zhong's cloudy gaze slowly swept over these old comrades in arms who had shared life and death with him. His fingers gently traced their surfaces. From muzzle to grip, blade tip to hilt. He gripped them tightly, as if revisiting those fiercely tumultuous years once more. Though he had come from another time, after absorbing all of old Master Tang's memories, he had become that very man. The man who single-handedly annihilated hundreds of Japanese invaders, who blew up enemy bunkers with his bare hands, and remained undefeated in bayonet combat. Old buddy. Tang Zhong's voice was hoarse. Had enough sleep? Time to stretch our legs. Immediately. With practiced ease. After inspecting the hammer and powder, He swiftly slung the Type 38 rifle strap diagonally across his shoulder. The ammunition belt swiftly wrapped around his waist. Then, he abruptly yanked the broadsword from its case. With a flick of his wrist, the cold blade rang out with a sharp clang in the air. He solemnly picked up the brass military bugle. He slung it over his waist. In full regalia. Finally standing at the doorway, he glanced at the smiling face of his youngest granddaughter in the family portrait on the wall. The rare tenderness in his eyes was overshadowed by a thick, murderous intent. He felt no lingering attachment. He turned. Locked the door. He lit a cigarette. He mounted his motorcycle once more. Twist the throttle. And plunged back into the boundless sea of night. His destination the hills behind Li village in Hadong town. At that moment, in Tang Zhong's mind, the audience was already in an uproar. Current viewers, 1668-1957. The old man riding his motorcycle, puffing on a cigarette, wielding a broadsword, charging into enemy territory. He looks absolutely badass. This is intense. After watching 50 or 60 episodes, it finally got exciting. Charging single-handedly into Li Youtian's lair. That's like riding solo into the dragon's den. Only 44 minutes left. Li Youtian is throwing a victory banquet. Afterwards, he'll get drunk and assault Xiaoru. Is there still time? Damn it, Li Youtian has already successfully lured a group of kids to northern Myanmar. His backer just paid off the bastard's final installment of over 500,000 yuan. We should still make it in time. But that bastard has at least 40 thugs under him. They're armed with a dozen homemade guns. Can the old man handle them? It's over. They're ruthless thugs. How long has the old man been out of practice? His aim must be shot. The chilly country wind howled past. Tang Zhong rode his motorcycle, listening to the spectators' chatter. He strained to gather any useful information. They're having a victory banquet? So that means Xiaoru and the others are next. The next moment, Tang Zhong's lips curled into a smile again. 40 thugs? Armed with flintlocks? Do they think I'm some kind of marksman? Ha! What a joke! Back in Taierzwang, your old man single-handedly took on 9 Japanese heavy machine guns and wiped out 3 entire machine gun teams. I'll show you all what I'm capable of in a moment. What it means to be a legendary marksman who can blow heads off from 100 meters away. Rust buckets? Ha! They're not even worthy of making a sound for me. Then, Tang Zhong slammed his foot down hard. He shifted into gear. He charged straight up a steep slope on his motorcycle. The outline of Li village gradually emerged under the moonlight. The air carried a tang of industrial waste. And the closer he got to Li village, the more pungent the sourness became. Tang Zhong looked ahead. On the prime piece of land in Li village, a massive smokestack jutted straight up. It continuously spewed thick smoke. That sour smell was emanating from it. At the foot of the mountain behind it, a lavish mansion stood, its lights blazing. Its vast footprint. It stood starkly out of place amidst the surrounding barren mountain villages. High walls and electric fences. Faint silhouettes could be seen moving about amidst revelry and song. Searchlight beams swept intermittently across the dirt road leading to the estate. Highly fortified. Tang Zhong's eyes narrowed sharply. He leapt from the vehicle. He removed his only vest. He wrapped it around the barrel of his Type 38 rifle, hoping it might muffle the sound a little. His feet touched the ground lightly. He landed on the ground without making a sound. Like a ghost. He moved with extreme agility. At the main gate of the Li family compound, 2 punk-style youths, cigarettes dangling from their lips and wielding machetes and steel pipes, were grumbling and complaining. This weather looks like rain's coming. Hey, why no word from Brother Hongwei yet? Who cares about him? I just want to crash that party inside already. Like you'd be welcome? Haven't you heard how wild the celebration is inside? Word is even Mayor Ma's there. That old pervert. Oh right. Mouse, did you see the chicks we brought back this time? They were hot. Yeah. Especially the one with the little pigtails. Looks like she just graduated high school. So fresh and tender. Sigh. I wonder if we'll get any scraps after Village Chief Li's party. Meanwhile, hundreds of meters away, behind an earthen slope, a ditch beside it was teeming with toads. A dark figure plucked a slender blade of grass and held it between its teeth. Muttering to himself, northwest wind, approximately 884 meters. Effective range 460-600 meters. Maximum 1,000 meters. More than enough. Then, Tang Zhong's finger gently rested on the trigger. Exhale, inhale. Hold. The trigger pulled. Bang. Merging with the surrounding frog chorus. Gunshot. The bullet streaked away. Oomph. I'll be the boss someday. Screw it. I'll piss on it. Mouse, you've done so much drugs. Does that thing of yours even work anymore? Ha ha. Fourth brother, you talk too damn much ugh. Thud. You nearly overdosed last time and it was only because I. Ha? Mouse, why are you sleeping on the floor? The punk-style kid named Fourth looked down in confusion. The mouse, who had just been bickering with him, suddenly dropped to his knees. Then he fell flat on the rain-soaked dirt road. Mouse? Mouse? What? Thud. Holy crap, why did I kneel too? Drip, drip, drip. Why is there blood on my hands? Old Four touched his head. All he found was a terrifying bullet hole. I'm hit. In the darkness, a pair of top predator's eyes flickered in and out of view. After firing those 2 shots, he instantly began shifting positions with lightning speed. Chapter 5, You bastard. Your time is up. The sequence of his assassination targets was already clear in his mind. Li Youtian is still hosting a banquet inside. The noise is deafening. Then I'll start by cutting down all your minions. Then, bang, bang, another precise double shot. Like death wielding his scythe. The king of hell crossed names off the ledger. One colorful head after another. In a matter of minutes. One by one, they were picked off by golden bullets. In no time at all. The perimeter of Li Youtian's luxurious mansion was already littered with corpses twisted into grotesque positions. Current viewers, 1957 3210 Crazy Surge. Shui Bo Q. Dig and pull Q. Boom it Q. Ha ha ha. So satisfying. Awesome. This is how you slaughter. Holy hell, King Yama. There were dozens of thugs out here. And they got wiped out this easily? The old man must be cheating, right? Is the Type 38 really that accurate? This kinda feels like one of those over-the-top anti-Japanese dramas. The guy above must have gotten dumb living in peacetime. All I can say is the old man was even more badass on the actual battlefields. This is what they mean by the king of individual combat. This is what they mean by veterans never die. Bullet to the head every time. The few who got close? Sliced up with a broadsword. Who cares about all that? Just kill everything in sight. Storm Pingan County. Chop that bastard Li Youtian into pieces. At that moment, the Western-style mansion at the heart of the Li family compound. First-floor banquet hall. Deafening electronic music blared, utterly disregarding the villagers settling in for the night nearby. The volume only kept rising, bombarding the entire night sky. The crystal chandelier on the ceiling radiated a kaleidoscope of colors. Expensive rosewood furniture was laden with various smuggled premium imported liquors. In the center of the room, a group of alluringly sexy girls were swaying their bodies wildly. A dragon painted on the left, a rainbow on the right. The air thick with tobacco smoke, perfume, and alcohol mingled together. Every detail exuded an air of extravagance. Among them stood a greasy middle-aged man, protruding a large belly, sunk into a wide, long leather sofa, with a young girl in a high-slit cheongsam on each arm. His face glowed with a ruddy flush. His eyes were bloodshot and glazed over. It was none other than Li Youtian, the village chief of Li Village. Beside him sat several other men, fat and bloated, their faces smeared with sycophantic expressions. The one seated right in the middle was Ma Wenji, the lecherous and corrupt town mayor of Hadong Town. Mayor Ma. Come on, let's have another round. Li Youtian raised his cup. This went so smoothly this time. It's all thanks to your maneuvering at the county level. And getting that shipment through customs? That was all thanks to your connections. Youtian, I can't thank you enough. Ma Wenji's eyes were greedily wandering over the girls beside him. Hearing Li Youtian raise his glass, he took a sip too. He chuckled, hey, brotherly, you're too kind. It's all about serving the people. You've brought so much foreign investment to boost our Hadong Town's economy, we should be toasting you instead. Li Youtian laughed heartily with satisfaction. Then suddenly, something occurred to him. He frowned. He called over a green-haired henchman standing nearby, where's that little bastard Hongwei? Why hasn't he come back yet? The henchman wiped sweat from his brow. His face was filled with panic. Uncle Li. Brother Hongwei hasn't answered his phone. The next second, Li Youtian's expression changed instantly. He violently slammed the bottle of liquor he was holding into the subordinate's face. Damn it! Bunch of useless fools. Didn't I tell you to keep tabs on him? That bastard. He's probably out carousing with his gang of good-for-nothings again. When he gets back, I'll skin him alive. After hurling the curse, he turned to Ma Wenji with a lecherous grin. Lowering his voice, he whispered, Mayor Ma, what do you think of these ladies up on the stage? Any catch your eye? Once the event wraps up, you can pick one first? Ma Wenji's eyes lit up. He rubbed his hands together. He feigned refusal. Oh, brotherly, you're too kind. How could I possibly accept? You're the host here, you should go first, no matter what. Li Youtian laughed heartily. The lecherous grin on his face grew even more pronounced. He waved his hand dismissively. Ma Wenji understood immediately. It dawned on him. He flashed a knowing, lecherous grin. Heh, looks like Brother Li already has someone in mind. Ha ha ha. Li Youtian couldn't wait to jump to his feet. His eyes gleamed with lustful desire for that girl with the little pigtails. Ha, then I shan't keep you any longer, Youtian. Enjoy yourself, Mayor Ma. Enjoy yourself. He then pushed the woman beside him aside. He staggered toward the back door. A path led to a detached outbuilding beside the house. Current viewers 3,210 4,356 skyrocketing. This is absolutely. Li Youtian, you piece of. Your ancestors for 18 generations. He really treats living people like merchandise. Damn it. Xiaoru is in that annex. Hurry up, old man. That fat pig Li Youtian is coming over. Ma Wenji is no better. They're all snakes and rats in the same nest. They deserve to be cut into 1,000 pieces. Inside the side room. Dim lighting. On a luxurious bed. A girl in a faded school uniform lay bound, her hands and feet restrained by ropes. Several layers of duct tape were tightly wrapped around her mouth. Her delicate face was streaked with tears. Her wide eyes brimmed with regret and terror. Like a fawn caught in a trap. She trembled helplessly. Wah? Grandpa, where are you? Xiaoru. Xiaoru. Wah? Bang! The door burst open violently. Li Youtian strode forward. He entered. He stared at the trembling girl on the bed. The fire in his eyes burned brighter. He closed the door with a backhand as he panted heavily. He. Little Roo, don't be afraid. Uncle won't hurt you. Follow me, and I'll make sure you live like royalty. 1,000,000 times better than following that old coffin stuffer. When Tang Xiaoru saw Li Youtian push open the door and enter, she struggled desperately. She let out muffled whimpers. Tears streamed uncontrollably down her face. Current viewers 4,356 4,662. It's over. It's over. I can't watch this. I'm leaving. Let her go, you old. Don't trust this bastard. He'll sell you to northern Myanmar the day after he's done with you. Just as Li Youtian had already taken off his shirt and was about to step forward. Clack! The entire side room, along with the deafening music outside, plunged into dead silence. Pitch black. Ha! Power outage? Damn it! Li Youtian's movements halted abruptly in the sudden darkness. He lunged into thin air. Rage surged through him. He cursed at the door. Damn it! What the hell? Did the breaker trip? Where the hell are the people outside? Are they all dead? Not a single soul answered him. Only a few muffled thuds seemed to echo from nearby. Li Youtian's drunkenness instantly dissipated, replaced by shock and anger. An inexplicable unease crept into his heart. He cursed under his breath as he made his way toward the door. Bunch of useless jerks. What the hell are you even here for? Damn it, tomorrow I'll. He grabbed the doorknob in a rage. He yanked it open. In the darkness. Suddenly, lightning flashed across the sky. A tall, silent figure, clutching a blood-dripping broadsword, stood at the doorway. Eyes bloodshot, like a god of death. A murderous intent pierced the heavens. Pierced Li Youtian's heart in an instant. He screamed in disbelief. Tang Zhong? Chapter 6, Rescue. Duty calls. Tang Zhong's sudden appearance plunged Li Youtian into profound terror. You're not dead? Even facing imminent death, Li Youtian refused to accept reality, still convinced the figure before him was merely an illusion. Perhaps it was just a hallucination from drinking too much? I saw it with my own eyes. Hongwei finished you off. Li Youtian bellowed, as if his voice alone could repel Tang Zhong. In contrast to his panic, Tang Zhong offered only a cold, dismissive sneer. Li Hongwei? You mean this? As the words fell, a carelessly wrapped bundle rolled onto the ground. The spherical bundle rolled across the floor several times. The bloodstains covering its surface hinted at the unsavory contents within. As the outer layer loosened, its contents were revealed before Li Youtian. Li Hongwei's head. Its eyes were wide open, staring fixedly at Li Youtian. Current viewers 5,098 5,367 skyrocketing. The old man is so badass. Supporting justice in the name of heaven. This is the kind of plot twist that's truly satisfying. But isn't this a bit too cruel? If you think it's cruel, go play the saint, no one's stopping you. Tang Zhong sneered. Cruel? Our enemies back then did far crueler things to my comrades. Li Youtian did far crueler things to innocent women. This is what Li Youtian deserves. This is the price Li Youtian and his son Li Hongwei pay. Ah, son. Li Youtian finally recovered from the shock, opening his mouth to scream. But the moment his lips parted, a broadsword thrust through his mouth and pierced his throat. Enormous force surged from the hilt through the blade, nearly cleaving Li Youtian in two. Unable to bear the strain, Li Youtian struggled while enduring the pain, but he could no longer utter a single word. Tang Zhong raised his foot and stomped down hard on Li Youtian's head. The grinding of skull against pebbles and the spattering of blood became the dirge for the souls Li Youtian had claimed. This was not enough. Not enough. Li Youtian. How many lives did you ruin? How many innocent, ordinary people who only wanted to live peaceful, ordinary lives? How could a fellow countryman commit such inhuman acts? Today, Tang Zhong would make him pay for every injury he inflicted. As the broadsword whirled in Tang Zhong's grasp, Li Youtian's teeth scraped against the blade with a grinding sound. His tongue had long been sliced into minced flesh beneath the tip. His lips couldn't withstand the blade's sharpness, torn apart in a bloody mess as muscle and bone shattered beneath Tang Zhong's great sword. Li Youtian tried in vain to make a sound. But only blood-spattered foam erupted from his throat. As Tang Zhong pressed down on the handle, Li Youtian felt the steel blade's force against his throat. His throat tightened, engulfed by the terror of impending death. Current viewers, 5587 6411 still skyrocketing. Take him down. Serves him right. He deserves every bit of it. He should be beheaded and displayed publicly. How can scum like this still be alive? Stand with the old hero. On the other side, Tang Xiaoru lay in bed, hearing the successive shouts from outside, the wails, and the chaotic sounds of frantic running. Tears spilled from the corners of her eyes. These sounds gave her hope for survival. Grandpa was coming. It must be Grandpa coming to rescue her. She had to hold on. Though Xiaoru is safe now, the people in the basement are still in danger. These people are utterly ruthless. They wouldn't kill them all while fleeing, would they? So pitiful, all 30 plus of them were students. Tang Zhong overheard the discussion about the plot and abruptly stopped torturing Li Youtian. Speak up. Where is the basement? Li Youtian's pupils contracted in sheer terror. That old man Tang Zhong, isn't he here to rescue that girl Tang Xiaoru? How could he possibly know about the basement? How could that be possible? He mustn't say anything. This shipment is crucial, absolutely cannot be lost. Even if he loses his son, he still has the rest of his life. To speak up would be worse than death. Li Youtian had just opened his mouth. Tang Zhong didn't need to hear a word. Just looking at him, he knew this guy was about to blow his top. I don't give a damn about your whining. Tang Zhong sliced straight through Li Youtian's palm with a single stroke. A shrill scream wrenched from Li Youtian's shattered teeth. Ah! What the hell kind of asshole is this? Poof! Tang Zhong snorted coldly, shifting the blade downward slightly to point it at Li Youtian's groin. Li Youtian panicked. No! This was absolutely unacceptable. A severed hand could be saved, replaced with a prosthetic. Broken teeth could be replaced with implants. Even if my son died, it wouldn't matter. He could still have children. But if that thing was gone, he, Li Youtian, would be completely finished. How could he be a man anymore? How could he even be human anymore? Two streams of murky tears finally flowed down Li Youtian's face, mingled with blood and shredded flesh. I said. He pointed toward the garage beside him. The entrance must be there. Li Youtian was no longer of any use. Tang Zhong didn't care whether he spoke or not, this blow was coming either way. Splash! A cry of pain. Li Youtian collapsed unconscious. Coward! Tang Zhong casually grabbed Li Youtian, who was slumped like a pile of mud, and headed toward the garage. The entrance to the basement lay tucked away in the garage's corner. Tang Zhong scanned the surroundings. Following the trail of blood dripping from Li Youtian onto the floor, he noticed a slight unevenness in the ground and easily located the door lock. He unlocked it. Sure enough, over 30 young girls were chained up in the basement. Some were even still wearing their school uniforms. This beast had also harmed several girls. Some were half undressed, others looked dazed and gaunt. I'm here to save you. I'll untie you right now. Listen to me, Li Youtian's men are either dead or on the run. You're safe for now. Everyone is safe now. If you want to get home quickly, leave now. Once you're outside, find the main road and follow it. Of course, there's another option. Tang Zhong untied the girls. They worked together seamlessly, helping each other. Those freed first would go to untie their companions. Once everyone was free, Tang Zhong dragged the barely conscious Li Youtian before them. Li Youtian, who had passed out earlier, was doused with a basin of water from head to toe, fully reviving him. Choose for yourselves. Tang Zhong stood silently by. A fire ignited in the girls' eyes. They would avenge their own wrongs. Li Youtian was soon reduced to a pile of flesh and bone. He was reduced to a pile of bloody pulp. The women he had once bullied now unleashed their hatred upon him without hesitation. Tang Zhong stood quietly guarding them at the doorway. On the vast land of China, every man and woman should be worthy of respect. Current viewers, 6,548 7,869 skyrocketing. Strange, why isn't Tang Zhong rushing to save his granddaughter? Exactly. Isn't Li Youtian already dealt with over here? Is he like you the Great, passing his home 3 times without entering? If you can't speak well, speak less. This is called having the world in your heart. Look. New plot development. Chapter 7, Revenge must be taken, responsibility I bear. Tang Zhong knew deep down that this wasn't over. He didn't want his granddaughter to be tainted by blood, nor did he want her to see him covered in filth and blood. He stopped a girl who was about to leave. In a soft voice, he pleaded, "Young lady, I have a favor to ask. My granddaughter is still inside, bound and helpless. Please, go save her." The girl was utterly terrified, backing away in fear. But when she looked up, she saw that the figure before her was an old man with white hair. Looking closer, that face seemed so familiar. Wasn't this Grandpa Zhong from her own village? "Please, young lady." Tang Zhong, in his haste, assumed she was simply frightened out of her wits. He patted her shoulder and left. He didn't notice that this young girl was none other than Tang Yuchi from his own village. This matter was far from over. Tang Zhong gazed at the scene of utter devastation, littered with corpses, and sat down quietly on the doorstep. He pulled his military bugle from his pocket and began stroking it. "Old friend, you've served me well. After all these years, the time has finally come to use you again. The bugle is the soul. Its sound is the charge of soldiers, the homecoming of spirits. After all these years, I'm sorry to ask you to sound once more here, today." With that, Tang Zhong puffed out his cheeks without hesitation and blew the bugle into the night air. Current viewers, 7,904, 8,310 skyrocketing. What's going on? My eyes feel all tingly. In a past life, I must have been a soldier who heard bugles, charged into battle. As a veteran, I totally get what the old man's going through. Salute to the heroes of the War of Resistance. Viewership is skyrocketing. The accompanying emotional impact has also sent subscription numbers soaring. At the entrance of Tongjia village, Tang Xingbang, who had been stationed here all along, was filled with anxiety. He gazed into the distance time and again, hoping to catch sight of that tiny figure. Xiaoru, with her two braids. They had watched Xiaoru grow up from childhood. Everyone knew how difficult it was for Tang Xiaoru and Tang Zhong, one young, one old. They helped whenever they could. Xiaoru had always been remarkably sensible for her age. She had repeatedly expressed her desire to take care of her grandfathers in their old age. Whenever she earned an award at school, she'd bring it home to show all her grandfathers. She always says it's all thanks to her grandpa's good teaching. It was because the grandmothers and aunts from each family had braided her hair. All these little details of life flooded back to him. Tang Xingbang couldn't help but wipe away tears. He was getting old, and his tears seemed to have a mind of their own. Why did they just start flowing like this? The child would surely return. "Don't cry, it's so unlucky." Roughly wiping his face with his sleeve, Tang Xingbang lit another pipe of homemade tobacco. The red glow of the pipe flickered distinctly in the night. Soon, Tang Xiaoru realized that ahead stood her beloved Grandpa Xingbang. "Grandpa Xingbang. I'm back. We're all back." Behind Tang Xiaoru trailed over 30 others, all around her age. Some still wore school uniforms and carried backpacks. "Child, you're back. Where's your grandfather?" Tang Xingbang anxiously scanned behind them. "No one. Grandpa saved us." The others began crying along with Tang Xiaoru. They nodded frantically, telling Tang Xingbang how they had been rescued. "Good, good. You're all safe now." Tang Xingbang calmed the girls' emotions, telling them to go home first and let their families know they were safe. Current audience, 8,569, 9032, approaching 10,000. Alert! Triggering reward mechanism. Yeah, what about old Master Zhong? He didn't go rescue his granddaughter, and he's not coming home. What's he doing? Stop arguing. Keep reading. This is the most thrilling part of the plot. The writer knows how to build suspense. Fine, write well and I'll be patient. If it's still nonsense before the climax, I'm unfollowing. Hurry up with the next scene. My legs are numb from squatting. Old Master Zhong is so majestic, and you're watching while on the toilet? Blasphemy. The comments were filled with curiosity about Tang Zhong's actions. He knew curiosity was a crucial factor. Only when people are curious will they keep watching and keep subscribing. The higher the subscription count, the greater Tang Zhong's capabilities would become. Besides, there was something else he needed to do anyway. Tang Zhong set down his military bugle where he stood and carefully stowed it away. He bent down, picked up a random phone from the ground, and pressed the 3 buttons, 110. Yes, he was calling the police. He was turning himself in. He would take full responsibility for everything. He stroked the bugle and the broadsword. "Old comrades, you've worked hard accompanying me this far. We didn't come here in vain." Quietly, Tang Zhong sat there, gazing into the distant night sky. Xiaoru must have gone home by now. As long as everyone is safe. How peaceful this world would be without war. Old Tang's comrades didn't sacrifice themselves for traitors like Li Youtian. Tang Zhong's silent figure, however, sparked a flurry of activity in the comments section. Everyone was flooding the chat with "salute." Others relentlessly typed, "protect the hero." Blue and red lights illuminated the night sky. Sirens grew louder, their wailing echoing across the village wilderness. Stepping out of the vehicles were police officers armed with real guns. Their guns were aimed at Tang Zhong. A young female officer had intended to investigate the surrounding area. But the scene reeked of blood, thick with the hazy scent of death. Bloodstains were splattered everywhere, along with mangled flesh beyond recognition. Inner organs mixed with dirt, and in the corner Li Hongwei's head, eyes still wide open even in death. She gasped. Her body couldn't handle such a shocking sight. She turned and retched into the grass. 40 corpses lay scattered, their stench and the tang of blood spreading like the most horrific battlefield. An elderly police officer stepped forward from the group. It was clear everyone respected him. He waved his hand, ordering his men to holster their weapons. Don't point your guns at our heroes of the resistance. Visibly, the officers holding police firearms froze. War heroes? Xiao Xing, I never expected it to be you, Tang Zhong said with a helpless, bitter smile. Once just a young rookie following in his footsteps, now he was a seasoned officer with graying temples. Xing Qiang walked step by step toward Tang Zhong. His men behind him quickly understood his intent. They whispered among themselves, Captain Xing knows our aiming and sniping angles. Why is he taking this route? Why? That's the old hero. Captain Xing mentioned his mentor. So he's using his own body to shield his mentor from any possible attack? Exactly. Captain Xing must have his reasons for doing this. All units, stand by. Xing Cheng bellowed. Then, Xing Qian walked over to Tang Zhong. He didn't sit down. Instead, he stood, using his own body to shield Tang Zhong. Chapter 8, Master, how could you? He intended to use his own body as a shield for Tang Zhong. Because he trusted his old leader, and he trusted heroes like Tang Zhong even more. Master, how could you? How could things have come to this? But Tang Zhong didn't care at all. He merely patted the bugle beside him and lowered his broadsword. He reached out empty-handed toward Xing Cheng. Got any cigarettes? Xing Cheng opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but ultimately held back. He handed Tang Zhong a cigarette. Hong ha. You still prefer these? Loyal brand. Good. Tang Zhong nodded. He placed the cigarette between his lips. With a click, Xing Cheng lit it for him. Silence swirled with cigarette smoke, enveloping the two men. The adult world knows no easy path. Xing Cheng held a position of responsibility now, with so many subordinates watching. He couldn't just do nothing. After Tang Zhong finished his cigarette, Xing Cheng finally spoke, Master, come with me. Tang Zhong nodded and stood up, leaning on his knees for support. He hadn't intended to make things difficult for Xing Cheng. Otherwise, he wouldn't have called the police to turn himself in, nor would he be sitting here quietly waiting for Xing Cheng's arrival. Current viewers, 9,324 10,023. Triggered system reward. No way, they really arrested him? He's the old man's disciple. Can't you think of a way? Are you kidding me? They're cops. You can't just let people go. Hush up, everyone. What about Ma Wenji? The bastard didn't get away, did he? Yeah. Ma Wenji vanished. He really got away. Escaped? Poof. Tang Zhong overheard the chat discussions. He wouldn't let any criminal slip away, not a single villain who defied heaven's justice. System reward notice, current viewers exceed 30,000. Host has unlocked the hidden armory. The armory boasts vast storage space, accessible only to the host. All weapons upgraded and fully stocked with ammunition. Tang Zhong didn't spot Ma Wenji either. That kid probably saw the bodies lying on the ground, realized things were bad, and took off running. Oomph. Let Ma Wenji keep jumping around for a couple more days. And so, Tang Zhong was escorted into the police car by Xing Cheng. Throughout the entire process, he remained silent. He only answered questions about his daily life. According to regulations, suspects not yet sentenced were to be temporarily detained at the detention center. However, Xing Cheng received a message instructing him to bring Tang Zhong directly back for interrogation, bypassing the detention center registration. Xing Cheng brought Tang Zhong back to the Criminal Investigation Division. The message had actually come from a municipal bureau leader. The implication was that Tang Zhong was to be transferred to the municipal bureau. But the message only stated bring him back. Xing Cheng, an old-school detective known for his straightforwardness, decided to exploit a loophole here, playing a little word game, and brought Tang Zhong to the Criminal Investigation Brigade instead. After all, that was his turf. Xing Cheng, who had dealt with municipal bureau officials for years, could easily imagine the smug expressions they would wear after such a major criminal case. Only after completing all the registration procedures and filing Tang Zhong's paperwork did Xing Cheng leisurely report to the municipal bureau. He stated that Tang Zhong had been taken into custody and was being questioned at the Criminal Investigation Division. This was a perfectly reasonable and compliant procedure. By the time everything was done, it was already the next morning. When Ma Wenji, who had fled back, heard the news, he was so furious he smashed his teacup to pieces. Last night, just as he was pulling down his pants to take off, he happened to witness Tang Zhong slicing through things like cutting vegetables. Without even pulling up his pants, he quietly slipped out the back door. By the time he returned, his pants were already soaked through. Xing Cheng? That criminal investigation squad specially assigned by the county government? He's been sabotaging me everywhere before. Think he's landed a big case, huh? Ma Wenji slipped on his coat. He stormed out the door. Let's go. To the police station. Current count 10,051, 10,285 skyrocketed. His coat looks different from before. It's work hours, so he probably needs to keep a low profile. Keep a low profile, my ass. The last one was 3-star, this one's 5-star. It just looks like a regular jacket. Holy crap, what kind of clothes cost that much? Corrupt officials' attire, that's what? Isn't that watch also from that ridiculously expensive brand? He's got some nerve, clearly doesn't give a damn about the people. Support Zhong Lao in taking him down. Don't support him, old Zhong is still locked up. Tang Zhong sat in the interrogation chair for prisoners. His hands and feet were restrained to the seat. His own clothes had been confiscated entirely, replaced with the standard prisoner uniform. He wasn't in a hurry. He was waiting. Waiting for Ma Wenji to appear. Sure enough, just as Tang Zhong had anticipated, Ma Wenji arrived without delay. Captain Xing, with such a major incident happening, why didn't you inform me? Ma Wenji feigned surprise as if he'd just learned of it. Xing Cheng narrowed his eyes, glanced at Ma's attire, and gave a perfunctory reply. Once the interrogation yields results and we have a clearer picture of the case, I'll report to Mayor Ma. See? That's just like you always taking all the hardship upon yourself. Ma Wenji acted as if he and Xing Cheng were old acquaintances. But everyone knew their relationship was strained. Now, shoulder to shoulder, the surrounding officers waited to see who would crack first. It was Xing Cheng. Serving the people is my duty. There's no hardship involved. Mayor Ma, why don't you take a break and observe our interrogation? Xing Cheng took a big step back and walked away. Observe? This meant he wasn't inviting Ma Wenji to participate in the interrogation. The criminal investigation team was undoubtedly Xing Cheng's domain, and Ma Wenji seethed with frustration. He was the mayor of Hadong Town, whose tax revenue rivaled that of an entire county. Why should he be relegated to sitting on the sidelines as an observer? He refused to. He marched straight into the interrogation room. As soon as he entered, Ma Wenji grabbed a young officer by the collar. TSK, no sense of propriety? The bewildered officer looked at him. Mayor Ma, this is the clerk's seat. Are you going to take notes yourself? Ma Wenji's face flushed red, then turned pale. He was completely unfamiliar with grassroots administrative work. Of course, someone like Ma Wenji would never admit to pretending to know something he didn't. Instead, he declared with righteous indignation, "You take that seat over there and do the recording." The young officer dared not defy the powerful town mayor and reluctantly lowered his head, shifting to a seat on the other side. Speak up. Why did you commit such a brutal crime? With Ma Wenji by his side, Xing Cheng gained his composure. He slammed his hand on the table so hard it startled Ma Wenji beside him. Tang Zhong remained silent. No matter what Xing Cheng asked, Tang Zhong remained silent. Though he came from humble origins and had worked as a police officer, he understood that in Manhwa, the law, procedures, and evidence were paramount. This interrogation was merely an appetizer. He had the right to remain silent. Tang Zhong remained silent, but Ma Wenji grew anxious. He wasn't sure if Tang Zhong even knew he was there. He feared Tang Zhong might know something, worried that the deceased Li Hongwei might have blabbed something, and dreaded the possibility of any witnesses remaining at the scene. Yes, Ma Wenji never worried about the 40-odd dead men. He only worried about himself. Tang Zhong looked at Ma Wenji, the so-called town mayor. He knew in his heart. This was his next target. I request to eat. No. Ma Wenji rejected Tang Zhong's request. Requesting water. No. Whatever Tang Zhong requested, he rejected it all. But beyond these, Tang Zhong showed no other reaction. Have you ever considered how deeply your actions would hurt your loved ones, your granddaughter? Ma Wenji feigned deep sorrow. Chapter 9, System Rewards Fuel the Fire. A murderous intent flashed in Tang Zhong's eyes. Threatening him with Tang Xiaoru? Ma Wenji was still too green. How did you, Town Chief Ma, find out this old man has a granddaughter? The moment Tang Zhong spoke, Ma Wenji realized his blunder. Xing Cheng, the veteran police captain, immediately sensed something was amiss. I'm the town mayor. I saw it in your file. Ma Wenji felt a twinge of guilt. He then claimed he had other official duties, instructing Xing Cheng to continue the interrogation. He demanded absolute clarity on the matter and insisted on being briefed on any developments. Xing Cheng let him off the hook, but immediately ordered his junior officer to take Tang Zhong to the temporary holding cell. The temporary holding cell held no other inmates. Tang Zhong sat alone, undisturbed. Even Xing Cheng only came by to deliver a meal before leaving. Current viewers 10,322, 10,439, still skyrocketing. Subscription value has surged dramatically. Congratulations, host. The plot is heating up. Special reward system triggered. Peak power restored, duration extended to 1 week. Host gains ability boost. Stamina reaches national champion level. Shooting skill tripled. Tactical prowess quintupled. System notice, subscription points can be exchanged for scenario items. Overcome plot obstacles. Option 1, mysterious weapon. Option 2, night vision. Option 3, Heavenly Eye Perspective. Tang Zhong chose option 3 without hesitation. The Heavenly Eye Perspective unfolded, revealing Xing Cheng eating instant noodles in his office. Tang Zhong knew Xing Cheng was fretting over him. He probably wouldn't be coming home tonight either. Could this Heavenly Eye Perspective allow custom angles? Tang Zhong tried silently in his mind, I want to see Ma Wenji. To his surprise, the Heavenly Eye Perspective activated. Searching for Ma Wenji, activating single target tracking mode. The camera shifted, locking onto Ma Wenji's location. And the view automatically tracked his movements. Having just left the police station, Ma Wenji felt frustrated and sought to vent his anger with a woman. His destination was simple, the city's hottest nightclub, the Cosmos Club. Here, he, Ma Wenji, was the supreme ruler. As soon as he entered, a line of beauties welcomed him, with attendants kneeling to serve him. Even the owner personally came out to pour him a drink. Mayor Ma, what brings you here today? What's your preference? Ma Wenji frowned. I told you not to call me mayor outside. Yes, yes, yes. With a clap of the owner's hands, 2 rows of beauties of different types stood before Ma Wenji. Their common trait? The combined fabric on their bodies couldn't even cover a single one of Ma Wenji's shirts. You two, go upstairs and check it out first. Ma Wenji, accompanied by 2 bodyguards, nodded and headed toward the private rooms upstairs. The owner of Cosmos Club not only dared not stop them but even sent someone ahead to lead the way. Current viewers, 104.65 105.64 million. What a shameless sight, a town mayor openly patronizing a club like this. This place looks expensive. Sleazy women. They're just merchandise, okay? The one who deserves criticism is that Ma Jiwen. Guys like him have their own private rooms at the club. Just look at how smoothly those 2 headed straight for room 308. Flanked by 2 alluring women, Ma Jiwen entered room 308, ready to let off steam. But at the crucial moment, he couldn't perform. Damn it. It must be that old bastard. No way, can't wait, I'll kill him. After dismissing the 2 women who'd embarrassed him, Ma Wenji's rage boiled over. He called his most trusted confidant with a single phone call. Go now. Contact my connections in the city. Use every single one of your contacts. I refuse to believe I can't take down this old man. Pin everything that happened in Li Village on that old man. Not only that, find out everything about his family background. I want his family, his friends, every last one of them to join him in prison. Spread the word. Xing Cheng is incompetent in his investigations. Take him down. Spread the rumor that Xing Cheng colluded with the old man. Label the old man a lunatic. Pin every shady deed his family ever committed on them. Let them see. This is the fate of anyone who crosses Ma Wenji. Ma Wenji was well connected with many media figures in the city. With a single call, he could ensure tomorrow's news would be flooded with reports of Tang Zhong's indiscriminate killings. They instructed every pay-to-play media outlet to publish stories about the massacre in Li Village. They directly accused the Criminal Investigation Corps of suppressing major cases, failing to report them, and conducting investigations with sluggish efficiency. As for Tang Zhong, they painted him as a deranged, psychotic killer. They claimed he was not only a scourge on Tangjia village but a burden on society. They rushed to expose his past as a heroic veteran, emphasizing that Longhua was a society of equality where past glory couldn't override current laws. Uninformed individuals who saw such reports immediately joined the chorus condemning Tang Zhong. In their fervor, they even hurled mud at Tang Zhong's son and daughter-in-law, who had sacrificed their lives in the fight against drugs. Current viewers, 10,598 10,782. This is outrageous. How can anyone be so heartless? These are clearly Ma Wenji's crimes. How dare they smear an old hero? This is slander. Arrest him. Are you stupid? He's the mayor of Hadong Town who dares arrest him? This is despicable. I wish the old hero would just take him out. But we'd have to wait for the old man to come out first. Poor old man, he dedicated his whole life to the Dragon Nation, and now in his twilight years he's being slandered. How can these people be so stupid? Blabbering without knowing the truth. Those who insult heroes and martyrs should be arrested too. Lock them up in the same cell as Ma Wenji. Some officers couldn't stand by any longer. Xing Cheng stepped forward first to explain that details couldn't be disclosed since the case was still under investigation. Then it was dug up that he and Tang Zhong had once been master and apprentice. Even more outrageous, rumors spread that Xing Cheng committed the murder and Tang Zhong covered it up for him. This development threatened to undermine even Xing Cheng's own standing. But beyond Xing Cheng, more righteous officers had already uncovered the Li family's daily atrocities in Li Village. They believed Tang Zhong had his reasons, even if he did commit murder. Moreover, a veteran hero like him would never indiscriminately kill the innocent. Yet every righteous officer who spoke up was suspended. As more officers faced suspension, whispers about the incident spread like wildfire. As public opinion fermented, Ma Wenji preemptively acted, leveraging all his connections to demand a targeted purge of the Criminal Investigation Division. In other words, he wanted to fire every disobedient, principled officer. Send them home. Chapter 10, Public Outcry and Confrontation. Of course, to make his actions appear more legitimate, Ma Wenji also colluded with the remaining villagers of Li village to fabricate public sentiment. These individuals had all received money from Li Youtian, some as dividends, others for acting as his henchmen, and still others for selling their daughters to him. Having taken his money, they naturally spoke up for Li Youtian. One moment they'd praise Li Youtian as the virtuous leader who brought prosperity to the entire village. Then they'd praise Li Hongwei as an obedient, well-behaved child. They even claimed Tang Zhong himself was disrespectful to elders. They even spread rumors that Tangjia village was a bandit hideout, demanding the police station conduct a crackdown. Uninformed bystanders, hearing such serious accusations, immediately imagined a scene of poor mountains and bad waters breeding wicked people, believing Tang Zhong to be a harmful old man. Others believed Tang Zhong had lost his mind in old age, though cruel, he should be confined to a mental institution. Many more even started petitions demanding the death penalty for Tang Zhong. Behind all these events lay Ma Wenji's handiwork. He lay back triumphantly on his leather sofa, little punks. Just wait and see who's got the last laugh. Now is the time when words can kill. Reporting, Chief. An underling entered and reported an unexpected death case to Ma Jiwen. The criminal investigators suspected irregularities and wanted to extend the investigation. Ma Jiwen recognized the victims immediately. They were the two men he had ordered killed last night. Extend the investigation? What bull? Can't you see it's an accident? This isn't a case for the Criminal Investigation Division. Go get Xing Cheng here. Ma Jiwen felt uneasy. These two subordinates couldn't withstand even the slightest scrutiny. They'd always been dirty themselves, with thick criminal records piled high, stealing as kids, robbing adults, fighting and causing trouble non-stop. They couldn't be investigated. Current viewers, 109.36 115.34 million. That day, Uncle Zhong really got his kicks. If only he'd taken out Ma Jiwen too. Why doesn't Captain Xing go on a killing spree like Master Zhong? Wake up, man. Old man Zhong was forced into it. He's a veteran hero, not a butcher. Exactly. If those two yellow-haired punks hadn't tried to kill Master Zhong, he wouldn't have taken them out. Exactly. Old man Zhong even said he'd spare their lives. But they still insulted the old hero, saying stuff like even an old man comes looking for women. They were asking for it. And these two yellow-haired scum were the traitors brought over by Ma Wenji last night. Both met their end at Tang Zhong's blade. Now confined in a temporary detention cell, Tang Zhong listened quietly to the barrage of comments. Beyond news about Ma Wen, the comments were filled with relentless abuse targeting his tactics for manipulating public opinion. Tang Zhong was furious. More terrifying than corrupt officials are those in power who manipulate people's hearts like this. Become an official? No, even a bureau chief should serve the people. Looks like new developments. Check it out. The camera cut to the entrance of the police station. Ma Wenji, who had been preparing for a press conference, was adjusting his suit. The journalists, who had been waiting for a long time, were exchanging information with each other. Suddenly, a crowd emerged from the distance. They swarmed toward the police station. The leaders were all young women. They held banners aloft, "Free the old hero. Justice. Innocence." They were the young women Tang Zhong had rescued that day. Each had returned home and recounted their ordeal at Li Youtian's hands, along with how Tang Zhong had saved them. Their families had intended to thank Tang Zhong, but then they saw the news of his arrest. Public opinion had branded Tang Zhong a butcher and a villain. They were immediately outraged, contacting each other and organizing their families. They knew nothing of public opinion or writing articles. They only knew the most straightforward way to act. They marched straight to the police station gates, demanding justice for the veteran hero Tang Zhong. Little did they know that a group of reporters happened to be there that very day. The reporters knew instantly they'd hit the jackpot. Like sharks smelling blood. They immediately abandoned Ma Wenji and swarmed toward the young victims. Ma Wenji was so furious his face went pale. It was the old hero who saved us. Exactly. Every one of us can vouch for it. But facing these civilians, Ma Wenji showed no fear. Instead, he challenged them with a question. So you're saying you were imprisoned there? And there's more to it? Yes. They bullied us. Tang Yuchi, the leader, spoke up loudly. They didn't give us food or water, and they beat us. Oh, I see. So you claim that while imprisoned by Li Youtian, you were forced to have relations with unknown men, is that correct? When the conversation turned to such private matters, the young women all fell silent. If true, we will certainly investigate. First, please register your details, where it happened, when, and how many times. We will also invite forensic specialists to examine whether your hymens are intact and if there are injuries to your private parts. These are standard investigative procedures. Ma Wenji deliberately emphasized these repulsive details in front of their families to remind the girls. If they wanted justice, if they wanted to speak for Tang Zhong, they would have to confess their humiliating past before the reporters. And the cameras were all trained on them. Under the flashbulbs, the girls huddled together, hesitating. This was a matter of their reputations. They were stepping forward to thank the hero who saved them. But what Ma Wenji was saying was essentially condemning them to social death. Ladies, please think this through carefully. Is everything stated above true? You should know that our journalist friends here today can help document everything. These recordings will be archived by television stations and newspapers. No matter how many years pass, they can be used as evidence. Don't think your youth gives you license to speak recklessly. When the truth and evidence come to light, how will you face your loved ones, colleagues, future partners, and children? Current viewers, 11,768, 11,830. Damn, that's shameless. He's threatening us. This is more disgusting than swallowing a fly. I can't take it anymore, I need to throw up. Who came up with this plot? Doesn't anyone reign in this piece of work? These girls are so pitiful. What's the old hero gonna do now? If only I could jump into the show and protect old Master Zhong. Director Ma, these investigative details require protecting the complainant's privacy. Surely you're aware of that. Xing Chang had rushed over specifically. He stood before all the girls. Captain Xing, aren't you overstepping your authority? I hear this Tang Zhong isn't some old hero at all. There's no record of him at the Veterans Affairs Office. And he's your teacher. Ma Wenji was itching to use this chance to take Xing Chang down too. Director Ma, you must base your statements on facts and evidence. Xing Chang couldn't help but raise his voice. Chapter 11, that's my old platoon sergeant. Just as Xing Chang's face flushed red with anger, the sudden screech of brakes echoed from the distance. A low-key looking official vehicle pulled up before the crowd. Though the vehicle itself was unassuming, the Jing character on the license plate, the black-on-white color scheme, and the coveted number 007 all spoke volumes. This was an important figure arriving from the capital. Reporters immediately swiveled their cameras toward the vehicle. Sure enough, seated upright in the driver's seat was a young man clad in green military uniform, his gaze unwavering. The door slowly opened, and out stepped an elderly man in military attire. His temples were streaked with gray, yet he was alert and vigorous, his eyes like the sharpest blades, cutting through the entire scene. What's going on here? Frowning, he spotted Xing Chang in the crowd. That familiar bearing confirmed the man was undoubtedly military or law enforcement. You. Come here and explain the situation. Xing Chang, called out by name, jogged over. This man, he recognized him. This was none other than the renowned great hero Xiao Shuashan. From the War of Resistance to the Liberation, his achievements were extraordinary. After the founding of the nation, he went on to set numerous firsts in long nation's history. Such a veteran hero was standing right before him. Yes. Reporting to General Xiao. I am Xing Chang, captain of the Criminal Investigation Division. The current situation at the scene is that journalists are interviewing Director Ma, and members of the public have spontaneously gathered during the interview. Ha! The explanation was vague and unclear. And this is the captain of the Criminal Investigation Division? No, this is all wrong. General Xiao, it's like this. The moment Ma Wenji heard Xing Chang mention General, he scrambled over to Xiao Shuashan's side. I'm the police chief. Let me explain this to you. I'm terribly sorry for disturbing you. These ignorant masses, deceived by others, intend to testify on behalf of a criminal, claiming he is innocent. But public opinion is running high right now. Everyone says this criminal is exceptionally cruel, having committed crimes against humanity. We must enforce the law strictly. Ma Wenji's words sparked loud objections from the girls. That's not true. The old man was trying to save us. You're lying. You're deceiving us. Are all you officials in cahoots with each other? As the conflict escalated, Xiao Shuashan sighed. Enough. Let's talk inside. Fine. Just as Ma Wenji thought he could distract Xiao Shuashan, a second vehicle pulled up at the entrance. This vehicle made a sudden, forceful stop like a Hummer rearing up. The man who stepped out wore a navy uniform, his bearing commanding and dignified. Brother Xiao, what brings you here? Stone. It's been years. You're here too? Before they could exchange more than a few words, more vehicles rolled in one after another behind them. 2 veteran comrades, you arrived before me. This was Guan Yunhe, commander of the 3rd Field Army. Gentlemen, I'm late. This was Fang Gu, former political instructor of the Special Warfare Company. So many people? What's going on? This was Gu Changru, president of the Military Industry Enterprises Federation. Such a gathering of heavyweights was a sight rarely seen except at major ceremonies. Even nuclear scientist Li Youtian, who had retired and lived in seclusion for years, had made the trip. Everyone knew old Master Lu was in poor health, resting at home and spending time with his family. For many public events, he would only send a pre-recorded video message. And now he's actually here in person? The reporter's flashes never ceased. All right. Let's get organized first. Guan Yunhe surveyed the room. We need to arrange for those young ladies too. Yes, sir. Xing Chang immediately went to carry out the order. This gave Ma Wen his chance. The chance to be a suck-up. He wished he could spew every flattering word he'd ever known. After all, with so many big shots present, a single word of praise from any one of them could secure his future prospects for life. The figures present span nearly every field living legends straight out of textbooks. Generals, commanders, and officers, you are all great heroes of our dragon nation. May I ask what brings you here in person? I shall host you with utmost hospitality. I will serve you to the best of my ability. Entertain? You? Xiao Shuaishan burst into laughter. We're not here for you. Li Youtian spoke loudly. Years at sea had trained him to communicate by shouting. Though the sound made his ears ring, Ma Wenji dared not even frown. Yes, yes, yes. Whatever you need, just give me orders. Serving you veteran leaders is my honor. His obsequious demeanor deeply annoyed the veteran heroes. None of them wanted to see him again. What do we need? Go ask that guy. He called us out here and won't even show his face. What's that about? Fang Gu slammed his hand on the table. Excuse me, who exactly are you referring to? Ma Wenji was nervous. Did he have anyone in his circle who could possibly summon these people? The mayor? The party secretary? Or had someone recently come incognito? No way, he hadn't heard anything about it. Tang Zhong. What, you didn't know? It was Brother Zhong who called us here. Go find him right now. That guy's being so rude he won't even pick up the phone. Boom. Ma Wenji felt like the sky had fallen. Tang Zhong? That Tang Zhong? That old geezer, Tang Zhong, the one with one foot in the grave? How could he possibly have pulled these big shots and gods out of the woodwork? What kind of background does he have? Excuse me, may I ask, what exactly is the relationship between this Tang Zhong and all of you? I'm afraid I might have come to the wrong person. Ma Wenji's voice trembled. Brother Zhangzi is my comrade in arms. Back then, if he hadn't dragged me out of that pile of corpses, I wouldn't be alive today. Xiao Shuaishan pounded his chest emphatically. We're brothers for life. He was my old squad leader. Gu Changru declared with pride. During the Old River campaign, Brother Zhong saved my life. Fang Gu said with emotion. Me too. Back in Quannan, if it weren't for the old squad leader shielding me with his own body, I'd be a cripple now. The men chatted animatedly, each reminiscing about their days on the battlefield. Current viewers, 11,892, 12,765. Holy cow, this is a national treasure of a veteran hero. Who knew old man Zhong had so many heroic deeds? Saved lives on the battlefield. Who understands? That's a debt of gratitude for a lifetime. I'm a soldier too. Got sand in my eyes. Bro, I get you. Just the words old squad leader say it all, no need for anything else. If anyone ever talks like that about my old squad leader, I'll fight them to the death. He's killed enemies and fought bayonet to bayonet. Why would he fear a petty villain like Ma Wenji? Unbelievable. No wonder the old man's still full of life now. He was even more formidable in his youth. Thought it was some over-the-top plot twist, but turns out it's grounded in reality. Old man Tang Zhong is currently under temporary detention at the Criminal Investigation Division. Chapter 12, Dismissal and Investigation, Eliminating the Threat. Xing Cheng's words exploded like a bomb and water, a quiet detonation that sent ripples spreading far and wide. The group of veteran heroes halted in unison. Xiao Shuaishan, the most impatient of the group, strode swiftly to Xing Cheng and bellowed, "What did you say?" Xing Cheng snapped to attention, chest puffed out, and declared loudly, "Mr. Tang Zhong is currently under temporary detention at the Criminal Investigation Division." You! Who gave the order? Speak! What's going on? This is madness. Utter madness. The veteran heroes were fuming with rage right where they stood. At this moment, Ma Wenji dared not stick his neck out even an inch, retreating backward as far as he could. The reporters nearby, however, showed no sign of backing down. The mere appearance of these veterans in Linhai was explosive news. The fact that their old comrade had been arrested and detained was even bigger news. This story would undoubtedly grab the front pages of every major newspaper and dominate online headlines today. What did those girls say earlier? They were assaulted? And the old heroes saved them? This is perfect. The reporter's entire conversation was incorporated into the storyline. Viewers, 12,789, 13,657 and counting. These reporters are shameless. They're like a swarm of flies. They are flies. They just come sniffing around. But with reporters around, won't Ma Wenji's true colors be exposed to the world? Yeah, but knowing it ourselves doesn't matter. We need the plot to reveal it to everyone. With so many powerful figures arriving, old man Tang Zhong should be safe now, right? Who knew the old man's comrades were so formidable? It must be because the old man didn't want to trouble his comrades that he lived such a humble life in Tangjia village. This is our founding hero of Dragon Nation. They endure hardship and toil. Refuse to burden others. So moving. I wish we could do more to help the old hero. No more hardship for him. Exactly. Now that times are better, I hope everyone can stop enduring hardship. Ma Wenji noticed the reporter's commotion. This was bad news. It absolutely couldn't be reported. Especially these venerable elders, they were practically living legends. Ma Wenji immediately stepped forward and said, "You've traveled a long way. Why not rest first?" Rest? Li Youtian slammed his cane down. Our old comrade, our old squad leader. Is he resting? Yes, yes, yes. Ma Wenji bowed his head immediately. Lead the way. To the Criminal Investigation Division. In the end, it was Guan Yunhe who made the final decision. After all, he was a field army commander. He could see at a glance that this situation was deeply complicated. Oh, Lu Fanggu called over his personal orderly, go make arrangements to host our journalist friends and these young ladies. Yes, sir. Xiao Lu accepted the task without question, leaving Ma Wenji absolutely no chance to intervene. Ma Wenji was drenched in sweat now, his legs trembling so badly he could barely walk. Countless possibilities raced through his mind. Should he make a quick escape? Claim illness? No. You can run, but you can't hide. He'd take his chances. He resolved to stick to his story that he had nothing to do with it. It was all Tang Zhong, that murderous maniac. A born killer. He hoped these distinguished gentlemen with military merits would understand staying clear of Tang Zhong was for their own good. Ma Wenji's inner thoughts played out loud, and at the same time, everyone heard the conversation between several veteran heroes. It's been ages since we last saw the old squad leader. I really miss him. The old squad leader wouldn't let us visit him. And he refused any financial support. Sigh. What can we do? Our old squad leader's just got that stubborn streak. He never uses connections, and he certainly won't rely on family or friends. He insists on earning his keep with his own two hands. He won't tolerate any nonsense. The contrasting dialogues on both sides created a striking juxtaposition, sending the audience's emotions soaring. Current viewers 13,799, 14,539 skyrocketing. Disgusting, shameless. Can't take it anymore. Gonna go throw up. Can Ma Wenji just die already? A veteran hero shouldn't have to live like this. I wonder if the writer is torturing me. I'm definitely being tortured. Under Xing Cheng's arrangements, the group quickly arrived at the Criminal Investigation Division. This time, Tang Zhong wasn't taken to the interrogation room but instead brought to the conference room. Several veteran heroes were waiting there to see Tang Zhong. On the way out from the temporary holding cell, Tang Zhong walked at a leisurely pace, calmly asking Xing Cheng one question: how many are here? Ha? Xing Cheng paused, taken aback. 6 people so far. Could it be that the master knew senior officials would be coming? Tang Zhong nodded and said nothing more. The call he had Tang Xingbang make was precisely for this moment. He had no idea how many would return. It wasn't a matter of distrusting his comrades, but rather that at their age, few were still able to move about freely. Pushing open the conference room door, Tang Zhong saw a familiar face. Little Mountain. Stone. Old Guan. Glasses. Lu. Xiao Gu. Tang Zhong gazed at his younger brothers before him. His eyes welled up with tears. To meet again, only to find himself behind bars. Time had passed, and the brothers who had once burned their youth on the battlefield were now all gray-haired elders. Lu Haichen couldn't even walk without his cane, shuffling along with great difficulty. Tang Zhong felt a surge of emotion, but now was not the time for tears. The mission was not yet complete. Gritting his teeth, he supported the handcuffs with his left hand and raised his right to perform a perfect military salute. Before him, 6 veteran heroes stood in a row, raising their hands in unison to salute their old comrade in arms. Remove the handcuffs. Shirley could no longer contain his fury. Who put these on him? I did. Xing Chang stepped forward. Seeing Xing Chang about to be berated, Tang Zhong interceded. He was just following protocol. Oomph. Following protocol, my foot. You haven't committed any crime. Xiao Shuishan frowned, his gaze immediately landing on Ma Wenji beside him. You're the town mayor, right? Xiao Shuishan beckoned. Ma Wenji scurried over, bowing and scraping like a traitor straight out of a historical drama. Sir, it's like this. Let me explain. This Tang Zhong, old Master Tang, killed someone in Li village due to a personal dispute with Li Youtian. He slaughtered the entire Li family. And the scene was incredibly brutal. Li Youtian's son, Li Hongwei, was found with his body and head separated. Li Youtian was just an honest, hard-working farmer. No one knows how he ever crossed paths with this murderous maniac. Those girls earlier? They were forced into it too. He's using those girls to justify his actions. He's manipulating public opinion. Veteran comrades, I know you're grieving for your fallen brother. But times have changed. None of us expected our old comrade in arms to become a murderous monster after all these years. Ma Wenji poured this bucket of filth over Tang Zhong without a moment's hesitation. Chapter 13, Evidence? I have it. Punish Ma Wenji severely. What? The senior officers were stunned one after another, all turning to look at their old comrade. Their expressions betrayed utter disbelief. Tang Zhong clenched his fists, eyes blazing with fury. He never imagined this bastard could sink so low. It's clear you colluded with Li Youtian. Using Li Youtian to traffic people. Especially innocent girls. Defiling and abusing them. Then using them as organ donors, selling them to illegal black market organ dealers. You're an unprincipled official. You know the law yet break it. You're a scourge on this land. Tang Zhong's voice rang out with conviction, each word cutting into Ma Wenji like a knife. Panic seized him. He fumbled for words to defend himself, stammering only, "You're lying. You're making baseless accusations. You have no evidence." "Evidence? We have it." Xing Cheng stepped forward, blocking Tang Zhong. You can't just make things up. You'll be held legally responsible for lying." Ma Wenji frantically tugged at Xing Cheng, but his slight frame couldn't budge the seasoned detective. Xing Cheng instructed his men to bring Tang Yuqi and the other girls inside. "Comrades, these are our senior officers. If you have any grievances, please speak freely." Xing Cheng led Tang Yuqi and her group before several senior commanders. The moment she saw the military uniforms, Tang Yuqi burst into tears. "Ma Wenji, he's a bastard." With Tang Yuqi leading the way, the other girls began wailing in turn, "Those 3 bastards raped me. They even said they'd sell me abroad." Another added, "They beat me, now I limp when I walk. They threatened to kill my entire family if I didn't obey." One by one, the girls recounted their grievances, each story tinged with blood and tears. The veteran commanders' faces darkened with each new accusation. "The mayor of this town, how could he do such a thing?" Xiao Shuashan glared, his expression as fierce as an enraged gorilla. Ma Wenji's legs buckled, and he plopped down onto the nearby office chair. "Oomph! You dare frame a veteran soldier? How dare you?" Guan Yunha kicked him hard, sending the chair flying. Ma Wenji landed with a thud on the floor. I didn't. Ma Wenji stammered incoherently, clutching Fang Gu's thigh in sheer panic. Fang Gu kicked him away in disgust. "Look at the badge on your own chest." Gu Changru spat in disgust. "You've betrayed the people and the nation. You bastard." Lu Haiqian's cane thumped loudly on the floor. Current viewers, 14,567, 14,876, rapidly rising. Is the plot twist coming? I really want to see these old heroes beat the crap out of Ma Wenji. A beating would be too lenient for him. A guy like that deserves to die 10,000 times over. Honestly, if assault weren't illegal, those veterans would have already taken him down. Absolutely. They're battle-hardened veterans. During this period, Xing Cheng had been tirelessly investigating. Though obstacles arose at every turn, he feared neither hardship nor exhaustion, determined to uncover the truth just as his mentor had taught him years ago. Upon encountering Tang Yuqi and the other girls, Xing Cheng immediately organized technical experts and hospital professionals to collect bodily fluids, tissue samples, and injury evidence for preservation. Using bodily fluids and fingerprints collected from the victims, they cross-referenced the evidence against Ma Wenji, Li Youtian, Li Hongwei, and their gang, confirming the identity of every suspect involved in the crimes. Simultaneously, a thorough investigation of the crime scene at Li Youtian's residence by the technical division confirmed the factual evidence that these girls had been imprisoned, abused, and beaten at the Li residence. Although these findings had not yet been compiled into a formal report, they were documented as internal intelligence in Xing Cheng's case investigation records. When he presented the investigation records to the senior commanders, they could no longer sit still. Veins bulged on their foreheads. Their eyes blazed like they were staring at enemies. Their murderous intent converged entirely on Ma Wenji. Shirley stepped before Ma Wenji, his face twisted with contempt. "Speak. Who is your superior?" Speak. It's Qin Hai. Director Qin. Good. I'll call headquarters right now." At the same time, Xiao Shuashan dialed his own phone. "Hello? Municipal Bureau? This is Xiao Shuashan. Effective immediately, Ma Wenji is suspended pending investigation." Fang Gu, on the other end, called the Commission for Discipline Inspection, thoroughly investigate Ma Wenji and all relevant personnel. Root out the corrupt elements decisively. Dismiss all involved personnel. Ma Wenji was stunned. How could he have imagined that this old man, 1 foot already in the grave, had such immense power behind him? He tried to beg for mercy, but his body went limp. His eyes rolled back and he collapsed unconscious. This scum got off easy. Xiao Shuashan finally couldn't resist kicking Ma Wenji. "Master, your wrongs will be righted by your disciple." With Xing Cheng's evidence and the diligent work of other detectives, the complete chain of evidence ensured Ma Wenji's dismissal order would be swiftly enforced. The disciplinary commission would easily uncover the web of corrupt connections behind Ma Wen. The speed at which the group of parasites led by Ma Wenji would be taken down would be remarkably swift. "Old squad leader, how could you have suffered so much?" After Xing Cheng dragged away the unconscious Ma Wenji, Lu Haiqian finally broke down, sobbing into Tang Zhong's arms. But Tang Zhong didn't mind. He just smiled and said, "Lure, you're still such a crybaby, just like a slug, sticky and clingy." These were all memories from their time together. Lu Haiqian wept and laughed at the same time, snot bubbles forming like a child's. "I really miss our days on the battlefield." Shirley sighed. "Too bad so many of our brothers won't be able to see it. Since we have this chance to meet today, why don't we gather together?" Xiao Shuashan's mood lifted. "I'll have the orderly find a place. It'll be a proper welcome back for our old squad leader." Fang Gu couldn't stop grinning. But Tang Zhong knew that although this matter was concluded, his time was running out. The system had granted him limited time. He must trigger the next peak value as soon as possible. So far, the plot twists had delivered ample thrills. Tang Zhong racked his brain, desperately trying to figure out what he could do to make the viewership numbers skyrocket again. Lost in these thoughts, Tang ate his meal absent-mindedly. At the table, the old comrades exchanged updates on their lives. Li Youtian remarked enviously, "Old Sergeant's physique is still the strongest." Exactly. He's getting on in years, yet he's still so solid. Look at those muscles. Shirley reached out to pinch them playfully. Gu Changru leaned in and quipped, "Back in the day when we couldn't even get enough to eat, the old squad leader's muscles were just as solid. That's what you call natural talent." Ha 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 ha. That's exactly right. Laughter rippled through the room as the conversation circled back to the battles and heroic deeds of years past. Current viewers, 14,809, 14,965. Who knew there were so many untold stories from the battlefield back then? You have to hear the old heroes tell the stories you won't find in books. Ma Wenji has fallen from his horse, and old Master Tang Zhong has made an appearance. Is this the grand finale? Yeah, guess it's a happy ending? I agree, time to move on to a new show. If anyone knows any awesome, mind-blowing shows, please recommend them. Isn't this show thrilling and epic enough? But it's almost over. Viewership is starting to enter a slow growth phase. If this keeps up, my lifespan will be depleted. Tang Zhong grew anxious. The system's mission was to keep this TV series running indefinitely, so he had to come up with unexpected yet compelling plot twists that viewers would crave. Right now, there's only one possibility for such a plot twist. Old comrades, do you still want to return to the battlefield? Hell yeah! To defend our homeland. Fight the devils. Whether they're foreign devils or any kind of devils. To join forces with my old comrades once more. I'd die without regret. Tang Zhong nodded. I want to too. Even at my age, my bones are still strong enough to serve the country. So I've decided. Chapter 14, Unfinished Past, Uncovering Truths triggers new storylines. I've decided to do one last thing for society while my old bones still have strength, to make use of what little I have left. As Tang Zhong spoke these words, tears welled in his eyes. He longed for the days of fighting alongside these brothers in arms on the battlefield. He also missed the youthful vigor of carving out a kingdom with his own blood and sweat. More importantly, the plot must advance. Alright, let's get to work. First, we need to restore your reputation. Shirley acted fastest, contacting a reporter friend at a national news network and instructing him to immediately arrange a report restoring the old hero's reputation. Fang Gu, meanwhile, made a call to the provincial authorities, demanding action against Ma Wenji's serious criminal conduct. In cases of particularly serious circumstances, a province-wide notification shall be issued. The public must know that their old hero is innocent. Li Youtian even called several friends in the media industry. From a public opinion perspective, they wrote several emotionally charged posts and produced video reports, ensuring the entire nation learned of this incident. With their collective efforts, the story of Tang Zhong, this veteran hero, soon spread across the nation. Everyone understood that Tang Zhong was innocent. Ma Wenji was the despicable traitor with a heart of stone. For a time, national coverage was dominated by stories about Tang Zhong. Journalists lined up for scheduled interviews, some chronicling Tang Zhong's past combat exploits, others highlighting the comradeship among the veteran commanders. Most, however, rallied behind Tang Zhong, hailing him as a true lone hero who risked his life to rescue his granddaughter. In the internet age, information spread faster than anyone could have imagined. Within just 2 days, every government department had received urgent public opinion alerts. The entire nation demanded severe punishment for Ma Wenji, and more importantly, for the vested interests and corrupt networks behind him. All must be thoroughly investigated, exposed, and punished to the fullest extent. Only then could the public be reassured and the veteran hero not be disheartened. Such posts and reports flooded in, reaching even several retired senior commanders. For the past few days, Tang Zhong had been staying in a room at the city's guest house, arranged by them. Now, several of his old comrades in arms had also arrived at the room of their elder brother, Tang Zhong. This time, their purpose was clear. "Brother, come back to the capital with us," Shirley urged, clasping Tang Zhong's aged hand. Those scars on his hand were left from saving Shirley all those years ago. "Yeah, big brother, you've endured so many years of hardship. It's time you came to be with us," Xiao Shuishan insisted, taking Tang Zhong's arm more forcefully, ready to lead him away. Tang Zhong smiled and waved his hand. Before he could speak, Li Youtian stepped forward. "Brother, I might leave this world before you do. Can't you come to the capital and enjoy a few days of comfort?" Tang Zhong understood his own declining health. It was getting worse by the day. But he still had his own plans. "There are still matters weighing on my mind." "I know. Your son and daughter-in-law died for the country. You're worried about your granddaughter." Gu Changru patted his chest in assurance. "Rest easy. Leave it to me. I'll see to it she gets into the finest school." Guan Yunha and Shirley also repeatedly urged him, insisting Tang Zhong must come to the capital to enjoy a peaceful retirement. But Tang Zhong scanned the group. He firmly declined. "No, thank you. I know you all care deeply for me, treating me like a brother even more than my own. I appreciate your kindness. Guan Yunha suddenly grew impatient, slamming his fist on the table and bellowing, I'll drag you there by force if I have to. If all else fails, I'll knock you out and carry you away. Tang Zhong laughed heartily. Little Guan, you're still so impatient. Wait until I finish speaking. Seeing Tang Zhong had something to say, the others sat back down. Sigh. Actually, what I need to do is connected to this case. Tang Zhong's expression grew somber as he recalled his son and daughter-in-law who had passed away prematurely. He had no regrets about their sacrifice for the country, and he had devoted himself to raising his granddaughter. My son and daughter-in-law both died in the line of duty. They died honorably. But the tragedy is that their bodies were never found. A trail of cloudy tears rolled down Tang Zhong's face. Every year, I take Xiao Ru to pay respects at their symbolic graves. Tang Zhong wiped his face. I recall that many years ago, outsiders came looking for Li Youtian. My son mentioned it, suspecting Li Youtian was involved in some illegal transactions. My daughter-in-law investigated and said Li Youtian's money was tainted. She suspected he was laundering drug money. He had ongoing connections with drug traffickers. The matter of Tang Zhong's son and daughter-in-law. The old comrades in arms all knew about it. They sighed, the kids are all good kids. We old men can't back down either. We must get to the bottom of this. Yes, that's exactly how I feel. I don't have many days left. This is my final wish. As Tang Zhong rose to his feet and bowed, his comrades rushed to steady him. But he insisted, clasping his fists, my dear brothers, you're all distinguished commanders now. I have just one request, help me see if there are any other clues. I beg you. Of course, they wouldn't refuse. They immediately agreed. Viewers, 15,108 15,365. Who understands? I'm crying like a dog right now. So moving. All drug dealers deserve to die. After all these years, could there really still be clues? Surely there must be. This is a major case, there should be at least some investigative records or something. So scared it'll end tragically. They absolutely must solve this while Uncle Zhong is still alive. Uncle Zhong is the protagonist, he needs that hero aura now. Hero aura? His son and daughter-in-law sacrificed their lives. I bet families like this exist in real life. It's so heartbreaking. I really admire them. Before long, the information gathered by the group came back. The findings largely matched the original investigation. Specific details aligned perfectly with the old case files. Xing Chang had already helped gather this information. I do have a lead here. Guan Yunha lit a cigarette but didn't take a drag, holding it between his fingers as he pondered. Tang Zhong knew he was worried about him. Don't worry. I just want the truth. Giving a nod, Guan Yunha stubbed out his cigarette. There's a young man named Zhou Xinming. He might have what you're looking for. But you'll have to approach him yourself. Tang Zhong understood that Guan Yunha sharing this information was already crossing boundaries. This could be classified internal information. So he clasped Guan Yunha's hand tightly, saying nothing. Silence spoke volumes. Tears welled up in the eyes of the old comrades in arms. Viewers, 15,470 15,489. Triggered new plot point. System prompt, host, please contact Zhou Xinming. Mission, locate Zhou Xinming. Reward, obtain crucial clues regarding the murder of his son and daughter-in-law. Hint, Zhou Xinming is currently in Nanyun province. Identity, undercover police officer. What a coincidence, the system also wants me to find Zhou Xinming. Looks like this trip to Nanyun province is a done deal. But before that, Tang Zhong decided to return to Tangjia village first to properly bid farewell to Tang Xingbang and Xiao Ru. After all, once he left, he didn't know if he'd ever return. Chapter 15, Farewell, fulfilling his heart's desire. Tang Zhong insisted on taking his own car back. But Xiao Shuashan insisted, and together with Guan Yunha, they practically shoved him into their car. There was simply no other way. Tang Zhong finally agreed to be driven back to Tangjia village. The younger brothers, having work commitments, returned to the capital first. But as they watched Tang Zhong's retreating figure just before departure, each silently vowed, we must help our elder brother uncover the truth of what happened all those years ago. We cannot let the narcotics officer's sacrifice be in vain. Upon returning to Tangjia village, Tang Zhong immediately spotted Tang Xingbang waiting at the village entrance. It turned out Xiao Shuashan had arranged this meeting in advance. Brother Zhong, you're back. Tang Xingbang hurried over and embraced Tang Zhong tightly. Tang Zhong felt a bit awkward, it seemed strange for two old farmers to be hugging like this. But he understood this was Tang Xingbang genuinely worried for him. Alright. I'm fine. I'm back now. You're perfectly fine. Tang Xingbang's hands trembled as he patted Tang Zhong. Pointing toward home, he said, Brother, we've got everything arranged. We've been waiting for you at home. What arrangements? Tang Zhong asked, puzzled. But Tang Xingbang said nothing, only pulling Tang Zhong toward home. Before they even reached the doorstep, Tang Zhong saw a bustling crowd gathering. The entire village of Tangjia had gathered at his doorstep. Parked outside his simple 3-room tile-roofed house were several large vehicles. Another person arrived carrying a massive plaque reading Home of Heroes, intending to hang it on his door. The small concrete courtyard was filled with banners sent by various organizations. When he was laid to rest in his coffin, no one dared to come see him off, yet now countless floral wreaths had arrived. "Welcome home, old hero." The crowd erupted in thunderous cheers upon seeing Tang Zhong's return. "What's going on?" Tang Zhong was utterly bewildered. How had this old man suddenly become so popular? Tang Minqing's hearing was poor, but his eyesight was still sharp enough to spot Tang Zhong's return. He stepped forward to greet him, shouting, "Brother! News has come from the capital's leaders. Everyone now knows you're a great hero." Tang Zhong frowned. "Why all this fuss? Stop it. It's a waste of resources and troubles the people. He just wanted to live an ordinary life." "Grandpa!" Tang Xiaoru's clear voice rang out from inside the house. Like a little butterfly, she fluttered toward him, tears streaming down her face, and threw herself into Tang Zhong's arms. In Tang Zhong's eyes, no matter how old his granddaughter grew, she was still just a lively, adorable little thing who loved to cry. Now, as he stroked her hair in his arms, Tang Zhong felt his eyes grow warm. "I'm back, Grandpa's back. Xiao Ru is back too. We're all home now." Mr. Tang silently vowed to himself he would bring his son and daughter-in-law home too. Even if it meant burying their remains, he would give them a proper burial. Only then could it truly be called a family reunion. Once inside the gate, Tang Zhong motioned for the onlookers to disperse quickly. "Old hero, we'll come visit you another day." A middle-aged man with glasses and an intellectual air. "I am the president of West City University. I am willing to offer Tang Xiaoru a special admission spot to study at our university. I'm the president of West City University. I'd like to offer Tang Xiaoru a special admission spot to study at our university." University. This was the most joyful news Tang Zhong could receive. "Xiaoru, would you like to go?" Tang Zhong wasn't an overbearing man, he deeply respected his granddaughter's wishes. Before Tang Xiaoru could answer, another woman in a skirt suit chimed in from the side. No. We at East City University of Science and Technology are also interested. Please consider us." Tang Xiaoru shyly hugged her grandfather. Her eyes fluttered. It showed she had already made up her mind. Tang Zhong had raised Tang Xiaoru single-handedly. He knew his granddaughter well. "Xiaoru, if you have any thoughts, speak up." Tang Xiaoru first bowed politely to everyone. "Thank you all for coming to see my grandfather today and for giving me the chance to go to university. But..." She paused, glancing at Tang Zhong once more. "I want to join the military." Viewers, 15,512, 15,579. Holy cow, the descendants of heroes are heroes too. She's joining the military? With that petite frame, surely not as an artistic soldier? What are you talking about? Everyone who joins the military is a hero. Stop judging by appearances. Xiao Ru has the spirit of a true soldier. But her parents both died in service and she still joined the army? You have no idea how many families dedicate generations to service. Our peaceful lives today are built on those who charge into battle ahead of us. But I still think going to college is better. Hope the writers stop tormenting Tang Xiaoru. Tang Zhong hadn't realized Xiaoru harbored such a wish. Though she'd known since childhood that those who sacrifice themselves for country and people are true heroes. But Tang Xiaoru had always said she wanted to study hard and work diligently so her grandfather could live a happy life. Tang Xiaoru looked at Tang Zhong. She smiled and said, "Grandpa, I know you want me to study. I can still attend military academy after joining the army. I want to enlist." All right. Tang Zhong said little else. Truthfully, he couldn't bear it. He truly couldn't bear it. She was his only remaining family. But he was also deeply gratified. Not a single coward in the entire family. Oh my, I'm late. So many leaders here, please, take a seat." The warm scene was interrupted by a sleazy voice. It was Tang Wanghua, the deputy village chief of Tangjia village. Though he usually despised Tang Zhong, now he wore a fawning smile. He was a cowardly fellow who had never participated in Li Youtian's gang's criminal activities. But he had no shortage of bullying the weak and fearing the strong in his daily life. Tang Zhong's expression darkened the moment he saw him. "Tang Wanghua, what brings you here?" Tang Daxiang immediately blocked his path, worried that he might be here to stir trouble. Tang Wanghua hurriedly clasped his hands in a bow. "I've come to visit the old hero. Our village will take good care of him from now on. We won't let the commander worry." General Tang understood immediately. His younger brothers had already made arrangements with the schools, government agencies, and the township. All right, everyone disperse." Tang Xingbang stepped forward to help send them off. This gave Tang Zhong and Tang Xiaoru, grandfather and granddaughter, a chance to have a heart-to-heart talk. With no outsiders present, Tang Zhong asked Tang Xiaoru, "Child, tell Grandpa, do you truly want to enlist?" She nodded vigorously. "Yes. Actually, I've always wanted to join the army. I didn't dare tell Grandpa because I was afraid it would upset you. Tang Zhong's eyes stung with emotion. You always put this old man first. You need to think about yourself. Tang Xiaoru chuckled softly again. Grandpa, you're my only grandpa. Of course I have to think about you. I want Grandpa to live a happy life. Then she paused again. Tang Xiaoru gazed at her parents' photo on the wall. When I join the army, I can go to military academy. Then I can catch bad guys just like Grandpa and Mom and Dad. Tang Zhong looked at her with a pained expression. He couldn't help but think to himself. Chapter 16, Grandpa might be away for a while. This seemingly delicate child, Tang Xiaoru, always possessed a heart that was both tender and resilient. Only now did Tang Zhong truly understand. This girl had worked so hard before precisely because she wanted to earn more money sooner. She wanted to give her family a better life. What a remarkable child. Xiaoru, if you want to join the military, Grandpa supports you. Go ahead. Tang Zhong thought this was for the best. Joining the army would give Xiaoru the discipline and care of military life. Then I won't have to worry about you anymore. He told Xiaoru, child, Grandpa has come back this time to say goodbye to you. Grandpa might be away for a while. Xiaoru didn't understand. Her grandfather, who had always lived in Tangjia village, suddenly wanted to leave. She felt uneasy. Grandpa, where are you going? Can I call you? Tang Zhong stroked Xiaoru's head with his scarred, calloused hand. Just like when she was little. He smoothed her stray strands of hair and wiped the sweat from her forehead. Grandpa has to settle something. I'm going to find your parents' whereabouts. Sighing, he said, Grandpa's one foot is already in the coffin. Your parents' case is the unresolved matter of my life. Now that you're joining the army, entrusting you to the military, I can finally set my mind at ease and investigate this matter thoroughly. Upon hearing this, Tang Xiaoru immediately insisted on going with him. But Tang Zhong waved her off. There are greater things awaiting you. Your future shouldn't be shackled by the past. Viewers, 15,602 17,933 explosion. I'm crying my eyes out. This is what a hero's family looks like. Missing my grandpa. He raised me too. I worked just to earn money for him. I get it. My grandpa was the same scrimping and saving to buy me treats. Your grandpas are so kind. I never met mine, he died on the battlefield. The writers suddenly got a conscience. This is the kind of plot that makes it compelling. I knew Tang Xiaoru was a hero's child, no way she'd be a coward. Ding. Detected an emotional farewell scene. Viewer count skyrocketing. Rewarding host with 3 extra days of life. Tang Zhong was startled. So farewell scenes could boost numbers this fast? Afterward, Tang Zhong and Tang Xiaoru shared their final meal at home together. He had already decided to buy a ticket to Nanyun province the next day. This journey held an uncertain future. From now on, the only way to stay in touch with Xiaoru would be by phone. Grandpa, don't worry. Xiaoru will be just fine. When Tang Xiaoru smiled, she was as sweet as a candy core apple. Tang Zhong nodded. He had already asked Xiao Shueshan's driver to return and inform his younger brothers of the situation. Throughout his life, Tang Zhong had never asked anyone for favors. But now, for Xiaoru's sake, he had to ask his younger brothers to please take good care of her. The next day, Tang Zhong packed a simple bag and boarded the train bound for Nanyun province. Nanyun province, this gateway province, boasted breathtaking scenery. Rich in natural resources, it also had a crime rate that was truly alarming. Drug trafficking accounted for the majority of these crimes. This was not Nanyun province's fault, but a historical legacy. Foreign criminal networks have forced Nanyun citizens to live in constant vigilance. Tang Zhong's son and daughter-in-law once participated in Nanyun's anti-drug initiative. At the time, they both remarked that everyone here possesses a strong anti-drug consciousness. Yet evil criminals would still find every opportunity to commit crimes. Upon arriving at Yuqing railway station in Nanyun province, Tang Zhong clutched an address in his hand. Nanyun University, Yuqing City, Nanyun province. Logistics Management, College of Chemical Engineering. Zhou Yuming. This was Zhou Yuming's undercover identity. Carrying only a small bag, Tang Zhong walked toward the university entrance. Hey, wait up, you old man over there. What are you doing? Tang Zhong was stopped by the security guard at the campus entrance. After all, Tang Zhong clearly looked like a country bumpkin, completely out of place at a university like this. Hello, comrade. I'm here to see Zhou Yuming from the Chemical Engineering Department. Tang Zhong explained with a smile, I'm visiting from his hometown. The security guard frowned. Oh, so you're from Zhou Yuming's hometown. Haven't you heard he's gone missing? Missing? Tang Zhong's heart sank. But he didn't show it. I know. I heard about it. Not sure what happened. My hometown sent me to ask about the situation. The security guard scrutinized Tang Zhong from head to toe and muttered under his breath, his parents didn't come. What can an old man like you possibly do? Still, he registered Tang Zhong and directed him to the Chemical Engineering College to find An Chen, the dormitory manager. upon seeing Tang Zhong. And was unusually warm. You're from teacher Zhou's hometown? Didn't he go back? What exactly happened? Tang Zhong only said he didn't know either, that he'd come because he couldn't get in touch with him. Aunt Chen responded with great consideration, well then, teacher Zhou's dorm room is empty. You're from the countryside and must have nowhere to stay. You can stay in teacher Zhou's dorm for now. This building is full of young, single teachers. They're easy to get along with. Seeing how easygoing Aunt Chen was, he began asking her questions. Comrade, may I ask when he went missing? He lived in the dorm building, you must have seen him every day, right? Before long, Aunt Chen had told Tang Zhong everything she knew about Zhou Yuming. She thought Tang Zhong was a distant uncle from Zhou Yuming's hometown. Since he was working in Nanyun province, which was nearby, he had come to visit. She had no idea what Zhou Yuming was doing now. Having worked her way up from the countryside herself, Aunt Chen understood perfectly. Plus, Tang Zhong seemed honest and upright, so she told him everything she knew. She only mentioned that Zhou Yuming hadn't shown up for work in a week. He worked in logistics management at the Chemical Engineering Institute, primarily handling the procurement of chemical raw materials. This meant he sometimes traveled for work and didn't stay on campus every day. When he failed to show up for work this past week, everyone assumed he was on another business trip. It wasn't until 4 days ago that the institute noticed he hadn't shown up for his shift. When they tried to contact him, his phone was turned off. That's when they rushed to report it to the police. After the report, police investigated his whereabouts and discovered his phone last showed activity near the border. Combined with Zhou Yuming's travel ticket purchase records for an overseas trip, authorities suspect he has left the country. Since he was an adult, the police could only conduct a limited investigation and couldn't issue nationwide missing person posters like they would for minors. The school has exhausted all possible measures, including contacting his hometown. But his hometown had yet to respond to any messages. In daily life, Zhou Yuming was easygoing and got along well with everyone. Auntie Chen, the dorm supervisor, often received gifts from him. Unlike other teachers, however, Zhou Yuming's entire social circle seemed confined to the school. He did not date, and friends never visited him. His life was remarkably simple. Tang Zhong had a rough grasp of this undercover cop's identity. He himself was a seasoned veteran, and both his son and daughter-in-law had worked undercover. He understood that such undercover identities must never be revealed carelessly. Even if Zhou Yuming went missing, other officers wouldn't learn of his undercover status. Chapter 17, I'm 100 years old, having some skills is only natural. With Aunt Chen's assistance, Tang Zhong could smoothly enter Zhou Yuming's dormitory. The place had already been searched by the police. No clues regarding Zhou Yuming's whereabouts were found. Tang Zhong thanked Aunt Chen. After she closed the door, he began to look around Zhou Yuming's dorm room. It was a standard single-occupancy dorm room. It had a private bathroom but no kitchen. A bed, a desk, and a wardrobe that was all the furniture. Zhou Yuming didn't own many personal items, and his clothing style was clearly simple and unadorned. His wardrobe consisted of black, white, and gray basics. His shoes were ordinary sneakers, with an additional pair of leather shoes reserved for pairing with suits. His desk holds books related to chemical engineering, with no unnecessary knickknacks. His laptop remains on the desk. Viewers, 15,656, 15,661. Entering critical plot scene, triggering side quest, search for traces of Zhou Yuming's undercover work and uncover clues to his disappearance. Quest reward, acquire the God tier hacker skill. God tier hacker, the host will master the world's most advanced hacking techniques. Capable of penetrating and bypassing all electronic defenses. Even assuming others' identities. Cracking human hearts. Tang Zhong was speechless. Indeed. Within the story's framework, he was a nearly century-old man. Not only was his physical strength limited, his understanding and mastery of modern technology were even more limited. Zhou Yuming's laptop sat right there on the table, yet he lacked the skills to unlock it. This system side quest was truly timely and considerate. Tang Zhong immediately began searching through Zhou Yuming's dorm room. Zhou Yuming kept his belongings very tidy. His storage was also highly organized. So it didn't take long for Tang Zhong to spot something unusual on his bookshelf. It was a handwritten notebook with a work log cover. It appeared to be a notebook issued uniformly by the school. Flipping through the pages, it appeared to contain only routine procurement records. Zhou Yuming was responsible for procuring reagents for the lab, and most of these entries detailed the date, supplier, and quantity of chemicals purchased. In theory, such matters should be centrally managed. Moreover, most universities today have implemented electronic management systems. Handwritten records shouldn't exist, and if they did, they certainly shouldn't be found in a dorm room. Sure enough, after flipping through a few pages, drawing on his past experience in cracking enemy intelligence codes, he identified patterns within the notes. One procurement entry stood out as peculiar. It was for laboratory consumables, yet Zhou Yuming was always the one to receive the deliveries. The deliveries weren't made by a logistics company, but by trucks hired by the supplier. The incoming supplies were always received and stored by a certain director Li from the lab. This was supposed to be Zhou Yuming's routine task. After being put into storage, the supplies were being used up faster than expected. There's something fishy about this purchase. Looks like it's this guy. He's the problem. Director Li, whose full name is Li Fuhai, serves as the director of the Laboratory Management Office at the School of Chemical Engineering. He was formerly a professor at the School of Chemical Engineering. Transferred to the Logistics Department due to dereliction of duty. Flipping through a few pages, Zhou Yuming's investigation file on Li Fuhai was tucked inside. Zhou Yuming had added a note beside it. Li Fuhai's dereliction of duty case was actually one of corruption, involving the enslavement, molestation, and rape of students under threat. After internal handling, he was removed from frontline teaching duties under the pretext of dereliction of duty. What a scumbag! Tang Zhong was furious. But does this count as completing the task? The system remained silent. It seemed the clues weren't complete yet. Tang Zhong bent down again. In the otherwise spotless dorm room, only a pair of muddy boots stood out as the dirtiest item. Tang Zhong pulled the boots out from under the bed and recognized them instantly as combat boots. The mud clinging to them contained crushed leaves. These leaves, they're cattails, usually found near water. Tang Zhong muttered to himself, or rather, to the audience. He then sniffed the soil on the boots. It has a fishy smell. All signs point to someone who's been to a fish pond. Unfortunately, Nanyun province had an extensive water system, and fish ponds weren't exactly rare. Tang Zhong noticed a stone lodged in the sole of his boot. He pried it out and examined it closely. This is copper ore? This meant he had visited a place with copper ore deposits, fish ponds, and cattails. Then Tang Zhong discovered a train ticket in Zhou Yuming's drawer. The date on the ticket was today. The destination was a place called Red Mountain. Viewers, 15,673 15,690. Congratulations, host, on completing the side quest. Host has acquired the God-tier hacker skill. At the same time, a voiceover echoed through the narrative. During his military service, Tang Zhong served as a communications soldier. After retiring from active duty, he mastered various modern skills, acquiring reconnaissance capabilities for the digital age. Though this plot twist felt a bit abrupt, it was still better than staring at a computer screen like he was holding a brick, right? Mr. Tang opened his computer. Unsurprisingly, it prompted for a password. He rummaged through the books on his desk but found no source of numbers. Just as he was about to try random combinations, the God-tier hacker skill activated automatically, initiating decryption. The screen instantly displayed the police badge number from the file 016325. He entered it and tried success. Neatly arranged folders filled the desktop, but most contained only school-related work. Tang Zhong didn't blindly experiment. His fingers danced across the keyboard, cracking the laptop's security while simultaneously. He was also decoding the mystery of Zhou Yuming. He stared at the desktop. Zhou Yuming, as a competent police officer, you would have left possible clues behind regarding your sudden disappearance. Old man, I don't really want to crack your secrets either, but under these circumstances, I have no choice. As an undercover narcotics officer, carried top-tier computer security measures. Unfortunately, they proved utterly useless against Tang Zhong's God-tier hacker skills. Then, Tang Zhong spotted a folder named Travel Notes. Opening the folder, he indeed found numerous photos inside. Some were already encrypted, which Tang Zhong couldn't decrypt for the time being. However, the rest could be opened directly. The images showed a slightly balding man holding a package wrapped in brown paper, stuffing it into the leather bag he was carrying. Across from him stood a burly man sporting a thick gold chain. There were many similar photos, each showing the same man across from him, with the balding man always stuffing a package into his own bag. Finally, Tang Zhong found one photo taken from a different angle. Vaguely visible, the bald man was handing a black plastic bag to the man with the gold chain, his expression visibly tense. Piecing these images together, there was no doubt this was a transaction in progress. Zhou Yuming must have uncovered some evidence. Next, Tang Zhong spotted a resume belonging to Li Fuhai. Judging by the photo on the resume, the bald man was indeed Li Fuhai. Chapter 18, Scum Worse Than Animals, Deserving of Death. Tang Zhong studied it intently. In the remaining photos, the man with the gold chain took the package and then walked into a bar. Huatian bar? Tang Zhong furrowed his brow slightly, a vague suspicion forming in his mind. But to confirm his suspicions, he'd have to go to the scene himself. Li Fuhai, I'll see what tricks you've been playing. Without hesitation, Tang Zhong immediately set off for the bar. Located on the commercial street in the western part of the city, the bar was no short distance away. By the time he arrived, night had already fallen. Surveying the neon lights and bustling crowds before him, Tang Zhong took a deep breath and prepared to step inside. Hold it right there. What's an old man like you doing in a bar? The bouncer at the door glared at him, his eyes filled with suspicion. After all, such a decrepit old man was indeed highly suspicious. Hearing this, Tang Zhong paused, deliberately adopting a lecherous expression as he whispered. Can't sleep tonight, so I came looking for some fun. Is that so strange? Ha 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 ha. The bouncer burst into laughter, gave him a knowing look, and waved him through. Tang Zhong smoothly entered the bar. Over 100 booths were bathed in neon pink light, and the main hall alone was packed to the rafters. Several dancers performed a fiery routine on stage, while countless young people below screamed hoarsely, their faces flushed with an eerie glow. Tang Zhong scanned the room, his nostrils flaring as his brow furrowed. Beyond the bar's characteristic stench of alcohol and decay, he distinctly caught the scent of medicine. Following the scent, he traced it to several booths. 7 or 8 young men with dyed blonde hair sat there, each with a flushed face and a strange grin on their lips. One of them flipped open his palm, revealing several pale yellow pills, and eagerly beckoned the others. More. One pill isn't enough. I just got a bunch from Tiger Brother. Tonight, we're gonna party hard, brothers. His words drew cheers from his companions. Tang Zhong glanced around and noticed many other patrons in the bar were also taking the same pills. Recalling the earlier transaction between the wealthy Li and the gold chain-wearing thug, he had his answer. Li Fuhai must have illegally sold some kind of banned drug to that gold chain-wearing thug. Let me go. Just as Tang Zhong was pondering, a shrill scream pierced the air. Snapping back to attention, he saw the gang of yellow-haired thugs had dragged a young girl from somewhere. She looked barely 20, a pure young maiden through and through. Zhang Yuegue, stop ing pretending to be pure. Brother who told me straight up you're just Boss Li's little mistress, a piece of trash anyone can ride. Stop pretending. The yellow-haired thug grew increasingly excited as he grabbed Zhang Yuegue by the collar. He swallowed a pill, then let out a savage, arrogant laugh. Hold this down. Little lady, this pill feels amazing. Just take it, and you'll get high as hell like us. The yellow-haired thug grew more and more excited as he spoke. Zhang Yuegue's limbs were pinned down, her blouse torn apart across her chest. Such a beastly scene made Tang Zhong seethe with rage. Even the spectators were filled with righteous indignation. Viewers, 15,690, 17,930. These bastards. This is outrageous. Yeah, she's just a young girl. Forcing a kiss and drugging her? Is there no law anymore? The comment stream erupted. Tang Zhong, seeing this, his gaze turned icy. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped forward. Stop right there. The yellow-haired thug froze at the command. Many in the bar turned to look, only to discover the voice belonged to an old man. They couldn't help but chuckle. Whose old man got lost and ended up in a bar? Hey, old man, this isn't the place for you. Watch out for your high blood pressure flaring up. The patrons joked, their eyes brimming with contempt. The yellow-haired thug, upon seeing Tang Zhong, wore an expression of utter contempt. Get the hell out of here. Try meddling again, and I'll beat the out of you. The other thugs chimed in. Boss, this old geezer probably can't hold his anyway, no need to beat him. Get lost, old fart. Stick to the shade and stop ing meddling. The thugs looked down on him with contempt. Zhang Yuegue, now restrained, lifted her head pitifully, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked at Tang Zhong. Seeing that look, Tang Zhong's heart clenched. Meanwhile, the yellow-haired thug, seeing Tang Zhong hadn't moved, grew even more brazen. He turned his head and forcefully pressed Zhang Yuegue's head down, immediately planting a kiss on her. Such a lewd act would have ignited the rage of any hot-blooded man witnessing it. You scum! Stop this immediately! Tang Zhong gritted his teeth and roared, rolling up his sleeves as he charged forward. The surrounding thugs, undeterred, rolled up their sleeves and stepped forward. Clumsy bastard! You old fool, don't you know when to quit? You're asking for it, aren't you? Fine, today I'll teach you a lesson. The patrons inside the bar, witnessing the commotion, all fled the premises. As the hall grew quiet, Tang Zhong finally got a clear look under the neon lights. Piles of pills, like small mountains, were scattered across the tables surrounding the bar. Some bar staff were even sorting and packaging them nearby. Behind the counter, a familiar-looking burly man with gold chains was counting money. So this whole time, this bar has been a drug dealer's criminal hideout. Tang Zhong gritted his teeth as anger surged through him. Now that he knew they were a nest of scum, Tang Zhong decided to hold nothing back. Zhang Yuegue was still being assaulted relentlessly, her blouse nearly torn to shreds. The yellow-haired thug cackled arrogantly, still trying to force the pills down her throat. The situation was critical. Tang Zhong couldn't wait any longer. Bang! Moving like lightning, Tang Zhong lunged toward the nearest thug. The thug was still cursing when a blurred figure flashed before his eyes, leaving him momentarily stunned. You scum worse than beasts, you deserve to die. His knuckles cracked as he clenched his fist, then slammed it brutally into the thug's face. In a single exchange, the thug's skull shattered, his body crashing to the ground. Swish! The entire scene fell deathly silent. Every thug sucked in a sharp breath, frozen in shock. The sound echoed, even causing the yellow-haired thug assaulting Zhang Yuegue to pause. But Tang Zhong clearly had no intention of stopping. His movements were ghostly swift, his fists sweeping through the air like a whirlwind. The battle had barely begun when it instantly turned into a one-sided slaughter. The thugs were utterly helpless. A dozen thugs were like ants before Tang Zhong crushed at his whim. The audience was completely stunned. Viewers 17,930 21,330. Did I see that right? A dozen thugs got completely crushed by the streamer. This is a centenarian? You've got to be kidding me. One by one, the thugs' bodies fell, leaving a river of blood flowing through the bar. The yellow-haired thug who had attacked Zhang Yuegui was utterly terrified, his face drained of all color. Staggering backward, he released his grip, all traces of his earlier arrogance and dominance vanished. Thud. 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 He dropped to his knees and banged his head 3 times on the ground before Tang Zhong. Don't kill me. Please don't kill me. I only sold some pills and collected protection money, that's all I did. Please forgive me, sir, just. The yellow-haired thug kept begging for mercy. But upon hearing this, Tang Zhong's eyes turned icy. That's all you've done? Scum like you only waste oxygen by breathing. With that, his fist slammed out with brutal force. Chapter 19, I'm waiting for something that isn't human. Behind the counter, the gold chain-wearing man who had been counting money scrambled to flee. Tang Zhong merely glanced at him, choosing not to pursue. This wasn't arrogance, but a calculated move to lure the snake out of its hole. Li Fuhai was his true target. Letting the man escape would draw out the mastermind behind it all. Casually picking up a pill from the floor and sniffing it, Tang Zhong's heart sank. This pill is dangerous. It contains multiple lethal chemical compounds and it's being sold openly. Tang Zhong's words were no exaggeration. Prolonged use of such pills was highly addictive, and their potent stimulant effects could severely damage the brain and cardiovascular system. Viewers 21,330 23,510. Wow, thank goodness the old man came to this bar, otherwise, this criminal den would have gone undetected. Exactly. If this bar had been allowed to operate, it would have harmed even more people. Getting rid of this menace is so satisfying to watch. The comments section erupted with applause. At that moment, Tang Zhong turned around and finally noticed Zhang Yuegui cowering in the corner. Her pretty face was deathly pale, her red lips tightly pressed together. The look in her eyes as she stared at Tang Zhong was pure terror. After witnessing the bloody scene moments ago, Zhang Yuegui had wanted to flee. But Li Fuhai had kept her confined to the bar. With no one to turn to in this entire city, where could she possibly go? Miss, are you alright? Tang Zhong crouched down to ask. At his words, Zhang Yuegui trembled and hastily waved her hands. I'm fine. Old man, you should leave quickly. These thugs are just small fry. Someone will probably get word and come over soon. I'm only saying this for your own good. Go now. Zhang Yuegui urged him away, her face twisted with terror. Hearing this, Tang Zhong raised an eyebrow slightly. His instincts told him there was more to her words than met the eye. Zhang Yuegui looked very young, about the same age as his own granddaughter. For a moment, Tang Zhong felt a pang of pity. Young lady, you needn't worry about me. My granddaughter is about your age. But why would she be working in a place like this? Where are your family? If there's anything you can't bring yourself to say, just tell me. I'll do my best to help you. Tang Zhong's tone was firm. At these words, Zhang Yuegui lifted her head, her beautiful eyes brimming with tears. After a moment of hesitation, she lowered her guard. She spoke slowly. Grandfather, I'm 19 years old and dropped out of school long ago. My parents only ever cared about my younger brother, completely ignoring me. They even took 90% of my monthly wages. Crystal clear tears rolled down her cheeks as Zhang Yuegui spoke with emotion. I can only do odd jobs at this bar every day. Even if I went back now, my parents would beat me to death. Hearing this, the audience grew even more furious. These parents are utterly despicable. Yeah, they spoil their son rotten but exploit their daughter to the extreme. They're not even human. They're clearly biased, it's blatant favoritism. Zhang Yuegui looked at the bodies scattered across the floor and couldn't help but worry. Grandpa, now that you've killed someone, if you don't run, you'll end up in jail. Don't worry about it. Tang Zhong smiled at her words, his expression calm and composed. I'm already 100 years old. A few old fools? Killing them is no big deal. Even if I go to jail, it won't be for long. Besides, they weren't really people anyway. Pulling his thoughts back, Tang Zhong got to the point. By the way, young lady, do you know a guy named Li Fuhai? The moment Li Fuhai's name was uttered, Zhang Yuegui's body suddenly trembled violently and she burst into uncontrollable sobs. Tears streamed down her face like rain on pear blossoms as she bit her lip until it bled. Of course I know him. That bastard tied me up like a sack of potatoes and made me suffer worse than death all night long. Even if I'm reduced to ashes, I'll never forget that. Oh? Hearing Zhang Yuegui's response, Tang Zhong's brows furrowed deeply. At that moment, Zhang Yuegui continued speaking. Actually, Li Fuhai is technically my husband. Back then, my parents struck a deal with Li Fuhai. They sold me to him for 2,000 yuan. 2,000 yuan to sell a virgin? Tang Zhong's heart clenched in pain for Zhang Yuegui. And Li Fuhai has several wives. He rotates them weekly to accompany him. Today is Sunday, so it should be the turn of his third wife, Lu Feng. That should be with her. Learning the truth, Tang Zhong was stunned. This Li Fuhai, by dealing in illegal drugs, he'd truly built himself a life of luxury. Rotating wives for weekly companionship? Shaking his head at the thought, Tang Zhong lit a cigarette. Taking a deep breath, he looked at the helpless Zhang Yuegui and pulled out all the cash he had on him. A total of 563 yuan, not a huge sum, but enough for a train ticket. Miss, take this money. Leave this city. Buy a ticket to some unfamiliar place and start over. This. Zhang Yuegui froze, hesitating for a long moment before taking the money. Seeing this, Tang Zhong added with a smile. Don't worry, young lady. There's nothing to fear. I'll clear every obstacle for you and take care of all your worries. Oh, and keep this phone number safe. Once you arrive, he'll arrange a job for you that can support yourself. Saying this, Tang Zhong handed her a string of numbers, his younger brothers. Taking the money and the number, Zhang Yuegui's eyes welled up. Nodding firmly, she couldn't help but ask. But Grandpa, what about you? Tang Zhong turned his back, smiling as he replied. I'm waiting for someone here. Oh, no, to be precise, I'm waiting for something not human to find me. Meanwhile, in a luxurious villa. In the second-floor bedroom, two figures rolled and twisted across the plush mattress. Baby, tonight I'm going to take you hard. Don't struggle later, let me show you some real pleasure. Stop it. A coy, girlish voice responded. Li Fuhai wore a lecherous grin as his hands roamed freely. Ding ding ding. Suddenly, his phone rang. Li Fuhai glared, impatiently answering the call. Spit it out. Stop interrupting my business. Brother Fuhai, someone's causing trouble at the bar. The big guy with the gold chain wailed on the other end. You wouldn't believe it, some old man just barged into the bar and took out over 10 of our guys. That bastard was so arrogant. If I hadn't run fast, I'd probably have. The man with the gold chain choked up mid-sentence. Li Fuhai froze, then his forehead veins bulged as he clenched his fists. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes as he spat venomously. Damn it! Daring to mess with my turf. He quickly pulled it out, pulled up his pants, slammed the door, and stormed out. His face dark and terrifying, he barked orders as he walked. Gather the brothers. Meet at the parking lot outside the bar. With that decisive command, Li Fuhai rushed back to the bar. As one of the leaders, Li Fuhai understood the gravity of the situation. If the higher-ups found out about this, once they started investigating, even Li Fuhai himself would be in trouble. Damn it, I'll see just who's got the guts to do this. Daring to cross me, Li Fuhai? They're asking for death. Chapter 20, you're saying you killed a narcotics officer? In an instant, the parking lot outside the bar swelled with a mob of thugs. Each one tattooed with dragons and tigers, broad-shouldered and thick-waisted, wielding machetes. This was clearly the work of organized crime. Li Fuhai finally arrived, storming toward the man with the gold chain. Where is he? Where's the troublemaker? Brother Fuhai, they're inside the bar. The man with the gold chain hurriedly pointed. Without hesitation, Li Fuhai swung his arm and led all his men into the bar. Who the hell dares cause trouble in my bar? Get your ass out here now, or I'll cut you to pieces. Li Fuhai roared, a cleaver gripped in one hand. The bar's main hall lay in utter chaos, littered with the bodies of thugs sprawled across the floor. A single glance only fueled Li Fuhai's rage further. Amidst the corpses, a solitary figure stood before the bar counter. Tang Zhong sat there calmly, exhaling a deep puff of smoke before raising his glass and swirling the liquor inside. Stop barking like a dog. Your grandpa's right here. His voice was cool as ice, and he glanced over with a faint, mocking smile. That single sentence instantly sent Li Fuhai into a rage. So it was you, you old bastard. You're old enough to be my grandfather, yet you dare cause trouble in my bar? You've beaten so many people to death, how many lives do you think you have left? Li Fuhai roared, his eyes locked on Tang Zhong. Behind him, Li Fuhai's henchmen raised their cleavers in unison. Boss, no need to waste breath on this old coffin stuffing fool. He killed so many of our brothers, we must grind his bones to dust. The cold gleam of the machetes sent shivers down the spines of the onlookers. Dozens of knife-wielding thugs, the scene screams organized crime. Can the old man handle them alone? This is intense. Who knew we'd get such a big scene? Countless spectators debated fiercely, some reveling in the spectacle, others worrying for Tang Zhong. Leisurely setting down his wine cup, Tang Zhong appraised Li Fuhai before him, speaking deliberately. Li Fuhai, I'm giving you one last chance. Surrender now, and you might die with dignity. Pulling back from the brink at this moment could spare you much suffering. Ha ha ha. Tang Zhong's warning was met with waves of laughter. The knife-wielding thugs doubled over with laughter, while Li Fuhai nearly choked on his own amusement. Old fool, you're being far too naive. Do you take me, Li Fuhai, for a fool? Surrender? What do you think you're doing? You're just a weak old man. What do you have to fight against all of us? Li Fuhai declared confidently. Clearly, he was convinced that with the dozens of henchmen he'd brought along, to take down this old man before him would be a piece of cake. Swish! No sooner had Li Fuhai finished speaking than Tang Zhong vanished from the bar counter. His figure shot forward like an arrow released from its string. Before anyone could react, Tang Zhong had already flashed forward, standing directly before Li Fuhai. Li Fuhai, I'll ask this only once. Where is Zhou Yuming? Thud. As the demand rang out, Tang Zhong's fist slammed into Li Fuhai's face, sending a mouthful of blood flying from his mouth. His stomach churned violently, and he couldn't control the acid-tinged vomit that surged up. The rest of the thugs were all stunned. They had all been on high alert. Yet despite their numbers, dozens of them, not a single one had seen the old man's move. Just how terrifyingly fast was Tang Zhong? The thugs were filled with shock and disbelief. Li Fuhai spat out several mouthfuls of acid, the pain instantly fueling his rage. Lifting his head, Li Fuhai let out a savage laugh. Zhou Yuming, you mean that damn narcotics cop? Let me tell you straight, that piece of trash is already dead. Li Fuhai grew more excited with each word, his eyes gleaming with a sickening ferocity. That narcotics cop? He'd been investigating my business all along, gathering a mountain of evidence. He deserved to die. I personally led my men to his place, kidnapped Zhou Yuming, and then skinned him alive in a basement. As Li Fuhai spoke, Zhou Yuming's fate was finally revealed. How brutal! Li Fuhai actually killed Zhou Yuming. To kill a narcotics cop? This Li Fuhai is utterly depraved. Sigh, good deeds go unrewarded. That bastard Li Fuhai will get what's coming to him. Clearly, even the audience was deeply shocked by the news of Zhou Yuming's death, unleashing a torrent of verbal attacks against Li Fuhai. As for Tang Zhong, the moment he heard Li Fuhai's response, his fists had already clenched tightly. His molars ground together with a buzzing sound as Tang Zhong's gaze sharpened like a blade. You're saying a narcotics officer died at your hands? Tang Zhong could no longer contain his murderous intent. Yet Li Fuhai continued to gloat with malicious mockery. That's right. Don't worry, old geezer. You'll be joining that stinking cop on the road to the underworld soon enough. With a sweeping gesture, Li Fuhai barked out a vicious command. All of you, attack. Slash this old man to death. Chop him up until not a single bone fragment remains. Thud. 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 At Li Fuhai's command, the knife-wielding thugs swarmed forward. Blade after blade aimed at Tang Zhong as the thugs charged forward with savage grins. In an instant, Tang Zhong was completely surrounded, with no escape route. All around him were only the cold gleams of sharp blades. Seeing this scene, Li Fuhai grew even more smug. You old bastard, you still have time to kowtow and beg for mercy. If you kowtow to my satisfaction, maybe I'll be in a good mood and grant you a quick death. Li Fuhai spat out his taunts one after another. But the next moment, Li Fuhai's arrogant grin froze abruptly. Thud. A muffled groan echoed first, followed by a thug's body suddenly flying backward over 10 meters. The body, like a... Online viewers, 23,330 25,000. Well done. Kill those bastards. Support the old man. We must avenge the fallen narcotics officers. Tang Zhong held nothing back, his fists pounding like bulldozers. Even though the thugs wielded machetes, they never got close enough to Tang Zhong. Anyone who dared step within 3 paces of him was instantly punched through the chest, their bodies flying backward in death. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen thugs lay dead. Tang Zhong's punches grew faster and faster, becoming almost impossible to track with the naked eye. As he slaughtered one thug after another, Tang Zhong's eyes turned bloodshot. He had fully embraced the slaughter. The remaining thugs were all stunned. Watching their comrades crash to the ground one after another, they finally began to snap out of their stupor. Monster! This old man is a monster. Run, everyone. If we don't get out now, none of us will survive. Someone cried out first, triggering a wave of panic. The thugs scattered completely. No one dared charge at Tang Zhong with knives anymore. Instead, they scrambled frantically toward the bar's exit. Trying to run? Tang Zhong's eyes flashed with cold fury as he instantly materialized before the thug who fled the farthest. The moment you killed that narcotics officer, your fate was sealed. There's only one way out: death. Chapter 21, Caught in a Trap? No, you're surrounded by me. In recent days, Tang Zhong had devoted considerable effort to investigating the disappearance of Zhou Yuming. Throughout the process, his admiration for Zhou Yuming only deepened. Alone, Zhou Yuming had the courage to confront the darkness head-on, continuing his investigation unwaveringly despite knowing the dangers lurking at every turn. Yet this warrior, so worthy of respect. Ultimately, he fell victim to the very beasts before him. He cursed himself for not arriving sooner. Each time he felt profound regret for Zhou Yuming. Tang Zhong's actions grew even more ruthless. Within a minute, the bar's main hall was transformed. The dozens of knife-wielding thugs who had once filled the space now lay sprawled across the floor, every last one brutally killed. Li Fuhai's expression changed completely. Staggering back several steps, his earlier arrogance vanished, his face drained of all color. No, this can't be. Who the hell are you? Li Fuhai shouted in disbelief, utterly unable to comprehend what had happened. After all, he had brought his entire crew, over 30 thugs. And what was the result? The pungent stench of blood filled his nostrils as he stared at the mountain of corpses piled beside him. In that instant, Li Fuhai felt as if the sky had fallen. As Li Fuhai stood frozen in shock, Tang Zhong raised his hand to wipe the blood from his knuckles and strode toward him. Li Fuhai, it's your turn now. The words came out as casually as the breeze. But to Li Fuhai's ears, it thundered like an explosion. Li Fuhai knew all too well that if he didn't act now, he might die right here. Gritting his teeth, Li Fuhai slid to his knees on the spot. Thud. He fell to the ground and banged his head 3 times on the floor. I was wrong. I truly know I was wrong. Don't kill me. I have elderly parents and young children to support, plus 3 wives to provide for. Please spare my life. Li Fuhai put on a pitiful act. Watching Li Haifu groveling like a beggar, Tang Zhong gave a cold laugh. A way out? Li Haifu, don't think I'm unaware of your dirty deeds abducting women and illegally trafficking banned drugs. And murdering a narcotics officer? Give me one reason why I shouldn't kill you. His fists clenched tightly as Tang Zhong's patience was nearly exhausted. Facing scum like Li Fuhai, he truly wanted to eliminate him immediately. It wasn't just Tang Zhong, the audience couldn't stand it anymore either. Kill this piece of an avenge officer Zhou. This is infuriating. This disgusting scum deserves to be torn limb from limb. Support lawful justice. We must avenge Officer Zhou. The crowd was seething with righteous indignation, urging Tang Zhong to take action. Tang Zhong, meanwhile, narrowed his eyes slightly. As if sensing his impending doom, Li Fuhai suddenly banged his head hard on the ground several times, desperately pleading. Wait. Please don't kill me. I admit I've committed countless heinous crimes, but Zhou Yuming, he's still alive. When I said I killed him, I was just trying to scare you. Ha! At these words, Tang Zhong's hand froze mid-air. Zhou Yuming isn't dead? Is that true? This must be Li Fuhai's trick, he's definitely lying. But what if Zhou Yuming really is still alive? Killing Li Fuhai now would mean we'd never find him again. The audience was divided. Tang Zhong stroked his chin, deep in thought. His gaze sharp with scrutiny, Tang Zhong demanded. Li Fuhai, if I discover you're lying, I swear I'll make you wish you were dead. If Zhou Yuming is still alive, where is he now? Spill the truth. His voice boomed like a bell, leaving Li Fuhai no room to conceal anything. He spilled everything about Zhou Yuming's whereabouts in one breath. We did indeed kidnap Zhou Yuming earlier and locked him in a cellar. But considering that guy was a narcotics cop after all, he uncovered a lot of evidence against us. We couldn't risk killing him before we got the hidden evidence out of him, so we just locked him up for now. The cellar? Tang Zhong frowned slightly, yanking Li Fuhai by the collar. Take me there now. No problem. I'll do anything you want, as long as you don't kill me. By this point, Li Fuhai had completely broken. Having just witnessed Tang Zhong's terrifying, superhuman strength, Li Fuhai understood all too well. If he dared withhold even the slightest detail or angered the old man before him, he feared his head would be severed from his body in the next instant. The cellar is in the backyard of an old house under my name. Follow me. Li Fuhai led Tang Zhong to the location, speaking in a low, submissive tone the entire way. In no time, they left the bar. Following Li Fuhai, Tang Zhong arrived at a detached bungalow. The house occupied a considerable area, its windows sealed shut on all sides, offering no glimpse of the interior. Pushing open the gate, Li Fuhai glanced furtively at the house and swallowed hard. Li Fuhai, are you sure Zhou Yuming is here? Of course. That kid's locked up in here. Li Fuhai answered hastily, quickening his pace. The cottage was right before his eyes. Li Fuhai's face suddenly lit up with wild excitement, and he broke into a full sprint. Waving his arms wildly, he shouted. Boss Su, save me. The cops are here. Quick, call the brothers to come out and take him down. As he spoke, Li Fuhai violently flung open the door and stumbled inside. He'd fallen into a trap. Tang Zhong's brow furrowed slightly. The door swung open, revealing a burly man with a scarred face storming out in a rage. Following closely behind, a swarm of thugs poured out of the shack, each one looking like a demon incarnate. Judging by the numbers, there were at least 60 of them. Clearly, this so-called detached house was also a criminal hideout. Damn it, the old man fell into Li Fuhai's trap. With these damn narcotics officers here, things look grim. This Li Fuhai is truly full of tricks. I thought he'd surrendered, but he actually lured Tang Zhong into a trap. This is bad. There are over 60 people across the way. Can Tang Zhong handle them alone? The audience was filled with worry. Li Fuhai, shedding his earlier disheveled look, now stood arrogantly with hands on hips. Big brother Su Chang, this old bastard was sent by the cops. He killed dozens of my men and wrecked the bar. The scarred man called Su Chang clenched his fists at the words. Useless piece of trash. Can't even protect a bar. After berating Li Fuhai, Su Chang advanced with a vicious grin. You old bastard, you know where you are? The most vicious men in all of Yuchuan are gathered in this small courtyard. At my command, you old coffin stuffing fool won't even know how you died. Su Chang's attitude was utterly arrogant. Tang Zhong remained silent, scanning the surroundings. By now, he understood the situation clearly. Judging by the tone of Li Fuhai and Su Chang's conversation, both men were likely minor leaders. However, Su Chang commanded more followers, placing him slightly higher in rank. As for this detached courtyard house, it was likely the gathering place for these gang enforcers. The situation was becoming tricky, but Tang Zhong was confident he could handle it. Lighting a cigarette as if no one else was present, Tang Zhong spoke calmly. I don't care who you are. Hand over Zhou Yuming, or else. Chapter 22, I accidentally kicked your leg too. Die. Ha 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 ha. Tang Zhong's cold threat was met only with waves of derisive laughter from Su Chang and his henchmen. Li Fuhai's eyes bulged with rage as he hurriedly interjected. Big brother Su, don't waste your breath on this old fart, just finish him off. Everyone, attack. Su Chang had lost all patience and immediately gave the signal with a sweeping gesture. Thud. 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 In an instant, over 60 thugs, fists clenched and ready to strike, instantly surrounded Tang Zhong, leaving no room to breathe. As stares came his way, Tang Zhong remained utterly unfazed. You want to take me on one by one, or all at once? Tang Zhong is way too cocky. Judging by his attitude, he clearly doesn't think much of these thugs. There are over 60 of them. Can Tang Zhong handle it? The crowd was stunned by Tang Zhong's response. As for Su Chang, Tang Zhong's words had already infuriated him beyond measure. Damn it! Since you're so eager to meet your maker, I'll grant you your wish. All of you, attack. First, chop off this old dog's limbs. I'll kill him myself. Su Chang growled, and his thugs swarmed forward. In an instant, countless blades came slashing from all directions, each one aimed straight for his face. An ordinary man would surely have perished under such a hail of blades. At the critical moment, Tang Zhong held nothing back. A faint smile curved his lips. As a thug closed in, he finally struck with brutal force. Boom! His fist struck like thunder, swift as lightning. Before the thug could react, darkness engulfed his vision. The next instant, his feet lost contact with the ground, and his entire body was sent flying through the air. By the time he regained his senses, his chest had been crushed to pieces. He didn't even have time to utter a single groan before death claimed him. Thud! One man fell dead, yet Tang Zhong showed no sign of slowing. He descended like a demon incarnate, leaving a trail of blood and flesh in his wake, his fists unmatched in their ferocity. The enforcers had been brimming with confidence. But as comrades fell dead before their eyes, with over 20 corpses piling up on the ground in moments, their expressions finally turned pale. Tang Zhong stood in the center of the sea of blood, his white hair whipping in the wind, looking like a demonic villain straight out of a novel. Even the most hardened thugs couldn't help but feel their legs go weak at the sight. Su Chang, his jaw dropped, sucked in breath after breath. No retreating. Anyone who dares to run, I'll beat them to death. That old bastard is nearly spent. If you all attack together, you can definitely kill him. After a moment of stunned silence, Su Chang gritted his teeth and barked the order again. The thugs were reluctant to obey, but the thought of the higher-ups backing Su Chang and Li Fuhai made none of them dare to truly flee. Thus, wave after wave of assaults continued. Tang Zhong absorbed every blow, moving through the fray as if unopposed, shattering 3 men's ribs with a flick of his wrist. Such useless thugs, do they even deserve to be called Yuqing City's tough guys? 3 minutes passed, and with the last thug's brain matter splattering, only Su Chang and Li Fuhai remained in the front yard. Tang Zhong ignored the sea of corpses and blood around him, advancing step by step toward Su Chang. The old man is too fierce. He's practically Lu Bu reincarnated. No wonder he's a legendary anti-Japanese hero, still sharp as attack at 100, dishing out punishment to these thugs like it's child's play. So satisfying. Just polished off 3 huge bowls of rice, what a thrill. The audience was thrilled beyond belief, utterly captivated by Tang Zhong's ruthless tactics. Li Fuhai's face had long since turned as pale as paper. Now, frozen in place by sheer terror, his entire worldview had completely collapsed. Su Chang trembled uncontrollably, instinctively taking a step back as Tang Zhong approached. You, don't come any closer. I'm warning you, I've got powerful connections. The boss behind me is someone you old geezer can't possibly afford to mess with. Now get the hell out of here, and I'll pretend nothing happened. Otherwise. Thud. Before Su Chang could finish his threat, Tang Zhong's fist slammed through his chest. Brushing the blood from his hands, Tang Zhong said coldly. A man facing death has no time for idle chatter. As Su Chang's body crashed to the ground, Tang Zhong turned his gaze to Li Fuhai. Li Fuhai, what tricks do you have left? Bring them on. Ghost. Li Fuhai stammered, then suddenly dropped to his knees and began banging his head on the ground like a madman. I've sinned against heaven, Lord. I'll never dare again. I was possessed by a demon just now. Zhou Yuming is definitely here, I'll lead you to him. Then lead the way. Tang Zhong couldn't be bothered with further words, only saying in a hollow tone. Remember how Su Chang died. If you try any tricks again, that will be your fate. I absolutely won't. You come with me. Li Fuhai eagerly led the way into the overgrown backyard. After a while, they reached the southwest corner of the yard. Li Fuhai stopped and pointed at a wooden cover. Zhou Yuming is right underneath this. Lifting the lid, Li Fuhai shakily descended into the cellar. His heart pounded with dread the entire way down, his eyes filled with utter despair. This raid on the bar had claimed every one of his men, a devastating blow. Adding to his woes, the bar hideout had been raided, exposing Zhou Yuming's whereabouts. Li Fuhai knew full well that if word of these events reached the higher-ups, he too would face certain death. As he ventured deeper into the cellar, after a few steps, a figure appeared before him in the dim yellow light. Zhou Yuming's police uniform was torn and tattered, his hands and feet shackled with chains. He looked utterly exhausted and defeated. The moment he saw Li Fuhai, Zhou Yuming's body trembled violently, and he immediately growled. Li Fuhai! The police won't let you get away with this. The net of heaven is wide but never misses its mark. You'll reap what you sow sooner or later. Clenching his teeth, Zhou Yuming clearly prepared himself to endure the torment, refusing to yield. This sight made Tang Zhong's heart clench as he watched from a short distance behind. The time Zhou Yuming had spent locked in that cellar was beyond belief. How much torment had he endured? Viewers, 25,540 27,291. Treating a narcotics officer like this? Li Fuhai is a living monster. We absolutely cannot let this bastard off the hook. Otherwise, Zhou Yuming's suffering would have been for nothing. Look at Zhou Yuming's left leg, it looks broken. As viewers began to notice the signs, Tang Zhong also looked over. The moment he saw the necrosis on Zhou Yuming's left leg, his brow instantly furrowed. Li Fuhai, what happened to Zhou Yuming's leg? The question instantly made Li Fuhai break out in a cold sweat. After stammering for a moment, Li Fuhai finally stammered out an excuse. It was one of my men who lost control and accidentally broke it. Without a moment's hesitation, Tang Zhong struck as Li Fuhai spoke. A vicious kick flew straight for Li Fuhai's knee. A sharp crack echoed through the air. Li Fuhai's knee shattered under the force, his entire leg contorting into an unnatural, grotesque angle. A blood-curdling scream erupted as Li Fuhai stumbled to the ground, curling up in agony and wailing. It was an accident, Tang Zhong said slowly. Chapter 23, this is just the tip of the iceberg. My leg. Such a shocking scene left Zhou Yuming staring blankly. Regaining his senses, he too noticed the unusual nature of the situation. He looked at Tang Zhong with confusion, then tentatively asked. Old gentleman, may I ask who you are? I am Tang Zhong. I came to rescue you. Tang Zhong replied. Your colleagues at the police station have been very worried about you. I went to your dorm earlier. Following the clues you left, I tracked down Li Fuhai and discovered you were still alive. Tang Zhong explained. Hearing these words, a long-lost spark of light flashed in Zhou Yuming's dull eyes. Struggling to his feet, Zhou Yuming wept with joy. I knew those clues wouldn't go to waste. Thank you, Mr. Tang. If not for you, I fear I truly would have been left to rot in this dark, sunless cellar. Zhou Yuming spoke with lingering fear, then turned his furious gaze toward Li Fuhai and spat venomously. Spit! That scumbag with no scruples. He made a fortune trafficking drugs and illegal substances, killing who knows how many people. But now, Li Fuhai. Your luck has run out. Li Fuhai was still writhing in agony, and at these words, his face turned ashen. Tang Zhong chuckled upon hearing this, stepped forward, picked up the machete from the ground, and severed the iron chains binding Zhou Yuming with a single stroke. I've already contacted the police. They're on their way. Thank you, old Tang. Zhou Yuming expressed his heartfelt gratitude, but his severe injuries caused him to cough up several mouthfuls of blood. After days of imprisonment and his leg injury, Zhou Yuming was now extremely weak. Seeing his condition, Tang Zhong quickly offered. Officer Zhou, you're in no condition to walk. Let me carry you out first. As for Li Fuhai, he's handcuffed and locked in the cellar, he won't be able to escape. Hearing Tang Zhong's words, Zhou Yuming nodded gratefully. He wondered if the old man could even carry him. But that kick he just delivered to break Li Fuhai's leg might have been more powerful than anything he himself could muster in his prime. In the blink of an eye, the two had left the cellar. Finally seeing daylight again, Zhou Yuming took a deep breath, feeling utterly refreshed. Soon, police officers arrived and carried Zhou Yuming onto a stretcher. As for Li Fuhai, officers arrested him on the spot, cuffed him, and escorted him to the police van. Only when the iron gate slammed shut did Li Fuhai shed crocodile tears. Many officers wept tears of joy at Zhou Yuming's survival. Even the chief personally rushed to the scene to offer his condolences. Zhou Yuming pretended nothing was wrong, smiling and making small talk. He asked the officers to wait a moment before taking him to the hospital. Viewers, 27,753 30,612 skyrocketing. Congratulations, host. Your view count has once again surpassed the 30,000 mark. Story extended. 1 month of life added. Reward skill, Hunter's Senses. Hunter's Senses automatically detects killing intent within a 3-kilometer radius. Auto-target detection? Tang Zhong raised an eyebrow in surprise, not expecting the system to grant such a reward. But upon further thought, it seemed perfectly suited for the armory he had acquired earlier. The armory contained every conceivable weapon imaginable. Paired with the Hunter's Sense enemy detection ability, it was like adding wings to a tiger. Zhou Yuming survived successfully, and victim Zhang Yuegue has also started a new life. What a perfect ending. Indeed. That scumbag Li Fuhai finally got what he deserved. It's incredibly satisfying. The old man is like a modern-day General Lianpa. Single-handedly dismantling Li Fuhai's criminal operation, that's seriously impressive. The audience gasped in astonishment. At that moment, Tang Zhong lit a cigarette, glanced at Zhou Yuming on the stretcher, and offered him one. Officer Zhou, based on your assessment, Li Fuhai was just a small-time player, right? That's correct. Zhou Yuming nodded, took the cigarette, and drew a deep drag. During my preliminary investigation, I discovered that while Li Fuhai appears to be a minor leader on the surface, but whenever he sold illegal drugs or before any operation, this guy would always make suspicious phone calls. Based on my analysis, the person Li Fuhai was contacting must be his higher up. At this point, Zhou Yuming paused. Combining all the clues he had uncovered before the kidnapping, Zhou Yuming arrived at a bold hypothesis. Mr. Tang, I believe a substantial criminal network may be lurking behind Li Fuhai. And right now, that bar and Li Fuhai are merely the tip of the iceberg. The tip of the iceberg? Tang Zhong nodded slightly, finding Zhou Yuming's theory highly plausible. After all, it was utterly impossible for Li Fuhai alone to be so brazen as to openly deal drugs and controlled substances in a bar. There must be someone else pulling the strings behind him. Officer Zhou, you should go to the hospital to get your injuries treated first. As for Li Fuhai's supplier, I'll notify you immediately if I uncover anything. Mr. Tang, just call me Zhou, no need for such formality. Zhou Yuming nodded and replied with a smile. You saved my life, and now you're willing to help with the investigation. I should be thanking you. Hearing this, Tang Zhong didn't insist on formality. He called him Xiao Zhou, and the two shared a knowing smile. Meanwhile, at the South Asia CC Park, in a top-floor office of an office building, a man in an expensive suit sat in an executive chair, puffing on a costly cigar. Before him, a row of subordinates in black suits knelt. Boss. We only just learned about Li Fuhai's arrest. We genuinely had no knowledge of this matter. It was all Li Fuhai acting on his own initiative. Not only did he kidnap the police officer, but he also brazenly sold drugs. One subordinate in a suit spoke up repeatedly, his voice trembling. Bang! Before he could finish, the suit-clad CEO slammed his fist on the table and leapt to his feet. His narrow eyes flashed with cold fury as he exhaled a thick cloud of smoke. Useless. A bunch of useless good-for-nothings. You can't even handle a low-level official like Li Fuhai? What the hell have you been doing? The barrage of scolding left the subordinates utterly speechless, heads bowed in silence. The scarred man's rage continued to boil, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked like knucklebones. Some old geezer buried halfway in the Yellow River soil, yet he single-handedly smashed the bar, slaughtered dozens of my men, and seized all my goods. Who the hell is this guy? Who among you has tracked him down? The man in the suit demanded again. After a long silence, the subordinate who had spoken earlier swallowed hard and answered tremulously. Boss, according to our leads, that old man is Tang Zhong. This guy seems to be over 100 years old. He apparently followed the trail left by that narcotics cop all the way to Li Fuhai. A centenarian? The man in the suit froze, then his mouth twitched. A dying old geezer, and he's cost the group over $1 million in lost income. By the way, what's the status on that Li Fuhai? Scarface suddenly asked. The subordinate immediately answered, his voice cold and confident. Don't worry, boss. We've already hired a lawyer to deliver a message to Li Fuhai inside. We'll take good care of his elderly mother. By now, Li Fuhai should have taken care of himself. He won't spill the beans on anyone. That's more like it. Chapter 24, what? Li Fuhai committed suicide? The man in the suit's anger subsided slightly. After a moment's thought, he tossed a business card. Go to the black market. Find this guy using the card. 5 million flat. Get him to act. Bring me that old bastard's head. His subordinate snatched the card and rushed out. In the office, the man in the suit waved everyone else out and settled back into his executive chair. Puffing on a cigar, he picked up a photograph from his desk. The photo, recently snapped by one of his men, showed an old man with snow-white hair. Tang Zhong. After all these years, I never imagined anyone would have the audacity to defy me, Chang Yong. But it won't be long before you old fool can't jump around anymore. Muttering to himself, Chang Yong let out a sinister laugh. Li Fuhai was successfully apprehended, and the criminal hideout in the bar was dismantled. Shortly thereafter, the Yuqing City Police Department in Nanyun Province held a commendation ceremony, specifically praising Zhou Yuming's heroic actions. By then, Zhou Yuming had been discharged from the hospital. A deep gash across his face had disfigured him. One leg was encased in a cast. Despite suffering a severe fracture and over 80 injuries across his body, at least his life was spared. A silver lining in this tragedy. As a major contributor to the case, Tang Zhong was also invited by the police department to attend the ceremony. Facing a sea of reporters, Chief Liang Guodong personally commended him. Fellow journalists, on behalf of the police department, I extend our deepest gratitude to Mr. Tang for his invaluable contributions to this case. Liang Guodong spoke warmly as he presented Tang Zhong with the Outstanding Citizen Medal. After respectfully presenting the medal, Liang Guodong added with great courtesy, Mr. Tang, you are truly a benefactor to our police department. Without your help, we wouldn't have solved such a significant case this time. Liang Guodong was only in his 50s by age, he was practically Mr. Tang's grandson. Calling him Mr. Tang felt a bit off in terms of generational respect. Countless cameras focused on Tang Zhong. At that moment, a puzzled officer whispered to Liang Guodong. "Chief, why are you showing such respect to an old man?" Liang Guodong shot him a disapproving glare. "What do you know? The day old Tang arrived in Nanyang City, every single high-ranking official personally called me. Do you know what they said? They ordered me to comply with any request old Master Tang makes. And to protect him with all my might. For all those bigwigs to say something like that, old Master Tang's status is simply unimaginable." Liang Guodong's exclamation left the officers stunned. Simultaneously, major media outlets flooded the city with reports, making Tang Zhong's name ring out across the entire city. Century-old elder bravely confronts criminal syndicate, single-handedly dismantles crime nest. Outstanding citizen Tang Zhong, the heroic journey of a centenarian. As report after report was published, countless citizens were moved. But Tang Zhong himself remained remarkably humble about it. "You're all overpraising me," he said. "I merely did what any citizen should do, stand up to a criminal gang. I believe any conscientious citizen would have acted the same way." Clap. 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 Tang Zhong's sincere remarks immediately drew thunderous applause from the entire audience. The applause continued for a long time, and Zhou Yuming nodded his approval. The commendation ceremony proceeded swiftly, and soon it was time for the bureau chief's closing remarks. Just as Liang Guodong adjusted the microphone, ready to speak, a young officer rushed onto the stage. He leaned close to Liang Guodong and whispered, "Bad news, Chief. We just got word from the detention center inmate Li Fuhai has. He swallowed pills and killed himself." "What?" At these words, Liang Guodong's face turned pale. Reporters nearby caught snippets of the exchange, their expressions shifting to the skeptical look of those who'd stumbled upon a potential bombshell story. Zhou Yuming, standing nearby, immediately grew grim and whispered, "Li Fuhai was a weak-willed man. He would never commit suicide without reason. What do you think, old Tang?" Zhou Yuming turned to look at Tang Zhong. Hearing this, Tang Zhong nodded slightly and said calmly, "It seems your earlier deduction was correct, Zhou. There's a hidden hand behind Li Fuhai. The reason he bit his tongue to kill himself now is likely because someone forced him to keep quiet. It seems Li Fuhai had something the mastermind held over him, forcing him to take his own life out of desperation." Tang Zhong's words plunged everyone present into silence. After all, Li Fuhai had only just been apprehended. Many within the police department trusted Zhou Yuming's judgment and hoped to use Li Fuhai as a key to uncover the criminal syndicate behind the scenes. But now that Li Fuhai was dead, the leads had abruptly vanished, plunging the investigation back into chaos. "It's all my fault. I should have assigned someone to shadow Li Fuhai around the clock." Liang Guodong beat his chest in self-reproach. Tang Zhong shook his head upon hearing this. "It's too late for regrets now. Li Fuhai was in custody. Where would he have gotten the drugs? Our top priority now is to screen everyone who had contact with Li Fuhai after his incarceration." "Officer, did Li Fuhai hire a lawyer after being incarcerated?" Hearing Tang Zhong's question, the young officer nodded. "You're correct. Yesterday, a lawyer from a professional law firm met with Li Fuhai through legal channels. That's where the problem lies." Tang Zhong made a decisive judgment. "Immediately investigate that lawyer's whereabouts. We might uncover something. Li Fuhai is such a piece of work, swallowing pills to end it all is letting him off too easy. Yeah, it's such a shame that the breakthrough we finally achieved was cut short like this. Trust the old man, he'll definitely root out the mastermind behind this." The audience was filled with mixed emotions. But just then, Tang Zhong happened to glance toward the back of the reporters below the stage. His expression abruptly changed. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes as his inside eye activated instantly. Simultaneously, drawing upon his hunter's keen senses, Tang Zhong distinctly detected a trace of killing intent. This killing intent was faint yet undeniable, its resolve unshakable. There was no doubt about it. Among the reporters below the stage, an assassin was present. "Watch out." The moment he made his judgment, Tang Zhong shoved Liang Guodong aside. Everyone was startled by this sudden action. Liang Guodong was bewildered, while Zhou Yuming beside him gaped in astonishment. But the next moment, amidst the journalists below the stage, someone pushed through the crowd and, in plain view, drew a handgun. The black muzzle was aimed squarely at Tang Zhong. In that instant, Tang Zhong realized. The assassin's target wasn't the police chief, it was him. A burst of flame erupted as the bullet streaked straight for his forehead. It all happened in the blink of an eye. No one reacted in time except Tang Zhong. Almost the instant the assassin rose, he reacted. Staring at the snarling assassin before him, Tang Zhong silently opened his weapon holster and drew a throwing knife. The dagger in his hand moved as if an extension of his own arm, becoming an integral part of his body. The hunter's scent skill was far more than just auto-targeting. Once the hunt began, it amplified his senses in every direction. In that moment, Tang Zhong felt time itself slow to a crawl, yet his movements remained utterly unrestricted. With a casual flick of his wrist, the throwing knife shot from his hand. Whoosh! The cold blade sliced through the air below the stage, heading straight for the scorching bullet. A metallic clang echoed as the bullet was cleaved clean in two. Another knife followed, plunging with a wet thud into the assassin's chest. Apprehend the suspect immediately. Zhou Yuming was the first to react, immediately leading the officers off the stage. The reporters were all stunned, staring blankly at the scene before them, their minds already churning with shockwaves. An assassin appeared at the police commendation ceremony? And the assassin's bullet had been blocked by a flying knife thrown by a centenarian on stage? This scene was straight out of a sci-fi movie. Chapter 25, is that all? Still too young. Camera flashes erupted in rapid succession. The audience was utterly electrified. A throwing knife blocking a bullet? Physics be damned. Blocking bullets is one thing, but then to counterattack with pinpoint accuracy? Unbelievably precise. Even the most skilled marksman couldn't match this utterly breathtaking. The assassin was quickly subdued. Tang Zhong deliberately avoided vital areas to prevent eliminating potential witnesses. Zhou Yuming was furious beyond words. Tang Zhong was his savior, yet he'd been targeted for assassination right in the police station. Under such circumstances, anyone would be boiling with rage. Grabbing the assassin by the collar, Zhou Yuming demanded in a low voice. Speak. Who sent you here? Confess everything, or I'll make sure you rot in prison. Zhou Yuming's furious interrogation drew a spurt of blood from the assassin's mouth, yet his face remained utterly contemptuous. Staring defiantly at Tang Zhong on the platform, the assassin spoke slowly and deliberately. Tang Zhong, you're already on my radar. I'm just a scout. Stay off the streets at night from now on, and maybe you old geezer might live a couple more days. With that, the assassin suddenly clenched his jaw. The seasoned Zhou Yuming immediately understood and barked an order. He's trying to poison himself. Quick, pry his mouth open. The officers reacted instantly, but it was already too late. The assassin had already crushed the poison between his teeth. His body convulsed violently, foam spurting from his mouth as he drew his last breath. Liang Guodong frowned deeply, shaking his head at the sight. Turning to Tang Zhong, Liang Guodong said calmly, Mr. Tang, for your safety, I've assigned 2 officers to provide close protection. This Deadpool is likely the drug trafficking organization behind our Nanyun province. Liang Guodong offered his concern, but Tang Zhong merely smiled faintly and shook his head. No need for such trouble. A mere assassin? I have my own ways of dealing with them. Tang Zhong knew full well that the assassin's target was him. As for the reason, it could only be related to the Li Fuhai incident. After leaving the police station, Zhou Yuming, uneasy about the situation, followed them on the way. Earlier, Liang Guodong, Zhou Yuming, and the others had repeatedly urged Tang Zhong to stay at the police station. They wanted to provide close protection for his safety. But Tang Zhong had declined every time, and Commissioner Liang, mindful of Tang Zhong's status, dared not insist. Stay at the police station? Then who'd come find me, the assassin? How would I harvest my audience's subscription points? I'm a centenarian, not like you young folks. I've got only a few days left to live. Mr. Tang, you must be extremely cautious during this period. That assassin's moves were highly professional. If you hadn't reacted so quickly, it could have been truly dangerous. Recalling the scene, Liang Guodong swallowed nervously. But at the same time, he couldn't help but be utterly astonished. By the way, Mr. Tang, how on earth did you manage that just now? The gunman moved incredibly fast by the time we noticed he'd already fired. And you in that split second somehow produced a throwing knife from nowhere and sliced the bullet clean in two. It was nothing short of miraculous. Liang Guodong exclaimed in admiration. As a police officer, Liang Guodong had always excelled in every aspect during his time at the academy. His marksmanship was unmatched in the entire police department. Yet even so, Liang Guodong firmly believed he could never have pulled off something like that. Hearing Liang Guodong's question, Tang Zhong chuckled. Who'd have thought the skills honed fighting the Japanese devils back then would come in handy now? So you're an anti-Japanese war hero, old Tang? Salute. Liang Guodong suddenly understood and immediately saluted, clearly convinced by the story. After escorting Tang Zhong to the entrance of a hotel, Liang Guodong finally departed, though he secretly arranged for men to provide covert protection. Tang Zhong possessed the heavily eye skill, so these little schemes were naturally known to him. With a light chuckle, he began demonstrating the agile movements honed during his guerrilla warfare days. The officers tailing him in secret gasped in alarm, "Oh no! We're losing him!" Before long, he had shaken off Liang Guodong's minions. Tang Zhong stopped before an abandoned building and bought a new phone along the way. With his god-tier hacking skills, he naturally intended to make full use of them, leveraging the power of the internet. Opening the phone, Tang Zhong began a thorough search of criminal gangs active along the Nanyun border in recent years. Every dark web and private site was laid bare before him. After searching for a while, Tang Zhong suddenly froze. Nanyun province border smuggling incident, large quantities of contraband drugs seized by military forces, leading to intense firefight with criminal gang. The incident resulted in the deaths of 3 soldiers, with most of the criminal gang apprehended. Human trafficking, scam operations, illegal organ trade. After murmuring to himself for a while, Tang Zhong saw the name of this gang, the Mongtai Drug Trafficking Syndicate. Damn, this Mongtai drug cartel is getting way too bold. Though it's a case from years ago, they were involved in large-scale human smuggling, selling people to South Asia for organ harvesting, and drug trafficking. Thankfully the military dismantled them. The consequences would have been unimaginable. Watching the comment stream, old Tang shook his head faintly. His gaze locked onto a mugshot of one criminal. Tang Zhong stared at the black snake tattoo on the man's chest, lost in thought. He recalled the assassin from earlier when the police tackled him. Half a snake head had been visible on his exposed chest. Could it be that the Monty drug cartel wasn't completely eradicated? Are remnants still lurking within Nanyun province? He murmured aloud just as his phone buzzed with a message. He looked up to see a text from General Xiao Shueshan of the military district. Brother, I've taken care of Miss Zhang. I've found her a respectable job in town. You can rest assured. Tang Zhong had complete trust in Xiao Shueshan. Seems I should give those kids a call sometime. Night was falling, and in the blink of an eye, the sky outside the window was dotted with stars. The audience had assumed Tang Zhong would retire for the night, but now it was nearly dawn, and he still sat by the bed, his gaze fixed intently on the window. What's going on? Did the old man lose sleep? Nah, the way he looks, it seems like he's waiting for someone. What do you think? Could another assassin be coming, which is why Tang Zhong is waiting specifically? That's actually possible. The audience guessed correctly. Tang Zhong was indeed waiting for someone. Gazing out at the pitch-black night, a faint smile curved his lips. Rustle. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept past the window. The sound was faint, yet Tang Zhong caught it instantly. Here it comes. Without hesitation, Tang Zhong summoned his armory, concerned the gunfire might alarm nearby residents. Then, he materialized a compound bow out of thin air. Holding the compound bow, Tang Zhong approached the window. His eyes narrowed as he scanned the surroundings. The atmosphere outside the window was eerily quiet. Aside from the occasional rustle from the street-side shrubs, there was no sign of life. After all that fuss, there was nothing outside the window. What a waste of anticipation. Thought assassins might show up, but it was just Tang Zhong acting crazy. He pulled out a recurve bow, and I thought we'd get to see some real action. What a letdown. The spectators grumbled, clearly convinced the assassin wouldn't return. But Tang Zhong remained motionless outside the window. Were it not for the occasional blink, the audience might have thought he'd become a vegetable. Time ticked by second, as Tang Zhong waited patiently. He was utterly convinced that murderers would eventually slip up. Whoosh! Sure enough, half an hour later, rustling sounds came from a clump of bushes, followed by a flash of cold steel streaking through the air. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a dart. Here it comes. I never expected there really would be an assassin. Why is that dart glowing green? Could it be poisoned? Professional killers indeed, even their darts are poisoned. They're out to kill Tang Zhong. As the audience gasped in shock, the dart shot out in a flash, already reaching the window. At the critical moment, Tang Zhong remained unflappable. Instead of flinching, he casually raised his hand and held up 2 fingers. Swish! In an instant, the poisoned dart was firmly caught between his 2 fingers, not even grazing Tang Zhong's skin. Is that all? Still too young. He then launched a sudden attack, bending his arm to fire 2 arrows in quick succession. Chapter 26, A century's worth of skills drink up. I thought you were some formidable assassin, but it turns out you're nothing special after all. Tang Zhong remarked indifferently. What kind of reaction was that? I didn't even see it clearly, but the old man actually caught that dart. Yeah, and with just 2 fingers. That dart was poisoned, you know. The bushes shook violently. At that moment, a black-clad assassin stared blankly at Tang Zhong by the window, terror etched across his face. One of his ears had been shot off. In such pitch-black darkness, had he not anticipated and dodged in advance, he would have been shot dead on the spot. Moreover, you must understand that he had just unleashed a full-strength strike. As one of the most expensive assassins on the black market in Yuqing City, he had successfully eliminated countless targets with this poison-tipped dart technique. Yet against this seemingly frail old man, he had failed? In a daze, the assassin began questioning his very existence. So lost in thought was he that he failed to notice Tang Zhong's figure had vanished from the window. You assassins are amusing, hiding in the grass like that. Tang Zhong's voice suddenly rang out behind the assassin. Before the assassin could react, Tang Zhong yanked off his mask. The assassin's face was revealed, a gaunt old man missing one eye. How did you spot me? The one-eyed old man startled, but acted decisively, pulling out 3 more darts. Without a moment's hesitation, the darts shot straight toward Tang Zhong's face. At such close range, the one-eyed old man was certain Tang Zhong had no chance to dodge. Tang Zhong, you old bastard, you do have some skill, but that's all you've got left. These darts are coated in deadly poison. Once they pierce your skin, you'll be reduced to a pool of blood within half an hour. You are now facing certain death. With that, the one-eyed elder burst into a maniacal laugh, his eyes blazing with malice. Though Tang Zhong had detected this assassination attempt, it would still be completed without incident. Noticing the assassin's smug expression, Tang Zhong shook his head with a cold smile. Excessive joy breeds sorrow. As an assassin, don't you understand this principle? As he spoke, streaks of afterimages suddenly flashed before the one-eyed old man's eyes. These were not weapons, but afterimages created by Tang Zhong's hands. One hand instantly caught one of the darts. Then, in an astonishing move, Tang Zhong flipped his hand and hurled it back. The dart traced a ghostly green arc through the air, colliding with and deflecting the other two darts. The audience was utterly stunned. That hand speed is insane. Yeah, I couldn't even follow Tang Zhong's movements. Is he even human? Remember, that assassin was only 2 or 3 meters away from Tang Zhong. How did he pull that off? Blocking those darts so effortlessly is unbelievable. Wait, look. Why did that assassin suddenly drop to his knees? A spectator pointed it out, and the others hurriedly looked over. What they saw was the assassin indeed kneeling on the ground, with the dart the one Tang Zhong had thrown back at him stuck right in his chest. The emerald green blade pierced his chest. The assassin gaped in disbelief and terror. Impossible, impossible. You're over 30 years older than me, how could you possibly have such terrifying reflexes? The poison spread rapidly, and the assassin's body began to sway. He knew this was the poison's rapid onset. Without immediate treatment, he would meet a violent end within half an hour. With that thought, the assassin reached into his robe. Whoosh! A gust of wind swept past as Tang Zhong beat him to it, swiftly retrieving the antidote. Gazing at the delicate porcelain vial in his hand, Tang Zhong wore a faint, mocking smile. This is the antidote for the deadly poison on your darts? TSK. With this in my hands, doesn't that mean I can decide your fated will? Tang Zhong's tone was mocking. Hearing this, the assassin's defenses shattered completely. His eyes locked onto Tang Zhong. Give it to me. I warn you, Tang Zhong, don't keep courting death. Do you realize you've caught the attention of a major figure within the organization? Look around Nanyun province, his spies are everywhere. Killing you would be as easy as turning his hand. At this life or death moment, the assassin still dared to issue threats. It's not too late to surrender now. Hand over the antidote, and I might show mercy. Then I'll intercede with that big shot on your behalf. He might just spare your life. What do you say? Hearing this, not only Tang Zhong but even many spectators couldn't stomach it. Does this assassin take Tang Zhong for a fool? Show mercy? The moment he gets the antidote, he'll surely turn on Tang Zhong again. Tang Zhong shook his head coldly, his gaze fixed on the assassin with pure mockery. Spare my life? It seems the one whose life hangs in the balance right now is you. Swaying the porcelain vial of antidote in his hand, Tang Zhong continued. Answer my questions truthfully. If your answers satisfy me, I'll spare your worthless life. Recognize your predicament. Stop digging yourself deeper. Got it? Tang Zhong's words hung lightly in the air. The assassin's face flushed alternately green and purple, looking as miserable as if he'd swallowed. Gritting his teeth, the assassin seethed with humiliation, yet he dared not utter a word of defiance. After all, the antidote was in Tang Zhong's hands. And now, with the poison taking effect, half his body was already paralyzed. If Tang Zhong simply walked away, he would truly be as good as dead. Seeing the assassin's tacit admission, Tang Zhong pressed his question. What is your name? And who hired you to kill me? Tell me the truth, or face the consequences. His gaze sharp as a blade, Tang Zhong scrutinized the assassin. Under such intense pressure, the assassin dared not conceal anything. To save his life, he had no choice but to spill everything. My name is Li Youtian. I'm a professional assassin working for the Nanyun black market. As for the boss who hired me, I don't even know his real name. All I know is he's a powerful South Asian businessman. But... Li Youtian paused mid-sentence, hesitating for a moment before continuing. But from what I understand, that big boss seems to have some connection to the Mengtai Group, which rose to prominence in Nanyun province a few years ago. Mengtai Group? At the mention of those words, Tang Zhong's eyes lit up. His earlier investigation had been correct. The power behind Li Fuhai was indeed the Mengtai Group. In its early years, the Mengtai Group had entrenched itself in Nanyun province, committing all manner of heinous and unscrupulous deeds. And now it seemed this gang had clearly made a comeback. Staring directly into Li Chuan's eyes, Tang Zhong scrutinized him for a long moment but detected no clues. He could also be fairly certain that Li Chuan was telling the truth. Here's the antidote. Remember, leave Yuqing City tonight. From now on, if I ever see you in Nanyun province again, I won't show you any mercy. Tang Zhong's stern voice sent shivers down Li Chuan's spine. He hastily kowtowed in gratitude, swallowed the antidote, and then gasped in horror. This ing thing, it's piss? Tang Zhong, you bastard ah! Turning away, Tang Zhong crushed the real antidote underfoot. You heartless killer! You've got the blood of hundreds of innocent people on your hands and you think I'd just let you walk free? My urine, accumulated over 100 years of martial arts training, will be more than enough for you old bastard to drink. Still, Tang Zhong felt slightly disappointed that more assassins hadn't arrived. Still, uncovering more clues about the mastermind behind it all was a silver lining. A storm is brewing. I hope no more victims fall before we can completely dismantle this criminal network. Chapter 27, Better to strike first than wait for doom. The Monte Group still operates in Nanyun province, and there's a major boss in South Asia connected to them. It seems this so-called criminal network is indeed as vast as Xiao Liang described. Tang Zhong sighed. Glancing over his shoulder, he saw that Lu Chuang was dead, yet he did not hurry to move away. He walked home slowly, Tang Zhong remaining vigilant all the way, keeping a close watch on any movements behind him. His hunter's instincts remained constantly alert. Should any other assassins approach to strike, Tang Zhong would detect them at the very first sign. Ding! Suddenly, a palpable intent to kill washed over him. Tang Zhong whipped his head around. His piercing gaze cut through the night, instantly spotting another assassin a kilometer away, setting up a sniper rifle atop a high ridge. His face twisted in a savage grimace as he cradled the rifle, meticulously adjusting its accuracy. Old man, you're still too green. Who'd have thought that old fool Lu Chuan was such a useless piece of trash? Looks like this 5 million bounty is still mine for the taking. I, Jiang Ming, will take your dog's head. He sighed inwardly, placing his index finger on the trigger. In Jiang Ming's eyes, the moment he pulled the trigger, Tang Zhong's brains would be splattered across the scope. Seeing Lu Chuang kneel and kowtow to Tang Zhong moments ago, the humiliation in Jiang Ming's heart reached its peak. The top assassin of the Nanyun black market, kneeling before some decrepit old man? This was a disgrace to his reputation as an assassin, one he must wash away today. Dark thoughts swirled in his mind as Jiang Ming instinctively reached for the trigger. Whoosh! But in that instant, when Jiang Ming looked through the scope again, he witnessed a scene he would never forget. A jet-black arrow sliced through the sky ahead. Before Jiang Ming could react, it pierced through the scope, then into his eye socket and through the back of his skull. Even in the final moments before his consciousness faded, Jiang Ming still couldn't comprehend it. Over 1,000 meters away, with the absolute advantage of the sloping terrain. Moreover, he possessed a high-precision sniper rifle. With such favorable conditions, how could he have been spotted? And even if he had been spotted, how could a mere bow and arrow possibly hit him? Consciousness finally faded as Jiang Ming's body collapsed onto the high slope. His sole remaining eye remained wide open, refusing to close in death. On the main street in front of the old residential complex. After releasing the arrow, Tang Zhong didn't even glance at the hill. He casually stowed his compound bow. You reap what you sow. Heaven and earth favored you? Too bad you failed to win the support of the people. Muttering to himself, Tang Zhong returned home. The audience was utterly stunned. Viewers, 30,219, 34,301. Did I just see that correctly? Tang Zhong, over 1,000 meters away, actually counter-killed Lu Chuang with just a compound bow. That assassin was holding a sniper rifle. Getting counter-killed like that? Calling him a professional assassin is laughable. He's the living embodiment of Huang Zhong. His marksmanship is truly unmatched. The night passed without incident, and the next day dawned. As dawn broke, Liang Guodong had already sent dozens of messages. All inquiries about Tang Zhong's whereabouts and safety. After Tang Zhong replied that he was safe and sound, Liang Guodong finally called. Mr. Tang, last night I investigated the Nanyun black market and uncovered some unfavorable information about you. Liang Guodong's expression was grave. Hearing this, Tang Zhong raised an eyebrow, waiting quietly for more details. Just a few days ago, the Yunnan black market issued a bounty notice targeting you. The terms are simple: whoever kills you first gets 5 million in reward money. Tang Zhong chuckled in jest. 5 million? Seems my old head is still undervalued, huh? In truth, Lu Chuang had already mentioned this matter before his death last night. Seeing Liang Guodong's worried expression, Tang Zhong said calmly, Young Liang, there's no need for you to worry so much. Even if countless assassins come to kill me, none will be my match. I know you're highly skilled, old Tang, but the problem is big trees catch the wind. Liang Guodong rested his chin in his hand, then suddenly his eyes lit up. Master Tang, sitting idly by waiting for death isn't a solution, it'll only draw more assassins. Why not take the offensive? Take the initiative? Tang Zhong perked up at Zhou Yuming's suggestion. He understood Liang Guodong's meaning perfectly. They should strike first, continuing to dismantle the criminal syndicate's hideouts. Then, step by step, they would steadily sow panic within the criminal gang. This approach would weaken the Mengtai group's strength and expose the mastermind behind the scenes sooner. On the other hand, it would allow them to identify the assassin in the process and respond effectively. Very well, let's proceed this way. Tang Zhong agreed. Liang Guodong immediately contacted police officers to retrieve recent cases involving suspected gang-related crimes within Nanyun province. Before long, Tang Zhong personally rushed to the police station, while Liang Guodong retrieved a file. Take a look, Mr. Tang. This is a child abduction case that occurred in Yichuan City a week ago. 6 children under the age of 10 from 5 families vanished within 2 days. Witnesses described the getaway vehicle as an illegally modified van with license plate J301. Perhaps we can start our investigation from that plate number. All 6 children vanished? That's way too suspicious. Is this also the work of that Monte group? They're truly heinous. It's unimaginable how much pain the parents of these 5 families must be enduring. So tragic. Director Liang Guodong sure moves quickly. Little did Tang Zhong know that last night, Liang Guodong had reported to higher-ups that Tang Zhong was missing. He nearly got torn to shreds by that group of generals and commanders led by Xiao Shuashan. Now he had to be proactive. Tang Zhong looked slightly surprised as he took the file and studied it for a moment. Indeed, Mengtai Group is involved in organ trafficking and human trafficking. They could very well be the masterminds behind these missing children cases. Yes, old Tang. But the van's license plate is a temporary one, it's impossible to trace. And with all these obstacles, the investigation has stalled completely. Liang Guodong continued, outlining the investigative challenges. Currently, officers from the technical department are working through the night using technological means to investigate. Unfortunately, the technical personnel within Yuqing City Police Department currently lack the expertise to swiftly pinpoint the location of this vehicle used in the crime. At this point, even Liang Guodong sounded discouraged. With the assistance of a top-tier hacker, tracing the route of such an illegally modified vehicle would be a breeze. Unfortunately, the Yuqing City Police Department currently lacks such talent. Yet the absence within the police department didn't mean such expertise didn't exist outside its walls. Seeing Liang Guodong's furrowed brow, Tang Zhong offered a calm smile. Xiao Zhou, leave this to me. Tracking down the location of a mere van? I can pinpoint it in minutes. Really? Liang Guodong was startled by the claim, looking at old Tang in disbelief. Earlier, Tang Zhong had demonstrated extraordinary skills, which Liang Guodong found understandable. After all, Tang Zhong was an anti-Japanese war hero who had killed countless Japanese soldiers. His skills were undeniable. But hacking technology? Such a modern skill? How could Tang Zhong, a centenarian, possibly master it? With a self-deprecating chuckle, Liang Guodong mused. Come on, old Tang. At your age, you probably don't even know how to turn on a computer. I'll go check with the tech department again. Maybe the tech team has made some progress. Chapter 28, just that old man? Don't you trust old man me? Tang Zhong smiled indifferently, then pulled out his laptop and began working right in front of Liang Guodong. Liang Guodong froze, about to speak. But the next moment, he was utterly impressed by Tang Zhong's expert handling. Bypassing the security gate entirely, Tang Zhong effortlessly accessed Yuqing City's transportation network and began a rapid investigation. Such skill was beyond even the most outstanding technicians at the police station to achieve in such a short time. For a moment, Liang Guodong was utterly dumbfounded. Mr. Tang, where did you learn these hacking skills? I occasionally visited the community library during my free time and happened to read a few books. Tang Zhong replied casually. The words sent a chill down Liang Guodong's spine. He'd mastered hacking just by reading a few extracurricular books. This centenarian was more gifted than the bureau's brightest young graduate. Give the director a little shock. I love seeing old Tang play dumb to catch the big fish, so entertaining. But old Tang really is something else, becoming a hacker legend at his age? That's no small feat. The audience gasped in astonishment. Tang Zhongyi tapped the spacebar and pointed to a spot on the screen. Found Xiao Liang. An abandoned construction site in East City's Drum Alley. That van is parked there right now. A red dot flashed repeatedly on the map. To ensure Liang Guodong understood, Tang Zhong also pulled up nearby surveillance footage. As the surveillance footage played, Liang Guodong stared wide-eyed at the familiar minivan outside the construction site. It really is that van. Old Tang, you're a genius. Seeing Liang Guodong's stunned expression, Tang Zhong said calmly. Let's go, Director Liang. We'll make the arrest now. Those traffickers probably haven't had time to escape yet. Liang Guodong nodded firmly, ready to act immediately. He immediately contacted the police station, dispatched a team of specialized officers, and then rushed to the abandoned construction site. As the discoverer, Tang Zhong was naturally invited into the police vehicle. But Tang Zhong waved his hand in refusal, offering a mysterious smile. Chief Liang, this old man isn't used to riding in police cars. Alright then, let's split into 2 teams. Seeing Tang Zhong's firm stance, Liang Guodong could say little else but repeatedly urged. Mr. Tang, how about I assign a few officers to escort you? Please be extremely careful. Contact me immediately if anything happens. After reassuring him for a while, Liang Guodong finally left, still uneasy. After seeing off the chief, Tang Zhong took a back road straight to the abandoned factory. Based on the clues gathered from previous investigations, this human trafficking ring was definitely no ordinary operation. Could be that these guys are members of the South Asian Monte Group. That's a pretty high risk factor. Monte Group? That massive transnational criminal organization? This is serious trouble. Can Director Liang and that squad of officers pull off the arrest? Pfft, look who's talking. With old Tang on the case, success is guaranteed. True enough. After all, everyone knows how capable old Tang is. Abandoned factory in East City. Inside a row of aluminum-paneled shacks, 6 children with deathly pale faces lay bound haphazardly. The oldest looked barely 8, each pair of eyes filled with terror. Before them, several burly men were scratching their heads incessantly, their expressions visibly agitated. Damn it! What the hell do the higher-ups want from us? They told us to grab the hostages and get back to South Asia ASAP, but now they want us to just sit tight? Are they ing with us? The leader spat angrily, clearly resentful. Another subordinate, clearly privy to some inside information, sighed helplessly. Nothing we can do, brother. How? Things are tight in the city right now. Haven't you heard? One of the cadres, Li Fuai, and boss Su Chang, they've all cracked under interrogation? What? That happened too? The man called Brother Hao frowned, then lit a cigarette. Li Fuai's just a small fry. Losing him is no big deal. But Su Chang is a cadre at my level, commanding over 60 enforcers. Who could take him down? Rumor has it was a 100-year-old man. Anyway, it's pretty bizarre. The subordinate swallowed hard, his voice still trembling with fear. 100-year-old man? Hauge froze upon hearing this, stubbed out his cigarette, and shook his head repeatedly. The world's gone to hell. Our Mengtai group officials are turning into useless trash. A mere old coffin dweller, and they can't even handle him? Brother Hao's eyes blazed with fury as he abruptly drew the pistol from his waist and brandished it. If I ever lay hands on that old bastard, I'll riddle him with bullets. Brother Hao speaks the truth. You're so formidable that old man is nothing. Even the entire Yuqing City Police Department wouldn't be worth a bite of your tooth. The underling dared not argue, hastily sucking up. Wah! The little boy who had been helped, whether frightened by Brother Hao's gun or not, immediately burst into tears. Mommy! I want my mommy! Let me go, you big bad guys! I want my mom! Shut up! Brother Hao glared impatiently and raised his hand to slap him. Smack! The little boy's face instantly swelled red on one side as he hung his head in sorrow. No one noticed that the instant Brother Hao struck, a white figure flashed past the aluminum shack and landed steadily behind it. Damn it! Human traffickers really are a bunch of bastards. A child barely 7 or 8 years old, already kidnapped. These people have no conscience. Hope the children are safe. The audience watched with bated breath, all worried about the children's safety. At that moment, Tang Zhong crouched beneath the window, activating his perception to scan every item inside the room. Surgical scalpels, trays, and some sedatives. Looks like these traffickers kidnapped these children to harvest their organs. Narrowing his eyes, Tang Zhong noticed sirens approaching outside the factory and immediately pulled out his phone. He swiftly dialed Liang Guodong's number and whispered urgently. Xiao Liang, keep your team stationed around the factory perimeter. Don't make any rash moves. These traffickers are holding the children hostage. If we alert them, I fear the children might be in danger. In a few concise sentences, Tang Zhong conveyed the urgency of the situation. Outside the factory, Liang Guodong stared at the disconnected call and hurriedly waved for the officers to stand back. Confused, an officer approached and asked, Chief, why aren't we going in to make the arrest? Relying on that old man alone, how could we possibly take on the entire human trafficking ring? The officer clearly didn't believe it, his tone tinged with disdain. Upon hearing this, Liang Guodong slapped him across the face, glared at him, and snapped. You rookie know nothing. You'd better show some respect to Old Tang. Old Tang isn't just anyone. For this operation, we must respect his judgment. Listen up, everyone. Until we receive further instructions from Old Tang, no one is to make a move. Chapter 29, Preparing to Close the Net. Liang Guodong was losing his temper. After this order, none of the officers dared to object, they could only obey obediently. After all, when the police chief speaks, ordinary officers dare not defy him. Inside the factory's aluminum sheet workshop, Brother Hao fiddled with his pistol, looking increasingly impatient. Enough! Just sitting around like this is no different from waiting to die. Prepare the tools immediately. First, cut out the kidneys and corneas from these little ones, then freeze them in the cooler for shipment to Southeast Asia. Brother Hao issued the order bluntly, glancing at the children. Greed flashed in his eyes as he licked his lips and said, Kids, your kidneys and corneas are the hottest commodities on the black market. Once we harvest them today, they'll sell out on the black market by tonight. As for your other organs, while some may be harder to sell, as long as they're refrigerated and shipped to South Asia promptly, buyers will still take them. Don't worry, Uncle will give you plenty of anesthetic. Hao picked up the syringe filled with anesthetic, grinning maliciously as he spoke. Damn bastards! Human traffickers truly deserve to die. For a measly sum, they're cruel enough to prey on these children. They have no bottom line, no wonder human traffickers are the most despised criminals. Stand with the righteous old man. These traffickers deserve a brutal lesson. The audience seethed with righteous indignation, watching with boiling fury. Online viewers 34,673, 39,323 skyrocketing. Side quest triggered, raid the human traffickers' hideout and rescue 6 families. Seeing the newly released system quest, Tang Zhong's eyes lit up. Finally! Lately, Tang Zhong had been constantly fretting over his mortality. After all, he had only a few days left to live. If he passed away now, wouldn't his rebirth have been for nothing? Pulling himself back to reality, Tang Zhong smiled calmly. Audience, prepare yourselves, what follows will be spectacular. Inside the abandoned factory, Brother Hao bustled about with his men, completely unaware that the door had creaked open slightly. Tiger, bring over the one crying the hardest first. That kid's pissing me off. Let's rip out his kidneys first. Got it. The younger brother, Huzi, immediately obeyed the order. The little boy wailed incessantly, struggling with all his might. But these traffickers were burly grown men. The child had no chance of breaking free. He was thrown into the cold bathtub, then a needle of anesthetic was injected into his neck. The boy instantly lost consciousness and fell into a deep sleep. Lifting the scalpel, Brother Hao's lips curled into a cruel smile. 60,000 for a kidney, 120,000 for corneas. Finally, some real money. Tomorrow, we're going to live it up, brothers. Brother Hao's words drew cheers from his henchmen. But in the corner, a little girl suddenly noticed something behind the traffickers. An old man with white hair had appeared out of nowhere. Shoo! Tang Zhong made a shushing gesture. Though the children didn't understand why, they obediently complied. After all, Tang Zhong had a kind, righteous face and a head of white hair, qualities that easily won children's trust. As the kidnapper prepared to strike, Tang Zhong's eyes flashed with cold determination. He picked up the anesthetic syringe from the nearby table and slowly approached. PSSST. First, the youngest kid at the back felt a sharp sting on his neck. Just as he tried to scream, his mouth and nose were covered and he slowly collapsed. Using the same method, within moments, most of the 6 traffickers in the room were knocked out by the anesthetic. Stealth assassination? This scene is just like a video game. Only the old hero could pull this off. Most of the traffickers were taken out before they even reacted. These bastards got off easy. They deserve to be torn limb from limb. I agree, this doesn't feel satisfying enough. These bastards deserve proper retribution. The audience's fury simmered. Tang Zhong, however, showed no urgency. He swiftly took down the last man, then turned to look at Brother Hao with a smile. Brother Hao remained oblivious, still barking orders at his henchmen. Scalpel. Move faster. The anesthetic isn't strong enough. If this little bastard wakes up, he'll struggle and make a bloody mess everywhere. That's the least of our worries. If you damage the kidneys, I'll beat you to death. Brother Hao barked his orders arrogantly. Soon, a cold, metallic object appeared in his palm. Now we're talking. Brother Hao assumed it was the scalpel his subordinate was handing him, ready to proceed with the operation. But the next moment, excruciating pain erupted. Glaring up, Brother Hao realized half his palm had been cleanly sliced off by the scalpel. Blood spurted from the wound, instantly turning Brother Hao's face deathly pale. He sprang to his feet, only then noticing Tang Zhong. Ah! Who are you? His gaze swept around the room. Seeing the 5 brothers lying unconscious, peacefully asleep from the anesthetic, Chen Hao's rage boiled over. Damn it! How dare you touch my men? You old bastard, have you had enough of living? You think I won't shoot you full of holes? Adrenaline surged through him, momentarily dulling the pain. With his remaining good hand, he drew his pistol and aimed it at Tang Zhong. Whoosh! But before the barrel could lock onto his target, Tang Zhong moved like lightning, the scalpel flashing silver once more. Thud! His other palm was cleanly severed, fingers still twitching as he hit the ground. Having cleanly severed both of Chen Hao's hands, Tang Zhong's expression remained as calm as ever. His demeanor suggested that what he had just done was perfectly natural. So satisfying. That's how human traffickers should be punished. Cutting off both hands in an instant, Tang Zhong's movements were lightning fast. Exactly. He's practically a surgical surgeon. Now let's see how the trafficker dares to boast he deserves it. Chen Hao froze in place, staring blankly at his empty cuffs. After a moment, he suddenly screamed. My hands! My ing hands! You old bastard, I'll never let you off the hook. Do you even know who I am? If you dare touch another hair on my head, the powerful backers behind me won't let you off the hook. In his breakdown, Chen Hao resorted to threatening with his powerful connections. Hearing this, Tang Zhong sneered with disdain. Your so-called backer must be the Monte Group, right? A so-called transnational crime syndicate daring to run wild on Dragon Nation soil? How? Do you really think Monte Group calls the shots in Nanyun province? With a sneer, Tang Zhong couldn't be bothered to waste words on this fool. Clenching his fist, he slammed it forward with brutal force. Thud! The clean, decisive blow instantly knocked Chen Hao senseless, knocking him unconscious on the spot. After dealing with the traffickers, Tang Zhong turned his attention to the boy in the bathtub. Seeing he was unharmed, Tang Zhong finally let out a long sigh of relief. Tang Zhong rose and pulled out his phone, saying calmly, Xiao Liang, bring them in. The traffickers have all been apprehended. We're ready to close the net. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the side quest. Reward, 1 month of lifespan. Bonus reward issued. Transformation technique, a lost forbidden art from the southern frontier, allowing you to alter your appearance to mimic anyone with perfect realism. Chapter 30, entirely up to old Tang's decision. Transformation technique? Staring at the unconscious Chen Hao before him, Tang Zhong's eyes suddenly lit up. From Chen Hao's earlier conversation with his henchman, it seemed he was also a cadre under the Mengtai group. If he could impersonate Chen Hao and infiltrate Mengtai group using this disguise technique, wouldn't that give him the chance to uproot the entire Mengtai group? Bang! 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 At that moment, police officers stormed into the factory. Led by Liang Guodong, they swiftly searched the premises. When the aluminum-paneled room door swung open, Liang Guodong froze in shock. Seeing the human traffickers lying unconscious on the floor, drugged out cold, and Chen Hao his hand severed, unconscious lying before Tang Zhong, a chill ran down his spine. Tang! Old Master Tang, did you do all this? That's correct. Tang Zhong replied calmly, gesturing toward the bound children scattered around the room. Xiao Liang, get these children home as quickly as possible. As for these traffickers, take them back to headquarters for secret detention. But this matter must remain confidential. There will be no commendation ceremony. Oh? Liang Guodong was baffled, clearly unsure what Tang Zhong intended to do. The officers took the traffickers away, and the abducted children were comforted and sent back to their respective homes. Only after the scene was cleared did Liang Guodong approach to ask, Mr. Tang, what exactly are you planning to do? Hearing Liang Guodong's inquiry, Tang Zhong gave a mysterious smile. Instead of answering immediately, he walked over to Chen Hao, who had just been placed on a stretcher. Young Liang, I've devised a plan to take down the entire Mengtai group. With a few days' preparation, I might be able to successfully infiltrate Mengtai group undercover. Undercover operation. Liang Guodong froze, staring at Tang Zhong in disbelief. After a moment, he shook his head, convinced Tang Zhong was joking. Mr. Tang, the previous undercover operation failed. Monte Group is likely already on high alert. Besides, you're advanced in years and already exposed. How could you possibly go undercover? Frankly, I think you're oversimplifying things. Going undercover is absolutely impossible. Liang Guodong flatly refused, his face filled with concern as he looked at Tang Zhong. As the bureau chief, he understood better than anyone the unique nature of Tang Zhong's position. If anything happened to Tang Zhong, he feared he'd be dismissed the very next day, facing the wrath of his superiors. Tang Zhong smiled faintly. Wait a moment, old man. Then, a knife silently sliced across Chen Hao's face, cleanly severing his skin. The next moment, Tang Zhong's face had suddenly changed. Chen Hao's features were perfectly recreated. Tang Zhong smiled at Liang Guodong. Well, Director Liang? Do you still have any objections to my undercover operation? Whoosh! The entire room fell silent. Liang Guodong rubbed his eyes, convinced he was hallucinating. How did Tang Zhong change his face? Is it some kind of disguise technique? This is beyond belief. Who knew Tang Zhong possessed such abilities? If that's the case, maybe Tang Zhong could actually pull off a convincing disguise. The audience gasped in astonishment. Liang Guodong finally snapped back to reality and instinctively reached for his gun. But with a casual wave of his hand, Tang Zhong restored his original appearance. Old Tang, what kind of trick is this? Liang Guodong asked in a trembling voice. Face-changing technique. I picked it up by chance back in the day fighting the Japanese devils in the southern frontier. Tang Zhong offered a casual excuse. In truth, cutting off his face was merely for show to avoid arousing suspicion or shock by altering his appearance without any visible evidence. Upon hearing this, Liang Guodong stared blankly for a moment before finally accepting the explanation. After all, old Tang had lived a century and seen it all. It made perfect sense that he'd mastered such an obscure skill. Regaining his composure, Liang Guodong began carefully weighing the feasibility of the undercover operation. Old Master Tang, you will personally lead the undercover operation into Mengtai Group. This operation carries significant risk. I alone cannot make such a decision. How about this, give me half a day to consult with my superiors. Certainly. Tang Zhong nodded with a smile. As the officers returned to headquarters, Liang Guodong entered his office and immediately called the provincial police chief. Commissioner Chow, this is the situation. Mr. Tang insists on leading the undercover operation. While his abilities are exceptional, I can't help but worry about unforeseen complications. On the other end of the line, the provincial bureau chief's brow furrowed slightly. Not long ago, Director Chow had received instructions from the military district leadership. He was instructed to ensure Tang Zhong's safety in Nanyun province at all costs. But now, Mengtai Group's frequent operations in Nanyun province had already gained significant momentum. If swift action wasn't taken, it would inevitably lead to more trouble. After a moment of deliberation, Director Chow slammed his hand on the table. We'll follow old Tang's lead. He's a seasoned veteran with vast experience, a legendary hero of the anti-Japanese war. I trust his judgment. But Liang Guodong, mark my words, if anything happens to old Tang during this operation, I won't let you off the hook. After hanging up, Liang Guodong felt a surge of emotion. The consequences of a failed undercover operation were unimaginable, but for the sake of Nanyun province's stability, Liang Guodong could only pin his hopes on Tang Zhong. Early the next morning, the police department made its decision. Tang Zhong's undercover plan received unanimous approval and was officially named Operation Wildfire. Zhou Yuming had fully recovered and, as the police station's most capable undercover officer, was naturally selected for the operation. Additionally, a high-achieving policewoman from the station joined the operation as a technical advisor. With everything in place, Liang Guodong personally saw Tang Zhong off. Standing at the border of Nanyun province, Liang Guodong clenched his teeth and spoke. "Farewell, veteran hero. May you return victorious soon. Return now. Remember to keep this under wraps." With a brief instruction, Tang Zhong led his two companions deep into the heart of South Asia. This show is so thrilling it even has an undercover element. Wonder if old Tang's cover will blow after all. They're dealing with a deeply entrenched criminal syndicate in South Asia. Hope everything goes smoothly. Those scumbags deserve to be wiped out. The audience watched with bated breath. By now, Tang Zhong had already transformed into Chen Hao's face using his disguise skills. Even Zhou Yuming behind him and police officer and Ran Ran had deliberately disguised themselves as thugs. Old Tang, our first stop is Rayleigh City. It's sort of a tourist town, but lately the public order has been chaotic and crime has been on the rise. In short, we need to be extra careful. Zhou Yuming stared at the GPS and solemnly warned. Beside him, policewoman and Ran Ran nodded in agreement, glancing at the disguised old Tang with a hint of unease. "Mr. Tang, Rayleigh City has likely already fallen under the influence of the Monte Group. Your disguise shouldn't be exposed, right? Rest assured." Tang Zhong gave a casual smile. After half a day's journey, the trio arrived in Rayleigh City and checked into a random motel. Zhou Yuming was sent out to gather intelligence and didn't return until late at night. "I've got the scoop, old Tang. There's a large underground casino in Rayleigh City. The boss behind it seems to be a local criminal syndicate. Making contact with them might help us pinpoint the exact location of the Monte Group." Chapter 31. Sorry, I'm requesting double the odds. South Asian power structures are complex, yet criminal syndicates often maintain close ties. Especially in Rayleigh City, a metropolis bordering Longgua's Nanyun region. The Monte Group's criminal operations must pass through here, inevitably interacting with local criminal syndicates. With their target confirmed, old Tang led the two men out. Instead of heading straight to the casino, they first visited several clothing stores. "Old Tang, where are we going?" "To buy clothes. Since we're heading to the casino, we naturally need to look sharp." Tang Zhong replied nonchalantly. After some time selecting, Tang Zhong changed into a crisp suit. And Ran Ran and Zhou Yuming were also dressed like members of high society. "Stay alert. If you spot any suspicious individuals, report it to me immediately. Also, in front of outsiders, you must address me as Brother Hao." "Got it?" Zhou Yuming and the other nodded immediately. Without further ado, Tang Zhong led the trio straight to the casino. The casino was located in downtown Raleigh. Gambling was not prohibited here, so the casino was lavishly decorated, resembling a palace from afar. Countless locals and tourists in varied attire came and went. A small number were wildly excited, looking almost frenzied. Yet the overwhelming majority emerged with faces ashen, looking utterly lost. The casino truly is a den of iniquity. Once ordinary folk get involved, they're doomed. Yeah, 9 out of 10 gamblers lose, that's no joke. TSK, these gamblers are already hooked. They're probably beyond saving. Gambling is the root of all evil, yet it also draws countless tourists to Rayleigh City. Numerous criminal syndicates use it as a breeding ground for all manner of illegal activities, allowing them to survive to this day. At the casino entrance, 2 suit-clad bodyguards glared menacingly, keeping a close watch on Tang Zhong and his 2 companions as they approached. Stepping inside, the dazzling lobby immediately caught their eyes. Zhou Yuming walked to the side and exchanged 10,000 chips. A waiter pulled open the doors, revealing the main hall, tens of thousands of square feet filled with gaming tables everywhere. Amidst swirling smoke, countless gamblers shouted excitedly. Dealers wore smiles as they silently watched one customer after another lose their fortunes, selling off their children and possessions. How brazen! And Ran clenched her teeth in frustration. How many families have these casinos ruined? Is there no one to stop this? Nothing can be done. Myanmar is in decline and struggling to survive itself. How could it possibly enforce anything? Zhou Yuming murmured in agreement. Tang Zhong offered no comment, striding directly toward the nearest gambling table. "Sir, fancy a game of blackjack?" The dealer fluttered her eyelashes. Tang Zhong smiled and nodded, grabbing 10,000 chips and pushing them onto the table. "All in. Deal the cards." This scene instantly sent Zhou Yuming into a panic. He hurried over and whispered urgently. "Mr. Tang, blackjack isn't something to mess around with. We only brought 100,000 in operational funds for this trip. If we lose it all, we might not even be able to afford meals afterward. Yes, Mr. Tang, you're an anti-Japanese hero, but gambling is all about luck. Are you sure you can handle it?" And Ran Ran chimed in with her own caution. Clearly, both believed that while Tang Zhong remained vigorous in his old age, A master at catching thieves and solving cases, but at the card table, he'd surely be no match for the dealer. Blackjack is simple, the dealer deals the cards. Players take turns requesting cards, and the one whose total comes closest to 21 wins. Tang Zhong knew little about card games, only the basics. But his perception and vision were truly terrifying. A mere card game? He need only slightly activate his senses to effortlessly discern the dealer's dealt cards. Exchanging a glance with Zhou Yuming in the other, Tang Zhong spoke calmly. Deal. 11 points, totaling 18. The dealer announced with a smile. Sir, would you like to hit? Of course. Tang Zhong remained composed, tapping the table with one hand. The sound waves returned. After closing his eyes and discerning for a moment, Tang Zhong smiled knowingly. Has Tang Zhong lost his mind? He's actually playing cards and it's blackjack. TSK, this kind of game where you bet against the dealer is a surefire way to lose every single time. There's no way to win. Old Master Tang is bound to take a tumble this time. Taking such risks at his age, what audacity. Most spectators held pessimistic views. After all, card games rely entirely on luck. And the dealer can rig the game once they get involved. Even a gambling god would likely lose everything. But Tang Zhong remained unflappable, merely smiling as he urged. Call your hand, please hurry. The dealer complied, then suddenly gasped aloud. 3 points, totaling 21. You win. His chips instantly tripled. Many gamblers nearby turned to look at the commotion, their eyes red with envy. Put. Why can't I get that kind of luck? This guy must be rolling in luck. Just you wait, he'll blow it all soon, I bet on it. The onlookers jeered. The dealer looked surprised but quickly regained her smile. After all, winning and losing at cards was commonplace. Plenty of people walked away victorious. As long as the house controlled the game, this guy would keep gambling until he was manipulated into losing everything. Zhou Yuming froze, standing dumbstruck in place, his mouth agape for a long moment. No way, he actually won. 10,000 turned into 30,000 in the blink of an eye. No wonder people get hooked on gambling. And Ran expressed her astonishment. At the table, Tang Zhong continued tapping the surface, casually pushing back the 3,000 chip bet. Call. What? Seeing Tang Zhong go all in again, everyone lost their composure. The onlookers were convinced that Tang Zhong must be a complete novice who couldn't hold a card to his name. He doesn't even know when to quit while he's ahead. I bet he's going down for the count this time. Greed is a terrible thing, just watch. If this kid still manages to win, I'll do a headstand right here. Not just the gamblers, but the spectators were all utterly astonished. Has old Tang lost his mind? Getting carried away is the worst thing in card games. This is asking for trouble. Guys up front don't get it, old Tang's baiting the snake out of its hole. What do you know? As some spectators remarked. Tang Zhong's plan right now was precisely to lure the snake out of its hole. A mere few thousand chips? The casino wouldn't bat an eye if they vanished. But what about hundreds of thousands? Millions? Rayleigh isn't big, and this casino's daily turnover barely hits 10 million. As long as the house loses enough, that so-called backroom boss will definitely step forward. Having made up his mind, Tang Zhong casually called the cards. But this time, after the dealer dealt just 2 cards, Tang Zhong raised his hand leisurely and said, Excuse me, I'm requesting double odds. Sir, are you serious? The dealer couldn't believe it. But Tang Zhong nodded confidently. The odds had already reached 6 times. This meant that if Tang Zhong won the hand, his chips would soar to 180,000. Chapter 32, 3,500,000 chips. All in. In the casino's backroom, a lavishly decorated office. Boss Walken puffed on his cigar, watching the surveillance monitor with keen interest. On the monitor, Tang Zhong, disguised as Chun Hao, remained calm and composed as he kept raising the stakes. Moreover, due to Monty Group's strict hierarchical management and lack of communication between departments, Hua Jin didn't recognize Chen Hao's face. Boss Jean, this kid's already won 30 grand. Should we step in? The black-clad dealer spoke up beside him. Hua Jin shook his head dismissively at the suggestion, sneering. A mere 30,000 chips. We see countless gamblers like this kid every day, full of hot blood and no clue how high the sky is. But their fates are always the same, drained dry by the house until they're ruined. Joaquin was utterly certain. At the gambling table, spectators had already gathered in layers around Tang Zhong. Every pair of eyes was fixed on him, holding their breath as they waited for Tang Zhong to reveal his cards. Zhou Yuming breathed heavily, his fists clenched tightly in nervous tension. Beside him, the female police officer, and Ran, couldn't even bring herself to look. After all, if Tang Zhong lost, the entire travel budget they'd brought along would be gone. Not only that, but they'd be saddled with a debt of 60,000 yuan. Unlike the others' tension, Tang Zhong remained calm and composed. He leisurely lit a cigarette, exhaled a smoke ring, and said, Deal. He casually flipped open the playing cards. In an instant, all eyes in the room focused on the gambling table. Blackjack. It's blackjack. A gambler exclaimed in shock, while the rest sucked in their breath. The dealer's smile froze on his face, his mind going blank. He won again. Old Tang won again. Could old Tang really be the gambling god? That's just too crazy. You bet. Hitting blackjack twice in a row? Is that even humanly possible? I bet old Tang has X-ray vision, it has to be. The audience gasped in astonishment. Tang Zhong's lips curved into a faint smile as he stubbed out his cigarette. Of course he had no X-ray vision. His winning streak was simply the result of his keen observational skills and lightning-fast reflexes. The moment the dealer dealt the cards, Tang Zhong swiftly peeked ahead. If the number of cards dealt was incorrect, he would immediately have them replaced. Through this method, Tang Zhong ensured his hand was always accurate, guaranteeing victory over the dealer. Zhou Yuming swallowed hard, excitedly scooping up a large pile of chips. Old Tang, we've already won 160,000 chips. I think it might be time to call it a night. Zhou Yuming intended to quit while he was ahead. But Tang Zhong merely smiled and shook his head. He flipped open Zhou Yuming's hand and pushed all the chips back onto the table. Keep betting. Again. Now Zhou Yuming was completely baffled. The surrounding gamblers all thought this kid wouldn't learn until he hit a brick wall. He must be crazy. Policewoman in Ran was the first to react, grasping Tang Zhong's intent. She immediately tugged Zhou Yuming aside and whispered urgently. Yuming, don't forget why we're here. If we're going to lure the snake out of its hole and expose the casino's mastermind, we have to make a big splash. Exactly. Zhou Yuming slapped his forehead, finally snapping out of it. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of dread. He hadn't even sat at the table just watching the cards yet, he was already getting hooked. Gambling, truly the root of all evil. The game continued, Tang Zhong still calm and composed, calling bets relentlessly. Meanwhile, on the surveillance monitor, Joaquin, the owner who had been remarkably composed, grew increasingly dark in the face. The black-clad dealer standing behind Huajin watched the monitors, where waves of cheers erupted from the surrounding gamblers. He clenched his teeth. Boss, this kid has won 3 consecutive hands. 99,000 in chips. If we let him keep winning, the casino could lose millions. The dealer clenched his fists as he spoke. Blackjack is a game between the dealer and the players. Every penny Tang Zhong was winning right now was being paid out by the house. Lucky bastard, pure luck. Joaquin suddenly slapped his thigh, knocking the cigar from his mouth. Damn it. Get the guys out here now. If that bastard dares to keep gambling, shut the place down immediately. Jumping to his feet, Huajin's forehead veins bulged. The loss of millions was already enough to give him a headache. Suddenly, the surveillance feed erupted with more shrieks. Huajin Gang hurriedly looked over, staring at the chips on Tang Zhong's table, his body stumbling momentarily. That kid won again. Before the gambling table, the chips Tang Zhong had won piled up like a small mountain, nearly obscuring his figure. A staggering 3,500,000 chips. Such a feat was unheard of, even in the entire history of the casino. The dealer's hands trembled, his lips turning pale. He had clearly tampered with the cards multiple times, secretly returning Tang Zhong's losing hands. But why? Why did this man before him keep winning every time, with the worst outcome being a tie against the dealer? A chill ran down his spine, and the dealer dared not make another move. Meanwhile, on Tang Zhong's side, the surrounding gamblers were buzzing with excitement. Damn, you're amazing, bro. Keep betting like this, and I'm sure you'll win every penny from this casino. Today's been quite the eye-opener, this guy's practically a gambling god. Listening to the gamblers' praise, Tang Zhong smiled faintly. Keep betting. Could you hurry up? I'm in a rush. You. The dealer stammered, hesitating for a long moment before daring to act again. The odds had already multiplied dozens of times. If Tang Zhong won again on the next hand, the casino would have to pay out tens of millions according to the rules. After all, Rayleigh City was a small place. Even the largest casino here didn't have particularly deep financial reserves. With these thoughts, the dealer's hand froze mid-air. Old Tang is really something else. He's even scared the dealer into stopping. I bet the casino owner is about to lose his cool. Support old Tang in taking down the casino. These money-sucking dens deserve to be shut down. The crowd erupted in fervor. Tang Zhong silently glanced at Zhou Yuming and the others behind him, then pressed on. What's the matter? Is your casino afraid to let me keep playing? If you open your doors to customers, you should follow the rules. Even if you won't let me play anymore, someone with enough authority should come out and explain clearly, shouldn't they? Tang Zhong spoke coldly. Clap. Clap. Suddenly, applause erupted from the distance. Everyone turned to look, seeing Huajin in a tuxedo, accompanied by 7 or 8 henchmen, walking over with a smile. It's Boss Hua, the owner of this casino. A gambler recognized Huajin's identity and immediately backed away in fear. The crowd instinctively parted to make way. Zhou Yuming immediately stepped in front of Tang Zhong, while Ran quietly reached for the gun at her waist. Hey, buddy, you're on a winning streak, huh? You're the first one to win this much at my casino. Huajin's voice was icy, his lips curling into a sinister grin. Tang Zhong rose slowly, meeting Huajin's gaze directly. What? Does your casino only allow customers to lose, but forbid them from winning? Chapter 33, I urge you to turn back while there's still time. You! Hua Jin froze, his gaze locked on Tang Zhong. In front of so many gamblers, Hua Jin couldn't possibly admit it outright after all, that would cost him a lot of customers. With no other choice, he forced a cold laugh. Of course there's no such rule. Our Tianqing casino welcomes all guests. But brother, your cheating tactics are a bit too crude, don't you think? Joaquin's eyes flashed with coldness as he beckoned to the dealer at the table. The dealer understood immediately and pointed an accusing finger at Tang Zhong, shouting, "Boss, this guy is definitely cheating. Every hand he gets, he at least ties the dealer he must be using some underhanded trick." The dealer slandered him on the spot. The surrounding gamblers gasped in shock, their gazes toward Tang Zhong now tinged with contempt. Thought he was some gambling god incarnate, turns out he's just a stinking cheat. Pfft, what a waste of my time. What's there to say about this guy? Just chop off his hands and feet and throw him out. Some gamblers began to get aggressive. Tang Zhong spread his hands, looking utterly innocent. If you're going to accuse me of cheating, you'd better have some proof, right? Go ahead and review the surveillance footage. If you catch me cheating, you can do whatever you want with me. Tang Zhong was confident. Thanks to the system upgrade, his finger speed was now astonishingly fast. Moreover, he had deliberately avoided the surveillance camera's angle just now, confident he couldn't possibly be caught. Sure enough. Hua Jin's jaw dropped at Tang Zhong's brazen attitude. He had been watching the monitors the entire time, observing 3 consecutive rounds, yet he couldn't figure out the tricks Tang Zhong was using. Ha, look at the casino owner fuming with rage. This guy clearly has no proof. Now that old Tang called him out, he's feeling guilty, huh? But old Tang's skills are truly masterful to pull it off flawlessly under all those cameras. Gambling god. I swear old Tang is the reincarnation of the gambling god. Stop messing around. Joaquin's eyes turned bloodshot as he clenched his fists. With a sweeping gesture, he summoned his henchmen behind him, finally tearing off his mask to reveal his true face. All non-essential personnel, get the hell out of here. Seal the doors. No one lets this guy out today. A swarm of henchmen surged out of the casino, sending the gamblers scattering in panic. In an instant, the casino fell eerily quiet. The doors slammed shut, leaving only Tang Zhong, Zhou Yuming, and 3 others besides Hua Jin's men. Soft tactics didn't work. Is Boss Hua planning to use force now? Tang Zhong spoke calmly, his demeanor as serene as ever. His purpose in coming here was to find the casino owner. Now that Hua Jin had appeared, Tang Zhong saw no need to hide his intentions any longer. Noticing the shift in attitude, a fierce glint flared in Hua Jin's eyes. So all this time, you lot came here specifically to wreck the place. Men, attack. At Hua Jin's command, dozens of henchmen in the casino stirred with anticipation. Some drew machetes, others brandished baseball bats. Tang Zhong watched impassively, his gaze holding utter disdain. Zhou Yuming, however, was visibly tense. He hurriedly said, Ran, cover Tang Lao and get him out. No matter what, we must ensure old Tang's safety on this mission. They knew full well that before departure, Director Liang Guodong had given them both a strict order. No matter what happened, Tang Zhong's safety was their top priority. Zhou Yuming had this etched into his mind, and Ran felt the same. Both took deep breaths, gripping the pistols at their waists, ready to provide cover for Tang Zhong at any moment. But the next moment, Tang Zhong patted both their shoulders. You two stand down. Just watch the show from the sidelines. With that, he strode forward, laughing heartily. Joaquin, I'm giving you one last chance. Lay down your weapon and turn back from your path of evil, and I may spare your life. Otherwise, for running that gambling den and ruining countless families, I have more than enough reason to execute you right here and now. Swish. A murderous aura surged instantly, Tang Zhong's eyes blazing with intent to kill. Old Tang is awesome. We must bring down this gambling den. Support Old Tang's righteous vengeance. Crush the gambling ringleader. Hundreds of thousands of spectators cheered Tang Zhong on. And Ran stood nearby, watching Old Master Tang face the gang alone, looking deeply concerned. Yu Ming, can Old Master Tang really handle this alone? He should be fine. Zhou Yuming snapped back to his senses and nodded with a smile. Zhou Yuming had already gotten a taste of Tang Lao's formidable strength. He single-handedly dismantled the bar, wiped out Li Fuhai's entire crew, and even took down Su Cheng, a formidable enforcer backed by dozens of elite thugs, all at the hands of Old Tang. It was clear this veteran hero of the anti-Japanese war was still as sharp as a razor. I trust Old Master Tang. If he's confident he can do it, then he certainly can. Zhou Yuming declared with conviction. At that moment, Hua Jin roared with maniacal laughter, his face contorted in a hideous sneer as he bellowed. What the hell are you playing at? Talking about turning over a new leaf? Talking to an old man like that? Who do you think you are? Let me tell you straight, the biggest shareholder behind this casino is none other than the Monty Group. Once I knock your teeth out, I'll cut out your kidneys and sell you to an African silver mine to work yourself to death. Joaquin was utterly reckless. His eyes blazed with savagery, convinced beyond doubt. With his dozens of henchmen, taking down Tang Zhong and his 2 companions would be child's play. Oh? Tang Zhong raised an eyebrow at the remark, surprised by this unexpected revelation. Judging by Hua Jin's words, this casino was indeed a venture of the Monty Group. Hua Jin, growing impatient, barked out an order. What are you standing around for? Get moving, all of you. Whoever breaks this brat's arms and legs first gets $1 million from me. At the mention of money, the thugs' eyes lit up greedily. One by one, they rolled up their sleeves, raised their machetes high, and charged toward Tang Zhong. In an instant, blades flashed from every direction. Female officer in Ranran watched with her lips tightly pressed together, fearing Tang Zhong would be injured. But moments later, her eyes widened in shock as she witnessed a scene she would never forget. Surrounded by the thugs, Tang Zhong suddenly erupted with fury. Despite his disguise, old Tang was still 100 years old. Yet now, his century-old frame moved like a 17 or 18-year-old youth. As he leapt into the air, his body hurtled forward like a cannonball. His fist shot upward, instantly whipping up whirlwinds. Puff! 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 A thick mist of blood erupted in rapid succession. Wherever his fist struck, the thug's internal organs shattered. They were sent flying 7 or 8 meters before dying instantly. Joaquin's previously confident expression froze on his face. His legs went weak beneath him. Watching his men get knocked flying and spitting blood sent waves of chill down his spine. In less than half a minute, the casino's original dozens of enforcers were reduced to less than 1/3 of their original number. At Hua Jin's feet, the bodies of thugs piled up like a small mountain. Blood gushed like rivers. Amidst the sea of corpses and blood, Tang Zhong transformed into a bulldozer, mercilessly crushing the few remaining thugs. The situation reversed in an instant, plunging Hua Jin into an icy abyss. No, this can't be happening. Chapter 34, Please spare us. Every enforcer in this casino was hand-picked by the Monty Group, most of them battle-hardened veterans. How could such elite enforcers be defeated by a single man? This must be a dream. I must be dreaming. Joaquin screamed, utterly oblivious. By now, not a single enforcer remained standing on the floor. Even the dealers who had been watching the spectacle had all fled in panic, vanishing in a flash. So satisfying. These scumbags deserved a thorough beating. Tang Lao truly lives up to his reputation as an anti-Japanese hero. Taking down these South Asian thugs is child's play for him. Even the most vicious Japanese devils couldn't stand up to old Tang. These lowly casino thugs are nothing. The crowd cheered with delight. Outside the fray, Zhou Yuming stood completely frozen. As for the policewoman and Ran, she covered her mouth in disbelief. After all, these were dozens of thugs, each looking incredibly fierce. But old Tang? He had effortlessly crushed them all in a single exchange. This combat prowess was nothing short of a one-man annihilation of the entire enemy force. Yu Ming, has old Master Tang always been this formidable? Finally, and Ran couldn't help but ask. Zhou Yuming nodded gently. Regaining his composure, he couldn't help but shake his head in admiration. Truly a veteran hero. Old Master Tang is far from ordinary. Earlier, Director Liang even said we needed to protect old Master Tang. But now it seems the tables have turned. It looks like we're the ones being protected. Zhou Yuming gave a helpless smile as he spoke. On the field, Tang Zhong flicked his wrist to wipe the blood from his knuckles. Facing these ruthless South Asian criminals, he held nothing back. The reason was simple. The Monte Group had deceived and harmed countless compatriots of the Dragon Nation. Take those kidnapped children earlier before Tang Zhong arrived, who knew how many more innocent lives had been destroyed. Organ trafficking, human trafficking, fraud, and murder. These heinous crimes alone were enough to drive Tang Zhong to give his all. When dealing with scum like this, one must crush them with thunderous force. Striding toward Hua Jin, the casino boss was already scared out of his wits. Gone was his earlier arrogance and tyranny. Hua Jin stumbled and fell to the ground, trembling violently. Don't kill me. Please don't kill me. I'm just a small fish. The real mastermind is the Monty Group. I'll tell you everything, please, spare my life. Joaquin begged desperately, like a stray dog whimpering for mercy. Looking down at him from above, Tang Zhong spoke slowly and deliberately. Tell us the exact location of the Monte Group. And confess every crime you've committed. Tang Zhong's tone carried not a hint of emotion. Hearing this, Hua Jin wet himself and finally broke down completely. With no more secrets to hide, he blurted out everything. Monte Group is located in Mayawati. It's an industrial park covering hundreds of thousands of square meters. From what I know alone, the various business divisions of Monte Group employ over 1,000 people. But the largest department is the fraud division, nearly 10,000 employees, mostly ordinary people swindled from countries like Longwa. Joaquin confessed every detail without reservation. As Zhou Yuming listened, his expression darkened. According to Hua Jin's account, over 1,000 people from Longwa had been deceived into working for Mengtai Group's fraud operations so far. And this was only the mildest scenario. Particularly along the border of Nanyuan province, organ trafficking and human trafficking activities had resulted in thousands of victims. Faced with such grave circumstances, it was impossible for Zhou Yuming, a police officer, not to burn with rage. You bastards! Zhou Yuming couldn't help but curse angrily. In contrast, Tang Zhong remained relatively composed, merely continuing to ask coldly. And what about you? Given all the crimes the Monty Group has committed, what personal connection do you have with this casino? Intuition told Tang Zhong he was almost certain. This so-called casino must also be hiding something. Sure enough, when Tang Zhong pressed him with this question, Joaquin broke out in a cold sweat, visibly uneasy. Seeing his reluctance to speak, Tang Zhong wasted no words. He simply picked up a machete lying at his feet. Joaquin, my patience is running thin. Whoosh! No sooner had the words left his mouth than Tang Zhong suddenly swung his blade. Joaquin had no time to react, only feeling a chill on his shoulder. Turning his head, he saw his entire arm had been cleanly severed. Blood spurted from the gaping wound, the pain making Joaquin grimace in agony. His face contorted beyond recognition. Before he could even scream, the blood-stained machete was already pressed against his throat. Tang Zhong's eyes flashed with cold light as he asked indifferently. You don't have much time left. If I don't get the answer I want in 3 seconds, prepare to say goodbye to your other hand. Such ruthless efficiency left not only Joaquin. Even Zhou Yuming and Ran, watching from a distance, sucked in their breath. Old Tang's style is just too decisive. Yeah, but this is South Asia, a place notorious for its ruthless criminals. There's not much we can do about it. Zhou Yuming offered an explanation. By now, Joaquin was utterly terrified and desperate. He dared not delay any longer and could only confess the truth. This casino of ours, besides the gambling business, we also accommodate people sent over by the Mengtian group. This place is essentially a transit hub. Any hostages who were either deceived or kidnapped end up held here. Joaquin glanced at the floor, his voice trembling. They're locked up in the basement. I can take you there. Tang Zhong grabbed Joaquin by the collar and gestured for him to lead the way. Zhou Yuming and Ran followed closely behind as the group ventured deeper into the casino. They opened one heavy door after another. After a while, they reached a basement door. Joaquin struggled to unlock it, his strength fading from excessive blood loss. Forcing himself to open the door, he said weakly. Everyone, the captives are all inside. I really can't hold on much longer. Please, show mercy and let me go. Joaquin tried to excuse himself. But Tang Zhong swiftly tore off a sleeve and bound it tightly around Joaquin's left shoulder. The bleedings temporarily stopped. You should have about 2 hours left. Lead us inside, or you know the consequences. Hearing Tang Zhong's threat, Joaquin felt utterly defeated and had no choice but to comply. Yet the moment they stepped into the basement, his gaze fell upon the ventilation shafts behind the concealed doors on either side. A sudden, savage gleam flashed in Joaquin's eyes. Click! The basement door slammed shut behind him. Then, with all his strength, Joaquin smashed open one of the hidden doors. The moment the hidden door swung open, 7 or 8 burly men inside the small room, each holding a flintlock musket, turned their sights on him simultaneously. Someone's crashing the party. Grab your weapons and take him out. A shout rang out. Joaquin quickly rolled into the hidden chamber and hid behind the door. Chapter 35, You're truly a gun god. At the same time, the thugs behind the other hidden door also sensed trouble. Both doors swung open simultaneously, revealing over a dozen burly men raising their pistols. Black muzzles pointed at Tang Zhong and his 2 companions, ready to spit fire. There was an ambush after all? That Joaquin is truly despicable. I thought he'd finally back down, but it turns out he had a hidden ace up his sleeve. TSK, over a dozen gunmen. Looks like old Tang might be in for a nasty fall this time. The audience watched with bated breath. After all, this was South Asia, no reinforcements were coming. With just Tang Zhong and his 2 companions facing over a dozen gunmen striking first, the situation was indeed dire. Zhou Yuming reacted swiftly, drawing his gun and firing. Beside him, the female officer and Ran reacted just as swiftly, ducking back behind cover and opening fire in return. Mr. Tang, be careful. These guys are armed with firearms. We should retreat first. Amidst the hail of bullets, Zhou Yuming called out. And Ran agreed. Mr. Tang, we're under attack from both sides. Staying in the basement will only get us hurt. Let me open the door, you retreat first. Though the basement door was locked, and Ran was confident she could force her way through with her pistol. Hearing their words, Tang Zhong showed no sign of tension. The moment the ambush began, Tang Zhong had immediately sensed danger, easily dodging the bullets as he retreated. Now, the 3 stood in the blind spots of the 2 side chambers, temporarily safe. Xiao Zhou, hand me the pistol. Tang Zhong demanded bluntly. Zhou Yuming froze, puzzled by what old Tang intended to do. But seeing the calm look in old Tang's eyes, he eventually handed over the pistol after a moment's hesitation. Inside the dark room, Joaquin, clenching his teeth against excruciating pain, snarled with his helpless, mangled arm. None of you 3 will live to see tomorrow. Dare to mess with my turf? This is your fate. Shoot them. Turn them into Swiss cheese. Bang! 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 Gunfire erupted. Joaquin coughed up blood while laughing maniacally. Ha 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 ha. Now let's see where you run to. Let me tell you, the basement door is reinforced. Nothing but artillery shells can penetrate it. You lot, charge out there and take out the leader first. Several gunmen cautiously emerged from the dark room. Suddenly, a dark figure darted out from beyond the door. All the gunmen were startled, and in their panic, they fired wildly. The shadow was riddled with holes. Only when it fell did they realize it was just a coat. The next instant, Tang Zhong burst out, gun in hand. His inside eye activated instantly, time seeming to freeze for a moment. Guided by his killing intent, Tang Zhong didn't even bother to look for the enemy's direction. Relying purely on instinct, he fired several shots in rapid succession. Bang! 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 7 gunshots rang out as 7 figures in the left side chamber collapsed simultaneously, each shot hitting the center of their foreheads. With a practiced reload, before the gunman in the other chamber could react, Tang Zhong fired again. After the same number of shots, the remaining individuals inside the room all collapsed. It all happened in the blink of an eye. Tang Zhong seized the enemy's reloading moment with sharp precision and struck decisively. Every gunman was killed, not a single one survived. Zhou Yuming and Ranran exchanged glances, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Over a dozen armed criminals simply eliminated like that? Old Master Tang truly lives up to his reputation as a veteran hero. And Ranran exclaimed sincerely. Zhou Yuming shook his head in disbelief, his jaw dropping. Only someone like Old Tang, who's seen real combat, could handle it like that. Even with police academy training, I could never stay that calm. It wasn't just the two of them, the audience had long since erupted into chaos. Online viewers, 43,603, 45,498. Did I see that right? Old Tang took them all down single-handedly. He's a sharpshooter. How did Old Tang pull this off? Unbelievable. Is this even human? Scanning the area and finding no more living gunmen, Tang Zhong lowered his pistol, rushed into the dark room, and dragged out Joaquin. Joaquin was already trembling in terror, his entire body convulsing. The scene had shattered his spirit, and he still hadn't recovered. He simply couldn't wrap his head around it. In the basement, 13 armed thugs, how could they all be wiped out by a single man? It defied all logic. Let me go, I beg you, let me go. His eyes vacant, Joaquin, drained of blood, instinctively begged for mercy. But Tang Zhong didn't even glance at him, he raised his hand and fired. Bang! The bullet struck him squarely between the eyes. Joaquin didn't even have time to struggle before he fell to the ground, eyes wide open in death. Zhou Yuming approached with Ranran in tow. Old Tang, you're incredible. Yes, with just 1 gun and 2 magazines, you took down over a dozen armed thugs. Master Tang, you're the most skilled marksman I've ever seen. Zhou Yuming couldn't stop praising him. And Ranran couldn't help but ask, blinking her bright, sparkling eyes. But Mr. Tang, how did you manage it? At your age, to still possess such extraordinary marksmanship, it's truly amazing. Hearing Ranran's question, Tang Zhong smiled calmly. He returned the pistol to Zhou Yuming and shook his head modestly. Nothing special. Just killed too many Japanese devils back in the day, it's muscle memory now. Back when we were fighting for the high ground, my old comrades and I battled through the night with only 70 rounds left. But guess what? In the end, with just that Type 38 rifle, I took out 70 of those devils, not a single bullet wasted. Tang Zhong spoke with casual nonchalance. But to Zhou Yuming and Ranran, his words struck like thunder. 70 bullets to take out 70 Japanese soldiers? Bullseye every time. Old Tang, you're a true marksman. What an incredible feat, old hero. It's hard to imagine how grueling that battle must have been. And Ranran, being a girl, couldn't help but be moved as she spoke. Salute to the old hero. No wonder Old Tang is so unbeatable. Turns out he honed his skills by taking down Japanese devils. A centenarian wiping out a South Asian crime syndicate? This is straight out of a novel. The audience gasped in astonishment. Just then, Zhou Yuming composed himself and suddenly heard sobs echoing from deep within the basement. Old Tang, do you hear that crying? Could it be the victims? Hearing Zhou Yuming's words, Tang Zhong listened intently for a moment before nodding softly. Let's go check it out. After traversing the basement's long corridor, their vision suddenly opened up. Before them lay a concrete room spanning roughly 1,000 square meters. The smooth cement floor was now packed with people. Countless men and women sat there, disheveled and filthy. Some wore torn clothing, others bore wounds all over their bodies. Worse still, some bore starkly visible stitched wounds on their lower backs, obviously fresh from having their kidneys removed. At a glance, the victims in this room numbered at least several hundred. These people are all hostages kidnapped by the Monte Group. This is outrageous. Zhou Yuming clenched his fists in anger. Chapter 36, are you really sure about this? The Monte Group is nothing but a bunch of bastards. They've harmed so many innocent people and even harvested their kidneys, utterly heartless. They didn't even spare children. This criminal gang must be dismantled. The audience was filled with righteous indignation, unable to bear watching any longer. Tang Zhong's gaze swept across the crowd, lingering for a moment on a group of children. The oldest among them was barely over 10, their faces still bearing childlike innocence. Yet starkly contrasting their youthful features were the long, terrifying scars etched across their waists. These scars were unmistakable evidence that their organs had been harvested. Rage surged through Tang Zhong as he clenched his fists. That they wouldn't even spare children proved the cruelty of the Mengtai group's criminal gang. These scum deserve to be torn limb from limb. Tang Zhong growled under his breath. At that moment, police officer and Ran approached, her expression filled with sympathy. She pressed her lips tightly together and said, "Mr. Tang, you should come see the situation over here." Following in Ran's gaze, Tang Zhong saw what she pointed to. He scanned past the victimized children and ordinary bystanders. In the farthest corner, Tang Zhong spotted dozens of women dressed in dazzling attire, their faces heavily made up. These women were dressed to the nines, each one undeniably stunningly beautiful. Yet strangely, their faces showed not a trace of human emotion. No trace of joy, anger, sorrow, or happiness. In each girl's eyes, there was only profound despair. Old Tang, these girls must have endured inhuman suffering. Look at their eyes. I could barely bear to glance at them for more than a moment. And Ran voiced her concern. Zhou Yuming approached and sighed at the sight. Alas, these girls. I fear they've all been reduced to empty shells by the Mengtai group. Similar victims have appeared before in Nanyun province. That girl was also abducted. To force her into the sex trade, they tortured her daily. Injecting drugs, brutal beatings, mind control, anything that wouldn't damage her skin, they tortured her to death. At this point, Zhou Yuming clenched his teeth in fury. Those bastards did it just to make that girl obey them. Now it seems these girls have clearly been tortured into tools too. Sigh. Listening to Zhou Yuming's explanation, and Ran sucked in a sharp breath. Tang Zhong's eyes flickered with a barely perceptible glint of malice. My heart aches for these girls and their children. The Mengtai group must be brought to justice. Can't wait for Boss Tang to show his moves and wipe out this damn corporation. This makes me so furious. Are these South Asian criminal gangs even human? Of course not. They're nothing but vermin worse than swine. The audience's fury surged once more. At that moment, Tang Zhong stepped forward, crouching down to look at the group of girls. His gaze swept around before settling on the girl furthest back. She appeared to be in her 20s, gracefully poised with a heart-shaped face of breathtaking beauty. Though her eyes were as vacant as the others, after observing her closely for a moment, Tang Zhong detected a glimmer of light. This girl might still be saved. Young lady, what is your name? Tang Zhong asked softly. Hearing the question, the girl instinctively averted her gaze, desperately trying to retreat. Don't be afraid, young lady. You appear to be from the Dragon Nation, and so are we. And these two gentlemen behind me are also police officers from the Dragon Nation. Tang Zhong gestured toward Zhou Yuming and the other officer. Zhou Yuming understood immediately and promptly produced his police badge. Look, young lady. We really are police officers. You. The girl's mouth fell open. After a moment, her eyes regained their brightness. They're police officers from Longwa. I'm saved. I'm finally saved. She cried out excitedly, then suddenly her eyes reddened and two clear tears rolled down her cheeks. My name is Anna. I used to be a model. My hometown is in Nanyun province. A month ago, a modeling job ad caught my eye. The pay and benefits were incredibly generous. Back then, I was inexperienced and gullible. Only after leaving the country did I realize this wasn't a modeling agency at all. Recalling the past month's ordeal in that sunless basement, Anna wept uncontrollably, her tears streaming down her face. You have no idea, these people resorted to every possible means to exploit us. Beyond the torture, they forced me to work as a dealer and sleep with casino clients. Even that Joaquin said, since I'm pretty, he'd send me to Monty Group as a hostess. This girl has suffered so much. Yeah, but she was also incredibly naive. A high-paying job overseas, in South Asia? There's no such thing as a free lunch. It seems China's anti-fraud efforts still have a long way to go. Many people remain too trusting. But let's be clear, the ones who did wrong are those scumbags. Thank goodness Tang Lao arrived in time. If it had been delayed any longer, it's hard to imagine what would have become of this girl. Hostess? Hearing Anna's words, Tang Zhong froze for a moment before a plan suddenly formed in his mind. With this girl's help, infiltrating the Monty Group might go much smoother. With this thought, Tang Zhong turned to the policewoman. Ran, you stay here and handle communications with the Longwa police. Tell them to move fast, contact the local police station and coordinate the evacuation of these victims. Especially the Chinese nationals, make absolutely sure not a single one of them comes to harm. Tang Zhong's tone was stern. And Ran dared not delay, nodding urgently in response before turning to contact the Longwa police. As a major Eastern power, once Dragon Nation had evidence to exert pressure, Myanmar naturally dared not defy them. Soon, with China's intervention at all levels, Myanmar took this matter extremely seriously and specially deployed military personnel to escort the victims. All the victims were rescued from the hellhole. As they emerged from the casino one by one, wailing and crying, it was as if they had been reborn. And Ran accompanied them back to China, boarding the return flight. Anna, however, was deliberately held back for a moment by old Tang. Anna, I plan to infiltrate the Monty group and dismantle it once and for all. With your help, my chances of success might be greater. I just wonder if you're willing. But rest assured, even if you refuse, I won't force you. I'll let you board the plane now. Tang Zhong certainly didn't want to coerce her after all. Anna had endured a month of hardship, and her eagerness to return home was understandable. To his surprise, Anna barely hesitated before nodding firmly. Gritting her teeth, her voice trembling with tears, she declared, I'm in. I've wanted to take revenge on that beastly corporation for so long. Mr. Tang, I'm willing to go undercover with you. Her decisive attitude left Zhou Yuming, watching nearby, momentarily stunned. Young lady, are you absolutely certain? This undercover mission is no child's play. If things go wrong, it could cost lives. Chapter 37, isn't he already dead? Even after Zhou Yuming's warning, Anna kept nodding. I'm not afraid. If we let the Monte group keep doing evil, sooner or later there'll be more victims like me. To prevent more people from being deceived, I'm willing to join you in this mission. Anna's eyes held unwavering resolve, her tone unyielding. This made Tang Zhong look at her with newfound respect, and he couldn't help but laugh. Women are every bit as capable as men. Very well. Xiao Zhou, the upcoming undercover mission will be handled by Anna and me. You've been compromised before, so it's best you stay in Rayleigh City and be ready to assist us at any moment. Zhou Yuming froze at the words, then shook his head hastily. That's out of the question. Chief Tang, it's not that I doubt your abilities. Before we left, Director Liang repeatedly stressed that I must ensure your safety. If I'm not there and something goes wrong during your operation. Hearing Zhou Yuming's concern, old Tang shook his head. Young Zhou, do you think my safety matters more than the security of millions of Longhua citizens? Destroying the Mengtai group is urgent. To ensure a successful infiltration, I must eliminate all potential obstacles. Is that clear? Tang Zhong's words left Zhou Yuming speechless. Seeing Tang Zhong's stubborn resolve, Zhou Yuming pondered for a long while before finally conceding with resignation. Alright then, old Tang. But you must keep in constant contact with me. If any threat arises, I'll immediately bring reinforcements. I'll go see Director Liang shortly to request personnel have the South Asian authorities dispatch some men. Zhou Yuming made preparations within his means. Tang Zhong nodded lightly, then departed Rayleigh City immediately with Anna in tow. To avoid drawing attention, the two boarded a long-distance bus. During the journey, Tang Zhong questioned Anna in detail about all the intelligence she possessed regarding the Monte group. During their conversation, Tang Zhong learned that, due to its unique geographical location, Mayawave had effectively become a lawless zone in South Asia. The Monte group operated with complete impunity there, engaging in all manner of illegal activities. Mr. Tang, we'll reach Miaowadi in 3 hours. Once we arrive, what should we do? Anna blinked her big, sparkling eyes, her expression brimming with excitement. After all, she was just a girl in her early 20s. She'd only ever seen undercover work in TV dramas before, and now she was one herself naturally brimming with anticipation. Seeing Anna like this, Tang Zhong sighed helplessly. Anna, once we're there, you must follow my orders. Under no circumstances act without my orders. Okay. Anna replied, clearly disappointed. But she quickly composed herself, gazing out the window with stars in her eyes. An undercover operation, huh? Just thinking about it is thrilling. Meanwhile, at the Mayawande Park. In the top floor office of the main building, Chang Yong, the group's boss, had veins bulging on his forehead. Fists clenched around a stack of photographs, he finally lit a cigarette and raised his gaze to his subordinates. His gaze was icy cold, filled with murderous intent. Who among you can explain to me what the hell is going on? Chen Hao was the group's only remaining cadre in Longgua's Nanyun province, and he just died like that. After 2 full days of investigation, what exactly have you uncovered? Chang Yong emphasized each word. A palpable chill filled the office as the air turned icy. His subordinates bowed their heads, each trembling with fear. Chen Hao's death was utterly unexpected. By the time the executives received the news, Chen Hao was already dead beyond any doubt. Silence hung heavy for a long moment. No one dared volunteer to take the fall at this critical juncture and bear the boss's wrath. Taking a deep drag on his cigarette, Chang Yong gradually regained his composure and turned his gaze to the man on the far left. Lu Bingkuan, you tell me. As the group's newest manager, surely you're not so incompetent that you can't even investigate this minor incident? Chang Yong's tone was icy. The position of manager was already quite high within the campus. Keep in mind the entire group only had 3 departments, and the highest position in each was manager. The next rank down was staff like Li Fuai. Hearing Chang Yong's words, the manager visibly stiffened, adjusting the gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose. Ahem, I've actually found a lead. Boss, remember that old man you put a black market bounty on earlier? The old man? Chang Yong froze for a moment, his mind racing. You mean that 100-year-old geezer? Didn't the black market hitmen already take him out? Since posting that bounty on the black market last time, Chang Yong hadn't paid it any mind. The reason was simple, he was confident that the 5 million yuan bounty was more than enough to secure Tang Zhong's death. But now that the old matter was being brought up again, Chung Young instinctively felt uneasy. Lu Bingquan continued cautiously. Boss, the truth is, that old man never died. Not only is he alive, but the elite assassins who accepted the bounty have all vanished without a trace. Therefore, I have reason to suspect that Chen Hao and the others were also killed by that old man. Lu Bingquan delivered his assessment in one breath. A long silence followed. Chung Young narrowed his eyes, clenching his fists so tightly they cracked and popped. Not dead. He killed the top assassin in the black market and disposed of Chen Hao. What the hell is this old bastard's background? Chen Yang growled through gritted teeth. At that moment, Lu Bingquan stepped forward and dared to add. Boss, I think that old man seems to be targeting our group. Things have been tense lately. We'd better be extra cautious to ensure our long-term survival. You're right. Chung Yang nodded in agreement, a menacing glint flashing in his eyes. Once we wrap up business here, I'll personally send men to Dragon Country to skin that old bastard alive. Chung Yang's declaration brought relief to all his subordinates. Knock knock knock. But just then, someone knocked on the door. In an instant, the office door swung open. A henchman rushed in, panting heavily. Boss. The guys outside the complex just called out, saying, they saw Chen Hao come back. What? At this news, everyone present was startled. Many turned to look at Lu Bingquan, their eyes filled with confusion. But wait, isn't Chen Hao already dead? Lu Bingquan, are you deliberately lying? Impossible. Lu Bingquan shook his head firmly, his expression defiant. Boss, believe me, Chen Hao is absolutely dead. I saw the photos of his body with my own eyes, I couldn't be mistaken. As the boss, Chung Yong didn't rush to speak. Instead, he pointed at another cadre. Sun Daeon, take Lu Bingquan with you to meet him. If it really is Chen Hao, take him to be settled in first. I'll personally question him later. Understood. The subordinate named Sun Daeon answered, glaring at Lu Bingquan with ill intent. Come on, Manager Lu. Let's go meet this dead man you keep talking about. Chapter 38, Are you a cockroach, kid? Outside the compound, Tang Zhong arrived with Anna in tow. Facing the endless barbed wire fence and the armed guards manning the nearby sentry posts, Tang Zhong whistled softly, unable to suppress a chuckle. Truly a lawless zone, they're brazen enough to flaunt it like this. They say South Asia is chaotic, and now I see it's absolutely true. Such a vast area controlled by criminal organizations, turned into their stronghold TSK. No wonder South Asia struggles to develop with criminals having their own stronghold. How can ordinary people live normally? The audience murmured in disbelief. At that moment, Anna chimed in. Yeah, Tang Lao, these guys are way too brazen. Are you going to step in right away and smash their skulls in? Batting her eyelashes, Anna was brimming with excitement, her expression innocent beyond belief. Hearing this, old Tang rolled his eyes. He was starting to wonder if he should have brought this little brat along at all. Lighting a cigarette with a flick of his wrist, old Tang scratched his head and said, Miss Anna, remember I am Chen Hao now. No matter who we encounter, in front of outsiders, you must address me as Boss Chen. And you yourself must keep a low profile, acting as if you're a hostess I picked up. Got it? Fearing Anna might not grasp the gravity, old Tang added. Remember, this mission is critical. Don't screw it up. Alright, I got it. Anna nodded blankly, leaving Tang Zhong with a headache once more. The audience couldn't stop laughing at this scene. Who knew old Tang could be so overwhelmed sometimes? Yeah, this little girl totally has Tang's number. This grandpa-granddaughter duo is pure gold. I'm rooting for Anna, she's bound to stir up a storm in the park. Ever since escaping that hellhole, Anna had reverted to her naturally mischievous and spirited self. While this was undoubtedly a positive development, it added a layer of unpredictability to Tang Zhong's mission. As if sensing Tang Zhong's concern, Anna quickly changed her tune. Big brother Chen, I'll put on a great performance, you can count on me. Seeing the natural look on Anna's face, Tang Zhong breathed a sigh of relief. Squeak! Just then, the electrified gate 4 or 5 meters wide before them suddenly swung open. 2 rows of armed enforcers emerged, while 2 figures could be faintly discerned in the distance. Lu Bingquan walked at the front, eager to make out the faces outside the gate. But as the distance closed, and Lu Bingquan clearly saw Chen Hao's familiar face, he froze in shock. Chen Hao, it really is you, you bastard. Didn't you die? I knew you were as tough as a cockroach. Lu Bingquan, both shocked and delighted, hurried forward to greet him. Sun Daeong remained silent behind him, simply standing to the side and watching. Tang Zhong quickly slipped into character, recalling Chen Hao's boisterous personality before his death. He spread his arms wide. You're the cockroach. This trip to Longwei was bloody dangerous, I nearly lost my life. As he spoke, Tang Zhong lit a cigarette, feigning lingering fear. Lu Bingquan chuckled but said nothing more. Just then, Sun Daeong approached and politely added. The boss instructed us to get you settled first. As for what happened to you in Longwa, the boss will speak with you personally later. As he spoke, Sun Daeong glanced at Anna beside Tang Zhong, his brow furrowing slightly. Chen Hao, who is this woman? Oh, her? She's a Dragon Country tourist I successfully kidnapped while passing through Rayleigh City. But rest assured, I've trained her well, she'll be perfectly obedient. Tang Zhong adopted a thuggish tone. Anna quickly slipped into character, immediately lowering her head with a pitiful expression, appearing utterly helpless. This sight instantly ignited a wicked fire within Lu Bingquan, who licked his lips. Wow, she's really smooth. You've got great taste, kid. Your room's all set up. As for this woman, she'll be sent to the girls' quarters for training first. No problem. Mr. Tang chuckled in agreement, shooting Anna a meaningful glance before leaving. He had already instructed her beforehand, if they were separated, Anna was to find out the identities of the leaders within the Mengtian group. After all, Tang Zhong was currently operating under the identity of Chen Hao. Such inquiries would be difficult to conduct without alerting the target. But Anna was different. As a newly arrived hostess, it was perfectly natural for her to be curious about the identities of the leadership. In the blink of an eye, Anna was led away by Sun Daong, while Tang Zhong followed Lu Bingquan toward the dormitory. Along the way, Lu Bingquan wore a carefree grin, acting utterly uninhibited. Brother Chen, everyone was worried sick about you after that near-death experience in Longhua. From what I heard, you ran into some old man and nearly bit off more than you could chew. Is that true? Lu Bingquan probed indirectly. Ever since seeing Chen Hao again, he couldn't shake the feeling that something about the guy was off. But after observing him for a while, Lu Bingquan still couldn't detect any clues. The disguise technique granted by the system was far from ordinary. Its flawless appearance was the very reason Tang Zhong dared to confidently go undercover. How could it possibly be easily exposed? Noticing Lu Bingquan's thoughts, Tang Zhong chuckled inwardly while maintaining polite conversation. It's true I encountered a stubborn old man, but this matter is of great importance. I'd rather wait until the boss has time to report it personally. Ah, Brother Chen, you're being too formal, aren't you? But since you put it that way, I shan't press further. Failing to extract any further information, Lu Bingquan saw no point in lingering. After escorting Tang Zhong to the dormitory entrance, he casually remarked before departing. Brother Chen, quite a few new facilities have been added to the campus during your 6-month absence. Take your time exploring. If you need anything, just let me know. With that, Lu Bingquan departed. The audience, having witnessed the entire scene, was now thoroughly impressed by Tang Zhong's masterful performance. Unbelievable. This guy actually didn't see through old Master Tang. Transformation techniques only alter appearance, but Tang Lao's acting skills are equally remarkable. A true master of his craft. This undercover plot is thrilling, hope he doesn't get exposed. Online viewers, 45,311, 47,633. Tang Zhong didn't rush back to his dorm. After opening a few doors and finding only ordinary guest rooms, he began wandering around. The campus was enormous, with the sports field alone spanning tens of thousands of square meters. At first glance, a towering high-rise stood out, surrounded by several smaller buildings. Armed guards patrolled back and forth in front of each building. After carefully counting, he estimated that the visible security presence alone numbered at least 70 or 80 people. This is a bit of a hassle. Tang Zhong muttered under his breath. Just then, a shriek erupted from a 6-story building on the left. Let go of me. If any of you dare touch me, I'll scratch you to death. The voice was unmistakably familiar, it was Anna. His heartstrings instantly tightened, and Tang Zhong immediately rushed toward the building. 2 thugs blocked the entrance. Halt. This is a VIP lounge. No entry without official authorization. Chapter 39, let me show you our newest service. Tang Zhong shot a cold glance at the 2 thugs, pointing at his disguised face. Open your dog eyes and look clearly. I'm Chen Hao, one of the executives at Mengtai Group. Dare to block my path again, and I'll have my men chop off your hands and feet. Swish. A murderous aura instantly filled the air. The 2 thugs froze, staring intently at Tang Zhong. After a moment, their expressions changed dramatically. Big Brother Chen, it's you. My deepest apologies. You haven't been back in half a year, and I just didn't recognize you at first. Get lost. At the sharp rebuke, the 2 gunmen slunk aside, clearing the path. Following Anna's cries for help, Tang Zhong made his way up to the 4th floor. Along the way, he passed nothing but dorm rooms, with numerous women gathered in the hallway. These women wore revealing clothing and heavy makeup, clearly working as hostesses. The so-called hostess bar was merely a euphemism. Internally, the facility referred to it as the birdcage. The implication couldn't be clearer. Put bluntly, it was nothing more than a place for the park's personnel to pass the time. And these poor girls had all been reduced to tools for others to toy with. Moving with lightning speed, Tang Zhong immediately pinpointed Anna's location upon reaching the 4th floor in the dormitory at the end of the corridor. Thud. He kicked the dormitory door open. What met his eyes was a dilapidated wooden bed and a window barred with thick iron bars. On the bed, Anna's petite frame was pinned down by a greasy, fat man. The greasy man squirmed back and forth, his movements as revolting as could be. You damn woman, stop being so ungrateful. Look around the entire Monte compound, every new arrival gets tasted by Wang Wu first. Just cooperate with me, or I'll toss you downstairs. That place is usually only frequented by the park's beasts of burden. Hundreds of people pass through there every day. You'll be worked to death." The fat man threatened harshly, his hands wandering restlessly over her body. Anna struggled desperately, her pretty face flushed crimson. "Disgusting fat bastard. Forcing himself on a woman in broad daylight? I'd smack him dead with my slipper. Anna is such a beautiful girl, even a single touch from this boor is a disgrace." The crowd seethed with righteous indignation. Tang Zhong, witnessing this scene, burned with murderous intent. Looking for death. He lunged forward, grabbing the fat man by the back of his collar. With a powerful yank, leveraging his immense strength, Wang Wu's feet instantly left the ground. Without giving Wang Wu a moment to react, the instant he was airborne, Tang Zhong delivered a kick straight for his groin. Crack! The sharp crack sent shivers down the spines of countless male spectators. As his testicles shattered, Wang Wu let out an uncontrollable, blood-curdling scream, sounding no different from a pig being slaughtered during the new year. Thrown violently to the ground, Wang Wu writhed in agony. Ouch! Who the hell dared to ruin my fun? Don't you know who I am? I'm the building manager here. My position is only one rank below an official. Dare to touch me, and I'll... Wang Wu cursed and grumbled, grimacing in pain. But the next second, as Wang Wu lifted his head to confront whoever it was, he suddenly saw Tang Zhong. More accurately, he saw Tang Zhong's face, the one disguised as Chun Hao's. Big brother Chen. My deepest apologies. I truly didn't know she was your woman. Wang Wu, who had been so arrogant moments before, now forced himself to endure the excruciating pain in his groin and knelt down to apologize. Chun Hao's rank in the compound wasn't particularly high, but he was still a cadre. He was just a lowly building manager, at best the head of security. If Chun Hao truly held a grudge, eliminating him would be child's play. Know who I am. Now get the hell out of here. Tang Zhong stared coldly at Wang Wu. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Wu scrambled to his feet, clutching his crotch as he scrambled out the door and fled. Are you okay, Anna? After shooing Wang Wu away, Tang Zhong hurried over with concern. Anna lay on the wooden bed, her clothes disheveled. Fortunately, Tang Zhong had arrived just in time. Wang Wu hadn't managed to take advantage of her, though he hadn't resisted the temptation. After adjusting her clothes, Anna's cheeks flushed crimson. Thank you, old man. Oh, wait, it's Boss Chen. Anna corrected herself, giggling softly. Her optimistic attitude made Tang Zhong secretly breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed this girl was far stronger than he had imagined. Don't worry, Anna. Come with me later. You can stay in my dorm for now. Chun Hao's status as a cadre meant bringing Anna to his place wouldn't attract too much attention. Staying here meant Anna would inevitably face harassment again, and Tang Zhong couldn't always intervene so promptly. Anna smiled knowingly at his words and nodded gratefully. Oh, by the way, when I arrived earlier, I chatted with a few girls and managed to gather some useful intel. Oh? Tell me about it. Tang Zhong listened intently. The guy who welcomed you at the door is Lu Bingquan. He's the manager of the Mengtian group, in charge of the fraud department. And the guy following Lu Bingquan, the one who brought me here? That man is Sun Daon, manager of the smuggling division. He oversees operations like organ trafficking and human trade. Mengtian group only has 3 departments in total. The remaining one is the security department, responsible for providing personnel to guard the compound. At this point, Anna's expression turned grave. Clearly, the intelligence she had uncovered was enough to illustrate just how dangerous the compound truly was. In short, this entire complex is a massive criminal enterprise. And the boss of this criminal syndicate is Chun Yong, a notorious local kingpin. 3 major departments, and the group's boss is Chun Yong? Tang Zhong quickly processed the information Anna had provided, then nodded after a moment. Now that he had a preliminary grasp of the Mengtian group's situation, it was time to make advance preparations. With that thought, Tang Zhong pulled out a string of numbers and handed them to Anna. Anna, head back to my dorm first and call this number. The person on the other end will coordinate with local military forces to assemble near Mayawati. Tang Zhong couldn't personally handle the call himself. After all, impersonating Chen Hao as an official meant someone could come looking for him at any moment. Besides, his phone might be tapped. To be safe, it was better to have Anna, a newcomer and minor player, contact Zhou Yuming. Understood. Anna understood the weight of her responsibility and nodded immediately. Afterward, Tang Zhong led Anna out of the wine shop and returned to his residence. Everything remained calm thereafter, and by late evening, nothing unusual had occurred on Tang Zhong's end. At exactly 6 o'clock, Lu Bingquan, the fraud manager, arrived at the door. Knocking on the door, Lu Bingquan offered a forced smile. Brother Chen, the boss asked me to bring you over to my place. The boss also said you should take a look at our latest business venture in the park. New business? Tang Zhong paused, exchanged a glance with Anna, then followed him out of the dormitory. Chapter 40, You're not Chen Hao, right? In no time, they arrived at another building. Before Tang Zhong even entered the door, he could already hear the clamor of voices behind it. Listening closely, it seemed like several people inside were making phone calls. The conversations varied wildly. As the door swung open, Tang Zhong instantly understood. After all this time, he finally realized this was the criminal hideout where Mengtai Group carried out their telecom fraud operations. Before him, the entire first-floor lobby was packed with over 1,000 people. Each person held at least 3 phones, relentlessly following scripts from notebooks to deceive citizens of Manhwa. Dear Ms. Li, your bank card has been temporarily frozen due to suspected money laundering activities. Please deposit 200,000 yuan to unfreeze it. Otherwise, within 1 hour, this bank card and its entire balance will be destroyed. Mr. Wang, your son has been kidnapped. Transfer 1,500,000 yuan immediately, or we will sever your son's limbs right now. Such scripts are everywhere. One after another, employees with frenzied expressions made calls, repeating the same script. The incessant ringing of phones was enough to drive anyone mad. Telecom fraud on this scale? Goodness, now I know why those nuisance calls never repeat. Would anyone actually fall for such a low-level scam? No way. I don't get the first comment. Telecom scams cast a wide net. If the target's unlucky, they might just get caught. The audience buzzed with discussion. Lu Bingquan walked through the crowd with his hands behind his back, an air of superiority about him. Everyone's doing a great job. Keep pushing. Whoever scams 3 million this month gets a 50,000 yuan bonus. Top performer for 5 consecutive months, and you'll be promoted to management, becoming someone like Chen, the big shot standing behind me. Enjoy the perks in the compound and even get to entertain higher-ups at the winehouse. Lu Bingquan stirred up the crowd, and many employees' eyes immediately lit up with fervor. Yet some remained listless, their eyes devoid of life, as if they had already given up hope. Most of these so-called employees were foreigners who had been deceived into coming here. Some had been brainwashed into genuinely believing they could make a fortune in the park. But more were trapped, knowing they couldn't escape. They worked under duress, aware that every penny they earned here would never leave the compound. Every day, employees attempted to resist, only to be beaten to the brink of death. Tang Zhong's gaze grew increasingly cold. Lu Bingquan led him up to a high platform overlooking the thousands of workers below. Brother Chen, look! Our new telecom fraud operation at Mengtai Group is generating nearly 100 million yuan in monthly revenue. All this money, it's way better than collecting protection money back in the day. Lu Bingquan burst into loud laughter. Tang Zhong remained silent, yet understood clearly. Every day in Manhwa, people fell victim to phone scams. Some lost only their money. But there were also elderly people, or young men and women, who were driven to bankruptcy and ultimately chose to take their own lives. Others, overwhelmed by despair, were lured here by the park's high-paying job offers only to be swindled. One trap led to another until the park had completely drained them dry, leaving not even a bone to pick. Yes, it's quite lucrative indeed. Tang Zhong offered insincere flattery. Footsteps approached from behind. Turning, he saw a man in a suit walking toward him, a cigar dangling from his mouth. Chen Hao, you bastard actually made it back alive. Cheng Yong greeted him with a smile. The moment he saw Cheng Yong, Tang Zhong reacted swiftly. From Lu Bingquan's extremely deferential attitude beside him, he quickly deduced. The man before him must be the boss of Mengtai Group. Without waiting for a response, Tang Zhong immediately bowed low. Good day, boss. I managed to survive by sheer luck, but all my brothers who came with me were lost. I truly had no face to return. Tang Zhong understood clearly that the group boss's deliberate attempt to strike up a conversation was most likely a test. It was precisely for this reason that he deliberately adopted an extremely humble demeanor. Cheng Yong narrowed his eyes slightly. Seeing this, he remained silent for a moment before regaining his cold expression. Oomph. Good to know. You've returned empty-handed this time. Once the officials in Nanyun province have settled back in, I'll come find you to settle the score. Oh, and while you were in Nanyun province, did you happen to encounter an old man named Tang Zhong? The mention of Tang Zhong made Cheng Yong unconsciously clench his fists, grinding his molars until they buzzed. That Tang Zhong. I'd like nothing more than to drink his blood and skin him alive. Killing Li Fuhai and Su Chang, now forcing you to retreat 3 cadres down simultaneously in Nanyun province of Manhwa. And 2 carefully cultivated hideouts both rendered useless. I'll settle this score with him sooner or later. Tang Zhong remained unmoved by Cheng Yong's furious curses. If the boss knew the man standing before him was Tang Zhong, his expression would be priceless. Just imagining that scene is hilarious. I can't believe old Tang managed to keep it together. Just wait, I think the show is about to begin. Cheng Yong regained his composure and turned to Tang Zhong. Chen Hao, since all your men are out of commission, I plan to send you to work under Sun Daong to oversee the smuggling of a batch of organs. Any objections? No problem. Tang Zhong replied immediately. Cheng Yong seemed satisfied with this answer. Without further words, he turned and walked away. Watching Cheng Yong's retreating figure with cold indifference, a flash of icy glint flickered in Tang Zhong's eyes. The countless atrocities committed by Mengtai Group ultimately stemmed from this very man, Cheng Yong, the chief culprit. If he couldn't be eliminated, even if this entire complex were destroyed, Cheng Yong might still have the means to make a comeback. With this thought, Tang Zhong silently prepared to take action. At present, the fraud department had been thoroughly investigated. All that remained was to take down the intelligence division, the department managed by Sun Daeong, and then Tang Zhong could make his move. With this plan in mind, Tang Zhong took his leave from Lu Bingkuan, using the excuse that he needed to speak with Sun Daeong about the smuggling matter. Leaving the department, he recalled the sickly employees in the lobby and murmured softly, "After tonight, you'll be completely free." The silence on his way back to the dormitory was eerie. Tang Zhong's living quarters were spacious, a one-bedroom apartment. As he opened the door, a sudden gust of cold wind swept through. Ding! A sudden alarm bell rang in his mind. His hunter's instincts kicked in, warning him of danger within the room. His heart sank not for himself, but for Anna. After all, Anna was the only young woman in the dormitory. If danger lurked inside now, then surely Anna was in peril too? He swiftly drew a dagger from his weapon holster and swung the door wide open. The next instant, he saw Anna pinned down on the living room sofa. Behind her stood Sun Daeong and 4 gun-toting thugs. "You're not Chen Hao, are you?" Sun Daeong sneered, cutting straight to the point. Chapter 41, What the hell? Did I see that right? What's going on? Did old Tang blow his cover? No way. Old Tang's acting was flawless, he even fooled the boss and that manager. How could he slip up? Anyway, this is trouble. Anna's been taken hostage, isn't old Tang in danger too? The audience held their breath, sweating bullets for Tang Zhong. Anna, now pale as a ghost on the sofa, stared guilt-ridden at Tang Zhong, who had just burst through the door. I'm sorry. After I made that call, I forgot to delete the call history, which is how they found out. Anna tearfully confessed the truth. With that simple explanation, Tang Zhong understood exactly why his cover had been blown. By tracing the call history, Sun Daeong had uncovered Zhou Yuming's true identity and exposed him as an imposter. Since he was already exposed, Tang Zhong decided to drop the act altogether. Whether I'm Chen Hao or not, it's none of your damn business. Ha 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 ha. I knew it all along. Sun Daeong lifted his head triumphantly, looking utterly confident in his victory. Let me tell you the truth. Chen Hao and I have never gotten along. Long before he went to Longhua, we had a deadly showdown. He nearly took my life that time. And you? You're acting all nice and polite to me right after arriving at the park. From that moment, I suspected you were an imposter. Tang Zhong raised an eyebrow. The undercover operation was inherently risky. While he could use disguise techniques to match Chen Hao's appearance perfectly, but his specific personality and Chen Hao's relationships within the compound were impossible to replicate. Being exposed by Sun Daeong like this actually spared Tang Zhong the trouble of maintaining the charade. As he thought this, Tang Zhong raised his hand to brush across his face, and his features instantly reverted to normal. Sun Daeong, you do have some brains. Take a good look, this old man is definitely not Chen Hao. And I can tell you this, I am the very Tang Zhong you've been searching for all along. Tang Zhong. Upon learning the true identity of the man before him, Sun Daeong was initially stunned. But he quickly regained his composure, his confidence returning as a flicker of excitement danced in his eyes. Tang Zhong. Who'd have thought you old bastard wouldn't run away, but instead traveled all this way to walk straight into my trap? The boss was just pondering how to dispose of you, but here you are, delivering yourself right into my hands. Killing you today will surely earn me the boss's favor. In that case, I suppose I should thank you. Sun Daeong was brimming with arrogance, his 4 gunmen behind him itching to act. This display clearly showed they believed Tang Zhong was already theirs for the taking. Seeing this, Tang Zhong remained unruffled, merely shaking his head with a faint smile. Kill me? Sorry, but you lot aren't even worthy of being called dogs. Who the hell are you calling a bunch of puny dogs? Sun Daeong was thoroughly enraged and abruptly drew the pistol from his waist. The tension instantly became palpable, and Anna was terrified by the scene. To Anna, Tang Zhong was clearly outnumbered and outgunned against so many men. In desperation, Anna cried out, "Grandpa, don't worry about me. I've already contacted Officer Zhou. Just leave the compound, and someone will come to pick you up soon." Shut up. Smack. No sooner had Anna finished speaking than Sun Daeong raised his hand and slapped her across the face. Instantly, a red, swollen handprint appeared on Anna's cheek, a sight that was truly shocking. Tang Zhong's eyes flashed with cold fury as he gripped his dagger in reverse. Without waiting for Sun Daeong to react, he lunged forward in a single, powerful stride. The scene terrified several people. Sun Daeong shouted urgently, "Shoot! All of you, shoot the hell at him. Break every bone in that bastard's body. I'll keep him alive to deliver him to the boss." Bang! 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 4 gunmen obeyed the order, firing their weapons in rapid succession. Flames spewed from the muzzles as bullets poured forth, hurtling straight toward Tang Zhong. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. But the very next second, Tang Zhong suddenly twisted his body in an eerie motion, dodging several bullets like a ghostly apparition. The entire crowd was stunned. Anna's mouth fell open. The warning "watch out" froze on her lips as she suddenly realized there was no need to continue. As for Sun Daeong and the gunman, they felt like they'd seen a ghost. What the hell? Had they seen correctly just now? This 100-year-old man, who looked like he'd struggled to kill a chicken, had dodged a bullet. Tang Lao is incredible. He can even dodge bullets. I didn't even catch it clearly. Could old Master Tang have special abilities? That's way too far-fetched. I'd say old Tang just has years of experience. He anticipated the shooter's move to raise his gun. Some spectators gasped in awe, while others offered objective analysis. The audience's analysis was spot on, and the truth was exactly that. Unlike trained soldiers, these park thugs may be vicious, but their gun handling is barely amateur level. The worst mistake when firing is revealing your intent too early. Yet all 4 gunmen had not been steadily aiming. They raised their weapons at the last moment. That brief opening gave Tang Zhong the chance to react. Combined with his 2 divine skills, insightful eyes and hunter's senses, dodging the bullets was effortless. Bang! Bang! Bullet holes appeared in the wall behind him. The henchmen panicked, regaining their composure just as they prepared to fire again. But in the next instant, they were stunned to find Tang Zhong had vanished before their eyes. Where is he? Where did he go? The gunman roared in disbelief. Even Sun Daeon was thrown into a panic, frantically looking left and right. Stop looking. Your grandfather is right here. A sudden, cold voice rang out. The voice came from behind them. It was Tang Zhong. The dagger sliced through the air, instantly plunging into the back of one gunman's head. Accompanied by the crack of breaking bone. The gunman didn't even have time to struggle before his eyes rolled back in his head, and he died instantly. The dagger in his hand moved with lightning speed. Tang Zhong disposed of one man without pause, then flicked his wrist to deliver 3 more strikes. Thud, thud, thud. In the blink of an eye, all 4 gunmen lay motionless on the ground. Having cleanly disposed of all 4, Tang Zhong turned to Sun Daeon with an expressionless face. Now, he stood alone in the room, the only outsider left. Son, you bastard. You want to play with guns with me? 70 years ago, your men wouldn't even have had a chance to fire a shot. Tang Zhong spoke calmly. Sun Daeon was utterly terrified. Sensing Tang Zhong behind him, he leapt aside like a spring-loaded device. Stepping through pools of blood, Sun Daeon stared at the 4 men who had been brimming with life moments ago, his face turning green. All traces of his earlier arrogance vanished, replaced by uncontrollable trembling. Now, he didn't even dare to look at Tang Zhong a second time. How could this happen? How could an old man like you kill 4 of my men in an instant? Impossible? As the saying goes, there's always someone better out there. Tang Zhong casually tossed aside the dagger and picked up the pistol at his feet. But scum like you, worse than swine, who spend your days only on harming the people, surely wouldn't understand this truth. The black muzzle instantly lifted, aimed squarely at Sun Daeon's forehead. Chapter 42, One blade pierces through. 2 birds with 1 stone. 5 against 1, yet they got turned around? Old Tang truly lives up to his reputation as a veteran hero. If he's this formidable at 100, how unstoppable must he have been in his youth? These criminals were arrogant and tyrannical all their lives, finally met their match. Support executing Tang Lao on the spot. That Sun Daeong is scum who knows how many organs he's stolen. Recalling the children trapped in the basement earlier, the audience's fury intensified. Anna snapped back to reality, rising to her feet and staring blankly at Tang Zhong. Could this white-haired old man really be the agile fighter who took on 5 opponents just moments ago? For a moment, Anna felt as if a whole new world had opened before her. Gradually, even the gaze she directed at Tang Zhong became filled with nothing but admiration. Don't kill me. I can give you money, lots and lots of money. After years of involvement in organ trafficking crimes, even though most of the proceeds went to the syndicate, Sun Daeon had personally amassed a considerable fortune. How about 10 million? Or 20 million? 50 million? Sun Daeon whimpered like a beggar, pleading relentlessly, trying to buy his life with money. Tang Zhong merely stared at him silently, his gaze growing increasingly icy. Sorry, I'm not interested in money. Keep those blood-stained bills for yourself, spend them on your journey to the underworld. Bang! The words fell, and the muzzle erupted in flames. With a muffled groan, Sun Daeon's skull was instantly pierced. His lifeless eyes stared blankly at the ceiling as his body collapsed heavily to the floor. Witnessing Tang Zhong's ruthless punishment of the criminal, Anna's earlier fear vanished completely, replaced by sheer excitement. Seeing Anna's reaction, Tang Zhong gave a helpless smile. Let's go. Now that our cover's blown, we'll head straight to the building Sun Daeon managed. Here, take this pistol for protection. If we encounter gunmen, remember to take cover behind me immediately. Tang Zhong patiently instructed her before retrieving his compound bow. Late at night, due to the nature of this particular department, shootings to dispose of goods were commonplace. Gunfire wouldn't raise much suspicion here. But heading to other buildings was different. Gunfire would definitely attract a lot of unnecessary trouble. Though Tang Zhong was confident in his skills, drawing the attention of all the gunmen could lead to injuries from indiscriminate fire. Thus, the compound bow, silent in its killing, was the most suitable weapon for this operation. Anna's curiosity deepened as she studied the bow and arrows in Tang Zhong's hands, then nodded firmly. Rest assured. I won't fire unless absolutely necessary. I'll stay hidden. The 2 left the dormitory. Fortunately, Tang Zhong lived in a detached house, and the surrounding environment was noisy with the clamor of telemarketers. Thus, the earlier sounds drew little attention. Carefully hugging the wall, Tang Zhong groped his way forward for a while before finding his destination. Before him stood the section of buildings under Sun Dayong's control, as per the intelligence Anna had provided earlier. This building should be the main hideout for human trafficking and organ trade. Anna, wait at the entrance. I'll be back soon. From 100 meters away, Tang Zhong quietly instructed her as he observed the guards stationed in front of the building. Though Anna was usually all smiles and laughter, she understood the gravity of the situation when it mattered. She nodded obediently and crouched nearby. Seeing Anna obey, Tang Zhong drew his bow, crouched low, and crept toward the building's entrance. There were 3 gunmen in total. To avoid alerting them, he had to take them all out in one go. With that thought, Tang Zhong took a deep breath. Lying in wait 50 meters away, under the cover of darkness, he drew his compound bow to full draw. A cold gleam shot forth suddenly. The arrow instantly covered 100 meters, piercing through the overlapping figures of 2 snipers in an instant. 2 birds with 1 stone. Anna crouched where she stood, eyes wide with astonishment as she watched the scene unfold before her. Huang Zhong reincarnated. A true archer god. Old Tang's accuracy is unmatched, no wonder he's the legendary hero who took out 70 Japanese soldiers with 70 bullets back on the high ground. Wow, a compound bow can pack that much punch? Piercing through 2 criminals in one breath, that must be terrifying arm strength. As the crowd gasped in awe, Tang Zhong had already approached, dragging 2 bodies into the bushes. After finishing this, he motioned for Anna to follow. Tang Zhong slowly pushed open the door. Stepping into the dimly lit hall, blood-soaked gauze littered the floor everywhere. A pungent, rusty stench assaulted her nostrils. Anna's face turned pale, and she felt like she was about to vomit. What is that smell? It's disgusting. You wouldn't want to know. Tang Zhong replied. Suddenly, voices chatted ahead. Tang Zhong immediately signaled Anna to be quiet. The 2 continued creeping closer until they finally spotted a half-open iron door. Peering through the gate, the interior was laid bare. It was an unusually spacious room, holding at least 7 or 8 simple hospital beds. Surgical knives lay carelessly discarded along the bed edges. 3 pale-faced patients lay unconscious, their waist wounds freshly stitched. And not far from the beds, dog cages were piled high like mountains. Upon closer inspection, the cages held not dogs, but living human beings. Damn it, the quality of kidneys from this batch is terrible. A figure in a white coat tossed a kidney into the trash bin with a dismissive flick. Before him, another figure in white removed their mask and nonchalantly lit a cigarette. At least we got some usable ones. 7 top-quality kidneys today alone should fetch over $1 million. But to hit this month's quota, looks like we'll need to step up our game. Glancing at the dog cages behind him, the doctor stared into the pairs of desperate eyes and grinned savagely. How about doubling the numbers tomorrow? Do a few dozen more surgeries? Alright, that's the only way. With that casual exchange, tomorrow's plan was sealed. To an outsider, it might have sounded like they were joking, not discussing how to harvest kidneys from innocent people. Whispers of sobs drifted from the dog cages. Then one person suddenly broke down. We're all going to die. We're all going to die. Those bastards never intended to let us go. Damn it! If you dare speak again, I'll rip out your heart first. The white coat glared, and silence fell over the room once more. The white-coated figure sneered contemptuously, then stubbed out the cigarette in his hand. But you whores needn't worry too much. Half of you won't have your kidneys cut out. Instead, you'll be sold off to the mountains to bear children, or shipped to Africa to mine silver. You won't live long either, but it's better than having your hearts, livers, spleens, and lungs ripped out by us, right? With that, the white coat sneered again. A heavy silence fell over the dog cages. Every imprisoned villager trembled, their faces growing paler by the second. Most had long since given up hope, as if their fate had been sealed the moment they were locked away here. Chapter 43, Work hard to get rich or face extinction. These 2 inhuman dogs. Treating human lives like weeds, viewing living people as mere vessels and currency they deserve to be struck down by heaven. Tang Lao, come save us. We can't stand by and watch this anymore. Support the old hero in enforcing justice, directly punish these beasts in human clothing. The crowd's cries grew louder. The door creaked open again. Tang Zhong, accompanied by Anna, had silently slipped behind the 2 men. His gaze fixed coldly on the 2 figures in white coats before him. Tang Zhong then turned his eyes to the victims. A quick count revealed at least several hundred people. His gaze drifted further, and Tang Zhong saw the bodies piled in the corner. Among them were men, women, and even numerous children. Anna's eyes filled with tears as her slender frame shook violently. What kind of monster could possibly commit such unspeakably horrific crimes with a smile? Anna couldn't comprehend it, her gaze fixed on the 2 figures in white coats, filled with hatred. But remembering Tang Zhong's words, she forced herself to suppress her impulse. It's okay, Anna. If you want to kill these 2 mad dogs, go ahead. If you don't dare come, I'll take care of them for you. I'll handle the blood on my hands. Tang Zhong spoke up at the right moment, patting her shoulder. At that moment, the two men in white coats snapped to attention at the sound and spun around. Their gaze locked with the cold gleam of a blade. Tang Zhong hesitated not a moment. "You scum, go to hell. When you reach hell, go apologize face to face to the people you've harmed." Thud, thud. The whitecoats collapsed to the ground. Even in their final moments, they never got a clear look at Tang Zhong's face, meeting their end with eyes wide open. Heavy breathing. Firing a gun for the first time still made Anna feel uneasy. Tang Zhong strode toward the pile of dog cages, smashing each lock in turn. "You're free now. Come out. Follow my commands later. We'll charge out of the compound together. Someone will be waiting across the street." Tang Zhong's voice boomed. Before entering the house, Tang Zhong had already contacted Zhou Yuming via phone. By now, Zhou Yuming should have been lying in wait near the compound with local police. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up with renewed excitement. Months of living in darkness, every day filled with fear and dread, had nearly driven these people to the brink of insanity. Now that a chance for survival had finally presented itself, there was no hesitation left. "Thank you, benefactor. You are truly our savior. On behalf of my entire family, I bow to you. And me, I was planning to bite my tongue and end it all tonight. You saved me." One by one, the villagers knelt down with a thud, each speaking with heartfelt sincerity. Online viewers, 47,992, 60,045 skyrocketing. Congratulations to the host on another surge in popularity, breaking through the 60,000 mark. Reward granted, Xianming 9 Needles. Xianming 9 Needles effect, revives the dead and heals the gravely wounded. An ancient medical technique. As long as a single breath remains, full recovery is possible. Receiving the new system reward, Tang Zhong's heart surged with wild joy. This time, the reward wasn't some trivial trifle, it was finally something substantial. It was a pity those innocent civilians on the operating table had already bled to death. Otherwise, Tang Zhong could have saved them as well. Pulling himself back to reality, Tang Zhong maintained order and led everyone away under cover of night. Along the way, Tang Zhong silently neutralized one sentry post after another until they reached the main gate. "Everyone, hurry. The Dragon Nation police will help you return to your homes. Whether you're citizens or not, you will all regain your freedom," Tang Zhong assured them. The rescued civilians were moved to tears. Without delay, they hurriedly thanked him and departed. For now, Tang Zhong didn't want Zhou Yuming to lead his men straight in. After all, not all the innocent civilians had been rescued yet. Although Sun Daong and some civilians had been dealt with, Lu Bingquan still commanded nearly 1,000 pyramid scheme members. Among them were undoubtedly those deceived and forced to stay, who also needed rescue. With this in mind, Tang Zhong turned back without hesitation. Anna caught up again, gun in hand, and grinned. "Mr. Tang, it feels amazing to fight crime alongside you. Are you a cop? How else could you be this good? Ever seen a 100-year-old cop?" Tang Zhong replied indifferently. Anna was momentarily speechless, unsure what to say. But upon reflection, it was undeniably true. After all, police officers have a mandatory retirement age. Given Tang Zhong's age, he should have retired decades ago. Meanwhile, inside the pyramid scheme building, the lobby remained buzzing with activity as all the pyramid scheme members worked overtime, driven relentlessly by Lu Bingquan's supervision. "Give it your all. If we don't hit the 3 million yuan sales target today, no one is allowed to put down their phones." Lu Bingquan growled coldly, his 2 rows of enforcers behind him brandishing electric batons, eyes fixed on everyone with fierce intensity. Suddenly, an employee collapsed beneath the desk, overcome by exhaustion and fainting. "Damn it! Daring to slack off. Get the hell up and keep making calls." A thug yelled angrily, then swung the electric baton at him. The young man was electrocuted into a state of near death, foaming at the mouth, seemingly unconscious. Seeing this, the enforcer glanced at Lu Bingquan on the platform. Lu Bingquan impatiently waved his hand. The next moment, a savage glint flashed in the enforcer's eyes. He snatched back the stun baton and suddenly drew a cleaver. Mengtai Group has no place for useless trash. Splatter! Several blows later, the innocent young man lay bleeding profusely, no longer even twitching. Several thugs casually stuffed the body into a sack and tossed it into a nearby septic tank. The atmosphere in the hall grew even more chilling, as an invisible fear spread rapidly. The others were so terrified they were beside themselves. No one dared to stop working, not even to yawn. They swallowed it back. Seeing his tactics work, Lu Bingquan smiled with satisfaction. "That's more like it. Joining the Monty Group is a blessing you couldn't earn in 3 lifetimes. Where else would you find a company offering you the chance to strike it rich overnight? It is the Mengtai Group that gives you the courage to start anew, and it is the Mengtai Group that has the power to grant you a brand new, fulfilling life. Get back to work. Only through hard work will you achieve sudden wealth." Memorize that phrase. After delivering this impassioned speech, Lu Bingquan felt triumphant. He calculated today's earnings, thinking that after handing them over, he could buy himself another new Rolex. What he failed to notice was that the door to the hall suddenly opened a crack. Then, 2 figures slowly emerged. The thugs who'd gone out to dump the bodies hadn't returned. Tang Zhong had already sent them packing. Now, it was time for this accomplice to face his fate. Bloodshot eyes blazing, Tang Zhong motioned for Anna to step back. Turning his back, he slowly retrieved a Type 38 Arasaka rifle from the armory. These scum were no different from the Japanese devils of yesteryear. Chapter 44, I give you two choices. Lu Bingkuan. It's time to pay your debt. With a loud shout, Tang Zhong's Type 38 rifle fired instantly. Back then, he had single-handedly killed 70 Japanese devils with this rifle. Now, dealing with these scum was a piece of cake. A gunshot rang out as the bullet hurtled toward Lu Bingkuan. But just then, a thug happened to walk in front of Lu Bingkuan, inadvertently shielding him from the bullet. With a wet thud, the thug collapsed, the bullet piercing his chest. Assassin alert! Protect the manager! One thug reacted first, instantly drawing his gun to return fire. The others followed suit, plunging the entire fraud operation site into chaos. Lu Bingkuan froze, instinctively crouching down with his hands over his head as he glanced toward Tang Zhong by the door. Recognizing the familiar outfit but the completely unfamiliar face, he quickly snapped to attention. Damn it! You're wearing my boss's clothes and playing tricks? Shoot them all! Don't give a damn about these lowlifes' lives! Lu Bingkuan roared, yet he himself cowered behind the thugs, retreating into the office behind the elevated platform. Gunfire erupted, deafening the entire hall as employees scattered in terror, clutching their heads. At that moment, Anna flung open the doors and bellowed. Everyone, follow me! Police are waiting outside the compound. Escape, and you'll all be free. The word freedom rang out. The kidnapped employees suddenly saw hope and rushed toward the exit. Over 100 people vanished in the blink of an eye, every last one of them bursting through the doors. With no worries behind him, Tang Zhong felt a weight lift from his shoulders. He had been worried that civilians might get caught in the crossfire, but now that the threat was gone, he could finally unleash hell. Go, old Tang. Kill those bastards. Lu Bingkuan is evil to the core. He doesn't give a damn about human life. Yeah, scum like this deserves to be executed on the spot. We're with you, old Tang. The audience unanimously condemned Lu Bingkuan. And no wonder Lu Bingkuan's recent actions had indeed crossed the moral boundaries of most ordinary people. Bullets whistled through the air as the thugs fired wildly. Tang Zhong reacted with lightning speed, ducking behind a desk for cover. Dozens of gunmen filled the hall. Though armed only with pistols, their sheer numbers made their firepower terrifying. Ha 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 ha. You're cornered now. You old fool, you don't know when to quit. If you know what's good for you, drop your gun and throw it out. Crawl out on your hands and knees and grovel before me. Maybe if I'm in a generous mood, I'll spare you a half-dead fate. Lu Bingkuan stood with hands on hips, bellowing through the office's bulletproof glass. You dared to barge in alone? What the hell was you thinking, you pig-headed fool? I've got dozens of sharpshooters under my command. Killing you would be easier than slaughtering chickens. You fool! Hiding like a turtle won't save you. Get your ass out here and face your death. Listening to Lu Bingkuan's tirade, Tang Zhong's lips curved into a faint smile. A coward? He was merely waiting for the henchman to reload. How could Lu Bingkuan possibly mistake that for fear? A well-trained military unit would always rotate reloading duties during fire to ensure continuous coverage without gaps. But these thugs before him clearly lacked that discipline. And that, precisely, gave Tang Zhong his chance to strike back. Finally, the gunfire overhead gradually subsided, replaced by the steady sound of reloading. Now! The moment was fleeting. Without a second thought, Tang Zhong leapt to his feet. With the Type 38 rifle in hand, Tang Zhong was suddenly reminded of that old slogan from the trenches. One bullet, one enemy. Bang! 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 Rack the bolt relentlessly. The slogan became reality. Each bullet fired by Tang Zhong instantly pierced the forehead of a target on the elevated platform. The bullet pierced the back of the skull, a single shot that left no chance of survival. Thud, thud, thud. 7 or 8 gunmen fell to the ground in quick succession. Tang Zhong continued to aim rapidly. In just 4 or 5 seconds of reloading, he took down 13 enemies. After a quick glance around, Tang Zhong retreated back behind cover. 2/3 of the snipers remained on the elevated platform. Though not insignificant in number, they could no longer achieve effective fire coverage. Victory assured, Tang Zhong sneered coldly as he addressed the platform. Lu Bingkuan, you've committed countless atrocities. The police have already surrounded the entire compound. Surrender now with everyone and lay down your weapons. You might still have a chance at survival. Persist in your folly, and death is all that awaits you. His voice boomed like a great bell, sending shivers through many of the gunmen. Inside the office, separated by bulletproof glass, Lu Bingkuan stared at the bodies of over a dozen gunmen, a chill running down his spine. Gritting his teeth, Lu Bingkuan spat out a curse. Don't threaten me. How accurate could your shooting be? You just got lucky killing a dozen men. I still have dozens left under my command. Even if each of them had just one gun, it would be more than enough to put a bullet through your heart. You want me to surrender? Dream on. Lu Bingkuan continued to rant. The snipers kept firing, while Tang Zhong stayed hidden behind cover. But now, every 30 seconds, Tang Zhong would time his movement perfectly, darting out from cover. He'd swiftly raise his Type 38 rifle and fire. With just one bullet, he consistently took down a gunman with pinpoint accuracy. This standoff lasted 10 minutes. Looking up at the elevated platform, over 20 more bodies now lay strewn across it. Now, fewer than half of the gunmen remained, and even they began to panic. After all, every 30 seconds, Tang Zhong would dart out like a ghost and randomly take one of them down. Fear spread rapidly, and finally, some snipers couldn't withstand the pressure. One tossed aside his pistol and immediately took off running. Their numbers dwindled again, dropping to fewer than 10 in the blink of an eye. Shouldering his Type 38 rifle, Tang Zhong rose from cover and turned to the remaining few with a sly grin. "I'll give you two choices. Drop your guns now and surrender. I won't kill every last one of you. But if you choose to stay." The moment the words fell, Tang Zhong swung his Type 38 rifle with a sudden jerkbang. The gunshot echoed as a figure on the elevated platform 50 meters to the left collapsed to the ground. Dead silence fell over the entire scene. Everyone was utterly stunned. Without even looking, he could instantly shoot and kill an enemy 50 meters away with one shot? This wasn't a human, it was a terrifying aiming machine. Witnessing Tang Zhong's terrifying prowess, the remaining henchmen hesitated no longer. They dropped their pistols and raised their hands behind their heads. "Have you all lost your minds?" Lu Bingquan was so enraged at the scene before him that stars danced before his eyes. "Anyone who dares desert the battlefield will be shot on the spot. You know the consequences of betraying the group. Get your asses back here." Lu Bingquan, furious and frantic, kept shouting through the glass. But the thugs were so terrified they were completely disoriented they couldn't hear a word he was saying. Before long, they were all gone. The entire factory floor was suddenly deserted. The moment they stepped outside, they were apprehended by a police force that had been waiting in ambush. Tang Zhong had already ascended the platform, smiling as he watched Lu Bingquan inside the office. Chapter 45, I Go Alone. "Manager Lu, it seems now that the one playing the turtle is you, isn't it?" The question startled Lu Bingquan so much he instinctively reached for the door handle. But Tang Zhong moved with lightning speed. As soon as Lu Bingquan raised his hand, Tang blocked it with a swift kick. "What? You plan to hide in this turtle shell for the rest of your life? Old man. I warn you not to do anything rash." Lu Bingquan's legs went weak, his face drained of color with fear, yet he still forced a threatening expression. "This is Monte Group territory. Dare to oppose the group, and you won't even know how you died. Do you realize that besides the fraud department, the other two divisions also have substantial manpower? If you kill me, the spit from just one person would be enough to drown you alive." Hearing Lu Bingquan's feeble threats, Tang Zhong sneered with disdain. "Lu Bingquan, you're still talking tough even as death approaches. Let me tell you the truth, I've already taken care of Sun Daeon. And those innocent people you kidnapped, the ones you plan to sell their organs or ship off to Africa, they've all been rescued. As for your so-called security department, I'm afraid the police have already begun their operation outside the compound. If you don't believe me, listen." Tang Zhong spoke deliberately, each word making Lu Bingquan's face grow paler. The truth unfolded exactly as Tang Zhong had described. After straining his ears for just a moment, Lu Bingquan suddenly heard the wail of police sirens. His mind went blank in an instant. Seeing Lu Bingquan's expression, the audience doubled over with laughter. "Look at Lu Bingquan, he looks like he just ate. He brought this on himself. That bastard aided and abetted the criminals, committing every kind of inhuman act in the park. I wonder if Lu Bingquan ever imagined, while tormenting those innocent people, that he'd one day meet the same fate? Tang Lao should finish him off. Scum like this is just wasting oxygen. Lu Bingquan, he who sows the wind shall reap the whirlwind. You'll have plenty of time to learn that lesson in your next life." Tang Zhong spoke coldly. The next instant, the Type 38 rifle spat fire, and a bullet instantly pierced the back of his skull. Lu Bingquan's body instantly went limp, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Even in his final moment, Lu Bingquan's eyes remained wide with defiant refusal. The dust finally settled for now. Thud. At that moment, the factory gate swung open behind him. Zhou Yuming charged in first, followed by a large contingent of local police officers. "Mr. Tang, are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere?" Zhou Yuming asked urgently. Only when he saw Tang Zhong emerge unscathed from the elevated office did he breathe a sigh of relief. Throughout the operation, Zhou Yuming had been on edge the entire time. There was no way around it. Tang Lao's status was simply too important. If anything happened to Tang Zhong, even a minor injury, the responsibility would be more than Zhou Yuming could bear. But even setting that aside, Zhou Yuming was equally worried about Tang Zhong. For a centenarian to venture alone into such a den of danger was indeed perilous. "Don't worry, Xiao Zhou. This old man is just fine," Tang Zhong replied with a laugh. Receiving the reply, Zhou Yuming finally relaxed. And it was precisely at that moment that he finally saw the bodies of dozens of gunmen strewn across the elevated platform. "Old Tang, did you take out all these armed thugs by yourself?" "Of course." Tang Zhong nodded indifferently, appearing utterly unconcerned. Killing those Japanese devils back in the day was far more troublesome than taking out the scum. Ahem. Old Master Tang, you truly remain as vigorous as ever. Zhou Yuming had thought he'd grow accustomed to it. After all, old Tang had repeatedly demonstrated terrifying prowess before. But witnessing it firsthand once more still sent a chill down his spine. If Zhou Yuming reacted this way, imagine the South Asian police officers present. One by one, the South Asian officers stared blankly at Tang Zhong, each of them involuntarily gasping in awe. What's the deal with this old man from the Dragon Nation? It's hard to believe that a single man could take down dozens of gunmen. I heard this old man is already 100 years old. Could he be one of the heroes who fought against Japan back in the day? Someone exclaimed in astonishment. Zhou Yuming smiled upon hearing this and nodded. You're right. Old Tang is indeed a veteran hero. It's precisely because old Tang killed countless Japanese devils that he's so formidable. I see. The South Asian officers suddenly understood, immediately offering heartfelt applause. Clap clap clap. The applause continued for a long time. At that moment, Zhou Yuming stepped forward and said, Mr. Tang, the security department of this complex has just been taken over by me and my officers. Over 100 armed guards have all been detained and arrested. However, the group's boss, Chang Yong, received advance notice and fled. We still haven't managed to apprehend him. As he spoke, Zhou Yuming felt a deep sense of regret. After all, Chang Yong was the mastermind behind it all. Now that the bastard had slipped through our fingers, it was infuriating. Hearing this, Tang Zhong nodded, having anticipated this outcome. To be the boss of such a criminal organization, Chang Yong was no pushover. Getting wind of the operation and escaping beforehand was entirely within his capabilities. First, secure the scene and assist local police in escorting the victims back to the country. Xiao Zhou, once this is settled, you return to Nanyun province first. As for me, I'll head back a day later. Ha! Zhou Yuming was utterly baffled. Mr. Tang, why don't you just come back with us? Chang Yong won't be caught anytime soon. Leaving you here alone, what kind of situation is that? Xiao Zhou, I'm staying behind precisely to capture Chang Yong. Tang Zhong spoke calmly, revealing his plan. Chang Yong has fled now, so he probably won't be able to leave South Asia anytime soon. If I act alone now, he might get wind of it and mobilize his connections or even come after me personally. That way, I'll be able to capture him, right? Tang Zhong explained in detail. Zhou Yuming listened in stunned silence, finally grasping Tang Zhong's reasoning. So that's how it is. Since you've made up your mind, old Tang, I'll follow your lead. And me, old Master Tang, I want to go with you too. Anna appeared out of nowhere and volunteered immediately. Seeing the girl again gave Tang Zhong a headache. Miss Anna, it would be better for me to act alone this time. That way, I can keep Chang Yong off guard as much as possible. You should return to China first. If you ever wish to fight crime in the future, you can always enroll in the police academy. Fine then. Anna reluctantly agreed. But after pondering for a moment, her eyes suddenly lit up. Mr. Tang, if I really get into the police academy and become an officer, could I then join you on your crime-fighting missions more often? Perhaps. Tang Zhong gave a vague answer. But Anna was thrilled by the suggestion, her beautiful eyes brimming with anticipation. Great. I'll apply to the police academy as soon as I get back. Tang Zhong smiled without further comment, then took his leave from Zhou Yuming. Stepping outside the compound, police cars came and went across the street, transporting the victims who had been released from the facility. But as Tang Zhong appeared, every single victim present turned to look at him in unison. Chapter 46. Old man, you better watch this. Our savior. You're our savior. If it weren't for you, Grandpa, we'd have been stuck calling for help in that park until we died. Yes. I was locked in the wine cellar for 2 years, living a life worse than death every day. It's all thanks to you. Old gentleman, we thank you from the bottom of our hearts. Thud, thud, thud. With these words, the entire crowd of victims simultaneously knelt down in a large group. The South Asian officers were all dumbfounded, exchanging bewildered glances as they stared at Tang Zhong in disbelief. As peripheral officers, they were unaware of the inner workings. Therefore, to them, seeing so many victims kneel before a single elderly man from the Dragon Nation was indeed highly unusual. Everyone, please rise. I've only done what I could manage. Tang Zhong spoke modestly, and the crowd finally rose to their feet. Learn from this experience once you return to Manhwa. Don't let yourselves be tricked into leaving the country again next time. With that admonition, Tang Zhong turned and departed. Though the mastermind Chang Yong had escaped, the Monte group had been utterly dismantled. With the largest criminal syndicate in Miaofadi eradicated, Nanyun province would finally find peace. With the matter settled, he departed unhurriedly. Old Tang's image was nothing short of towering. Single-handedly dismantling a den of iniquity and rescuing thousands of victims, this is truly a monumental achievement. Too bad that bastard Chang Yong got away. Meanwhile, elsewhere. In Miao's rural fishing village. Chang Yong, disguised as a fisherman with a straw hat, was followed by 2 cadres who had temporarily escaped. Boss, what should we do now? Our informant just reported the industrial park has been sealed off. And Manager Liu, along with Director's son, they've all been killed. The subordinate spoke, sweat pouring down his face. Even now, recalling the incident sent shivers down his spine. Had it not been for the tip-off from Chung Yong's contact at the South Asia Police Bureau half an hour earlier, they would have been torn to shreds by now. Hundreds of brothers, factories worth hundreds of millions, and the savings in the vault. All gone in an instant because of that undercover agent. Another subordinate chimed in, his face etched with anguish. Boss Chung Yong remained silent. Puffing on his cigarette, he finally glanced at his phone. We've got news. Our inside source has identified the mole. Chung Yong looked over and saw a photo of an old man. This is Tang Zhong. Staring at the familiar face in the photo, Chung Yong gritted his teeth in fury, his gaze fixed on it. Him again. That old man again. That old bastard disguised himself as Chun Hao. No wonder I felt something was off back then. After a fit of impotent rage, Chung Yong's eyes flashed with murderous intent. The downfall of Mengtai Group, the mastermind behind it all, was the old man in that photo. This was the criminal empire Chung Yong had built through years of grinding it out, risking his life at every turn. And now, it had been effortlessly infiltrated and destroyed by a 100-year-old man, a dying old geezer. You too, get to the black market immediately. The reward is unlimited, even tens of millions, hundreds of millions. Find me the strongest hitman. I've already instructed our informant at the bureau to track down Tang Zhong. The moment he's found, I want him torn limb from limb. His subordinate sprang into action, heading straight for South Asia's largest black market. At the same moment, Tang Zhong received a call from Liang Guodong. Little Liang, you needed me? Ha ha ha. Old Tang, you've done us a huge favor this time. The higher-ups are all asking who cracked the Nanyun province smuggling case and dismantled the criminal syndicate that had the greatest impact on Longwei in the South Asian region. When I told them it was you, Old Tang, the higher-ups were stunned. They're all clamoring to throw you a celebratory banquet. Liang Guodong grinned from ear to ear at the police station. Not only had the major case been solved, but hundreds of victims deceived into going to the South Asian Industrial Park had been successfully repatriated. Not only had their achievements doubled, but Tang Zhong went all out and dismantled the entire Mengtai Group. This was an organization that had plagued the Nanyun police for over a decade. With it dismantled so effortlessly now, Liang Guodong naturally received commendations as well. Mr. Tang, when will you be returning to the country? Several superiors, your old comrades in arms, and I are all waiting to welcome you back. Liang Guodong pressed further. Hearing this, Tang Zhong smiled and shook his head. Enough, young Liang. Forget all that pomp and circumstance. This old man prefers peace and quiet at my age. But I won't be able to return to the country anytime soon. It'll be at least a few days. Oh? What are your plans, Mr. Tang? Liang Guodong pressed, puzzled. Tang Zhong didn't spell it out, but hinted indirectly. Young Liang, if the boss of Mengtai Group is apprehended and brought to justice, wouldn't that mean the police could extract more intelligence about the criminal syndicate from him? Absolutely. Liang Guodong gave an affirmative reply on the other end of the line. Then Liang Guodong suddenly froze, finally grasping Tang Zhong's implied meaning. He sucked in a sharp breath, unable to believe what he was hearing. Old Tang, are you confident you can capture the boss of the Mengtai Group alive? Pretty much. Be ready to meet me at the border at any time. I might be returning by land. After giving a few brief instructions, Tang Zhong hung up the phone. He was currently at a major airport in South Asia, bustling with a constant stream of passengers. His presence here wasn't because Tang Zhong wanted to fly back early. The airport was crowded and bustling, with numerous surveillance cameras. If the boss of Mengtai Group truly intended to seek revenge in his dying moments, he would certainly use his airport informants to track him down. All Tang Zhong could do now was wait. Time ticked by, seemingly calm on the surface. But Tang Zhong could clearly sense that the airport's foot traffic was steadily decreasing. It's coming, as expected. Muttering to himself, Tang Zhong decided to sit down and wait. Half an hour later, the airport was deserted. In the vast departure hall, only Tang Zhong remained. What's going on? Why did the airport suddenly empty out? Old Tang said Chung Yong would come earlier. Looks like it's actually happening. That bastard actually dares to show up? This is gonna be a good show. If that scum shows up, Old Tang will beat him to a pulp. Thump thump. Footsteps approached from behind Tang Zhong. Without even glancing back, Tang Zhong smiled faintly. Chung Yong, you really can't keep your cool. So what if I brought down your conglomerate and killed a few people? Is that really such a big deal? Tang Zhong's words carried a light, mocking tone. At these words, Chung Yong, who had just entered the airport, felt veins bulge on his forehead. Clenching his fists, Chung Yong glared at Tang Zhong with murderous intent. You old bastard, don't get cocky. You're dead today. Not even the king of heaven himself could save you. Following behind Chung Yong were not only 2 officials but also 4 masked assassins. From start to finish, the assassins kept their eyes fixed on Tang Zhong, making no move. Old man, watch this. These 4 are the absolute elite of South Asia's black market assassins. Chapter 47, Can you stand against a century of my skills? One cadre spoke arrogantly, his gaze toward Tang Zhong brimming with contempt. The souls who died at the hands of these masters number at least 800, if not 1,000. Daring to oppose the Ming Tai group, this is the fate you deserve. The two cadres burst into laughter. Cheng Yong, now utterly drained, waved his hand decisively. You four, get him. Kill him. Once this old man is dead, not a single penny of the 50 million cash promised afterward will be withheld. His painstakingly built criminal empire had been shattered overnight, and Cheng Yong's rage had reached its boiling point. And now he was truly cornered. Without his organization, the work of his entire life vanished completely. This drove Cheng Yong to spare no expense in exacting revenge on Tang Zhong. For assassins advanced simultaneously. Though short in stature, their movements were eerily synchronized. Flying knives materialized in their palms as the lead assassin spoke with a sinister grin. Killing an old man nets us tens of millions. This is a surefire deal. Us four brothers are hitting the jackpot. Sir, being tortured to death by us is an honor in itself. Listening to their clumsy Mandarin and the occasional bursts of colloquialisms in their tone, Tang Zhong raised an eyebrow, intrigued. The four top assassins of the South Asian black market are actually little Japanese? Are you kidding me? Cheng Yong actually brought 4 little Japanese. Haha, now old Tang is finally in his element. He specializes in taking down little Japanese. But these little devils have a sinister aura about them. They're going to be tough to deal with. Silently opening the armory, Tang Zhong drew a blade under the watchful eyes of the Japanese assassins. To be precise, it was a 9-ring broadsword. A red cloth was even tied to the blade. Gazing at the blade, Tang Zhong's mind drifted back in time. Back in the day on the battlefield, Tang Zhong had led his men into battle wielding just such a blade, slaying countless Japanese soldiers with his own hands. Now, gripping the 9-ring broadsword once more, he didn't even need to recall the techniques flashed automatically through his mind. Slowly opening his eyes, Tang Zhong casually swung the blade. For Japanese dogs, who's first to come and die? The moment the words Japanese dogs left his lips, the assassins snarled and gnashed their teeth, each seething with hatred. You're asking for death. One assassin lunged first, flicking 3 kunai knives with a cold gleam. Simultaneously, the assassin's form shot upward like lightning, leaping over Tang Zhong as a dagger slammed viciously toward his face. This pincer attack from front and back was extremely perilous. It must be said that these men were significantly more skilled than the assassins Tang Zhong had faced before. After all, this was South Asia, where the black market flourished unchecked, attracting some of the most dangerous individuals from the surrounding regions. Cheng Yong clenched his fists, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Good. Kill him like this. That old fool doesn't know when to quit. He crossed me, so he deserves to be stabbed through the heart. You 3 strike together too. I want you to chop off this old bastard's head. I'll keep it as a chamber pot. Cheng Yong urged them on, but the 3 Japanese assassins remained motionless. One shook his head, adopting the demeanor of a gentleman. We are professional assassins, and also the finest ninjas in Little Japan. The spirit of Bushido teaches us that we should not bully the weak with superior numbers. Put. Hearing the 3 cabinet killers say this, Cheng Yong snorted coldly. But since he needed their help, and without the backing of the Monte group, Cheng Yong naturally lacked confidence. He kept his mouth shut. Ding! A sudden metallic clang echoed through the air. 3 kunai darts flew toward Tang Zhong's face, only to be casually blocked by the 9-ring broadsword. Next, the Japanese assassin charged overhead. The dagger was mere inches from Tang Zhong's throat. The Japanese assassin already wore a victor's savage grin. Just a coward from the Dragon Nation. Such an old, useless piece of trash dares insult a ninja? You're not even worthy of my blade. The Japanese assassin sneered as he brought the dagger down swiftly. Tang Zhong remained unmoved, seemingly giving up the struggle. But when the blade was but 3 inches from his face, a faint curve suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. Coward? Wasn't it you who surrendered in defeat, becoming a roadside spit-upon figure reviled by all? The Dragon Nation has never been for the likes of you, a bunch of frauds who try to profit off others' misfortune. His words rang out with force and conviction. As the words fell, the 9-ringed broadsword instantly reversed its arc. In Tang Zhong's hands, it moved as naturally as an extension of his own arm, sweeping upward. The blade flashed like lightning, moving several times faster than the Japanese assassin's strike. The massive blade traced a crescent moon through the air, striking the Japanese soldier's chest in an instant. Japanese are still Japs so weak. Can you block a century's worth of martial arts from this old man? With a light sneer, the 9-ringed broadsword unleashed a sky-filling mist of blood. The Japanese assassin was cleaved clean in two, unable even to utter a scream before dying. Swish! The airport fell silent in an instant. Cheng Yong stared blankly at the scene before him, doubting his own eyes. He couldn't comprehend it. Just a second ago, the assassin had held absolute dominance, poised to kill the old man at any moment. How had the tables turned in the blink of an eye? Damn it! The 3 Japanese assassins watching nearby cursed furiously. Seeing their comrade's body sprawled on the ground, they dismissed their earlier words as nonsense and attacked simultaneously. You arrogant old fool from the Dragon Nation. You just got lucky last time. Face all three of us, and we'll show you the difference between you and a real warrior. Put. These damn Japanese are shameless. Didn't they just claim they'd be ashamed to gang up on someone outnumbered? Using every dirty trick in the book, flying knives, hidden weapons, and 3 against 1. Typical bastards. These subhuman scum deserve to be crushed. I trust Tang Lao completely. The crowd hurled insults at the 3 Japanese assassins while cheering Tang Zhong on. Meanwhile, Tang Zhong had already flicked the blood from his 9-ringed broadsword. His gaze remained indifferent and arrogant as he surveyed the 3 newcomers. Samurai? Nothing but thugs bred from village brawls. You Japanese scum aren't even human. What right do you have to talk about spirit? With a cold, sharp retort, Tang Zhong turned his gaze toward Cheng Yong in the distance. Cheng Yong, clean your neck and wait for me. Once I've dealt with these 3 lowlifes, you'll be next. Whoosh. The words barely left his mouth before Tang Zhong's entire body launched forward like a cannonball. His speed was too fast for the naked eye to follow. In barely half a breath, he closed in beside the nearest Japanese soldier. The Japanese assassin's face drained of color at the sight, scrambling to raise his twin blades. But in the next instant, the 9-ringed broadsword loomed like a colossal shadow, appearing directly before his eyes. PSSSHHH. Another burst of blood mist exploded. Sliced clean in 2, the Japanese assassin fell. Tang Zhong, moving through the rain of blood, vanished and reappeared before another Japanese soldier. Raising his katana, the Japanese assassin was now utterly enraged, muttering in Japanese and flailing wildly. Noisy. Tang Zhong remarked coldly, swinging his blade casually to deliver a decisive strike. Chapter 48, Little Japanese, where do you think you're running? The 9-ringed broadsword came crashing down, unleashing a fierce gale. The last remaining Japanese killer gripped his katana tightly, all traces of anger vanishing from his face. As the massive blade flashed before his eyes, the terror of impending death surged uncontrollably through him. Splash! Flesh and blood exploded. Even in his final moment, this Japanese killer who called himself a warrior had been scared so badly he wet his pants. Behind him, a crimson mist bloomed across the sky. Tang Zhong paused, expressionless. He flipped his hand, flicking the blood from the blade of his 9-ringed broadsword before sheathing it. Brilliant! Old Tang truly lives up to his reputation as an anti-Japanese war hero. Yeah, seeing him slaughter those devils is just too satisfying. The Japanese's samurai spirit is laughable, all tough talk, yet they wet themselves in fear before dying at Old Tang's blade. Oomph. These 3 Japanese are a joke. Back in the day, Old Tang slaughtered countless little devils fighting the Japanese. Dealing with these minnows? Piece of cake. Look at Cheng Yong, he's been scared out of his wits. Live viewers, 66,320, 68,720. The audience cheered with excitement. Meanwhile, at the airport entrance, Cheng Yong's legs had gone weak. He was barely holding himself upright, looking as if he might collapse at any moment. Staring blankly at the 3 mangled corpses of the Japanese soldiers on the ground, Cheng Yong felt a chill run down his spine, shivering uncontrollably. No, this can't be real. I must be dreaming. The top assassin in South Asia's black market, with a price tag in the tens of millions, how could he lose to an old man? And these 3 were members of the Yamano Gumi gang. It can't be. Cheng Yong's voice grew fainter and fainter. The 2 cadres trailing behind Cheng Yong were already frozen in terror. Shuddering violently, the 2 finally snapped back to their senses and immediately tried to make a run for it. Boss, let's get out of here fast. That old man isn't human, he's a devil. We can still get away now, but if we don't. One official stammered, but before he could finish, a chill suddenly ran down his spine. A chill of murderous intent seeped into his collar, sending an instant wave of terror through the cadre's scalp. Leave? You 3 show a remarkable lack of respect for this old man. Tang Zhong spoke calmly, appearing behind the trio. The airport gates were blocked, leaving the trio with no escape route. The 2 cadres were the first to react, instantly screaming in terror. You, how did you suddenly appear here? Cheng Yong snapped out of his daze as well. The moment he saw Tang Zhong standing behind him, he swallowed hard, unable to even meet Tang Zhong's gaze. Sir, please don't act rashly. Let's talk this out calmly. Honestly, I never intended to kill you, it was just a joke. Cheng Yong's face was deathly pale as he offered a forced smile and explanation. But this excuse sounded far too flimsy. Tang Zhong smiled without speaking, casually closing the airport gate behind him as he turned to face Cheng Yong. Cheng Yong, do you really think I'd believe that? Spending tens of millions to hire 3 top black market assassins? Looks like you really wanted me dead. What a pity the so-called top-tier assassins you brought in are nothing but 3 useless fools. The moment these words left his lips, Cheng Yong felt as though he'd fallen into an ice cave, instantly gripped by utter terror. Without a moment's hesitation, he dropped to his knees with a thud. Spare my life. I beg you, spare my life. I was wrong. Please give me another chance. I was just momentarily blinded by greed. I can turn over a new leaf and become a good person from now on. Please. Chang Yong had shed all dignity, his former arrogance as the boss of Mengtai Group completely gone. Seeing their boss on his knees begging for mercy, the two executives quickly followed suit. Yes, old Tang, we know we were wrong too. We never intended to cross paths. Aren't you returning to Longwei anyway? If you're willing to let us off, we swear we'll never bother you again for the rest of our lives. Thump! 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 The sound of heads hitting the floor echoed incessantly. These guys are such spineless cowards, each one of them is a total wimp. Exactly. Look at Chang Yong, supposedly a crime boss, yet he's no better than a stray dog. We absolutely cannot let them off lightly. Don't forget the innocent people who were cheated by the Monte Group. Yeah, those innocent children whose organs were harvested and sold, those fallen women, and the countless ordinary people deceived into making calls until they died. These heinous crimes, too numerous to list, must not go unpunished. Blood debts must be repaid with blood. The audience's cries were fierce. But it's no wonder after all, the evil deeds committed by the Monte Group are simply too numerous to count. Any ordinary person with basic moral principles would be furious upon learning of this. Tang Zhong observed coldly. Fixing his gaze on the two officials, he spoke in a deep voice. You've been the tiger's henchman, slaughtering innocent civilians. Trafficking organs, brutalizing decent women. How much blood is stained on your hands? Today, I will seek justice for those victims. His words fell like funeral bells from the depths of hell. The two officials paled in terror. They opened their mouths to protest, but in the next instant, they realized their voices had vanished. Two swift hand strikes, swift as lightning. One strike shattered their larynxes, piercing them instantly. And that was precisely why the two officials could not utter a single word. Gurgling, they coughed up mouthfuls of blood as they collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony while the bleeding intensified. Tang Zhong watched coldly until the last breath left their bodies. Those who commit evil deeds will meet their own demise. This calamity is entirely of your own making. With a low, measured comment, Tang Zhong snapped back to focus on Chang Yong. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted as Chang Yong finally broke down. The sight of the two cadres' lifeless bodies shattered his composure. He leapt to his feet, screaming as he tried to smash through the glass of the airport gate, desperate to escape. But Tang Zhong had set this trap. Would he let Chang Yong escape? His figure flickered, instantly reappearing before Chang Yong. Looking at the utterly broken Chang Yong, Tang Zhong wore a look of contempt before raising his hand. Smack! A powerful slap sent Chang Yong reeling, his mind spinning. Spinning around 7 or 8 times, Chang Yong suffered a concussion. He immediately spat blood, collapsed to the ground, and passed out. The matter was finally settled. With the capture of the boss of Mengtai Group, this criminal organization spanning from Longwa's Nanyun province all the way to South Asia had finally collapsed completely. Chang Yong was bound and gagged, and Tang Zhong casually dragged him toward the airport exit. But after taking just a few steps, Tang Zhong suddenly stopped, his interest piqued by a badge lying at his feet. The badge lay soaked in a pool of blood. Picking it up for a closer look, he saw it was pure black, engraved with a cherry blossom. What is this? Tang Zhong squinted at it, but after a moment, he still couldn't make out anything. But his instincts told him the badge might hold some hidden significance. Deciding to keep it, he tucked it away. He boarded the return flight, heading straight for the Dragon Kingdom. Meanwhile, outside Yuqing City Airport, Liang Guodong had arrived early with his men, waiting. Chapter 49, The Hero Returns. Behind Liang Guodong stood a crowd. Zhou Yuming and Ran Ran and even Anna had come. Countless police officers whispered among themselves, their expressions filled with anticipation. I hear old Tang really pulled off something big this time. You bet. Single-handedly dismantling the Mengtai Group, the transnational criminal syndicate terrorizing Nanyun province. That's a feat ordinary officers like us could never hope to achieve in a lifetime. Look behind him, even the mayor is here, along with the provincial deputy secretary. This kind of reception is probably unmatched anywhere else in the province. The officers whispered among themselves. Their eyes kept drifting toward the two middle-aged men in administrative jackets standing beside Liang Guodong. Clearly, these two were the deputy secretary of Nanyun province and the mayor of Yuqing City. Mayor Su, Deputy Secretary Gao, Comrade Tang will arrive shortly. Liang Guodong spoke cautiously, swallowing nervously. Simply greeting an arrival had drawn two heavyweight figures. As the police chief, Liang Guodong couldn't help but feel nervous. Mayor Su Jianjun of Yuchuan nodded and quickly adjusted his collar. Even Vice Governor Gao Liang beside him cleared his throat. Chief Liang, have the young comrades settle down. Once Comrade Tang emerges from the airport, we must give him the warmest applause. Understood. Liang Guodong responded promptly, turning to relay the instruction to the officers. The actions of these two leaders alone were enough to convey the profound respect they held for old Comrade Tang. After all, this was an old hero of the War of Resistance, a legendary war god from the military field. To have the privilege of meeting him in person, even the provincial deputy secretary felt compelled to show 100-fold respect, daring not to show the slightest disrespect. Ding! Just then, the airport gates swung open before them. Amidst the throng of people, Tang Zhong emerged with an expressionless face, one arm still carrying the unconscious Chung Yong. "It's Old Master Tang. Old Master Tang is coming out," an officer exclaimed in surprise, and several leaders immediately stepped forward to greet him. Behind them, over 100 officers began clapping and cheering, their eyes filled with admiration. "Welcome back to the country, Elder Tang. Master Tang, we're so relieved you're back safe and sound." The provincial deputy secretary beamed with joy, his words accompanied by a constant slight bow. The mayor echoed his sentiments repeatedly, unable to suppress his admiration. Comrade Tang truly embodies vigor in old age. At 100 years old, he still possesses the same martial prowess as when he fought the Japanese invaders. Just look at him at his age, he went undercover alone into the largest criminal organization in South Asia, the Monte Group. Not only did he assist local police in completely dismantling the Monte Group, but he also rescued over 1,000 innocent victims from Manhwa. His deeds are truly immeasurably meritorious. After the two senior leaders spoke in turn, it was finally Liang Guodong's turn. However, as the bureau chief, Liang Guodong was clearly more concerned about the unconscious man Tang Zhong was carrying than the previous two had been. Pointing a finger, Liang Guodong couldn't help but ask in confusion, "Mr. Tang, who is this gentleman in your custody?" "Chung Yong, owner of Mengtai Group, the mastermind behind this criminal network." Tang Zhong replied flatly. "The boss of Mengtai Group." Liang Guodong's eyes widened in disbelief. Behind him, Zhou Yuming and Ran Ran exchanged glances, both seeing the shock reflected in each other's eyes. Zhou Yuming had known about Tang Zhong's plan beforehand. Yet even so, witnessing Tang Zhong bring back Chung Yan left Zhou Yuming momentarily dazed. After all, this was the big boss of the Monte Group. Had old Tang really captured him so easily, all by himself? As everyone stood frozen in shock, Tang Zhong tossed Chung Yan over. "Xiao Liang, interrogate him immediately. This Cheng Yong knows a lot of intelligence. He might be helpful in solving some unsolved and major cases." "You can count on it." Liang Guodong immediately responded, ordering Chung Yong to be taken away. Amidst the crowd surrounding him, old Tang was escorted back to the police station. Inside the reception vehicle, the vice governor clapped enthusiastically. "Senior Tang, your actions this time have truly rid the people of a menace, bringing peace to tens of millions of citizens across Nanyun province. To be honest, in recent years, the Mengtai Group has been entrenched overseas yet repeatedly infiltrated Nanyun province, committing numerous heinous acts." With that, the vice governor sighed deeply. "Truthfully, this matter has been a thorn in my side. So many innocent victims. Whenever I see similar cases, I feel utterly ashamed. But thankfully, you stepped in, Mr. Tang. Now their headquarters in South Asia has been dismantled, and even their boss has been apprehended." Gao Liang spoke with visible emotion, smacking his lips repeatedly. The mayor chimed in, echoing Gao Liang's sentiments almost word for word. Throughout the journey, Tang Zhong listened until his ears were sore, finally offering a helpless smile. "I've only done what I could manage, old man. I can't bear such high praise. Besides, this achievement wasn't solely my doing. Without little Zhou, officer and the assistance of the local police, Director Liang, and those comrades, this would never have succeeded." "Mr. Tang, you're too modest." Gao Liang waved his hand dismissively. "Wow, even the provincial deputy secretary is praising him like this. Old Tang's status is truly weighty. It's only natural. After all, old Tang is a founding hero. He deserves every honor bestowed upon him." True, old Tang has indeed earned immense credit. Had it not been for old Tang risking his life alone to dismantle the Monte Group and personally apprehend Chung Yong, things wouldn't have been so straightforward. The audience murmured in admiration. Back at the police station, Tang Zhong politely declined the celebratory banquet invitations from the two leaders. "Chief Tang, Chung Yong has regained consciousness." Zhou Yuming approached to relay the news. Hearing this, old Tang immediately stood up and followed Liang Guodong into the interrogation room. The moment he entered, Tang Zhong heard Chung Yong's tearful pleas to the interrogating officer. "Officer, I really don't know anything. I'm just a boss who's been sidelined. I had no idea what my employees were doing. Please give me one more chance. I swear I'll turn over a new leaf from now on." Chung Yong wept uncontrollably, his face contorted in a pitiful expression. This scene instantly made the audience even angrier. Does Chung Yong have any shame left? He harmed so many people, and even after the group collapsed, he hired assassins to kill old Tang. Such a heartless, utterly despicable scum, and he has the nerve to feign remorse about being a good person? Absolutely laughable. If I were there, I'd kick the scum to death. The interrogation room door swung open. Hearing Chung Yong's defense just now. For a moment, both Zhou Yuming and Director Liang struggled to contain their anger. Tang Zhong, upon hearing this, couldn't help but snort with laughter. "Chung Yong, lying again? I heard this same spiel when you knelt at the South Asia airport. You never bother to come up with anything new." Hearing Tang Zhong's voice, Chung Yong, who had been filled with regret just moments ago, froze in surprise. Then, seeing Tang Zhong enter the room, he jumped up reflexively. Chapter 50, You don't want to die yet? Fortunately, the handcuffs prevented him from breaking free. Forced to meet Tang Zhong's gaze. Instantly drenched in sweat, Chang Yong immediately lowered his posture and spoke in a submissive tone. Mr. Tang. Mr. Tang. Everything I said earlier was sincere. I know Monte Group has committed many crimes. But I truly had no knowledge of most of those matters. Is that so? Tang Zhong countered with a smile before taking his seat. Liang Guodong stood behind Old Master Tang with Zhou Yuming, not rushing to speak as he silently watched Cheng Yong perform. At that moment, Tang Zhong tapped the desk, lit a cigarette. He took the case file from the officer beside him and began flipping through it casually. 3 years ago, multiple disappearances occurred within Nanyun province. 38 victims in total, both men and women, remain missing to this day. And based on the investigative materials obtained during this deep dive into the Mengtai Group, these people were kidnapped and taken to the Mengtai Group under your orders. By this point, Chang Yong had lowered his head. Tang Zhong sneered coldly at the sight and continued. Over the past 3 years, there have been 16 major cases of mass disappearances and 27 heinous kidnappings. Plus charges of operating illegal gambling dens, trafficking controlled substances, running fraud and pyramid schemes, organ trafficking, and smuggling contraband. Slam! Slamming the file shut, Tang Zhong fixed his eyes on Chang Yong. Behind every one of these heinous crimes lies the blood of countless victims. And you are the mastermind behind all these crimes. Even now, you refuse to repent and dare claim you're uninvolved? You think you deserve to live a decent life? You piece of. His words rang out with force, echoing long in the interrogation room. Behind Tang Zhong, Zhou Yuming, and Liang Guodong listened with a sense of satisfaction. The audience felt the same way. Well said. A shameless scumbag like Chang Yong deserves to be a living piece of trash. So satisfying. In my opinion, scum like this should be shot on the spot. If old Tang hadn't caught him, this scum would still be preying on the people. Chang Yong fell silent. After a long moment of pouting, he was utterly speechless, unable to utter a single word. Clearly, even he understood how heinous his crimes truly were. What's that? Got nothing to say now? Chang Yong, let me make this clear, confess your crimes honestly, or the only outcome awaiting you is death. The words sent a chill through Chang Yong like he'd fallen into an ice cave. Seeing there was no way to hide it, Chang Yong's defenses crumbled completely. He could only confess his crimes truthfully. I was wrong. I did all of this. Ask me anything, I'll tell you everything I know. Mr. Tang, I beg for leniency. I truly don't want to die. Chang Yong's voice trembled with tears, clearly terrified. Having fought tooth and nail to survive in the blood-soaked jungles of South Asia, Chang Yong certainly didn't want to die. He still had family. If there was even a sliver of hope, he would cling to it desperately. Seeing Chang Yong break down and confess, both director Liang and Zhou Yuming behind Old Tang visibly relaxed. The police's greatest fear was that Chang Yong would stubbornly refuse to confess to any crimes. That would have left them with absolutely no way forward. Next, the interrogator meticulously questioned Chang Yong about every case connected to the Mengtai Group. Chang Yong confessed to each one, revealing the details. After several rounds of tallying the figures, when the final results were presented, Bureau Chief Liang nearly cursed out loud on the spot, his forehead bulging with veins. Damn it! What a bunch of bastards! Over 2,000 victims have been harmed, with organs trafficked thousands of times, and illicit proceeds exceeding 1 billion yuan. Plus hundreds of millions in fraud proceeds and billions in illicit drug revenues. Chang Yong, it's only because we live in a society governed by law that you're safe today. In ancient times, with all the crimes you've committed, you'd have faced nothing less than death by slow slicing. Liang Guodong roared angrily, while Zhou Yuming clenched his fists beside him. At that moment, Tang Zhong posed the crucial question. Chang Yong, is there an even larger criminal syndicate backing the Mengtai Group? To rise within mere years across South Asia, a region rife with criminal forces, and then dominate the Miao FWA region. I doubt you could have pulled this off alone. So tell me, who exactly is the financier or boss behind you? There was no response for a long moment. Chang Yong's expression grew tense, his face alternating between pale and crimson. His clenched fists relaxed repeatedly. Chang Yong was clearly nervous. And this, precisely, proved his guilt. Commissioner Liang and Zhou Yuming exchanged glances. Both understood that old Tang's words might indeed be true. Behind Mengtai Group, there might indeed be an even larger criminal organization. With nearly 10 billion yuan involved in thousands of employees across its industrial park, what kind of entity could be lurking in the shadows of Mengtian Group? The mere thought sent a chill down Director Liang's spine. Chang Yong, telling the truth is your only way out now. Remember what I said earlier. If you ever want to see your family again in this lifetime, confessing is your only option. Tang Zhong's words were like pearls of wisdom, each one striking Chang Yong's heart like a heavy hammer. The next moment, Chang Yong suddenly covered his face and wept bitterly. If I talk, they'll definitely kill me. Do you have the power to protect me? Only if you can will I reveal the truth. Rest assured on that point. During detention, the police department will do everything in its power to ensure the safety of the accused until trial. Liang Guodong spoke up in a clear, confident voice. Hearing this, Chang Yong's tense mood finally eased somewhat. After a moment's hesitation, Chung Yong stammered out a few words. It's Taylor Corporation, a major international security firm, nominally a private organization. When I established the group in Manhwa, Taylor Corporation provided the funding and some equipment. But I know nothing else about their operations. Taylor Corporation only issues instructions online. Chung Yong suddenly looked up, his voice rising with urgency. This is absolutely everything I know. I truly know nothing else about the inner workings. Please protect me. I really don't want to be killed. Chung Yong broke down in tears once more, his emotions spiraling into turmoil. Taylor Corporation? Tang Zhong raised an eyebrow slightly. Beside him, Director Liang and the others followed suit, propping their chins as they pondered. So there really is a mastermind behind the scenes. Taylor Company, judging by the name, it must be an overseas firm. A security firm? I suspect their security operations are merely a front. This must be a much larger criminal syndicate. The audience speculated wildly. Just then, Tang Zhong pulled the cherry blossom badge from his pocket. Commissioner Liang, I have business to attend to. I'll take my leave. Chapter 51, Someone Following? Judging by his expression, Chung Yong seemed to have confessed everything. With that settled, Tang Zhong saw no reason to linger. After exchanging a few polite words with Director Liang and instructing the police to maintain vigilance, Tang Zhong departed. The moment he stepped outside, he snapped a photo of the badge and sent it to his old comrade in arms at the military district. Old comrade, look into this badge for me. Notify me immediately if you uncover any leads. His comrade readily agreed, and Tang Zhong promptly returned to his lodgings. Ever since discovering this badge, Tang Zhong had sensed that the Japanese soldiers he had killed held special significance. This badge, he suspected, might very well be the key clue to uncovering the truth. After sorting through his thoughts, Tang Zhong prepared to retire for the night. Knock knock. But just then, there was a knock at the door. His pajamas disheveled, Tang Zhong reluctantly opened the door only to find a girl standing outside. Anna? The girl standing before him was indeed Anna. Anna flashed a playful smile, glancing past Tang Zhong toward the living room with a hint of surprise. The interior was decorated in an extremely simple style. No way, old Tang. A veteran hero of the War of Resistance like you actually lives in such austere conditions? Tang Zhong paused for a moment before replying calmly. I consider this quite comfortable. Back when we fought the Japanese devils, my comrades and I slept under the open sky, drank wild water, and ate weeds. Now that I'm living in the city, the environment is too comfortable. I'm actually not used to it. Ha! These words instantly moved countless viewers. Salute to the veteran heroes. These veterans endured unimaginable hardship during the War of Resistance. To live a life of such simplicity truly isn't something just anyone can do. Anna, you came all this way so late at night. Is there something you need? Well, Anna felt awkward at the question, fidgeting with her skirt hem for a moment before finally saying hesitantly. Actually, old Tang, I came here because I have a rather troublesome matter and was hoping you could help me. It's rather awkward to explain. It involves an ex-boyfriend of mine. Ex-boyfriend? Tang Zhong grew even more perplexed. How could he, a centenarian, possibly help Anna resolve issues with her ex-boyfriend? Anna continued. It's like this, old Tang. My ex-boyfriend is a foreigner. He's from Korea. We dated for half a year before he dumped me. But somehow, the moment I returned home just yesterday, he found out and started bothering me again. Sighing, Anna felt utterly helpless. I just got home, and he ambushed me right there. He looked like he was up to no good, and I got scared, so I came to see you. A Korean boyfriend? Anna's taste is seriously questionable. Exactly. Anna's so gorgeous, yet her ex was Korean? Makes no sense. But since the girl came to old Tang, she must be at her wit's end. We should help if we can. Listening to Anna's story, Tang Zhong suddenly understood. Looking helplessly at Anna before him, Tang Zhong promptly said, So you want me to step in and deal with your ex-boyfriend? Exactly. Anna nodded emphatically. Mr. Tang, I'm begging you. I've been so anxious since I came here, feeling like my ex-boyfriend might do something terrible. Seeing Anna's anxious expression, Tang Zhong pondered for a moment before nodding. Alright then, go home for today. I'll come over tomorrow morning. You'll personally take me to find that bastard. Don't worry with me there, even if he wants to do something, he absolutely won't have the ability. With Tang Zhong's words, Anna finally felt somewhat reassured. She thanked Tang Zhong repeatedly before turning to leave. Only after Anna had walked far away did Tang Zhong approach the window, intending to watch her go for a while longer. After all, it wasn't safe for a young girl to walk alone at night. After watching for a while with no incidents, Tang Zhong was about to return to bed. But then, beneath the streetlight where Anna had just disappeared around the corner, a figure suddenly flickered into view. Looking closer, it was a young man with a center-parted hairstyle and unusually broad shoulders. From a distance, he resembled a double-door refrigerator. Following closely behind Anna, the figure vanished as well. Stalking? Tang Zhong furrowed his brow. Could this guy be the Korean ex-boyfriend Anna mentioned? This is terrifying. That guy has been stalking Anna all along. I have a bad feeling, is he planning to harm that girl? Could totally happen. That guy has no limits, he'd do anything. The audience chattered anxiously, all worried for Anna. Meanwhile, Tang Jong had already put on his coat and headed downstairs. Following the Korean youth's trail, Tang Jong didn't rush to tip off the target. After all, he wanted to know what exactly the Korean guy intended by following Anna all this way. Anna made her way home, arriving at the entrance of her residential complex. The dim streetlights cast an eerie glow, making Anna feel a sudden wave of unease. Rustle. A rustling sound suddenly came from behind her. Anna assumed it was just an animal in the roadside bushes and paid it little mind. Whoosh. But the next moment, a black hand suddenly lunged toward her face. Her mouth was instantly covered, and she felt herself being tightly embraced from behind as she was dragged toward a corner alley. Anna, you're finally back. Do you have any idea how agonizing it was waiting for you these past 3 months? You still love me, don't you? I know you do. Each line was a clumsy growl, tinged with a hint of neurosis. Recognizing the accent, Anna snapped into action. She bit down hard on the hand behind her. A pained cry escaped him as the stick let go. Gritting his teeth, he stood nearby, clutching his hand in disbelief. You bit me. Anna, I've been so devoted to you, and you bite me. Hearing his words, Anna's anger flared. Park Chang-beom, I'm warning you. We're already broken up, and you're the one who cheated on me. Stop thinking I still like you. I hate you now. Get out of my neighborhood. Anna vented all her pent-up frustration in one breath. Looking at Park Chang-beom's greasy hair and ugly face, she felt utterly disgusted. How blind had she been to ever fall for someone like this? Even the audience felt a wave of nausea. Holy crap, this Korean guy is way too sleazy. Yeah, stalking someone and then pretending to be so deeply in love? He's clearly a creep. Koreans really aren't decent people, so disgusting. If it were me, I'd slap that guy twice to teach him a lesson. Park Chang-beom's eyes blazed crimson as he fixed Anna with a death stare. How dare you treat me like this? I came here with good intentions to reconcile, planning to spend the rest of my life with you, and you tell me you hate me? Park Chang-beom grew increasingly agitated, suddenly drawing a dagger from his waist. Chapter 52, What are you playing at, you bastard? Anna, you forced my hand. I'm drowning in debt. I had no choice but to come find you. Give me 3 million, and I promise you'll walk out of here alive today. Otherwise, you know what'll happen. Park Chang-beom's face twisted into a hideous grimace as the dagger in his hand traced a cold arc through the air. The sight instantly drained all color from Anna's pretty face. Biting her lip tightly, Anna backed away in terror. She never imagined Park Chang-beom's true reason for seeking her out was robbery. 3 million. After all, Anna had only recently returned to her homeland, having been deceived into spending 3 months in South Asia. Even though modeling salaries weren't low, Anna had only been in the industry for a little over 2 years. Where would she possibly have 3 million? Despair flooded Anna's eyes in an instant. So this Korean guy's in debt and came to rob me. Is this guy even human? Waving a knife at a young girl like that, he's not even a real man. Koreans really are scum. I feel so sorry for this Anna girl. The audience was boiling with anger. It was late at night, and the neighborhood was deserted. Even the security guard on duty was far away. In desperation, Anna had no other choice but to keep shouting at the top of her lungs. Help! Robbery! No, wait! Fire! Fire! Her voice trembled as she looked around helplessly. Seeing her state, Park Chang-beom gave a cold smile and slowly approached with the dagger in hand. Stop struggling, Anna. It's the middle of the night. No one will hear your cries for help. And even if they did, knowing the nature of you dragon country people, no one would dare come to help. Transfer 3 million to me right now, or I'll slash your face. The dagger flashed coldly, darting back and forth before Anna's eyes. Watching Park Chang-beom advance step by step, raising the dagger to strike, Anna completely broke down. Desperately covering her face, she pressed herself against the wall at the back of the alley. With a dead end behind her, Anna had nowhere left to run. But equally, she absolutely had no way to come up with 3 million. Park Chang-beom, I really don't have 3 million. Please, please spare me. I just got scammed abroad. I barely made it back to the country. I really don't have any money. Anna pleaded humbly, trying to appeal to Park Chang-beom's conscience. But Park Chang-beom's eyes were bloodshot now. There was no trace of conscience left. His expression twisted upon hearing her words, and he snarled with a hideous grimace. No money? Then say goodbye to your pretty face. Whoosh! Without a moment's hesitation, Park Chang-beom slashed his knife toward Anna's face. No way! This bastard actually dared to attack. Koreans are despicable. They even looked down on the Dragon Nation people just now. Koreans? They all look down on people like dogs. Where's old Tang? That girl's about to be disfigured. Hurry up and save her. The audience grew increasingly frantic. Anna's face turned ashen, seemingly giving up all struggle. At the critical moment, a figure suddenly darted out of the alley. Park Chang-beom's body froze. His hand gripping the dagger froze mid-air. No matter how hard Park Chang-beom strained, he couldn't move it an inch. Tang Jong appeared beside Park Chang-beom, gripping his forearm tightly with one hand as he stared impassively. You bastard, robbing our dragon nation's young lady on a moonless, windy night and disfiguring her to boot. Don't you know the ground beneath your feet is Dragon Nation territory? The accusation boomed like a great bell. Park Chang-beom's face drained of color, startled by the old man who suddenly appeared beside him. But unlike Park Chang-beom's reaction, Anna was filled with delight. Despair and fear vanished from her eyes, replaced by renewed confidence as she broke into a wide grin. Old Master Tang. I knew you'd come to save me. Thank goodness you showed up. Otherwise, today, this scumbag would have disfigured me for real. Anna was still trembling with fear. Park Chang-beom continued to struggle, trying to pull his hand free. Let go of me. You stupid dragon countryman. If you don't let go, believe me, I'll punch you to death. An old man on his last legs trying to play the hero from the movies? Put. Park Chang-beom hurled insults relentlessly. Hearing this tirade, Tang Zhong raised an eyebrow. He looked down at Park Chang-beom with a condescending gaze, then chuckled after a moment. Typical Korean. Their manners are truly appalling. Don't you have parents? Don't you know what it means to respect elders and care for the young? Or is this how it is in Korea? Are all your countrymen just as despicable as you? What did you say? Tang Zhong's flippant words instantly sent Park Chang-beom into a rage. His eyes bloodshot, Park Chang-beom screeched as he swung his other fist. You ignorant Dragon Nation bastard. You lowly scum dare criticize Korea? You're asking for death. Old man, I see you're tired of living. Shouting his threats, Park Chang-beom swung a punch. But in the next instant, Tang Zhong neither dodged nor flinched, merely silently tightening his grip on the man's forearm. Snap! The crisp snap of breaking bone echoed through the alley. A blood-curdling scream followed as Park Chang-beom's raised fist dropped limply. His entire body convulsed in agony, his face contorted in pain. Let go of my arm. Damn Dragon Nation bastard, let go of me now. Let go? Why should I? Tang Zhong sneered coldly. His gaze locked onto Park Chang-beom as his hand swung casually once more. Snap! Another sharp crack echoed. This time, Tang Zhong held nothing back, snapping the entire forearm of the Korean into an unnatural angle. Intense agony washed over Park Chang-beom, leaving him writhing in unbearable pain. But before Park Chang-beom could catch his breath, another punch came flying straight at him. A fist the size of a sandbag delivered 1,000 pounds of force. A single blow to his chest sent Park Chang-beom flying backwards 7 or 8 meters, slamming violently into the wall. Coughing up blood, Park Chang-beom felt his internal organs twisted into knots, the agony nearly killing him. Well done. That's so satisfying. Master Tang's move was truly magnificent. That bastard deserves to have his teeth knocked out. Bullying girls from the Dragon Nation and brazenly insulting us, they deserve severe punishment. Online viewers, 68,993, 75,301. Reward, physical functions increased tenfold. The audience felt thoroughly vindicated. Anna stepped forward and spat viciously at the Korean. Pa! I must have been blind back then. How could I have ever fallen for a scumbag like you? Old Tang, do with this guy as you please. He tried to rob me. Whatever happens to him is his own damn fault. Hearing Anna's words, Tang Zhong nodded slightly. Staring at Park Chang-beom embedded in the wall, Tang Zhong asked, enunciating each word deliberately. Korean, how does it feel to be beaten half to death by those stupid dragon country people you speak so lightly of? Chapter 53, Did Chung Yong kill himself? Park Chang-beom sucked in sharp breaths, the pain nearly knocking him unconscious. Hearing Tang Zhong's words sent him into a complete state of shock. Staring at the white-haired, decrepit old man before him, Park Chang-beom could scarcely believe his eyes. Back in Korea, he'd trained in Taekwondo for 7 or 8 years, earning a black belt. What's more, he had even joined a Korean martial arts club. With his 2-meter height and 170-pound frame, how could he possibly be no match for this old man? Who are you? How could an old man like you be this powerful? Impossible. Smack! The moment Park Chang-beom uttered those words, he was met with a resounding slap across the face. The blow itself wasn't heavy, but it carried immense insult. Tang Zhong watched impassively before speaking again. You Koreans think too highly of yourselves, always believing everything belongs to you. I hear that in recent years, many in Korea believe that numerous things passed down by the ancestors of the Dragon Kingdom originated from Korea? Ridiculous. Young man, what do you think? Tang Zhong's tone was icy. Hearing this, Park Chang-beom dared not retort. He nodded vigorously. Right. You're absolutely correct. It's our shamelessness, our fragile self-esteem. We always feel our country has nothing, so we resort to stealing others' culture. Overcome with emotion, Park Chang-beom blurted out his true feelings before continuing his plea. I just lost my head in the heat of the moment, racking up gambling debts I couldn't pay off. With nowhere else to turn, I ended up approaching Anna. I swear I'll never do it again. You'd better not. If I catch you again, I'll break both your legs. Tang Zhong warned coldly. Park Chang-beom nodded frantically, staggered to his feet, and fled, coughing up blood all the way. Watching Park Chang-beom's retreating figure, Anna approached. That was so satisfying. Thank you, old Tang. After getting beaten like that scumbag probably won't dare come near me again. Anna turned to leave, but paused abruptly as if remembering something. Oh, Mr. Tang, you really need to be careful. After what you did to him, he'll definitely hold a grudge. Though this Park Chang-beom, as far as I know, is just an ordinary worker here in Longwa, he used to be part of some martial arts organization back in Korea. I've seen people from that group, they look like organized crime. You really need to be careful. Anna warned with concern. A Korean organization? Tang Jong gave a cold laugh at the mention, showing no concern whatsoever. Don't worry. Even if they studied martial arts for another 100 years, they wouldn't stand a chance against me. That's good to hear. Goodbye, old Tang. After bidding farewell to Anna, Tang Jong returned to his lodgings. The night passed and the next day dawned. At first light, Tang Jong received a message from the old comrade in arms he'd contacted the previous day. Brother Tang, I've got news about what you asked me to look into. This badge is no ordinary thing. It turns out to be an identity marker for the Yamagumi, the largest criminal syndicate in Little Day's nation. The Yama Group? Tang Jong narrowed his eyes slightly, lost in thought as he listened to his old comrade's words. The Yama Group of Little Day's nation. That's the largest criminal syndicate in the region. Yeah, and the Yama Group has been around for nearly decades, growing stronger and stronger. Their power is unfathomable. This spells trouble for old Tang. Killing 3 Yamasaki Group assassins, hasn't he just invited disaster? The audience was deeply concerned. After all, the Yama Group was no joke. Tang Jong snapped out of his thoughts and hurried back to the police station. But as soon as he reached the entrance, he saw numerous officers rushing about in a panic, their expressions tense. Something's wrong? Tang Jong's instincts told him something was terribly wrong. Sure enough, the next moment, Jo Yumming rushed out the door. Spotting Tang Jong, he immediately approached him. Mr. Tang, it's terrible. Last night, Chung Young suddenly poisoned himself. His body has been sent to the medical examiner's office for examination. Chung Young committed suicide? This is way too suspicious. Yeah, didn't the police chief say yesterday they'd tighten security? How could this happen? I smell a conspiracy. Something's definitely fishy about Chung Young's death. I'd bet it's that security company's doing. Tang Jong frowned deeply as he followed to the forensic department. In the morgue, Chief Liang Guodong had already arrived with officers and was discussing the case with the forensic team. Mr. Tang, you're here. Liang Guodong nodded, then sighed, his face heavy with self-reproach. As you saw, Chung Young took poison to end his life. This incident is indeed a failure on our part at the police bureau. I've already severely reprimanded the officers on duty last night. Listening to Liang Guodong, Tang Jong nodded slightly. Last night, was there anyone who had direct contact with Chung Young? Even if it was an officer, they should be listed as a key suspect. Rest assured, we've already investigated that. Liang Guodong responded immediately, elaborating. We interrogated 2 officers overnight and reviewed the surveillance footage from that night. The footage shows that from the moment Chung Young was detained until now, no one has had direct contact with him. This matter is extremely delicate. If word gets out, it will inevitably draw inquiries from higher-ups. As he spoke, Liang Guodong's expression grew increasingly grim. After all, when Tang Lao successfully apprehended Chung Young, Liang Guodong had assured his superiors that further interrogation would yield valuable intelligence. But now? With Chung Young dead, there would naturally be no more intelligence. Having betrayed his superior's trust, Liang Guodong understood the consequences of this failure. At that moment, Jo Yumming spoke up, sighing as well. Chief Tang, I watched the surveillance footage from start to finish. The facts are exactly as Director Liang stated. Chung Young had no contact with anyone. Take me to see it. Tang Jong suddenly spoke up. Liang Guodong was puzzled by the request, but since it came from old Tang, he complied and led the way. In moments, they arrived at the surveillance room. At Director Liang's instruction, an officer began playing last night's detention center footage. The footage showed Chung Young confined alone in a prison cell. Even the 2 guards stood far away outside the iron door. Played at 20 times normal speed, the surveillance footage moved swiftly. Yet Tang Jong remained unsatisfied and immediately ordered. Speed it up further. Set it to 100x. Ha! The officer froze in shock, while Director Liang and Jo Yumming behind him were equally dumbfounded. 100 times playback speed? At that speed, the average person wouldn't even be able to make out the images. Mr. Tang, this is surveillance footage at 100x speed. At this speed, can you even make out anything? Jo Yumming couldn't help but ask, assuming Tang Lao was simply unaware of the effects of 100x speed due to his age. But Tang Jong merely smiled at the remark. With his physical functions boosted tenfold and the insightful light ability stacked on top, he could easily discern every detail not just at 100x speed, but even faster. I know. Play it quickly. Chapter 54, That old man is no ordinary fellow. Seeing Director Leon nod, the officer immediately complied. Soon, the monitor flickered rapidly, leaving after-images in its wake. Zhou Yuming, watching nearby, felt dizzy and disoriented after a while. If a young man felt this way, the elderly Liang Guodong couldn't endure it at all. After just a few seconds, his stomach churned violently. Mr. Tang. Mr. Tang, what exactly can you make out? Perhaps we should switch back to normal playback. You're of advanced years. If you strain your eyes, it won't be worth the trouble. Yes, Master Tang, your health comes first. Director Liang and Zhou Yuming both spoke up to dissuade him. Tang Zhong paid no heed, his gaze remaining sharp and focused on the monitor. What appeared to outsiders as a chaotic, indistinguishable blur was the exact opposite to Tang Zhong. Every detail was crystal clear to him as he watched intently. When the footage reached 3:30 a.m., old Tang suddenly spoke. Freeze the image. The officer was caught off guard but complied immediately. The surveillance footage froze. On the screen, Cheng Yong still sat on the cold iron bed, his eyes vacant. Outside the door, the two officers had already begun nodding off, yawning listlessly. Right here. Tang Zhong pointed, and everyone quickly looked over. In the upper left corner of the screen, within Cheng Yong's cell, a faint layer of black mist appeared in one corner. What is this? Commissioner Liang was utterly baffled. Zhou Yuming scrutinized it closely before shaking his head after a moment. Mr. Tang, this must be a surveillance issue, right? Could it be distortion caused by electrical fluctuations? I don't think so. Tang Zhong offered his assessment, speaking slowly. I've heard some assassins employ high-tech camouflage for their operations. This faint, shadowy mist could very well be the assassin's disguise. He used this to infiltrate the police station, waited until the two officers dozed off, then wriggled through the iron bars to reach Cheng Yong. After laying out his analysis, Tang Zhong delivered his conclusion. Xiao Liang, Cheng Yong did not take his own life. In my opinion, someone infiltrated the police station and poisoned him under cover of night. What? A collective gasp of shock rippled through the room. Liang Guodong stared in disbelief. Zhou Yuming and the officers all stared wide-eyed. The criminal Cheng Yong was actually assassinated inside the police station. If this were true, just how terrifying must the assassin's methods have been? Just thinking about it sent a chill down Director Liang and his partner's spines. This is too bizarre. The killer's methods are utterly terrifying. He killed Cheng Yong right in the police station without anyone noticing. That multinational security firm, it's no ordinary operation. The audience gasped in astonishment. Tang Zhong frowned deeply, staring at the dark mist on the screen. After a long moment, he spoke slowly. They sent an assassin of this caliber. Cheng Yong must have been important. He might be holding on to even more crucial secrets. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gone to such lengths to send an assassin with these capabilities. Listening to Tang Zhong's words, Liang Guodong fell silent. Clearly, he too had grasped the gravity of the situation. Senior Tang, what should we do now? Ever since Tang Zhong stepped in, he had consecutively solved major cases for the police department. Now, not just Liang Guodong, but everyone in the police department would immediately turn to old Tang for help whenever trouble arose. After a moment's pause, Tang Zhong replied. Seal off all major routes in Nanyun province. Dispatch officers to screen travelers, especially those preparing to leave the country. Verify their identities meticulously. I suspect the assassin hasn't left Nanyun province yet. Pursue him immediately, we might uncover his trail. Understood. Liang Guodong responded promptly, immediately instructing Zhou Yuming to handle the matter. Report any developments to me immediately. Tang Zhong gave the order and exited the police station. Meanwhile, at a tavern in Nanyun province, Park Changbium, freshly discharged from the hospital with his entire arm in a cast, sat down at a booth. Beside him sat 4 or 5 others, all Koreans. Brother Sure, you must avenge this for me. That damned old bastard nearly crippled me. Park Changbium's voice trembled with rage. Every time he recalled last night's brutal beating at Tang Zhong's hands, the deep humiliation was compounded by the lingering ache of his wounds. Sure Zhongwu glanced at Park Changbium and burst out laughing. Hey, Korean, you owe me 3 million, fine. But now you want me to stick my neck out for you? Just tell me, why the hell should I help you? Sure Zhongwu's words instantly silenced Park Changbium. The man before him, Sure Zhongwu, was ostensibly the head instructor of the 5 martial arts Taekwondo Academy. But in reality, he was the boss of an organization specializing in loan sharking. The 3 million won Park Changbium owed had snowballed through compound interest, turning a mere 100,000 won principal into this staggering sum. After a long pause, Park Changbium stammered out. Brother Sure, this old man who beat me up is no ordinary person. I've heard he's a veteran of the War of Resistance, decorated for his service. His house must be full of valuable stuff. How about this? Send a few men with me. If we find something valuable, we'll strike it rich. Then not only could I pay off all my debts, but you'd make a killing too. Park Changbium voiced his plan. Sure Zhongwu's eyes lit up at the suggestion. Lately, he'd been fretting over insufficient profits from his illegal lending business. After all the splits, barely anything was left for him. A centenarian widower with military honors, his family must have a fortune stashed away. With this thought, Shi Zhongwu's mind began to wander. You lot, come with me personally. You little punk, you better be telling the truth or I'll kill you. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Tang Zhong was waiting at home. If the police couldn't track down the killer's trail, the leads would dry up. But the killer had only struck last night and it was still early morning. Even if he moved at lightning speed, there was no way he could have actually fled the country. At most, he'd made it out of the province. There's still time. I hope it's not too late. Tang Zhong stood up, hands behind his back, and looked out the window. They tripped up Meng Tian Group, only to uncover an even greater conspiracy. The transnational powerhouse Taylor Security, and the Yama Group from Little Day's country. These foreign criminal organizations must have infiltrated Longgua's civilian sectors, secretly manipulating countless criminals to prey upon the people. This much could be glimpsed from Meng Tai Group's actions in Nanyun province. Suddenly, footsteps echoed in the hallway outside the door. Listening carefully, Tang Zhong quickly determined there were 4 or 5 people. Someone was looking for him? Tang Zhong felt puzzled. After careful thought, he dismissed the possibility of it being the police. Bang bang bang. As he pondered, the door was suddenly pounded upon. Chapter 55, Surrounded? I'll break through with one punch. Old man, get your ass out here. You dare hit our Korean countrymen? You stupid pig from the dragon country must be tired of living. The door was pounded relentlessly as a torrent of curses poured out. The accents were unmistakably Korean. What's going on? Why would Koreans come looking for Tang Lao? TSK, I bet it's that Park Changbium who got schooled by old Tang last night. This guy hasn't learned his lesson and dares to come back for revenge. This is gonna be a good show. The audience hadn't gotten their fill last night, since Tang Zhong hadn't finished him off. So now that the Koreans are coming to him, the crowd's anticipation is through the roof. The door swung open, revealing 5 men standing outside. Leading the group was none other than Park Changbium, followed by Shi Zhongwu and 3 other Koreans. You came looking for me? Tang Zhong asked coldly, his gaze sweeping over them. These men were all quite imposing. It seemed Anna hadn't been exaggerating last night. This Park Changbium really had some connections behind him. We're from the Taekwondo Martial Arts Academy. Korea's premier martial arts academy, the Chonghua Martial Arts Academy's branch in South Korea's Namwon province. I'm the head instructor, Shi Zhongwu. Shi Zhongwu introduced himself with a vicious grin. In his mind, simply announcing his name would send this old dragon countryman running for his life in terror. But Tang Zhong showed no reaction whatsoever. Instead, he sneered with contempt. Korea's top martial arts academy? To be honest, the taekwondo your country prides itself on doesn't even qualify as martial arts. What did you say? Hearing Tang Zhong's flippant remark, Shi Zhongwu was utterly enraged. Rolling up his sleeves, he lunged forward, ready to fight, only to see Tang Zhong casually turn and plop down on the living room sofa. Lifting his gaze to Park Changbium at the front, Tang Zhong sneered. Korean, I warned you last night. If you dare show your face before me again, I'll break both your legs. What? Already forgotten? The words sent shivers down Park Changbium's spine. But glancing at his henchman behind him, he regained his composure after a moment, his confidence returning. Stepping into the living room, Park Changbium surveyed the surroundings and couldn't help but feel surprised. How could such a veteran hero of the resistance war live in such a humble place? But then he found a reasonable explanation for himself. This old miser must be hiding all his valuables. Pulling himself together, Park Changbium immediately declared. You old bastard. I'm here to settle the score with you today. You old bastard from Dragon Country dared to hit me? Today I'll show you the power of Korean Taekwondo. Pulling the dagger from his waist, Park Changbium no longer hid his intentions. Hand over everything valuable in this house. Or today will be your last day alive. Shi Zhongwu burst into the living room with his men, his face twisted into a vicious sneer as he echoed. If you understand human speech, hand over the money now. Let me tell you something, old man with your puny frame, you couldn't even take a single kick from me. Don't be ungrateful, hurry up. This is outrageous. Are these bastards even human? Tang Lao spared this guy, and now this bastard teams up with his buddies to rob us. Disgusting. These bastards are rotten to the core. Support Tang Lao's righteous intervention, they deserve a severe lesson. The audience listened with righteous indignation, their anger flaring even more at the Koreans' contemptuous remarks about the Dragon Nation. Tang Zhong remained calm and composed on the sofa. Watching Shi Zhongwu and his crew flailing their arms and posturing, he casually gestured. Are you going to take me on one at a time, or all together? Looking for death. You dare to provoke us even as you face your end. Behind Shi Zhongwu, one of the Koreans roared in response. He lunged forward, adopting a taekwondo stance as he launched a flying kick straight at Tang Zhong's head. Such an exaggerated, wide-open move nearly made Tang Zhong burst out laughing. Is this what you call taekwondo? Honestly, even a beginner in Dragon Nation martial arts who's only been training for half a month would be 100 times better than this. All flash and no substance. All show and no substance. 2 words to sum it up, garbage. Trash? The Koreans clenched their fists in fury at the insult. A dead duck still quacks. Dae-yong, kick him to death right now. Once we've killed this arrogant fool who doesn't know his place, we'll clean out every last penny from his house. Sir Jong-woo issued the order decisively, while Park Chang-beom shouted alongside him. Dare to insult the martial arts of Korea? You old bastard deserves to die. Several spectating Koreans roared with maniacal laughter, but their laughter soon died away. Tang Jong, lying on the sofa, suddenly raised his hand just as the Korean's kick came flying. Fingers clenched, he delivered a simple yet devastating punch. Watch closely, this is what martial arts truly looks like. As the words fell, his fist struck out like a chisel. The punch was powerful and heavy, meeting the Korean's kicking shin head-on. Crack! A crisp cracking sound echoed, followed by the stick-wielding man's entire body flying 4 or 5 meters sideways, slamming hard into the living room wall. Coughing up blood, the attacker didn't even have time to struggle before foaming at the mouth and collapsing unconscious. Dead silence fell over the entire room. The living room fell completely silent as several thugs froze in shock. Park Chang-beom, who had been ranting moments before, froze with a frozen grin on his face. Sir Jong-woo, meanwhile, felt a chill run down his spine as he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. He hadn't even had time to see Tang Jong's movement clearly. All he sensed was a flash before his eyes. In less than half a second, one of his men had been driven straight into the wall. Well done. That's exactly how you should beat the bastards. Let these bastards look down on the Dragon Nation, this is the fate they deserve. Keep it up, old Tang. Teach those bastards a lesson they won't forget. The crowd was thrilled, cheering Tang Jong on. Tang Jong slowly rose to his feet, casually shaking out his hands. He lifted his gaze to the men before him, fixing his eyes on Sir Jong-woo. I told you before, your so-called pride and joy, Taekwondo, is nothing but second-rate trash. Don't believe me? Feel free to try again. No one dared respond. The remaining 4 Koreans fell silent. They exchanged glances, each seeing fear in their comrade's eyes. Damn it! I refuse to believe it. At that moment, Sir Jong-woo suddenly bellowed, clenching his fists and roaring. Everyone, attack together. That old man's too old, he can't possibly match our stamina. Just keep taking turns attacking him, we'll wear him down until he drops. Insulting Taekwondo? You Dragon Country people aren't even worthy. And your so-called martial arts from Dragon Country? That's the real joke, not even worth a single hair on Taekwondo's body. Sir Jong-woo roared defiantly, and the other Koreans echoed his words. 4 men closed in, each drawing the sharp weapons they carried, machetes and axes. Tang Jong watched, his brow furrowing slightly. Carrying such restricted blades clearly meant these men weren't just martial arts instructors. Chapter 56, I'm coming for you, you little bastard. As Tang Jong pondered, the thugs charged forward, weapons raised. One thug struck a taekwondo stance, but the dagger in his hand flashed wildly, more like a street-fighting thug showing off his moves. This is taekwondo? More like a turtle swinging its fists. These bastards ganging up on us is bad enough, but calling themselves martial artists? They're just thugs with machetes and axes. Old Tang must beat them into submission. These bastards need a lesson they won't forget. The crowd snorted in disdain, seething with righteous indignation toward the Koreans. The 4 Koreans slowly closed in. Sir Jong-woo raised his machete, then lowered it again, clearly afraid to strike first. Park Chang-beom, you go first. Ha! Park Chang-beom froze at the command, but staring into Sir Jong-woo's face, now twisted with savage intent, he finally summoned his courage after a moment. Gripping his dagger, Park Chang-beom steeled his resolve. Old bastard, today I'll avenge my humiliation. With a shout, Park Chang-beom lunged forward. The dagger aimed straight for Tang Jong's throat, only to be caught between his 2 fingers the next instant. To Tang Jong, these Koreans moved with astonishing slowness. He didn't even need to be on guard, he could handle them effortlessly. You never learn, do you? Very well. Today I'll make sure you remember this lesson. A crisp snap echoed as the dagger snapped clean in 2 between his fingers. With his enhanced physical capabilities, Tang Jong's physical prowess had reached terrifying levels. With a look of contempt, Tang Jong suddenly unleashed a sweeping roundhouse kick. Park Chang-beom had no time to react. Darkness flooded his vision, and the next moment, excruciating pain erupted beneath him. Looking up, Park Chang-beom felt his scalp tingle. Both his lower legs had been cleanly severed by a single kick, exposing large patches of stark white bone, a horrifying sight. My legs! Stumbling backward, Park Chang-beom's face contorted in agony as he screamed, teeth clenched. This sight only deepened the fear in Sir Jong-woo and the others. They trembled as they watched Tang Jong, none daring to intervene. But just because these bastards didn't act didn't mean Tang Jong would let them off the hook. After all, these bastards had earlier threatened to kill him and repeatedly insulted the people of the Dragon Nation. Stop watching. You won't escape either. With that, Tang Jong struck ruthlessly. His fist struck like thunder, leaving a trail of groaning thugs sprawled on the ground. Without even a chance to block, several thugs saw Tang Jong's figure flash before their eyes. The next moment, excruciating pain shot through their arms as their bones shattered instantly. Among the thugs, Sir Jong-woo suffered the worst injuries. Not only were both his hands shattered, but he also took a direct punch to the chest, nearly shattering his internal organs. He writhed in agony, filling the room with waves of curses. Serves them right. That's exactly how you teach those bastards a lesson. Old Tang hit them good. Those bastards' taekwondo was a joke. All that arrogant talk, what a bunch of clowns. The spectators watched with great satisfaction. Meanwhile, Tang Zhong had already grabbed Shi Zhongwu by the collar and demanded coldly. Spill it. What exactly are you bastards doing in Longhua? Carrying restricted knives and daring to rob people in broad daylight? If you don't spill everything, I guarantee you won't live to see tomorrow. The chilling warning instantly terrified the Koreans into a state of utter panic. Shi Zhongwu trembled, meeting Tang Zhong's murderous glare. He dared not withhold a single detail. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. I'm just a lone shark. That so-called Blue Tile Taekwondo Martial Arts Hall is nothing but a front. The headquarters in Korea demands we loan out at least 10 million every month. Honestly, we have no choice. If we fail to meet the quota, we'll face punishment from the Koreans sent here internally. We have no option but to comply. Shi Zhongwu spoke with a pained expression. Tang Zhong's brow furrowed slightly upon hearing this. 10 million yuan in loans every month? And that's just in Yunqing City alone. This alone revealed the extent of similar criminal activities these Korean martial arts academies were committing across the entire Dragon Nation. Every single loan they dished out dragged another family into the abyss. Precisely for this reason, years ago, the Dragon Nation government had already ordered a thorough investigation and crackdown on domestic grey loan operations. Yet now, these foreign forces were making a covert comeback under various guises, continuing to prey upon ordinary citizens of the Dragon Nation. Such wolfish ambitions reveal intentions far more sinister than anyone could have imagined. He immediately called Zhou Yuming at the police station to have the authorities handle the situation. Tang Zhong kept his wits about him, deciding to wait until the assassin situation was resolved before launching an investigation into this chain of martial arts gyms from the Korean peninsula. Zhou Yuming arrived swiftly, and several Koreans were immediately cuffed. Zhou, these Koreans were using the Taekwondo gym as a front to run illegal loan operations. In my opinion, they've probably harmed quite a few people. Take them back to the station for a thorough investigation. Tang Zhong watched patiently. No problem. Zhou Yuming responded immediately, directing the officers to escort the suspects to the police vehicle. Chief Tang, you're truly our department's lucky charm. Just sitting at home, and a case comes knocking, that's incredible. By the way, Chief Liang says they've made a breakthrough and wants me to contact you to come in. Hearing Zhou Yuming's words, Tang Zhong immediately thought of the escaped assassin and rushed to the police station. Upon arriving at the station, Tang Zhong immediately spotted the martial arts police officers assembled outside the entrance. Commissioner Liang Guodong personally led the team, his expression grave. Just from his expression, Tang Zhong knew something major had happened. Liang, what's going on? Tang Zhong stepped forward to ask. The moment he saw Tang Zhong arrive, Chief Liang let out a long sigh of relief and hurried over. Senior Tang, you finally arrived. I just received word that border patrol officers in Nanyun province intercepted a suspicious foreign national. During the questioning, the foreigners suddenly attacked the officers, injuring several and leaving one critically wounded. Liang Guodong frowned deeply, sighing repeatedly as he spoke. Now that man has breached multiple checkpoints and broken through several layers of blockades. He's about to escape Longhua. That's serious? Upon hearing this, Tang Zhong grasped the gravity of the situation and couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. Dispatch immediately. Take me to the scene. No problem, follow me, old Tang. Commissioner Liang nodded repeatedly as the police car swiftly exited Yuqing City. Seriously injured several officers and left one young comrade fighting for his life? This is outrageous, especially considering the attacker was just one person. I'd bet 80% this foreigner is the same asshole who tried to kill Chan Yong at the police station. TSK, I have a feeling this guy won't be easy to deal with. More casualties might be on the way. The audience was deeply concerned. After an hour and a half of breakneck speed, Tang Zhong finally arrived at the crime scene. Before him lay a dense forest. Officers had originally set up a checkpoint at the edge of the woods to screen suspicious passers-by. But now, the ground around the checkpoint was covered in blood. Chapter 57, You stepped on a landmine. The pungent smell of blood filled the air. Several officers lay sprawled on the ground, their bodies wrapped in bandages. The car doors opened, and a group of officers stepped out. An elderly military district leader approached them. Upon seeing old Tang step out, he immediately straightened his posture. Commander Tang. Director Liang, I am Gao Yuan, commander of the Border Defense Military District. Rest assured, the moment I received the report, I dispatched troops to seal off the entire forest. At this moment, the assassin should still be hiding in the woods. However, the terrain in this dense forest is extremely complex, and it's littered with landmines left over from wartime decades ago. I fear that entering the forest without proper precautions could result in casualties among our troops, or even allow the killer an opportunity to escape. Therefore, for now, we can only remain on standby. Commander Gao Yuan spoke with a look of self-reproach. After all, as a border defense soldier, Gao Yuan might have been able to prevent this situation had he arrived in time. Tang Lao sensed his guilt and shook his head gently. Young Gao, this isn't your fault. That assassin's movements were utterly unpredictable, with no warning signs beforehand. It caught our comrades completely off guard. By sealing off the dense forest and trapping the assassin inside, you've already done an excellent job. The wounded were rushed to the hospital. Before leaving, Tang Zhong personally examined the injuries of several officers. The wounds were remarkably clean, all concentrated on wrists and ankles. The most severely injured officer had narrowly avoided having his throat slit. The blade had missed by a mere half-inch, spared only because the collar of his uniform had blocked the blow. Whoa, that killer's methods are brutal. Yeah, every cut aimed to sever limbs, and nearly slit his throat clean. With such a dangerous killer, even if trapped in dense woods, successfully apprehending him will be no easy feat. Hope no one else gets hurt. Hang in there, Officer Tang. Audience anticipation was at its peak. Tang Zhong propped his chin on his hand as he inquired about the killer's details. Xiao Liang, what are the killer's physical characteristics? And what nationality are they? Chief Tang, the killer is a little devil. Commissioner Liang spoke, his voice still trembling with fear. According to our intelligence, this Japanese national is named Yamada Nishin. He entered the Dragon Nation just 3 days ago. We don't have specific details, only that this guy is now a key member of the Yama group. As he spoke, Liang Guodong pulled out a mugshot captured by a roadside surveillance camera. The Yama group? Tang Zhong glanced at the image. A short, sharp-featured Japanese man with a monkey-like face and instinctively touched the cherry blossom badge in his pocket. This item had originally been on the bodies of those 3 South Asian assassins. According to his comrade's investigation, it had been confirmed that this badge served as proof of identity for the Yama group. Thus, Yamada Nishin's identity was crystal clear. He was a Japanese assassin from the Yama-san group. But one thing still puzzled Tang Zhong. Why would a Yama group assassin target Chanyong? I can't figure that out either. It's truly perplexing. Commissioner Liang scratched his head, unable to make sense of it either. Time waits for no one. Glancing at his watch, Tang Zhong immediately gave his orders. Xiao Liang, you stay put with all the officers. Xiao Gao, have the soldiers strictly guard every exit from the dense forest. Don't let anyone out. But Old Tang, how are we supposed to catch that Japanese assassin now? Hearing this, Old Tang smiled calmly, appearing composed and unruffled. This old man will go in alone. Alone. Liang Guodong's body jerked at the words, convinced Old Tang must be joking. Meanwhile, Gao Yuan, the military district commander standing nearby, vehemently disagreed, shaking his head firmly. No, Old Master Tang. You're a veteran hero. How could I let you, at your age, go in alone to face that brutal Japanese assassin? And what about those old landmines left over from the war still hidden in the woods? If one were to detonate, wouldn't you be in grave danger? Yao Yuan was genuinely worried, given Old Master Tang's stature. If he were to get hurt, even a minor scrape, and the old military leaders found out, the blame that would fall on him was far beyond what Gao Yuan could bear. With these thoughts weighing on him, Gao Yuan persisted. All right, Old Tang, I understand how you feel. Let's have the police station dispatch an elite squad, and I'll send a specialized unit from my side. We can provide mutual support. Everyone enters the forest simultaneously. If any trouble arises, we can watch each other's backs, right? Gao Yuan's proposal quickly gained Liang Guodong's approval. The commander makes a sound point. I say we proceed this way. Shaoan, take a few officers with sharp shooting skills and prepare to follow Old Tang into the woods. Liang Guodong issued the order decisively, and Ran immediately gathered her team to comply. On Gao Yuan's side, he assembled the Border Defense Force's strongest elite squad. With the team assembled, they immediately prepared to enter the forest. Tang Zhong understood that Liang Guodong and Gao Yuan insisted on forming a support squad out of concern for his safety. While Tang Zhong was confident that the Japanese assassin was no match for him. But since Liang and Gao had already formed a squad, it wouldn't be right for him to refuse their offer. Drawing the recurve bow from his waist, Tang Zhong called over Ran and Lu Daong, an elite squad leader from the military region, before entering the forest. And Ran, you and Sergeant Lu will flank me on either side. Don't worry about me. Pay special attention to wartime landmines left in this forest. Inspect thoroughly. Understood? Old Tang's tone was stern. Hearing this, the 2 men dared not delay, nodding in unison. Entering the woods, the outside clamor vanished instantly, leaving only an unsettling silence. It was late autumn, and most of the forest's animals had gone into hibernation. Even the chirping of insects and birds was scarce. This forest is too quiet. I keep feeling like something big is about to happen. You bet. Not a soul in sight, and landmines buried everywhere. Ugh. Who knows where that little devil's hiding? He's managed to stay concealed this long. He must be full of himself. The spectators murmured in speculation. 2 squads advanced cautiously through the woods. Lu Daiyong's team, equipped with more advanced gear, monitored their radar screens as they moved. Another half hour and we should reach the heart of the forest. The vegetation will be denser there, severely limiting visibility. Everyone, be prepared. Lu Dayong issued the warning. Tang Lao walked silently at the front, wielding a new recurve bow. Just as Lu Dayong predicted, half an hour later, the forest suddenly became incredibly dense. Visibility dropped below 5 meters, and the damp soil beneath their feet felt eerily unsettling. Snap! A sudden, sharp crack echoed through the air. And Ran, confused, assumed she'd stepped on a branch and lifted her foot to continue walking. Stop! Shaoan, you stepped on a landmine. Tang Zhong frowned and spoke sternly. Chapter 58, What to do when an old man's hands shake. This forest had witnessed several major battles in the past, during which South Asian soldiers had laid countless landmines for ambushes. Even after decades, most of the mines had become inactive. But no one wanted to gamble with their life, betting that the one they stepped on was a dud. The moment Tang Zhong spoke and Ran's delicate frame trembled violently, her entire face turning deathly pale. Her body shook uncontrollably. And Ran strained to maintain her composure, but fear gripped her heart. Tang! Old Tang, what should I do? Don't move. Breathe steadily. Tang Zhong spoke as he approached slowly. Lu Dayong also led his men to surround the area. Seeing the situation, he immediately ordered. Check the surrounding terrain immediately. Clear the mines. The soldiers responded, beginning to clear mines along the path ahead of Ran. Turning to look at Ran, Lu Dayong's mouth twitched at the sight of the rust-green mine protruding halfway from the soil beneath her feet. Old Tang, this appears to be a 30-year-old tripwire mine. These mines are simple in structure but extremely difficult to clear unless detected beforehand. Otherwise, once stepped on, even the slightest change in pressure will trigger an immediate detonation. Perfect removal is nearly impossible. As he spoke, Lu Dayong sighed. The surrounding officers, hearing this, were filled with deep concern. What should we do? Are we just supposed to stand by and watch Shaoan keep stepping on the landmine until it explodes? Listening to the voices around her, Ran bit her lip tightly, fear welling up until she was on the verge of tears. And Ran had graduated from university 2 years ago and hadn't even dated anyone yet. Now she'd stepped on a landmine, facing the possibility of losing her life at any moment. One could only imagine how she felt. She really stepped on a landmine. This girl's got some serious bad luck stepping on a decades-old landmine just like that. Trigger mines are among the most dangerous types. Could this girl really be in trouble? Viewers held their breath in suspense. At that moment, Ran was on the verge of breaking down. I really don't want to die yet. Please save me. Hearing Ran's desperate pleas, the officers felt deeply distressed. But what could they do? This type of old-fashioned landmine hadn't been encountered in ages, and none of the officers had ever dealt with one before. Even Lu Dayong, after studying it for a while, shook his head repeatedly. This is impossible. The risk level of this mine is far too high. Attempting to disarm it ourselves risks detonation at any moment. For safety's sake, we should immediately contact professional bomb disposal experts. No, there's absolutely no time for that. At that moment, Tang Zhong suddenly spoke up, shaking his head. This old-style landmine has been corroded for so long that it's in an extremely unstable state. Time is of the essence. If we wait for bomb disposal experts now, the mine might detonate before they arrive. Then what should we do? Hearing this, Lu Dayong was at a loss. The situation instantly reached a stalemate, leaving everyone feeling helpless. But just as despair settled over them, Tang Zhong suddenly lowered his recurved bow and instead approached with a dagger in hand. Picking up a stone from the roadside, Tang Zhong weighed it in his hand before turning his gaze to Lu Dayong's military boots. Sergeant Lu, take off your boots and give them to me. Old Tang, what are you planning to do? Lu Dayong was puzzled but complied immediately. To clear mines, of course. Tang Zhong casually replied, stuffing the stone into his boot. Then, in full view of everyone, Tang Zhong plunged the dagger directly into the sole of Ran's shoe. The instant she touched the landmine, Ran let out an uncontrollable scream. Old Tang, are you truly confident? Trust me. Watching Ran's face turn pale, Tang Zhong smiled confidently. During the early years of the War of Resistance, those treacherous Japanese devils would always lay mines along their retreat routes whenever they suffered defeat. Tang Zhong could no longer recall how many landmines he had cleared during the war. The Japanese used a wide variety of mines back then, including this old-style tripwire type. I cleared these mines during the War of Resistance. Trust me. I'll brace myself against this mine with all my strength to match the pressure of your body weight. When I give the signal, slowly pull your foot back. Remember, it must be slow. Understand? Tang Zhong patiently instructed her. Hearing this, Ran still felt afraid. But seeing the deep confidence in Tang Zhong's eyes, hope reignited within her after a moment. She nodded firmly. All right. I trust you, Old Master Tang. Everyone held their breath, watching as Old Master Tang defused the mine. The soldiers behind Lu Dayong couldn't believe what they were seeing and couldn't help but voice their doubts. Sergeant, can this old man really defuse the mine? Look at his age, he must be close to 100. At that age, won't his hands shake and accidentally trigger the mine? The soldier's words immediately drew nods of agreement from his comrades nearby. Truthfully, Lu Daong wasn't entirely confident either. Watching Old Tang before him, doubts began to stir in his mind. Lu Daong was well aware of how important Old Tang's status was. He knew Old Man Tang was a veteran with distinguished military achievements. But he was old, and his movements didn't look particularly nimble. And mine clearance was a dangerous job that demanded extreme concentration. Well, since Old Tang insists on clearing the mines, we have no choice but to trust him. But all of you, get ready. If an explosion occurs later, you must rush forward to shield Old Tang from the blast even if it means using your own bodies. Lu Daong issued a strict order. Long before entering the forest, Gao Yuan had pulled him aside for a private briefing. For their squad, capturing the Japanese assassin was irrelevant. Their sole mission was to ensure Tang Lao's safety. Gao Yuan had issued a strict order, and Lu Daong naturally obeyed. With that thought, Lu Daong assumed a ready stance, prepared to rush forward at any moment and shield Old Tang with his own body. Time ticked by second, as Tang Zhong's dagger sank deeper and deeper. Everyone watching held their breath, sweat pouring down their faces. Just then, Tang Zhong suddenly spoke. "And Ran, slowly pull your foot out." And Ran obeyed cautiously, carefully controlling her body without exerting too much force. Finally, just as Ran's toes were about to leave the landmine, Tang Zhong acted with lightning speed, shoving Ran away. Simultaneously, he pressed his dagger against the landmine, bearing his full weight down upon it. In an instant, Lu Daong charged forward. But the next moment, he was stunned to discover the landmine hadn't exploded at all. The mine beneath Tang Zhong remained intact, still in a triggered state. Phew, what a false alarm. That scared the hell out of me. Lu Daong patted his chest, visibly shaken. Tang Zhong smiled indifferently, picked up the boot filled with stones, and placed the dagger back on top. Pressing down on the landmine, Tang Zhong silently counted in his mind. 3, 2, 1. The moment the countdown ended, Tang Zhong flipped violently, suddenly darting 7 or 8 meters away. The landmine remained pressed down, yet it still failed to detonate. Mine clearance, successful. Chapter 59, Bait and Switch. It actually worked. Tang Lao is so awesome. Truly a veteran hero of the War of Resistance. Even such a dangerous landmine was defused with ease. What a close call. Thank goodness Old Tang was there, otherwise someone would have gotten killed. Watching live mine clearance, this is way more thrilling than any movie. Tang Lao is amazing. Live viewers 78,051, 92,306 skyrocketing. Congratulations, host. Viewership target achieved. Reward unlocked. Acquired skill, turtle breath technique. Temporarily enter a state of apparent death, heartbeat ceases, breath vanishes, fooling even the most observant. Longevity extended by 5 months. Turtle breath technique? Hearing the system's reward, Tang Zhong raised an eyebrow. Out of nowhere, why did this system grant him a feigned death skill? Still, since it was a reward, Tang Zhong decided to accept it. After all, this turtle breathing technique might come in handy somewhere. Amidst the surrounding gasps and exclamations, Lu Daong and the others couldn't help but burst into applause. And Ran, in particular, was overwhelmed with emotion. "Master Tang, thank you for saving my life. If you hadn't defused the danger in time, I truly would have lost my life. Thank you." And Ran expressed her gratitude repeatedly. Tang Zhong waved his hand dismissively at her words, appearing unconcerned. "It was just a small favor. No need to thank me. Mr. Tang, your mine clearing technique is truly amazing." Lu Daong stepped forward and exclaimed with admiration. "To be honest, I was worried earlier that someone your age might fail at defusing the mines. Now I see how wrong I was." "That's right, Old Tang. None of us expected you to still be in such fine form. Truly, you're a veteran hero of the War of Resistance. With Old Tang here, we've nothing to fear from here on out." The soldiers cheered, and the police officers visibly relaxed. At least if anyone else stepped on a mine, with Old Tang present, they wouldn't be completely doomed. After calming everyone down, Commander Tang led the team deeper into the area. After Ran's misstep, everyone became much more vigilant. Soldiers cleared the path ahead, marking any mines they found and detouring around them. Another half hour passed with this procedure, and the group had now penetrated deep into the heart of the dense forest. Visibility diminished further, and the air grew noticeably colder. Lu Daong shivered, swallowing hard as he surveyed the dim surroundings. "Old Tang, it's way too dark in here. Do you think that Japanese assassin might be hiding nearby?" "It's possible." Tang Zhong replied casually, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. Suddenly, a faint crimson glow flickered ahead, catching Tang Zhong's attention. A faint smile curved his lips as he recalled the feigned death skill just rewarded by the system. A plan formed in his mind. This Japanese assassin had been fleeing all along. He must be extremely cautious. And since he was a Yamagumi assassin, he might already be aware of Tang Zhong's presence. In that case, why not play hard to get? He acted on the thought immediately, striding forward to quickly create some distance from the group. Seeing this, Lu Daong sensed something was amiss. Old Tang, you should stay with the group. Yes, Mr. Tang, what if the assassin is nearby? Wouldn't you be in danger? Don't worry about me. Everyone just take care of yourselves. Tang Zhong casually turned his head, feigning indifference as he spoke. Just then, a cold gleam flashed behind him. Everyone jumped in fright. Lu Daong, being closer, caught a clear glimpse of the cold gleam. Suddenly, a figure clad in black robes burst from the bushes. The figure wielded a katana and charged straight at Tang Zhong. Old Tang, watch out! Lu Daong cried out in alarm. But before his words had even faded, Tang Zhong's entire body shifted sideways, deftly evading the blade. So you couldn't hide after all? Tang Zhong sneered coldly. The black-robed figure before him wore a hideous grimace, his eyes fixed intently on Tang Zhong. Old man, it was you who killed my 3 comrades, wasn't it? Today, Yamada Nisa, I will avenge my slain comrades. As the words fell, the Japanese soldier unleashed a punch. The punch carried immense force, its speed too swift for the naked eye to follow. Only when everyone finally saw the Japanese soldiers attack did they realize Tang Zhong had been sent flying 7 or 8 meters away, crashing directly into the nearby bushes. Old Tang! Lu Daong cried out in alarm, panic setting in. He rushed over and saw Old Master Tang lying motionless on the ground. He immediately reached out to check for a pulse. The result sent a chill through Lu Daong's heart. Yamada Hatsuki, seeing this, grinned as he pulled back his hood, looking triumphantly at Lu Daong. You foolish Dragon Nation man, cease your futile struggle. That old geezer? One punch from me stopped his heartbeat. Not a pulse left. Dead as a doornail. What kind of power do you think this old fossil has? He couldn't even take a single punch from me. What a useless piece of trash. No way. Could old Tang really be dead? Impossible. Old Master Tang survived so many brutal battles unscathed. How could he be killed in one blow by this little Japanese brat? But you all saw it, old Tang truly has no pulse or breath left. I think it's possible. Old Tang underestimated him. That damn Japanese bastard. Avenge old Tang. We absolutely cannot let this Japanese assassin continue his rampage. Most viewers believed old Tang was dead, and the crowd erupted in fury. Lu Daong and Ran Ran and the others were beyond furious. Lu Dahai yanked out his pistol and growled as he pulled the trigger. Shoot them all. You dared kill old Tang? Today I'll shoot you through and through. Bang! 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 Everyone fired wildly, flames spewing from the barrels as the surrounding forest was instantly reduced to a chaotic mess. But strangely, Yamada Nisho, who had been standing right in front of them moments ago, had vanished without a trace. This scene weighed heavily on Lu Daong's heart, sending an inexplicable chill down his spine. Suddenly, a shriek pierced the air behind him. Lu Daong whipped his head around to see Yamada Kusaka suddenly appear behind the squad. A single punch sent a soldier flying 4 or 5 meters backward, instantly knocking him unconscious. Yamada Kusaka was shrouded in dark mist, obscuring his expression. His cold gaze swept the area before he sneered with contempt. A bunch of idiots. Kill that old man, and none of you stand a chance against me. Think guns can kill me? You know nothing of this little one's ninjutsu, ha ha ha. Yamada Kusaka erupted into a maniacal laugh. Lu Daong was utterly enraged. He drew his gun again and fired, while the others quickly joined in with covering fire. Yet as bullets whistled through the air, Yamada Hikari dissolved into a cloud of black mist. The bullets had no effect whatsoever, only serving to enrage the Japanese assassin. You're overestimating yourselves. Very well. Today, I shall torture every last one of you to death. With that, Yamada Hina suddenly appeared behind a police officer, his katana raised high. The Dragon Nation is nothing but a joke. Today, none of you will leave this forest alive. Chapter 60. Do you even know what my ancestors left behind? This damn Japanese guy is way too cocky. Yeah, but this guy is seriously weird. Bullets can't even hurt him? These people are in serious trouble. If old Tang is really dead, what's the point of watching anymore? What a hopeless situation. If only old Master Tang weren't dead. The audience watched in fury, their faces turning ashen. The samurai sword was thrust forward, and the officer's face drained of color. If bullets couldn't kill this demon, what could they possibly do? Everyone was utterly hopeless. Even Lu Daong, with his rigorous training and ironclad resolve, was at a loss. Damn Japanese. Unable to bear the sight, Lu Daong closed his eyes. Thud. A muffled groan echoed, followed by a blood-curdling wail. Hearts sank in unison, certain the officer had been killed. But when Ran tentatively opened her eyes, just as she prepared to avenge her fallen comrade, her gaze fell upon the scene before her, and she froze instantly. Before her eyes, the officer held at sword point stood unharmed, now staggering backward in terror. The one screaming in agony was Yamada Hinata, who had been brimming with arrogance just moments before. Yamada Kusaka's eyes were wide with terror, his body shaking violently as he stared down in disbelief. A terrifying hole had suddenly appeared in his left shoulder. The fist that had pierced through was now slowly being withdrawn. Tang Zhong stood calmly behind the Japanese soldier, a faint smile on his lips as he spoke leisurely. With your half-baked skills, you actually thought you could kill this old man? I've personally dispatched countless Japanese devils like you in the past. Swish. The words sent shockwaves through the crowd. Everyone snapped their eyes open in disbelief. Upon seeing Tang Zhong standing behind Yamada Nisa, their expressions turned utterly incredulous. It's old Master Tang. Old Master Tang is still alive. And Ran wept tears of joy. Lu Daong, seeing this, felt a wave of relief wash over him and color returned to his face. Old Master Tang isn't dead? And he even killed the Japanese soldiers. Could it be that old Master Tang faked his death on purpose, just to catch them off guard? That must be it. Old Master Tang is incredible. How did he even think of this? That scared the hell out of me. I thought old Tang really got killed by the Japanese. Phew. The audience was still shaken, yet all marveled at Tang Zhong's feigned death strategy. Tang Zhong stood there, a faint smile playing on his lips as he wiped the blood from his knuckles. It must be said, the turtle breathing technique rewarded by the system proved remarkably useful. The instant the enemy struck, Tang Zhong activated the technique, briefly feigning death. His reason for doing so was simple. This enemy assassin moved with eerie agility. If Tang Zhong had been alone, he could have fought back without reservation. But he had to remember he wasn't alone. Whether it was in Ran and the police officers, or Lu Daong and his soldiers. If the Japanese assassin acted without restraint, it would inevitably lead to multiple casualties. To be on the safe side, and to strike decisively, Tang Zhong finally came up with this plan. Now it seemed the feigned death had worked perfectly. With his left shoulder pierced through, Yamada's aura of black mist dissipated entirely, leaving his face twisted in a hideous grimace. With his shoulder pierced, Yamada Hisakazu's aura now seemed feeble. Exhausted from excessive blood loss, his strength was rapidly failing him. How could you still be alive? I distinctly remember punching you to death. You had no pulse, no heartbeat. Yamada Nisho couldn't wrap his head around it. After knocking Tang Zhong down with a single punch, he had personally checked him. Seeing that the man had no breath or pulse, he had dared to continue attacking without restraint. Yet now, the old man from the Dragon Nation who should have been dead had somehow come back to life. Not only that, but he was as lively as ever, showing no signs of having suffered serious injuries. Hearing this, Tang Zhong sneered dismissively. Little Jap, ever heard of the turtle breath technique? 1,000-year-old survival technique passed down in the Dragon Nation, something a sewer rat like you wouldn't know about. Turtle breathing technique? Yamada Nisho froze at the mention. But he quickly snapped out of it, gritting his teeth in fury. So that's how you fooled me into thinking you were dead. Dragon Nation man, if you've got the guts, let's settle this in a fair fight. Give me time to heal my wounds, and we'll settle this one-on-one. Ha 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 ha. Old Tang is truly unbeatable. Who knew he had tricks like this up his sleeve? Seeing the Japanese fool dumbfounded, this is the true depth of the Dragon Nation. One-on-one duel? This little Japanese guy has no shame. Yeah, after ambushing us first, he still has the nerve to demand a duel? Just what I'd expect from the Japanese. The audience erupted in mocking comments. Tang Zhong watched impassively. Hearing Yamada Hinata's words, he couldn't help but chuckle. Yamada Nisa, I advise you to get a grip on the situation. Answer my questions truthfully from now on, or else, you'll only find death awaiting you. Tang Zhong's tone turned grim, and a murderous aura suddenly radiated from his entire body. Completely different from their earlier clash, Yamada Hinata now felt his legs buckling uncontrollably. Backing away warily, Yamada Hidaka clutched the wound on his shoulder. Who are you? To pierce my shoulder with a single strike, and without me sensing it beforehand, could you be an unparalleled master from the Dragon Nation? Yamada asked in a trembling voice. And Ran, standing nearby, heard this and immediately lifted her head proudly. You little Japanese brat, our old Tang is a veteran hero of the War of Resistance. He personally slaughtered countless Japanese devils on the battlefield back in the day. That's right. Old Master Tang was known as the Japanese killer back in the day. The officers roared with laughter, their eyes brimming with scorn as they looked at the Japanese soldier. Upon hearing this, Yamada Nisa's heart jolted violently. He stared at Tang Zhong in disbelief, taking another step back. Glancing toward the depths of the dense forest, Yamada Kusaka's mind began to wander. From the terrifying aura Tang Zhong had just emitted, Yamada Nisa could almost be certain. This seemingly ordinary old man from the Dragon Nation possessed true strength far surpassing his own. If he persisted in a head-on confrontation, certain death awaited him. Realizing this, Yamada Nisho drew a deep breath. You'll pay for this. You old bastard, the Yamagumi will come back for revenge. With those words, black mist once again swirled around Yamada Kusaka. His entire form vanished, darting into the depths of the dense forest with lightning speed. Damn it! That little bastard's trying to escape. Lu Daong gasped in alarm and shouted urgently. But before his words had even finished echoing, Tang Zhong's form shot out like a cannonball. He raced toward the direction Yamada had fled, catching up in an instant. Think you can escape? Not so fast. His voice was cold as ice. Tang Zhong's hand shot out, drawing the 9-ring broadsword. When dealing with the little devils, this trusty weapon was naturally the best choice. Yamada Nisho glanced over his shoulder. Seeing Tang Zhong charging toward him with murderous intent, he was instantly terrified. You? How did you catch up to me? My ninjutsu movement techniques are unmatched within the Yamagumi. How could I possibly be caught by a mere? Before Yamada Nisa could finish his rant, Tang Zhong swung his blade. Chapter 61, slashing at the Japanese soldier's head. Who cares where you're from? Take that up with my battle-hardened broadsword. This 9-ringed broadsword was nearly unstoppable. Combined with Tang Zhong's terrifying speed, it pierced through the Japanese soldier's body in an instant, cleanly severing his entire left leg. Clang! A spray of blood erupted into the air. Yamada Hinata's dark aura dissipated once more. Like a kite whose string had snapped, he crashed into the roadside bushes with a thud. Staring at his severed left leg in the distance, Yamada Nisho was overcome with terror. The excruciating pain finally broke him completely. No, no, no! Don't kill me! Old man, I was forced to work for the Yama-san group. Please spare my life. Yamada Kusaka struggled to speak, his eyes filled with utter terror. He watched Tang Zhong, who was slowly advancing toward him with a 9-ringed broadsword in one hand and a smile on his lips. At that moment, Yamada Kusaka felt as though he was gazing upon a demon from hell, his earlier arrogance utterly vanishing. Well done, old Tang. That's how you teach those devils a lesson, make these bastards remember it forever. Only old Tang could make beating the Japanese look like child's play. Absolutely thrilling. Old Tang's blade remains sharp, truly a veteran hero of the resistance. Online viewers 92,953, 95,712. The audience was thoroughly entertained. Meanwhile, Tang Zhong casually raised his hand, placing the 9-ringed broadsword directly across the Japanese soldier's throat. Looking down at him from above, Tang Zhong spoke slowly and deliberately. Speak. Who sent you to assassinate Chun Yong? What ties does your Yamagumi faction have with the defunct South Asian criminal syndicate, the Monty Group? Tang Zhong's tone was icy. This Japanese soldier before him had not only killed Chun Yong. During his escape, he'd also killed several innocent police officers and had just seriously wounded another. For these crimes alone, killing him 100 times over would be no punishment. The 9-ringed broadsword gleamed coldly, complementing Tang Zhong's icy gaze and radiating an overwhelming sense of pressure. He dared not conceal anything further. To save his own skin, Yamada Nisa could only stammer out the truth. The matter is this. The Mengtai group is also backed by funding from our Yama group. But this time, my mission to assassinate Chun Yong was actually ordered by Taylor Corporation. Oh? At these words, Tang Zhong's brow furrowed slightly. Yamada Kusaka's single statement had already revealed a great deal. So you're saying your Yama-san group's backer is also Taylor Corporation? No. That's correct. Yamada Hinata forced himself to respond through the excruciating pain, his voice trembling as he spoke. Taylor Corporation sponsors numerous organizations. Our Yama group is merely one of them. As for the Monte group, it was merely the lowest tier invested organization. There were countless such groups. At this point, Tang Zhong suddenly understood. So the ultimate mastermind behind it all really was that Taylor company. Based on previous intelligence investigations, Taylor Corporation appeared on the surface to be a security firm. But in reality, it was a deeply entrenched, large-scale transnational criminal organization. Behind every criminal syndicate operating around the Dragon Nation, the mastermind was this very company. The realization sent a chill down Tang Zhong's spine. This Taylor Corporation seems to have some pretty big ambitions. At that moment, Yamada Nishin suddenly coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, trembling as he looked at Tang Zhong. Sir, I've told you everything I know. Now, can you let me go? Let you go? Tang Zhong chuckled at the request. The 9-ringed broadsword remained pressed against the Japanese soldier's throat. Tang Zhong narrowed his eyes, sizing him up from head to toe. You little devil, you've killed so many innocent police officers. Now you think you can just walk away? How naive. Even if I were to keep my word and spare your life, you'd still be sent to face justice. Tang Zhong's words rang out with authority. Hearing this, Yamada Nisa was utterly overcome with despair. Just then, Ran and the others approached. Seeing Yamada Nisa captured, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Ran couldn't help but marvel at the 9-ringed broadsword in old Tang's hand. I didn't even catch old Master Tang's movements just now. I was too worried that Japanese devil would escape. Master Tang, your reflexes are incredible. You caught the culprit so effortlessly. Not only Ran, but Lu Daong beside her also nodded in agreement. Yeah, if it weren't for old Tang, none of us would have stood a chance against that Japanese assassin. Just as the two spoke, Yamada Nisho, seeing everyone's attention had shifted away from him, suddenly sprang into action. Summoning every ounce of strength to push himself upright, Yamada Yukihiro knew full well. He was gravely wounded and likely beyond saving. If that was the case, he might as well take someone down with him before dying. With that resolve, Yamada Hina's hand darted out, drawing a throwing knife. Knowing Tang Zhong was no pushover, Yamada knew he couldn't guarantee a fatal strike. Instead, he chose Ranran as his target. Damned dragon country people. Even in death, I'll drag one of you to hell with me. With a roar, Yamada Nico clenched the throwing knife tightly and lunged toward Ranran. The scene unfolded too suddenly. Lu Daong reacted, but the distance was too great for him to reach her in time. This damn Japanese bastard is fighting back even as he dies. TSK, this girl is in real danger now. Truly treacherous, even facing certain death, he still seeks mutual destruction. The Japanese are all like this madman, every last one of them. The audience watched in dread, convinced the enemy was about to succeed. In the blink of an eye, Yamada's flying knife was mere inches from Ranran's throat. Just a fraction closer, and it would have sliced through the delicate skin of her neck. Ha 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 ha. At last, I've succeeded. The Dragon Nation people are truly foolish. Go to hell. Yamada Nis roared with maniacal laughter, his entire being consumed by frenzied excitement. But in the next instant, Yamada Kusaka stared in shock. And Ranran before him remained unscathed. Not only that, but his gaze involuntarily lifted upward, followed by a sudden wave of dizziness. What the hell? Yamada Nis couldn't comprehend it. Yet everyone around Yamada, except him, had clearly witnessed the entire scene. Just as the Japanese assassin was about to strike, Tang Zhong suddenly flashed to the assassin's side. Then, with a single slash, he nearly severed the head in an instant. The entire sequence was lightning fast, executed with ruthless precision. Thud. Yamada Kusaka's head slammed heavily onto the ground. Even in his final moments, he remained utterly unaware of what had transpired. A deathly silence fell over the entire scene. Lu Daong stood frozen in place, watching Yamada's headless body collapse. A shudder ran through him as he swallowed hard. Decapitated in an instant. How terrifying must that speed and power be? The surrounding crowd gasped in awe, yet Tang Zhong remained utterly composed, nearly flipping his hand to flick the blood from his blade. Glaring at Yamada Hinata's body on the ground, Tang Zhong spat contemptuously. Chapter 62. The director and the army commander pay homage? Thank goodness old Tang intervened in time. Otherwise, that girl would have been in real danger. Exactly. It was a hair's breadth away. As expected of old Tang. That 9-ring broadsword sliced through the Japanese soldier in one stroke, so satisfying to watch. Back in the day, old Tang fought tooth and nail on the battlefield. Who knows how many Japanese soldiers he cut down? This is child's play. With Yamada Nis dead, the crisis was finally averted. As everyone's emotions settled, the body was quickly carried out of the woods. Tang Zhong sheathed his 9-ring broadsword, lost in thought as they walked. So many events had unfolded in rapid succession lately. From the Mengtai group to the Yamagumi infiltrating the Dragon Nation for assassination, and even that recent loan shark operation from the Korean peninsula. A storm was brewing. Tang Zhong sensed intuitively that he had only scratched the surface of this vast criminal network. The true darkness, perhaps, lay beneath the surface. Moreover, he sensed a tangled web connecting his deceased son and daughter-in-law to the largest organization behind it all. Outside the forest area, Bureau Chief Liang Guodong was visibly tense, glancing nervously toward the woods. Even Gao Yuan, the military commander beside him, was sweating with worry. Director Liang, Tang Lao has been in the forest for so long without any word. Could something have happened? I don't know either. Let's hope it's nothing serious. Liang Guodong replied, his tone betraying his unease. The two exchanged glances, both fully aware of the critical importance of Tang Lao's safety. Several high-ranking officials had repeatedly emphasized that under no circumstances could anything happen to old man Tang. If they botched this, even if it was just an injury to old Tang. If it came down to accountability, even General Gao Yuanjun wouldn't be able to weather the storm. No, I can't wait any longer. Mobilize all available forces immediately. Conduct a full-scale search of the entire forest area. If you don't find old Tang, you'll turn this entire forest upside down. General Gao Yuan's deep voice sent a chill through the staff officer beside him. Just then, rustling sounds erupted from the nearby thicket. Tang Zhong emerged with his men, casually tossing Yamada Nichika's body aside. Xiao Liang, send someone to handle the scene. The killer has been apprehended, and I've extracted quite a bit of useful evidence from him. Old Tang. Liang Guodong gasped in surprise, then exhaled a long sigh of relief. Seeing Tang Zhong safe and sound, Army Commander Gao Yuan beside him finally felt his heart settle. It's such a relief you're unharmed, old Tang. Just now, I was thinking that if you didn't come out soon, I'd immediately order everyone to search the mountain. Gao Yuan scratched his head as he spoke, his face still showing lingering fear. Liang Guodong approached at that moment, his gaze falling upon the mangled remains of Yamada Nishin. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. And Ranran then stepped forward and recounted in detail what had just transpired in the woods. As the group heard how Yamada had employed bizarre tactics to severely wound multiple officers and nearly kill several people, they couldn't help but gasp in horror. Who would have thought the killer was this dangerous? Indeed, his methods are quite bizarre. Thankfully, we took him out in time. If he'd been allowed to roam free in Longwa, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Liang Guodong and Gao Yuan exchanged remarks. But the next moment, when they heard that this Japanese killer had been taken down by Tang Zhong alone and beheaded it, that their astonishment knew no bounds. Old Tang? You took care of this Japanese guy all by yourself? And you even beheaded him? How on earth did you manage that? The two fired off questions, each more astonished than the last. From an Iran's earlier description, this Japanese assassin had been an extremely dangerous target. Moreover, Yamada had already killed several police officers earlier. Therefore, in Liang Guodong and Gao Yuan's minds, it was already certain. A killer with such terrifying skills was no match for a single man. Seeing the shock in their eyes, Tang Zhong smiled calmly. Back in the trenches, I've personally dispatched countless Japanese soldiers like this one. Though decades have passed, this 9-ring broadsword of mine still cuts like a new blade. As he spoke, Tang Zhong wiped the blade. A simple gesture, yet it instantly left everyone present utterly awestruck. Truly worthy of the name, Old Master Tang. Liang Guodong exclaimed sincerely. The scene was quickly cleared. After exchanging a few polite words, Gao Yuan bid farewell to Tang Zhong. He then boarded the police car, and Tang Zhong returned to Yuqing City. Back at the police station, in the chief's office, Liang Guodong personally brewed a cup of hot tea for Tang Zhong. Senior Tang, you've worked so hard on this mission. If it weren't for you, our police force wouldn't have apprehended the killer so swiftly. It was nothing. Tang Zhong took a sip of tea and responded calmly. Recalling Yamada Kusaka's deathbed confession, Tang Zhong continued. Xiao Liang, a criminal organization called Taylor Corporation, has been stirring up trouble outside Longwa lately. Whether it's the Monte Group, the Yama-san Group, or the troublemakers from the Korean community who've been stirring up trouble in Longwa lately, they all seem to have connections to this company. Tang Zhong cut straight to the heart of the matter. Upon hearing this, Chief Liang Guodong fell silent. Such a large-scale transnational criminal syndicate was beyond the scope of his duties as a municipal police chief. Even if Liang Guodong wanted to investigate, he simply lacked the capacity. After a moment of reflection, Liang Guodong responded. Mr. Tang, this matter is of grave importance. To be honest, investigating Taylor Corporation is beyond the capabilities of our small police bureau. This is what we'll do, I'll immediately notify the provincial police department. You can join the investigation team then. With your expertise, I'm confident you'll be able to take down that entire overseas criminal syndicate. Hearing Liang Guodong's words, Tang Zhong understood his meaning. He rose from his seat and prepared to leave the office for the provincial headquarters. But before he could step outside, he spotted Zhou Yuming approaching him. Mr. Tang. I finally found you. Zhou Yuming hurried over, holding a document in his hand. Mr. Tang, before you left, you entrusted me to investigate the Chongwadi Taekwondo Academy that Korea opened in our country, right? Over the past period, I've uncovered some highly suspicious intelligence. Take a look. Saying this, Zhou Yuming handed over the documents. Tang Zhong took a look and found they were all case briefs. Feiyun City, Nanyun Province, 5 million yuan grey loan case involving debt collectors assaulting 7 individuals. Nanyun Province capital, multiple incidents of Korean street assaults resulting in 1 fatality. After reviewing them for a while, he counted 6 or 7 cases, all occurring within the past 2 months. Dozens of victims in total, with over 100 million yuan involved. Clearly, this gang of predatory lenders had grown into a formidable force. Mr. Tang, I suspect this is a transnational loan syndicate. Your earlier speculation was correct. These bastards have poisoned the people of Nanyun Province beyond measure. Zhou Yuming clenched his fists as he spoke. Are these bastards even human? They must be severely punished. Exactly. They dare to run wild in Dragon Country, they need to be taught a lesson. Support Tang Lao's righteous enforcement, these grey market loan sharks must be wiped out. Chapter 63, Don't Like My Old Man? The audience was seething with anger. Meanwhile, Tang Zhong narrowed his eyes, zeroing in on the final case. Victim, Tang Yu, a college student in the provincial capital of Nanyun Province. She made contact with loan sharks half a month ago and then vanished without a trace. Furrowing his brow slightly, Tang Zhong sensed something amiss. Having just taken out a loan from shady lenders before vanishing, Tang Zhong's instincts were certain. This young girl, Tang Yu, must have fallen victim to those loan sharks. Mr. Tang, what are your plans? Zhou Yuming asked. Setting down the documents in his hands, Tang Zhong took a deep breath. It seems the time has come to make a trip to the provincial capital. That evening, Tang Zhong boarded a high-speed train. Accompanied by Bureau Chief Liang Guodong and a group of police officers, he departed Yuqing City. After an overnight journey, he arrived in the provincial capital, Kuan City, the following morning. Stepping onto unfamiliar streets, Tang Zhong headed straight for the local police headquarters, intending to get an early grasp of the case details. He arrived at his destination in no time. The police headquarters was nearly empty, with only a listless auxiliary officer at the reception desk. Hello, I need to see your chief. Tang Zhong walked into the lobby and stated his purpose directly. The man immediately grew impatient at the sound of his voice. He looked up at Tang Zhong and shook his head dismissively. Look, old man, you should know better than to come here looking for the chief. You come to the police headquarters just to see our chief? Are you okay? If you forgot to take your meds, have your family come pick you up right away. Don't waste our time. With a casual sneer, the man propped his chin up and drifted back to sleep. What kind of attitude is this? How dare he treat old Master Tang so dismissively? Exactly. Old Tang asked politely, and this guy actually tells him to take his meds? How rude. Only someone as patient as old Tang would tolerate this. Anyone else with his standing would have cursed him to death. The audience seethed silently. Tang Zhong, however, showed no sign of anger. He merely glanced at the man before heading toward the second floor. Inside the second floor conference room, Director Chi Dongwei stood with a stern expression, pointing at photographs of victims laid out on a table as he addressed the room. Everyone, take a look. This is the 5th malicious homicide case this month alone. This gang of loan sharks has been operating everywhere, and preliminary estimates show they've already lent over 100 million yuan, with countless victims. He slammed his fist on the table, narrowing his eyes as he spoke. Why, after all these days, have you still failed to apprehend any key ringleaders? Only a few Korean enforcers have been apprehended, but they've all clammed up. We can't extract any useful intelligence from them. If we continue to let the situation deteriorate, the people of Nanyun province will inevitably suffer even greater consequences. And if matters truly reach that point, not only I as the director, but every single person in this room will bear responsibility. After delivering these words, Chi Dongwei rubbed his temples in frustration. Since the emergence of grey loan organizations in the provincial capital, violent assaults and homicides have become increasingly frequent. To date, there have been 5 homicide cases. What was even harder for Chi Dongwei to accept was that at most, only 2 perpetrators had been apprehended in each case. Yet those apprehended thugs remained remarkably united, refusing to divulge any information. Director Chi, these crimes are likely the work of a local criminal gang. The problem is, these thugs are incredibly tight-knit internally. Each time they commit a crime, they only leave behind one scapegoat, an ordinary enforcer. The thugs we've captured refuse to divulge any useful information. We don't want to let the situation worsen, but we're truly powerless. A squad leader spoke up, and the others nodded in agreement, shaking their heads helplessly and sighing. Seeing this, Director Chi Dongwei's mouth twitched. But no matter how infuriated he felt, the squad leader was stating the plain truth. As the bureau chief, he understood how stubborn this Korean faction was. After a long moment, he could only sigh along with them. Sigh, as the bureau chief, I, Chi Dongwei, have failed the people of Nanyun province. If only we could uncover those bastards' hideouts. Chi Dongwei muttered to himself, completely unaware that a figure had silently entered the conference room. Tang Zhong stood silently, staring at the photographs of victims laid out on the conference table. Director Chi, is it? I might know where those bastards are hiding. Who's speaking? Chi Dongwei froze. The other squad leaders in the conference room also stood up. Everyone was astonished by the sudden appearance of the white-haired old man. Old man, how did you sneak in here? This is the police headquarters. Have you come to the wrong place? I haven't. This is precisely where I intended to be. Tang Zhong responded calmly, walking toward the podium with his hands behind his back. Pointing at the photos of captured thugs on the desk, Tang Zhong continued. These thugs are nothing but enforcers for loan shark organizations. They hold no value whatsoever. This loan sharking operation is quite extensive, likely involving at least 100 people, each possessing some level of taekwondo training. Most victims were lured into taking out loans, only to be crushed by the unbearable burden of exorbitant interest rates. In the end, they were threatened by these thugs and forced to sell their homes and land. And if selling everything still doesn't cover the debt, this is what happens. After finishing his explanation, Tang Zhong pointed to several photos of the victims. The conference room fell silent. After a long pause, a squad leader stood up, shaking his head in disbelief. Old man, this is the police headquarters. Investigating criminals is our job. You have no evidence to back up these claims, just empty accusations. I advise you to leave immediately. That's right, old man. If you keep obstructing official duties, you could face detention if we pursue this. Another squad leader chimed in. No way these squad leaders actually dared threaten to detain Old Tang? This is going to be interesting. With Old Tang's status, who would dare arrest him? Old Tang came here with good intentions to help solve the case. Not only are these people ungrateful, they're actually trying to kick him out? I say we should scare them straight. Apart from the 2 squad leaders, Chi Dongwei now looked at Tang Zhong, his own brow furrowing. Sir, I understand you mean well and want to help solve the case. But this is our job as police officers. It's not appropriate for you to be here. Please leave as soon as possible. By the way, old man, what's your name? I can have an officer escort you back. Chi Dongwei spoke kindly, intending to have someone escort Tang Zhong away so they could continue the meeting. Hearing this, Tang Zhong raised his eyebrows slightly and turned toward the door. But before leaving, he casually tossed out his name. Very well. Since you have no need of me, this old man shall take his leave. Oh, and Director Chi, my name is Tang Zhong. I was once a high-ranking official in Nanyun province. I should have been introduced to you before. Chapter 64, I was a bit rude just now. Wait. The moment he heard the name Tang Zhong, Chi Dongwei's body stiffened. Staring at Tang Zhong in disbelief, Chi Dongwei's voice trembled as he nervously probed. You are Elder Tang Zhong? May I ask, sir, are you from Yuchuan? As early as last night, Chi Dongwei had received news from Yuchuan City. It stated that a highly respected veteran hero of the War of Resistance would arrive in the provincial capital today. Not only that, but numerous leaders, even provincial-level officials, had personally called to instruct him to ensure a grand reception, absolutely not to slight old Master Tang. Chi Dongwei had taken these words to heart. However, due to another murder case occurring this morning, an emergency meeting was called, and Chi Dongwei hadn't had time to inquire about old Master Tang's arrival. In the conference room, the other squad leaders watched the director's tense expression with obvious confusion. Director, let's get back to the meeting. This is the real business at hand. Hey, someone get that old man out of the police headquarters. One squad leader took it upon himself and immediately ordered someone to escort Tang Zhong out. At that moment, Chi Dongwei snapped back to reality. Shut up, all of you. His sharp rebuke plunged the conference room into silence, leaving the squad leaders utterly bewildered. Then, Chi Dongwei took 3 steps in 2, jogging over to meet Tang Zhong. His face now wore an expression of utmost humility as he said, Mr. Tang, I'm truly sorry. With the police bureau so busy this early morning, I was overwhelmed and completely forgot you were coming to the provincial capital. I am Chi Dongwei, director of the provincial police department. On behalf of all the leadership here in the provincial capital, I extend a warm welcome to you, Senior Tang. Chi Dongwei's tone was exceedingly respectful. This display left everyone utterly perplexed. Commissioner, what exactly are you doing? A squad leader, puzzled, leaned in to ask quietly. Dongwei shot him a sharp glare before commanding in a deep voice. Everyone, stand up immediately. The venerable gentleman before you is a war hero who rendered countless meritorious services for the nation during the War of Resistance. His visit to the provincial capital is specifically to resolve our issues. Chi Dongwei's words rang out with force and conviction. At that, every officer present froze in shock. Staring at the plainly dressed Elder Tang before them, it took them a moment to react before they hurriedly rose to their feet. Welcome to the provincial capital, Elder Tang. We were a bit rude earlier, please don't take it personally, old Master Tang. The squad leader who had earlier demanded they leave immediately changed his tune, his face now filled with sincere fear and trepidation. These guys change their tune faster than flipping a page. Old Tang's status sure comes in handy, just flash it, and even the bureau chief bows and scrapes. No wonder Mr. Tang is a renowned combat hero. Even the provincial deputy secretary treats him with utmost respect, let alone this bureau chief. The audience murmured in astonishment. At that moment, Tang Zhong turned around. Seeing their polite demeanor, he chose not to dwell on the past. After all, he was here to solve a case. Clearing his throat, Tang Zhong spoke. Director Chi, I've also uncovered this lone shark gang operating in Yuqing City. My purpose in coming here is to investigate a case involving a student named Tang Yu from the provincial capital university. Tang Yu? Upon hearing the name, Chi Dongwei immediately signaled to the officer beside him with a glance. The officer understood immediately and began investigating. Moments later, he had results. We've found her, Chief. The victim, Tang Yu, went missing half a month ago. She's from Yuqing City and was attending university in the provincial capital. However, no further details about the case are available at this time. Understood. Chi Dongwei nodded, his mind drifting into deep thought. At that moment, Tang Zhong continued. Commissioner Chi, this young woman Tang had been in contact with several loan sharks before her disappearance. Moreover, while in Yuqing City, I had direct dealings with these loan sharks myself. Oh? Tang Zhong's words piqued everyone's interest. Director Chi Dongwei, in particular, listened intently. During my interactions, I discovered these loan sharks all belong to a chain of taekwondo gyms from a certain country. Therefore, I have reason to suspect that this chain called Changhua is highly likely to be the protective umbrella for this loan sharking operation. Behind it all, there may even be foreign forces involved. Tang Zhong delivered all the intelligence in one breath. A heavy silence hung over the conference room as everyone fell into stunned silence. No one had expected that Tang Zhong, a centenarian from Yuqing City, would bring back such crucial intelligence. Director Chi Dongwei took a deep breath, his gaze toward Tang Zhong now tinged with added respect. Mr. Tang, are you certain this information is accurate? Seeing the elder nod slightly, Chi Dongwei immediately issued an order. Launch an immediate investigation into every Chongwadi Taekwondo dojang operated by the Korean Loan Syndicate across the entire province. Mobilize every officer. Even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground, we will root out this loan shark operation. Every day delayed in uncovering these loan sharks' hideouts meant more victims. Therefore, whether for the stability of the entire Nanyun province or to provide an explanation to higher-ups, Chi Dongwei must act swiftly. Rest assured, Director Tang. I will coordinate the entire bureau to dismantle this criminal organization as swiftly as possible. Chi Dongwei pledged. Seems this bureau chief is quite responsible. At least he took immediate action upon receiving the intelligence. Indeed, the officers are moving swiftly too. Perhaps they were simply too busy before, and with old Tang being an elderly man, it just slipped their attention. Hope this case gets solved soon. If these bastards keep running wild, they'll definitely harm more people. The police department mobilized swiftly, dispatching officers to taekwondo gyms across the city to initiate investigations. Shi Dongwei personally escorted Tang Zhong to the door. Mr. Tang, you've come such a long way, it must have been exhausting. Why don't I personally escort you back to rest? At your age, if anything were to happen during the investigation, I couldn't bear the responsibility. Shi Dongwei offered politely. Tang Zhong shook his head gently at the offer, not wishing to decline Shi Dongwei's kindness. No need. I'll just take a walk around. Stepping out of the police station, Tang Zhong headed straight for the provincial capital university. The previous victim, Tang Yu, had gone missing on the university campus. Given that, perhaps a personal visit might yield some clues. Hailing a random taxi, he arrived at his destination after a short ride. Before him stood a sprawling university campus. As the most prestigious university in all of Nanyun province, it was bustling with students. Even though it was Monday, the campus remained a constant stream of people. Tang Zhong scanned his surroundings and approached the security booth. Excuse me, do you know a female student named Tang Yu at this university? It was an ordinary question. But the moment the security guard heard the name Tang Yu, his expression suddenly changed dramatically. He waved his hands hurriedly. No idea. Never heard that name before. Got any other business? If not, get out of here. Chapter 65, The Reckless Little Bitch. Though the guard claimed ignorance, his guilty expression and the fine beads of sweat on his forehead gave him away. Tang Zhong raised an eyebrow slightly, choosing not to press the matter. He casually pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and offered one to the guard. Young man, I'm actually Tang Yu's grandfather. My little granddaughter has been missing for half a month. Tell me, as her grandfather, how could I not be worried? At this point, Tang Zhong feigned a choked-up voice and sighed with apparent emotion. The security guard, puffing on his cigarette, couldn't help but feel sympathy upon hearing Tang Zhong's words. What grandfather wouldn't worry if his granddaughter went missing? With that thought, the security guard glanced around nervously, as if afraid of being overheard, before slowly saying, Old man, it's not that I don't want to tell you, it's that I'm afraid to. Your granddaughter, she got mixed up with a bunch of Koreans at school. You have no idea how scary those guys are. They've got powerful backers. Is that so? Tang Zhong feigned shock, waiting for the security guard to continue. Then the security guard detailed the recent events unfolding at the university. It turned out that the provincial capital university also had a few Korean international students. Ever since these Koreans enrolled, gray loans had gradually emerged on campus. The Korean students lured unsuspecting students into taking out high-interest loans. When these students couldn't repay, the Koreans would call in outside Korean helpers. Minor cases involved beatings and verbal abuse, while severe ones led to kidnappings. The school administration was aware of the situation but found themselves completely powerless to intervene. Even when the vice president stepped in to intervene, he was beaten by the Koreans and hospitalized, spending time in the ICU. The security guard shook his head repeatedly, puffing on his cigarette. Sigh. The prestigious top university in Nanyun province, yet it's been thrown into chaos by a handful of thugs. Now everyone on campus is terrified. No one dares cross those thugs, even were afraid of retaliation. At this point, the security guard turned to Tang Zhong and offered a well-meaning warning. Old man, I'd advise you to head back. Maybe once those bastards get caught, your granddaughter will be safe. This is outrageous. Those bastards aren't human. Yeah, using their student status to run loan shark operations on campus, then beating and kidnapping people. This isn't a school, it's a breeding ground for crime. Our country is far too lenient, especially toward these international students. They're practically treated like royalty. The audience listened in fury. The truth is, the country generously opened its doors, allowing these students to study under favorable conditions. But what about these students? Take these Koreans, for instance. Not only are they useless students, but they're also preying on others with predatory loans. Such despicable acts would enrage any righteous Dragon Nation citizen who witnessed them. Hearing this, Tang Zhong finally grasped the full picture. Exhaling a smoke ring, Tang Zhong carefully inquired about the dormitories of the Korean students. Don't worry, young man. After today, peace will return to the provincial capital university. That bastard will soon reap what he sows. With that, Tang Zhong strode confidently into the campus. The security guard watched him go, his mind reeling from Tang Zhong's words, a wave of unease washing over him. Perhaps this centenarian before them could truly handle the troublemakers on campus. The campus was quite large, and it took Tang Zhong a full half hour to reach the dormitory buildings. There were 3 dormitory buildings in total. The newest and most luxurious one was specifically designated for international students. Standing outside the entrance, Tang Zhong stopped to ask several ordinary students passing by along the way. Several students, may I ask if the Korean exchange students from your school are in this building? At the mention of the word Korean, the students flinched. They hurriedly lowered their heads, too afraid to respond, and each quickly walked away. This scene confirmed what the security guard had said earlier. It seemed the Koreans at this school were indeed incredibly arrogant. He walked straight into the dormitory building. No sooner had Tang Jong stepped onto the staircase than he heard a series of strange noises coming from above. Damn it! Hand over all your money now! Not a single cent less than 100,000 yuan, or we'll break both your legs today. You Chinese are such a bunch of useless trash. Borrow money and can't even pay it back? You all deserve to die. The curses were utterly degrading, followed by muffled groans. Soon, a piercing, heart-wrenching wail began to echo from above. Tang's heart sank. He rushed up the stairs and saw the scene at the end of the hallway. 3 thugs were beating a young boy from their own school. The student was beaten to a pulp, repeatedly begging for mercy, only to be met with even more savage blows. The blows rained down without mercy as the bullies cursed. Can't pay up? Then go beg your parents for the money. If your family's broke too, I'll call the gym owner and sell you off to dig silver mines in Africa. The thugs threatened. The student turned deathly pale, grimacing in agony as he wailed. I really can't pay it back. I only borrowed 10,000 yuan. How did it multiply tenfold in just 1 week? This is usury. Legitimate loans don't charge such exorbitant interest rates. What you're doing is illegal. Hearing the student's words, the loan sharks exchanged smirks, their expressions growing crueler. Illegal? We Koreans can do whatever we want in China. You foolish Longwa people were born to be exploited and bullied. Since you're so stubborn, I'll teach you a lesson today. One thug snarled, his face twisted in fury, as he suddenly drew a machete. Hold this piece of trash down. Today I'll chop off one of your hands. If you can't scrape together another 100,000 within 2 days, I'll chop off the other one. The thug lunged forward to strike. This scene infuriated countless spectators. These bastards are absolute scum. They don't give a damn about us dragon country people. Exactly. They commit crimes on campus under the guise of being international students in China. They're not human. This infuriates me. How dare they act so brazenly on campus? They must be severely punished. The audience erupted in righteous fury. Just then, the Korean's machete swung down, poised to sever the student's hand clean off. At the critical moment, as the student's face drained of color and he closed his eyes in despair, a figure suddenly charged forward. In an instant, the machete was snatched away. The one who acted was Tang Jong. Glaring coldly at the 3 thugs, Tang Jong's eyes flashed with murderous intent. You reckless bastards, daring to run wild in the Dragon Kingdom. Looking for death. With a roar, Tang Jong exerted force with his palm, snapping the machete clean in 2. Before the 3 Koreans could react, his body moved like lightning, unleashing a sudden roundhouse kick. The powerful strike was unstoppable. In an instant, the frontmost thug was swept away entirely, crashing violently into the wall. Thud. The thug's body embedded itself deep into the wall as he uncontrollably coughed up a mouthful of foul-smelling blood. Chapter 66, Taste My Dog Beating Fist Technique. Who are you? The 2 thugs were utterly terrified, both startled by Tang Jong's sudden appearance. Seeing their partner, who had been kicked into the wall and was now gasping for air, sent a chill down their spines. Neither dared to look Tang Jong in the eye. How could a 100-year-old man possess such immense strength? The 2 thugs backed away nervously, fear rising in their hearts. The bullied student opened his eyes, relieved to find his hand unharmed, and let out a long sigh of relief. Then, he saw the centenarian before him. He stared at the snow-white hair of old Master Tang, then glanced at the unconscious thug embedded in the wall beside him. The student's face was filled with shock. He scrambled to his feet and hid behind old man Tang. Grandpa, these bullies were going to chop off my hand. You wouldn't believe it, I borrowed just 10,000 yuan, but in a single week, the interest snowballed to 100,000. I couldn't pay them back, and now they're threatening to sell me to Africa. The student's voice trembled with tears, clearly terrified. Tang Jong nodded slightly, his gaze cold as he scanned the scene before him. Fixing his gaze on the 2 thugs, Tang Jong spoke slowly and deliberately. You two, didn't you kidnap a girl named Tang Yu not long ago? And the Tsinghua Taekwondo Martial Arts Academy, that's your protection, right? At the mention of the Taekwondo gym, both Koreans froze. But quickly, they regained their earlier arrogance, sneering defiantly. Impressive, old man. You know our backers. Since you know our protector is the Tsinghua Taekwondo gym, why don't you get down on your knees and apologize right now? One of the thugs stepped forward arrogantly, his tone condescending. You old fool, daring to cross our Korean nation? You won't even know how you died. Kneel now and cut off your own limbs. Otherwise, just for attacking us, you've earned enough to be dismembered by our master. The 2 Koreans took turns speaking, each voice dripping with arrogance. These 2 Koreans, so ignorant of their place, actually dare demand old Master Tang kneel and apologize? They don't know when to quit. Just watch old Tang will teach them a lesson soon enough. These bastards are all so ungrateful. Running wild on Dragon Nation's turf and still daring to rant? They're asking for it. The audience had long since lost patience, eager to see these Koreans get their comeuppance. Meanwhile, the student hiding behind Tang Jong trembled with fear upon hearing the insults. Sir, maybe we should just run away. These bastards have powerful connections. If they call in reinforcements, you could be in real danger. To the student, Tang Jong, a centenarian, may possess skills beyond his years. But the enemy outnumbered them, and those thugs were ruthless. If they really took a personal grudge against him, the students felt the old man before them would be no match for them. Let's go, old man. You're not from our school, you can still escape if you hurry. Run? Hearing the student's words, Tang Jong gave a cold laugh. I think the ones who should be running are these scumbags. Who do you call scum? You ignorant fools from the Dragon Nation. The two Koreans were thoroughly enraged by the remark. Seeing Tang Jong remained unfazed, they swiftly drew the machetes at their waists. Old man. You asked for this. 2 against 1, don't say we're bullying an old man. Blame yourself for not knowing your place. Dare to look down on us Koreans? No one can save you today. The two Koreans threatened again, and one of them could no longer contain himself. His machete whistled through the air, slashing down toward Tang Jong's head. His face contorted with fury, bloodshot eyes blazing. Seeing this, the students behind Tang Jong recoiled in terror. As the machete whistled toward the old man, they dared not watch and quickly closed their eyes. Thump! Thump! The next moment, a muffled groan echoed. The student assumed Tang Jong had been cut down, feeling a pang of regret as he slowly opened his eyes. But when he truly saw the scene before him, he froze in shock. There stood Tang Jong, who should have been cut down, still standing perfectly fine in his original spot. Instead, the thug who had swung the blade now lay on the ground, both hands severed, wailing in agony. His shrill cries sent chills down the spine. My hands! My hands! The thug's pig-like wail was cut short as Tang Jong's fist punched clean through his chest. Scum like you don't deserve to live. Having swiftly disposed of one, Tang Jong turned his gaze calmly toward the remaining thug. With both companions crushed in an instant, the remaining thug now stared blankly, his worldview utterly shattered. He simply couldn't comprehend it. How could this centenarian before him, who looked utterly harmless, suddenly erupt with such fury and instantly slaughter his two companions? Well done. That's exactly how these bastards should be punished. These bastards have committed countless evils, getting beaten to death is too lenient. Tang Lao is mighty. We must rid the people of these pests and teach them a lesson. So many innocent people persecuted by these bastards, no punishment is too harsh for them. Live viewers 93,030 95,199. Reward, host's lifespan extended by 3 weeks. Physical prowess boosted by 20%. Gain the Dragon Fortune Aura buff. While protecting the people of the Dragon Nation, luck increases by 30%. The audience felt vindicated, utterly unconcerned about these bastards who enjoyed Dragon Nation's preferential policies on its soil yet still plotted against its people. Even the previously bullied student felt vindicated, stepping forward immediately. Old man, you're incredible. You handled all those young bastards so easily? Tang Jong remained silent, his gaze fixed coldly on the last Korean. Overwhelmed by the murderous intent radiating from him, the Korean immediately wet himself in terror, all traces of his earlier arrogance vanishing. Thud! He fell to his knees, sobbing and begging for mercy. Sir! I was forced into this. Honestly, these things, they forced me to do them. I never wanted to. You didn't want to? Hearing this, the students behind Tang Jong grew restless. Rolling up his sleeves, he stepped forward, pointed at Bangzi's nose, and started yelling. Bull! You three have been causing trouble at school for half a year. You've crippled countless classmates, and several female students were lured away by your Korean accomplices with promises of high pay only to be kidnapped. Now you think one sentence will let you off the hook? Do you take us all for fools? The student's rage boiled over as he lunged forward and landed 2 sharp slaps. Smack! The 2 slaps rang out with a sharp crack, instantly leaving one side of the thug's face red and swollen. Huoji was both shocked and furious, but seeing Tang Jong standing nearby, he dared not retaliate. The student unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks, beating the thug until he howled in agony, yet the thug still dared not fight back. Only when the thug was on the verge of collapse did Tang Jong raise his hand, signaling the student to stop. Looking down at him from above, Tang Jong's voice was icy cold. Where is Tang Yu? Is she still alive? Answer my questions truthfully, or else. As he spoke, Tang Jong's eyes flashed with cold fury, his clenched fist cracking loudly. Tang Yu? The Korean man struggled to recall, finally remembering the girl after a moment. Chapter 67, Someone Else's Death Wish. At the Taekwondo gym downtown. That woman owes 30 grand but can't scrape up the cash. Our gym owner decided to sell her off to Southeast Asia. But with things heating up lately, trafficking to South Asia is too risky. For now, she's locked up in the dojo. As he spoke, Bangzi's voice grew increasingly subdued. Clearly, even he understood just how utterly depraved their actions were. Sell her to South Asia? These heartless bastards, they all deserve to die. I wonder how Miss Tang is faring. I hope she's still safe. It had been half a month since Tang Yu went missing. According to this Korean's account, Tang Yu had been held captive at the Taekwondo dojang the entire time. Originally, the bastard planned to sell her to South Asia. But ever since Tang Zhong went undercover alone in South Asia and dismantled the Monty Group, border inspections at the Nanyun province checkpoints had become extremely stringent. Ironically, this very circumstance had inadvertently bought Tang Zhong precious time to rescue her. Upon learning Tang Yu's location, Tang Zhong yanked the Korean thug by the collar. "Lead the way. Take me to Tang Yu. Remember, no tricks. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to embed you in the wall too." The harsh reprimand sent Bangzi trembling all over. Thus, he was led out of the school, with Bangzi walking ahead to guide the way. After winding through the streets, they soon arrived at the Taekwondo dojang in the city center. Looking up, it was the very same blue-tile Taekwondo dojang mentioned earlier by those bastards from Yuqing City. This is the place. That dragon country girl is inside. The Korean stammered, trembling, yet dared not step inside. Old man, if they find out I deliberately brought someone here, they'll beat me to death. I've told you everything I know and brought you here. Please, just let me go. I'm begging you." Bangzi knelt down again with a thud. His utterly undignified state made him no different from a stray dog by the roadside. Tang Zhong regarded him coldly. Without a word, he yanked Bangzi up by the collar and flung him backward. Thud! The thug flew through the air, crashing violently into the Taekwondo dojo's entrance. The door shattered on impact. The stick, dazed and confused, scrambled inside in a panic. Tang Zhong remained unperturbed. He walked inside with his hands behind his back, his expression calm and composed. He crossed the corridor and entered a foyer. Just then, the wooden door swung open. The fleeing thug was wailing and clutching a middle-aged man in a Taekwondo uniform inside, pleading, "Boss Park, I really had no choice. That old man from the dragon country killed my 2 companions and forced me to bring him here. He even said he was looking for that woman named Tang Yu. You must avenge me. This bastard treated me like a dog the whole way, and just now he made me smash the dojo door." The Korean vented his grievances. Hearing this, the Taekwondo-clad thugs all turned their gaze toward the doorway. The middle-aged leader glared at the Korean with obvious irritation, then spat venomously toward the doorway. "You old fool, coming here to die? How peculiar. Aren't all you dragon country people just a bunch of cowardly good-for-nothings? Even though you're a piece of trash too, you've got some guts showing up here to face us head-on." Park's gaze was filled with utter contempt, his tone dripping with arrogance. In his eyes, Tang Zhong, a mere centenarian, posed absolutely no threat to the dojo. Tang Zhong stared impassively at the Koreans inside the dojo. After a long moment, he spoke in a deep, measured voice. "Hand over Tang Yu. Confess your crimes truthfully and seek leniency. Otherwise, death is your only fate." Tang Zhong's words rang out with authority, delivering an ultimatum to the group of thugs. A moment of silence fell. The thugs exchanged glances, then suddenly burst into raucous laughter. "Ha ha ha. This old man must have lost his mind. Old fool, are you blind or just plain stupid? Open your dog eyes and look. There are at least 30 people in this dojo. We're all black belts in Taekwondo. Ordinary people couldn't even get close to us. You're a dying old man, and you have the nerve to demand we turn ourselves in? Are you out of your mind?" The Koreans took turns speaking, each more brazen than the last. Clearly, these Koreans were convinced that Tang Zhong, a mere old man, could never possibly be their match. Such arrogant bastards. Still stubborn as hell even when death is knocking at your door. Old Tang, beat them to a pulp. These bastards are a menace to society. Might as well kill them all. Support righteous law enforcement. The audience clenched their fists, already enraged by the Koreans' actions. Such a group of arrogant bastards, committing crimes on the soil of the Dragon Nation. Not only have they ruined countless families with predatory lending, but they've even preyed on innocent students. Their countless unspeakable deeds are utterly despicable. Tang Zhong's gaze grew colder. Hearing this, he saw no point in wasting further words. His gaze swept across the crowd as he spoke casually. "Since you remain stubbornly obstinate, today I shall awaken you to reality. Unless you hand over Tang Yu, none of you will escape. Come on then. Do you really lack the confidence to take down an old man like me?" This flippant provocation instantly infuriated the leader, Old Park. He immediately pointed at the 2 men behind him and barked an order. "You two, attack him. Beat this old geezer until he's crawling on the ground, then toss him into the river to feed the fish." Receiving the order, 2 men with fierce expressions rubbed their hands together eagerly. One of them, clad in loose-fitting martial arts robes, sneered. "Old man, when I beat you half to death in a minute, don't cry out in pain." Before the words faded, the thug lunged forward. A clean, swift-flying kick aimed straight for Tang Zhong's face. Watching his subordinate strike, Boss Park's lips curled into a sneer, his eyes brimming with contempt. Dragon country people are all short-sighted fools, as expected. Zhongwu was a black belt master. The force of that kick alone could shatter steel plates. "Old man, when your brains get splattered across the floor, don't blame me for not warning you." Park's mocking laughter was echoed by the rest of the Koreans, erupting into another wave of boisterous laughter. Is that so? I reckon it won't be me whose brains get splattered, it'll be someone else. Speaking calmly, Tang Jong casually raised his hand to meet the flying kick with a single punch. The punch was simple and unadorned, seemingly ordinary. Yet within it lay a force of 1,000 pounds. The moment their limbs collided, a crisp snap of breaking bone echoed through the air. With a thud, the flying kicker was sent flying dozens of meters away, his entire leg instantly shattered by a compound fracture. It all happened in the blink of an eye. Before old Park and his gang could even suppress their laughter, the thug was already choking on blood, dead on the spot. Chapter 68. Does Taekwondo surpass Dragon Nation martial arts? The entire crowd was stunned. The Koreans in the martial arts hall fell silent, staring at their comrade who had flown far away in an instant, now lifeless. For a long moment, they could only feel their scalps tingling. Who's next? Tang Jong spoke again, as if nothing had just happened. Casually brushing dust from his sleeve, he beckoned to Leader Park once more. What's the matter? Just a moment ago you were calling everyone useless, and now you're scared? Looks like your so-called black belt masters from Korea are the real useless ones. This casual remark instantly ignited the Korean's fury. Park's forehead veins bulged as he clenched his fists tightly. All of you, attack. Cut off this old man's limbs. See how arrogant he can be then. He dares insult Korean martial arts? I'll make sure he dies a gruesome death. Park roared, his eyes momentarily bloodshot. These Koreans have such fragile egos. Yeah, old Tang is absolutely right. Korea's so-called martial arts are nothing but a joke. What's the problem? Love seeing the Koreans so furious. Master Tang nailed it. The audience laughed at the Koreans' furious expressions. Meanwhile, dozens of Koreans had already surrounded Tang Jong. They were rubbing their hands together, eyes gleaming with malice, itching to start a fight. Park, the leader, coldly eyed Tang Jong, his tone dripping with contempt. Old man, this is your last chance to surrender. Kneel now, kowtow, and admit your mistake. I might spare you, just break your arms and legs. Otherwise, I guarantee you'll suffer every torment imaginable before being chopped into mincemeat to feed the dogs. Park the boss issued his threat. In his eyes, his dozens of men had the old man completely surrounded. The old man before him had no chance of victory. Even if the old man was indeed skilled, the overwhelming numerical disadvantage was something strength alone could never overcome. Seeing this scene, it wasn't just Boss Park. Even the Korean guide, who had been leading the way, shed his earlier dejected expression and stood with his hands on his hips, his arrogance returning. Old man. Weren't you so tough just now? Open your dog eyes wide and watch. With dozens of men under Boss Park, killing you is child's play. Get down on your knees and bark like a dog, or today will be your last day. The Koreans were utterly arrogant. Yet as he listened to this torrent of filth, Tang Jong's expression remained utterly unchanged. With a calm smile, Tang Jong spoke again in a deep voice. I'll say this only once more. Hand over Tang Yu and confess your crimes truthfully to face justice. Otherwise, this time next year will be the day you bastards meet your end. As he spoke, Tang Jong had already discreetly sent the Martial Arts Academy's coordinates to the police headquarters. Ha 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 ha. He's gone mad. That old man must be out of his mind. Boss Park, I say we stop wasting breath on this fool and just chop him up for the dogs. The thugs laughed unrestrainedly. Even Boss Park now looked at Tang Jong with utter contempt. Seeing the other party still stubbornly clinging to his delusions, Tang Jong shook his head lightly. Not realizing death is imminent. Very well. As the words fell, Tang Jong's figure suddenly flashed forward. His fist struck like thunder, unleashed before the thug's laughter could even subside. The clean, decisive punch landed, sending the thug's body reeling. His chest was now pierced clean through by the blow, a horrifying gaping hole gaping open. Instantly slaying one man, Tang Jong's movement showed no hesitation whatsoever. Like a bulldozer charging through a crowd, a whirlwind of fists swept through his path. These Koreans boasted of being black belt masters. Yet their pride and joy, Taekwondo, didn't even get a chance to unleash a single move. The moment their fists touched Tang Jong's, they were instantly crushed into dust. Blood mist erupted into the air. In the martial arts hall, the original 30-plus thugs were reduced to less than half their number in under 30 seconds. The thick stench of blood filled the air, causing Old Master Park's expression to change drastically. He stumbled backward repeatedly, staring at the mountain of corpses and sea of blood before him. Tang Jong, standing like a war god descended from the heavens, finally made him realize something was terribly wrong. This can't be possible. 100-year-old man actually holding his own against dozens of my men. Get your ass over here. Tell me who the hell he is. Old Master Park grabbed the stick-wielding man who had brought Tang Jong to the martial arts hall and demanded, his voice breaking. The stick-wielder, already terrified out of his wits, now completely broke down, stammering in response. Boss Park, I swear I don't know who he is. This guy came to the school looking for us. My two brothers were already beaten to death. Hearing this, Park's brow furrowed even deeper. He glanced back. A minute had passed. On the field, of the 30-plus thugs who had been swaggering moments before, fewer than 10 remained standing. The remaining thugs cowered in the corner, each face twisted with terror. Watching Tang Zhong casually crush one man's calf and hurl him over 10 meters away shattered their resolve completely. Run! This old man isn't human. Everyone run! We're no match for this guy. As someone shouted this, all the thugs instantly lost their will to fight. No one dared face Tang Zhong directly anymore, lacking even the courage to clench their fists. But before these thugs could bolt for the door, a cold gleam flashed before their eyes. Tang Zhong had already blocked the entrance. Trying to run? You bastards, weren't you all acting so cocky just a moment ago? You called us useless trash, showing utter contempt for the Dragon Nation. Now you're all running like stray dogs? With that, Tang Zhong casually spread his hands. The Koreans held themselves in high regard, always believing themselves superior to the Dragon Nation. Especially regarding their national martial art, Taekwondo. Many Koreans believed it far surpassed the martial arts of the Dragon Nation. Recalling these rumors, Tang Zhong sneered with contempt. His gaze swept over the 10 remaining Koreans before him as he spoke calmly. You Koreans all claim Taekwondo is vastly superior to Dragon Nation martial arts, don't you? Well then, how can you still claim Taekwondo is unmatched when you can't even defeat a 100-year-old man like me? What a colossal joke. Tang Zhong's mockery was merciless. The 10 Koreans before him flushed crimson with rage at his words. Finally, their fighting spirit reignited, and they charged forward, bellowing. A smirk curved Tang Zhong's lips. Seeing their attack, he swung his fist once more. Bang! 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 With a series of crisp, decisive punches, all 10 thugs fell to the ground, unable to offer even the slightest resistance. Old Tang is absolutely crushing them. Exactly. These thugs look intimidating, but in a fight, they're like paper tigers. Old Tang is battle-hardened. He crawled out of a graveyard back in the day, a true war god. Even if his skills have faded over decades, taking down these hollow thugs is no challenge at all. Chapter 69, Speak. Who's the laughingstock? The audience watched with rapt attention. Inside the martial arts hall, old Park's face had long since turned from green to purple. The Korean guide who had led them in earlier, having witnessed dozens of his comrades get effortlessly crushed, had now completely broken down. He scrambled to his feet, screaming as he tried to flee headlong toward the door. But as soon as he passed Tang Zhong's side, he was struck by a single blow that sent him flying, his life extinguished. Casually shaking his wrist, Tang Zhong leisurely lit a cigarette. He blew out a smoke ring with effortless ease before finally lifting his gaze to the lone figure of old Park. Master of the dojo, I recall you once said you'd chop this old man into pieces and feed him to the dogs, correct? I recall you also demanded I kneel and apologize, then vowed to chop off my hands and feet. Now I stand here waiting for you to strike, yet you remain motionless? Tang Zhong's tone dripped with scorn, thick with mockery. Old Master Park gritted his teeth so hard he nearly shattered his molars. His fists clenched tightly, but after a moment, Park's expression suddenly changed. With a thud, he dropped to his knees. I was wrong. Our Korean Taekwondo is nothing but a joke. Old man, you're absolutely right. We're the real useless ones. Park the boss surrendered completely. The speed of his about-face was so swift, even the most skilled actor couldn't match it. And this spectacle had the entire audience in stitches. These Koreans are such wimps. Yeah, just moments ago he was bragging about taking down old Tang and showing off his Taekwondo skills. Now he's backing down? Put. Classic bully. Koreans have always been shameless. Now that they've been beaten into submission by old Tang, they naturally won't dare bare their teeth anymore. Live viewers, 95,993, 97,835. Host's mental power increased by 25%. All sensory abilities boosted by an additional 15%. Tang Zhong shook his head in disdain, looking down on Park leader. Spill it. What shady business has your martial arts school been up to behind closed doors? If you answer truthfully, I might consider sparing your worthless life. The casual threat instantly drenched old Master Park in sweat. He had intended to conceal the truth, but meeting Tang Lao's icy stare and glancing at the corpses of his men strewn across the floor. After hesitating for a moment, old Master Park answered tremblingly. It's like this. This martial arts school is just a front. Behind the scenes, everyone here is collaborating with branch schools across Nanyuan province and fellow compatriots in various industries to secretly run a loan business. The loan amounts vary, but the interest typically exceeds 10 times the principal. And if any of the Long Country people we lend to can't repay, well, they'll be. At this point, Boss Park dared not continue, his entire body shaking like a sieve. Speak up. Tang Zhong barked the order, his clenched fist cracking loudly. Coupled with that murderous glare, it instantly drained the color from Park's face. No longer able to conceal the truth, Boss Park stammered out the facts. If those people couldn't repay the money, at first, we'd beat them senseless. If they still couldn't pay, we'd chop off one of their hands. But if 7 days passed and they still couldn't pay, then we'd contact the overseas Monty group to sell them off. They'd either harvest their organs or send them to Africa for mining work. After uttering these words, even Boss Park himself couldn't hold it together, his face betraying his guilt. A guilty conscience never rests easy. But knowing full well this was an abomination, they still pressed on regardless, proof of just how black-hearted these bastards were. Hearing this, the audience was filled with rage. They're nothing but scum. They should never have been allowed to enter the Dragon Kingdom legally in the first place, a bunch of bloodsuckers who devour people whole. Pity the innocent citizens who unwittingly borrowed from these predatory lenders, now ruined by these bastards, some even sold off to Southeast Asia. Monte Group? The one Tang Lao dismantled earlier? No wonder so many Chinese people were sold off from Mengtai Group back then. Turns out it was mostly these bastards pulling the strings. Tang Zhong's brow furrowed slightly as he listened. Recalling the pitiful souls trafficked for organs within the Monte Group complex, the murderous intent in his eyes deepened. Fortunately, the Monte Group had been dismantled in time. Otherwise, Tang Yu might well have been sold off to have her organs harvested. Tell me where Miss Tang Yu is. Tang Zhong demanded again, his gaze as cold as ice. Old Park pointed toward a door on the side of the martial arts hall, his voice trembling as he stammered. That Dragon Country woman is in the martial arts hall's basement. All the captured Dragon Country people are there. Recently in South Asia, the Mengtai Group suddenly stopped providing support. We couldn't get our people through, so we had to temporarily imprison them in the basement. Park explained nervously. Tang Zhong raised his foot, signaling Park to lead the way. Soon, several doors within the martial arts hall swung open, revealing an iron door leading to the basement. Park pulled out a key, unlocking the door while still trying to justify himself. Old man, I swear I'm just a puppet. It's the Grand Master over in Korea who insists all our branches lend money. If we refuse to comply, we'll be purged by our own people. I'm truly being forced into this. Park portrayed himself as completely innocent. But Tang Zhong clearly saw the expensive watch worth hundreds of thousands glinting on his wrist as he spoke. Innocent? You've committed countless atrocities, slaughtering innocent people, and you still have the nerve to claim innocence? Shame on you. Spitting venomously, Tang Zhong refused to listen to the bastard's excuses any longer and raised his hand to slap him. Boss Park was knocked unconscious on the spot, collapsing to the ground. The basement door swung open, revealing a cramped, pitch-black space. Lying haphazardly bound on the cold floor were over a dozen people. Judging by their ages, they were all students. Among them was Tang Yu, the girl Tang Zhong had seen in photographs back in Yuqing City. You're all safe now. Rest assured, the thugs outside have all been dealt with. You won't face any danger from now on. Tang Zhong spoke in a deep voice, rushing forward to untie them. Everyone rejoiced, some even moved to tears. Tang Yu was especially moved, nodding repeatedly in gratitude. Thank you, old man. If it weren't for you, I would have been sold abroad for sure. Those bastards forced loans on me, and the interest multiplied several times over in just a few days. I couldn't possibly repay it. When they saw I couldn't pay, they just tied me up and humiliated me in every way imaginable these past days. At this point, Tang Yu began to sob uncontrollably. Hearing this, Tang Zhong's heart clenched in pain. Thump! 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 At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the basement. Upon receiving the report, the police headquarters swiftly dispatched a large contingent of officers for backup, with Commissioner Chi Dongwei personally leading the team. Where is old Tang? Find him immediately. Chi Dongwei barked the order impatiently outside the entrance, immediately drawing his pistol and charging inside. Chapter 70. This won't be that simple. But when the door burst open and Chi Dongwei saw the scene before him, he froze in shock. Inside the martial arts hall, dozens of thugs lay scattered haphazardly, each beaten beyond recognition. Tang Zhong, however, stood perfectly unharmed in his original spot. Even the missing victims from those police station cases had reappeared behind Tang Zhong. This. Chi Dongwei's eyes widened in disbelief. The officers were utterly stunned, none of them able to make sense of the scene. Mr. Tang, what on earth is happening here? Are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere? Chi Dongwei was visibly tense, swallowing hard as he spoke. The moment he received Tang Zhong's message, he immediately mobilized every available officer from the police headquarters to rush over. The entire journey had been filled with dread. Senior leadership had showered him with blessings and issued a strict order. Within the jurisdiction of Nanyun province under his command, Chi Dongwei was responsible for ensuring Tang Zhong's safety wherever he was. Should any mishap occur, he alone would bear the blame. Under such pressure, learning that Tang Zhong had ventured alone into danger and was now inside the Korean Loan Shark Organization's lair, it was no wonder Chi Dongwei was so tense. Hearing Chi Dongwei's words, Tang Zhong smiled calmly. Rest assured, Director Chi, this old man is fine. But these bastards won't be so lucky. His gaze turned cold as he surveyed the fallen gangsters on the ground, his voice icy. They preyed on people through usury and were involved in smuggling. These bastards have wreaked havoc in Nanyun province. They got what they deserved. Dongwei nodded in agreement at old Tang's words. But immediately, something occurred to him. If Tang Zhong said so, then wouldn't that prove? Every single Korean knocked out in this martial arts hall was taken down by Tang Zhong alone? The thought sent a chill down Chi Dongwei's spine. Master Tang, at your age, you managed to take down dozens of thugs trained in Taekwondo? Yes, Master Tang, how did you manage that? An officer chimed in with the same question, clearly finding it hard to believe. Hearing this, Tang Zhong smiled calmly. Casually blowing out a smoke ring, his expression remained as calm as ever. A mere handful of bastards? Nothing to speak of. Back during the War of Resistance, this old man was surrounded by those little devils more than once. Didn't I survive them all? Compared to those inhuman little devils, these Koreans are nothing but a bunch of rotten fish and rotten shrimp. Tang Zhong's words were no exaggeration. After all, during the War of Resistance, the Japanese were truly brutal. Moreover, most of the Japanese troops back then were well trained and better equipped than the Chinese forces. When it came to combat, it was a matter of life and death. The officers fell silent for a long moment as they listened to Tang Zhong's words. Though Tang Zhong spoke calmly, the officers understood the weight hidden in the old man's words. To break through the enemy's encirclement. Compared to that, these Koreans really seemed like small fry. Truly the old Master Tang. Taking down dozens of Koreans single-handedly? It's beyond belief. Yeah, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. Only a veteran hero of the resistance could pull this off, someone who's actually fought the Japanese with real weapons. Clatter! The officers applauded heartily. Commissioner Chi Dongwei, too, had completely set aside all his preconceptions. The look in his eyes as he gazed at Tang Zhong was filled with respect. Earlier, higher-ups had repeatedly instructed Chi Dongwei to look after old Tang, and as the bureau chief, he had some reservations. After all, Nanyun City was currently in the midst of a critical period with major cases erupting one after another. Suddenly being asked to divert his attention to look after such an old veteran of the force, Chi Dongwei found it hard not to have reservations. But now, having witnessed old Tang's prowess firsthand, seeing this centenarian single-handedly dismantle an entire criminal operation. As commissioner of the police department, Chi Dongwei was finally truly convinced. Mr. Tang, you're truly our police department's savior. These loan-sharking bastards have committed every conceivable crime, terrorizing the people of Nanyun province. This situation has been giving me a headache lately. I've been struggling to locate their hideout. But now it's all good with just one move from you, old Tang. You've wiped out these criminals' hideout. With that, Chi Dongwei burst into hearty laughter. The officers all felt a tremendous weight lifted. Soon, the unconscious Boss Park was escorted to the police station in silver handcuffs. The rest of the criminal gang members were either collected or taken away. All the victims were escorted home by officers, except for Tang Yu, whose residence was in Yuching City. She was temporarily held at the station. Inside the station, Tang Yu, who had just finished her questioning, walked into the lobby. Seeing Tang Zhong before her, her eyes welled up once more. Grandfather Tang, you truly saved my life. If you hadn't intervened, I'd probably have been sold abroad by now. Her eyes welled up with tears as she spoke. Hearing this, Tang Zhong smiled faintly and waved his hand. Rest assured, young lady. You are safe now. Besides, I merely did what anyone would do. Anyone witnessing your plight would have come to your aid. Old Master Tang speaks so eloquently. But thanks to old Tang, if we'd waited a few more days, these victims might have been sold abroad for real. Those bastards are truly despicable. How could they bear to persecute such innocent young students? The audience felt deep sympathy for Tang Yu and were relieved she'd escaped their clutches. I'll have an officer escort you back to Yuching City shortly. Once you've rested, you can return to school. And listen, young lady, learn from this lesson. Never get involved with shady loans like this again. Tang Zhong advised earnestly. Hearing this, Tang Yu nodded firmly, then flashed a sweet smile. Don't worry, Uncle Tang, I'll learn my lesson. Seeing Tang Yu nod, Tang Zhong smiled and called over an officer to escort the young girl out. At that moment, Chi Dongwei emerged from the interrogation room, his expression grave as he approached. Uncle Tang, Park Chung-woo has confessed everything. It seems this chain of Taekwondo gyms from that Korean country is indeed up to no good. After saying this, Chi Dongwei invited Tang Zhong into his office and personally brewed him a cup of tea. Then, Chi Dongwei recounted the details of the recent interrogation. This Chonghua Taekwondo chain has over 10 branches across the Dragon Kingdom. According to the suspect's confession, these so-called Taekwondo gyms are all safe havens for illegal loan sharks. They've recruited thousands of people, with the total amount involved impossible to estimate. The mastermind is based far away in Korea, making cross-border law enforcement nearly impossible. What a headache. As he spoke, Chi Dongwei slammed his fist on the table in anger. Who would have thought Dragon Nation had been infiltrated by these foreign forces to such an extent? Mr. Tang, I suspect this matter is far from straightforward. These gray market lending organizations infiltrating Dragon Nation from Korea are likely merely the tip of the iceberg. Your hunch is correct. Tang Zhong took a sip of tea and nodded calmly. Chapter 71, Watch Your Words. Long before arriving at the provincial capital. Through investigations in Yuching City and deep undercover operations in South Asia, Tang Zhong had already learned. Whether it was the Monte Group or the Yamagumi assassins operating in Longwa under the alias Little Days. Both were backed by the shadow of a massive overseas power. Since Chi Dongwei had voluntarily raised this conjecture, Tang Zhong decided to lay out the entire existence of Taylor Corporation without reservation. Chi Dongwei listened silently. After Tang Zhong finished speaking, Chi Dongwei fell into a prolonged silence. Clearly, the police chief hadn't anticipated that such a shadowy mastermind existed beyond the borders of Longhua. Taylor Corporation, huh? He murmured, lifting his head. Chief Tang, I've decided to immediately establish an overseas task force to investigate the Taylor Company. Simultaneously, we must begin monitoring the Changhua organization in Korea and the Yamagumi in Japan. This concerns the safety of the Dragon Nation's citizens. We must prioritize this matter without delay. Chi Dongwei's proposal gained Tang Zhong's approval. Nodding, Tang Zhong then said, Director Chi, I believe we should immediately contact police departments in other provinces to jointly compile a list of all major cases involving overseas forces in recent years. I believe such a compilation will surely yield significant findings. Tang Zhong's proposal instantly lit a spark in Chi Dongwei's eyes. He promptly contacted police departments across the provinces. Shortly thereafter, a video conference was convened directly in Chi Dongwei's office. During the meeting, Tang Zhong's appearance caused an immediate stir among the high-ranking officials from various regions. Senior Tang? We never imagined you'd be in Nanyun province. Indeed, Elder Tang. We've long heard of your heroic deeds and have always wished to pay our respects. It's just a pity you're no longer in your hometown. Listening to the flattery from the directors, Tang Zhong smiled. Let's get down to business. Compile statistics on all cases involving foreign forces across the entire Dragon Nation over the past 6 months. As Old Tang spoke, the provincial police chiefs immediately began exchanging intelligence. As the exchange unfolded, everyone suddenly caught on to the pattern. Over 30 missing persons cases in Sichuan province, plus major gray loan fraud cases. 13 homicide cases linked to organized crime in Dong province, along with 50 organ trafficking cases. When all the cases were tallied up, the number of homicide cases linked to foreign forces in just the past 6 months far exceeded the total from the previous decade. This is bizarre. How could so many foreign forces commit crimes domestically in just half a year? I smell a conspiracy. There must be a major conspiracy at play. I suspect someone is plotting against the Dragon Nation. Audience members speculated wildly. Meanwhile, on screen, Tang Zhong rested his chin in his hand. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Zhong voiced his thoughts. Ladies and gentlemen, given the excessive involvement of foreign forces in cases over the past half year, for the safety of the Dragon Nation's citizens, I believe it's necessary to strengthen police forces nationwide and increase cross-provincial law enforcement. Simultaneously, we must establish a dedicated investigative unit to monitor foreign entities targeting Dragon Nation, taking decisive action when necessary. Tang Lao's proposal immediately earned nods of agreement from the assembled ministers. After all, Tang Zhong's approach now appeared highly feasible. All present unanimously agreed, and the investigative task force was swiftly established. Given that Tang Zhong had already achieved remarkable success in the South Asia operation, single-handedly dismantling the Monty Group, this time, Tang Zhong was unanimously elected as the head of the investigation team. A centenarian leading an overseas investigation team? This was an unprecedented occurrence in the history of the Dragon Nation's police force. The police headquarters immediately established a new department dedicated to Tang Zhong's operations. With the investigation team established, the next step was to select personnel. Mr. Tang, do you have any suitable candidates in mind? I can coordinate anyone you desire, even those outside the police force. Upon hearing Chi Dongwei's words, Tang Zhong paused briefly before providing a list. Zhou Yuming and Anna from Yuqing City Police Bureau, and Lu Daong from the Border Defense Military Region. As for the final investigator, I'll need to observe them for a while longer. Kadamwai stared blankly at the list Tang Zhong handed him for a moment before taking it and copying it verbatim. The audience watched Tang Zhong's list with puzzled expressions. Zhou Yuming is an outstanding undercover cop, picking him makes perfect sense. Lu Daong from the military district proved his worth in the jungle back then. Old Tang made a good choice. But this Anna? She's just a little girl, isn't she? Yeah, Anna has zero professional expertise. She even got tricked into going to South Asia. Why would old Tang pick her? The audience was baffled. But Tang Zhong had his own reasons. Anna did lack specialized skills and had never participated in criminal investigations. But lacking such experience doesn't mean Anna can't become an outstanding investigator. First, Anna is exceptionally intelligent. And most crucially, she was exceptionally skilled at acting. This was evident back in the South Asia park when she posed as a hostess. Half a day later, Zhou Yuming and Lu Daong were the first to report. Mr. Tang. We're here. Zhou Yuming was visibly excited. After all, they had arrived in a major metropolis like the provincial capital. Lu Daong felt the same way. For Lu Daong, being part of this overseas investigation team was a rare chance to prove himself. You two stand by for now. You'll be responsible for receiving Anna shortly. After giving a brief instruction, Tang Zhong left the office. For this final position, Tang Zhong intended to select someone agile enough and preferably fluent in a foreign language. Walking down the street, Tang Zhong decided to try his luck. Before long, he stumbled upon an argument unfolding across the street. The altercation involved a tall, burly blonde foreigner gesturing angrily at a vegetable vendor. "Lick my leather shoes clean this instant. You filthy vegetable seller. How dare you throw rotten radishes on my leather shoes? Are you looking for trouble, you old hag?" The imposing blonde foreigner was aggressive and intimidating. Before him, the vegetable vendor stood flustered, on the verge of tears from his tirade. What's going on? Bullying a vegetable vendor in broad daylight? Is this foreigner crazy? It's just a radish touching a shoe. Is that really worth such an aggressive outburst? This white guy clearly looks down on the vendor. People like him are disgusting. I can't stand watching this. The vendor's crying, and he's still hounding her with foul language. The onlookers were boiling with anger. Tang Zhong, noticing the scene, frowned slightly and prepared to step in. But just then, a girl in a police uniform beside him stepped forward first. Stepping directly in front of the auntie, she adjusted her police cap. "Sir, please watch your language. I witnessed the entire incident. While the elderly woman was at fault, you shouldn't bully someone like this." Chapter 72, Who the hell are you calling a dog? The policewoman's expression turned stern as she addressed the foreign man. "Who do you think you are?" The blonde hulk sneered, completely disregarding the girl's police uniform. Turning his gaze back to the old lady behind the officer, the blonde hulk adopted a condescending posture. "I'm from the Eagle Nation. You Dragon Nation people dare to dirty my precious leather shoes? I could beat this old hag to death and it wouldn't be too much." As he spoke, the blonde hulk clenched his fist, making it crackle loudly. "This foreigner is way too arrogant. Yeah, bullying people on our Dragon Nation's soil and still acting this arrogant. I'd love to beat the crap out of this eagle-waving bastard for daring to disrespect our Dragon Nation. The old lady only dirted his shoes, yet this guy is pushing his luck way too far. He needs to be taught a lesson." The crowd seethed with anger. Hearing this, the female officer's pretty face turned icy cold. Behind her, the elderly woman turned pale, stammering in distress. "My radishes were clearly on the stall. You were the one who accidentally stepped on them. Why are you blaming me now?" At this, the blonde burly man glared. He started to step forward, but the female officer stopped him again. Presenting her badge, the officer declared sternly, "I am Officer Linghua of Koan City Police. On behalf of the police, I am formally issuing you a warning. Apologize to the elderly woman immediately and leave this area. If you dare to speak disrespectfully again, be warned I will arrest you for disturbing the peace." As she spoke, she reached for a pair of silver handcuffs, using them as a warning. Throughout the exchange, the officer's fluent foreign language left a deep impression on Tang Zhong. The situation was tense, but Tang Zhong showed no urgency to intervene. After all, he wanted to see how Officer Linghua would handle such a tricky emergency. At that moment, the blonde, burly man was provoked once more. With a contemptuous spit, he stepped forward, not even glancing at the silver handcuffs in Linghua's hand. "You Chinese are all useless trash. Think I'm scared of the police? Ha! Let me tell you this, whether we're in Dragon Country or not, we Eagle-Eye countrymen are always a cut above the rest. And you? You're just weaklings who deserve to be bullied." The blonde brute's attitude was arrogant and defiant, his eyes challenging as he spoke. He eyed Reika up and down, taking in her curvaceous figure before licking his lips lewdly. "But you Dragon Country woman, you've got a pretty sexy body. How about this? Come with me to the hotel later, sleep with me, and I'll let this old hag off. Otherwise, I'll make her kneel and lick my boots today." The blonde brute coldly issued his ultimatum. Harassing a police officer? Has this Eagle Chicken countryman lost his mind? Classic white privilege. These guys only bully the weak and fear the strong. They probably think the female cop and the old lady are easy targets just because they're women. If I were that female officer, I'd teach this guy a lesson. No way around it. Our Dragon Nation officers don't run rushot over people like those eagle wings do, trampling lives at will. Even if the suspect is scum, Dragon Nation officers must follow the law. The audience was furious, yet they understood Officer Linghua's restraint. "Sir, please control yourself. If you don't clean up your language, I'll take immediate coercive measures." Officer Reika suppressed her impulse and warned him in a stern voice. But the blonde brute continued his tirade unabated. Seeing Linghua make no move, he assumed she was afraid to act. A sinister grin spread across his face as his eyes gleamed with greed. Taking advantage of Reika's distraction, his hands reached out toward her chest. "This is sexual harassment. What a shame for this girl to be taken advantage of by scum like this. There's nothing she can do. She's just a girl, no match for that brute in a fight." The onlookers murmured in outrage, some even itching to intervene. But just then, just as the burly man's hands were about to touch Linghua, Reika twisted and dodged, nimbly evading him. Her eyes flashed with cold determination as she seized both of his arms, hoisted him onto her shoulders, and suddenly exerted her strength. Thud! Caught completely off guard, the blonde brute's entire body shot into the air. He slammed hard onto the ground, landing face first in a spectacular faceplant. Rising in utter disarray, the blonde brute was covered in dust and dirt, looking utterly ridiculous. Ha ha ha. That female cop really gave him what he deserved. That's exactly how this guy should be dealt with. Look at him, he's nothing but a stray dog. Daring to disrespect the people of the Dragon Nation on its own turf, this foreigner deserves a harsh punishment. The crowd felt thoroughly vindicated. Reika stared coldly at the foreigner, her voice deliberate and measured. Committing disorderly conduct in public, attempting to harm a police officer, I now formally arrest you for disturbing public order. As she spoke, Linghua advanced step by step, handcuffs in hand. Tang Zhong watched the entire scene unfold from the sidelines. Seeing this, he nodded approvingly. Cool-headed in crises, agile in action. Even more impressive, his foreign language skills were at a native level. This kind of talent was exactly what Tang Zhong's investigation team needed. With his mind made up, Tang Zhong walked over. Just then, as the foreigner was about to be handcuffed, he suddenly lashed out. His towering frame, over 2 meters tall, leapt into the air. His fist swung wildly, striking toward the policewoman. You reckless Dragon Nation bastard. You dare put me in this state? Today I'll teach you a lesson. You, watch me smash your face in with one punch. The fist whistled through the air, hurtling straight toward Linghua. The punch came so suddenly, and with Linghua holding the handcuffs, she couldn't dodge in time. The fist, as big as a sandbag, carried considerable force. If she were truly struck by that punch, she'd likely be seriously injured on the spot. Spectators sucked in their breath in horror, some unable to watch and quickly closing their eyes. Snap! The next moment, a bone-chilling crack echoed through the air. Some cautiously opened their eyes, expecting to see Officer Reika injured. But when they saw the scene before them, they froze in shock. Where did this old man come from? Officer Reika stood unscathed, her eyes vacant. Before her, the blonde muscleman's powerful punch was suddenly intercepted by the white-haired old man's outstretched hand. Tang Zhong stepped in to save the day, casually raising his hand and effortlessly catching the blonde brute's full-force punch with an open palm. Glaring coldly at the foreigner before him, Tang Zhong sneered with disdain. You stray dog from the Eagle Nation, daring to run wild on Dragon Nation's turf? I'm curious, who gave you the guts? You, who do you call a dog? The blonde brute demanded in broken dragon tongue. Seeing his fist firmly clamped, unable to move even with all his strength, he grew even more furious. Looking for death. Chapter 73, The Long-Lost Needle Technique, Shinming 9 Needles. With that, the blonde brute raised his other hand and unleashed another punch. To an outsider, this punch seemed incredibly powerful. But to Tang Zhong, it moved as slow as a turtle. He didn't even need to consciously dodge, instinctively sidestepping the blow. He then swung his hand and delivered a slap. Smack! The resounding slap echoed down the entire street. The blow landed with crushing force, instantly knocking the burly man off balance. Half his teeth flew out, and he collapsed unconscious on the spot. That was a well-placed slap. Only old Tang could do it. One slap and this foreigner's out cold. He deserved it for repeatedly insulting the Dragon Nation. The crowd was thrilled. Witnessing Tang Zhong's decisive action, the surrounding crowd couldn't help but break into applause. Well done. He's still got it. A white-haired old man like him, and he knocked that foreigner out with one slap? The crowd gasped in astonishment. At that moment, Officer Linghua finally snapped out of her daze, her gaze toward Tang Zhong tinged with astonishment. Sir, thank you. Reika understood clearly. If Tang Zhong hadn't appeared just in time, that sandbag-sized fist would have landed squarely on her face. Touching her cheek with lingering fear, Reika looked at Tang Zhong with eyes full of gratitude. After summoning her team to apprehend the ungrateful foreigner, Linghua stowed away her silver handcuffs and addressed Tang Zhong. Sir, since I don't have any assignments right now, to repay your life-saving favor, how about I treat you to some tea? Certainly. Tang Zhong nodded and let Linghua lead him to a tea house with a serene atmosphere. As they settled down, Linghua spoke first, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Old master, who exactly are you? At your age, taking down a 2-meter-tall foreigner with a single move, that's not something just anyone can do. As a police officer, Linghua understood better than anyone. Without professional training, it was nearly impossible for an ordinary person to knock someone unconscious, even in a life or death struggle. This made Linghua realize that the white-haired elder before her was definitely no ordinary man. Hearing this, Tang Zhong smiled. He lifted the teacup before him, took a sip, and said casually, Nothing much. Just a few military boxing techniques I picked up decades ago in the army. It takes more effort against others, but when it comes to those foreign devils, one punch is all it takes. The military decades ago? Linghua froze. After a moment of careful thought, she gasped in shock. Sir, you're an old hero of the War of Resistance. That's right. Tang Zhong admitted bluntly, then abruptly changed the subject. Comrade Linghua, I've just observed your exceptional abilities. Not only are you agile, but your foreign language skills are excellent. Why settle for being just a low-level officer at the police station? Have you never considered pursuing criminal investigation or field work? Hearing Tang Zhong's question, Linghua hesitated, then sighed. Of course I'd love to spread my wings, pursue my ambitions, crack down on criminals everywhere, and protect the peace of the people. But unfortunately, my family's circumstances don't allow me to pursue those kinds of jobs. Oh? Hearing this, Tang Zhong waited quietly for her to continue. Then, with another deep sigh, Linghua began to share her family's story. I'm an only child, and our family was actually quite well off. But everything changed last year when my father fell seriously ill. My mother sought out every renowned martial arts physician in the Dragon Kingdom, even spending a fortune to bring in famous doctors from overseas. Yet none of them could do anything about my father's illness. Compounded by rivals and relatives within our family eyeing our assets greedily, the pressure on our household has been immense. That's precisely why I can't leave my parents behind. I dare not abandon this city. As she spoke, tears welled up in Linghua's beautiful eyes. The thought of her father's illness showing no signs of improvement year after year, and her mother's hair turning white overnight, pushed Linghua to the brink of collapse time and again. Who would have thought this seemingly innocent and cheerful girl carried such heartbreaking family burdens? Indeed, with her father gravely ill and her mother struggling alone, it's understandable that a daughter would feel such deep concern. But judging from this girl's story, her family must be quite influential and powerful. The audience speculated. At that moment, upon hearing the words Linghua's father is gravely ill, Tang Zhong suddenly asked, Linghua, could you explain your father's condition in detail to this old man? Ha? Linghua was taken aback. But since Tang Zhong had asked, she answered truthfully. According to several leading doctors, my father has contracted a rare blood disorder that is virtually unheard of worldwide. This disease progressively damages the internal organs and brain, and the process is completely irreversible. At home now, my mother has completely lost hope and has even begun preparing for the funeral. Mentioning her father's specific illness again, Linghua couldn't hold back her emotions and began to sob softly. Tang Zhong listened silently, a faint curve forming at the corner of his mouth. Among the numerous skills rewarded by the system, there was indeed one related to medicine. However, Tang Zhong had been too busy at the time to examine it in detail. An ancient needle technique passed down for millennia by the ancestral lineage, now long lost, the Xianning 9 needles. According to the system's description, this technique possessed miraculous effects capable of reviving the dead and regenerating flesh from bones. And now, since Linghua's father was still alive, albeit gravely ill, perhaps the 9 needles of the mysterious darkness could cure him with ease. As he contemplated this, seeing Linghua weeping bitterly, Tang Zhong suddenly spoke up. Miss Linghua, if I have a way to cure your father, then, free from worry, could you join field missions or even investigate cases abroad? This abrupt question left Linghua stunned. Cure her father? Linghua thought she must have misheard, but when Tang Zhong repeated himself, she had no choice but to believe that the centenarian before her truly claimed to have the means to cure her father. Wiping away her tears, Linghua shook her head helplessly. Old man, I know you mean well. Even with your century of experience and vast knowledge, my father's illness is no ordinary terminal condition. Not even Xie Tianming, the renowned president of the Medical Association of Longhua, or the esteemed overseas medical authority, Academician Smith, could do anything about it. How could anyone else possibly have a cure? With that, Linghua gave a self-deprecating smile. Clearly, in this young woman's eyes, the old man before her was merely well-intentioned, utterly incapable of curing her father's illness. Tang Zhong smiled calmly, showing no sign of urgency. Young lady, I do have that confidence. If you don't believe me, why not take me to see your father right now? Seeing Tang Zhong's resolute expression and the absolute confidence in his words, Linghua was lost in thought for a moment. What if this white-haired elder truly possessed such abilities? After a moment's hesitation, Linghua finally decided to give it a try. Alright then, old man, come with me. By the way, old man, what's your name? My name is Tang Zhong. Chapter 74, Get this old geezer out of here. Tang Zhong replied casually. Linghua didn't think much of it at first, simply leading him out of the tea house. But after taking just a few steps outside, Linghua pondered the name Tang Zhong and suddenly froze in her tracks. You're Tang Zhong? The very Tang Zhong renowned throughout Yuqing City, indeed the entire police force of Nanyun Province. The legendary anti-Japanese war hero who went undercover in South Asia alone, dismantled the Mongtai crime syndicate single-handedly, and rescued over 1,000 compatriots. The Tang Zhong. Linghua's mouth fell open. Seeing Tang Zhong nod with a smile, she gasped in astonishment, overcome with emotion. As an outstanding officer at the police headquarters, Linghua often delved into detailed case files during her routine work. Ever since the Mongtai group was dismantled, Linghua, who had long harbored deep hatred for this foreign organization, had immediately scoured the relevant files. Reading about the legendary deeds of this elderly hero, Tang Zhong, in South Asia, Linghua had long held him in deep admiration. She never imagined that the old hero she had always idolized would one day appear before her. Mr. Tang, I'm your #1 fan. At the police headquarters, I've shared your stories with my colleagues countless times. And your heroic legends from the War of Resistance? I know them by heart. Linghua chattered cheerfully. Her expression instantly left many spectators both amused and bewildered. Who knew this Linghua girl was actually a fan of Old Tang? Old Tang's stroll just earned him a #1 fangirl. This girl is so adorable. I truly hope her father is safe and sound. Ever since learning Tang Zhong's true identity, Linghua's questions hadn't stopped for a moment along the way. Old Tang, you personally killed over 100 Japanese soldiers in the Eastern Front trenches. What exactly happened back then? And that battle where you had only 70 bullets left, yet you hit every single one, eliminating 70 Japanese soldiers. All these earth-shaking, soul-stirring feats, you accomplished them? Ahem, Linghua. Tang Zhong was genuinely struggling to keep up. This girl simply couldn't stop asking questions. Let's hurry to your place. After all, the old man's illness is urgent. All right then. Linghua stuck out her tongue. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at their destination, an impossibly spacious villa. Even the front yard alone looked like a garden in itself. Reika, is this your house? Tang Zhong couldn't believe his eyes, pointing at the luxurious mansion before them. Linghua blushed slightly at the question, replying shyly. Well, there's nothing I can do about it. My family has always wanted me to take over the family business, but I just don't want to. I love being a cop. My family background is actually a commercial group. I guess you could say we have a bit of money. We're wealthy? Tang Zhong was speechless inside. After all, this was the heart of Nanyun province, where real estate prices were astronomical. Even a basic one-bedroom apartment costs tens of millions. Given that, just imagine how much this sprawling luxury villa covering tens of thousands of square meters must be worth. Turns out this girl really is a rich kid. Rich kid? Linghua is a bona fide heiress. This villa looks way too extravagant, it must be worth at least a few $100 million. Wow, is this what a wealthy family looks like? It's hard to imagine. The audience gasped in astonishment. Linghua smoothly pushed open the courtyard gate and casually summoned the butler. This is Mr. Tang, a friend I specially invited to treat father's illness. Linghua introduced them. Hearing this, the butler wasted no time, promptly ushering both men into the villa. Along the way, the butler sighed helplessly. Miss, Dr. Smith from overseas is also at the residence, along with Dr. Xie Tianming. Many family members have arrived, including your eldest uncle and the others. The moment she heard the word eldest uncle, Linghua's smile vanished instantly, her beautiful eyes flashing with obvious disgust. Tang Zhong remained silent beside them. Linghua's reaction alone was enough to suggest the tense dynamics within her family. The heavy villa gate swung open. What met the eye was an impossibly spacious living room beneath a crystal chandelier. The room was already packed with people. The moment the door swung open, all eyes turned toward them. Reika? You're finally home. Her mother, Lin Yueme, wept with joy. Seeing Linghua, she immediately stepped forward and took her hand. Mom! Linghua threw herself into her mother's arms. After a moment, she released her grip and pointed to Tang Zhong beside her. Mom, I came back because I found a master who can cure Dad's illness. This old gentleman is called Master Tang, and he's incredibly skilled. Linghua introduced him enthusiastically. But no sooner had the words left her mouth than a disdainful snort echoed from the living room sofa, where a middle-aged man puffed on a cigar. A master healer? Linghua, I don't mean to discourage you, but you keep bringing in these charlatans and quacks, and while you might not mind, everyone else is sick and tired of it. Don't tell me this charlatan you've brought in is going to use some so-called folk remedy again. As he spoke, Linghua's uncle, Bai Daitong, wore a look of utter contempt. His words drew snickers from the rest of the Bai family gathered in the living room. His son stepped forward, sizing up Tang Zhong beside Linghua before shaking his head in mockery. Linghua, I know you're trying to cure your father. But even Xie Tianming, the most renowned doctor in Longhua, and the international medical authority Dr. Smith, have both declared your father incurable. Knowing all this, how dare you come here and cause more trouble? Acting so recklessly and rashly, I see no way the group can ever be entrusted to you. By the last sentence, Bai Yu's true colors showed, accidentally revealing his true thoughts. Hearing this, the matriarch of the Bai family's expression shifted repeatedly. She cast a few curious glances at Tang Zhong before whispering to Linghua. Linghua, are you truly confident in this elder you've brought? I trust Elder Tang. Linghua nodded firmly, giving her unequivocal assurance. Alright, Mom, let's go see Dad. With old Master Tang here, I'm sure there's a way to cure him. Reika was filled with hope. Tang Zhong remained silent, merely observing everyone in the living room with a detached gaze. Yet from the brief exchange alone, Tang Zhong could already sense the thick tension in the air. No wonder Linghua had mentioned earlier that since her father's illness, the family had been beset by internal and external troubles. As Linghua led him toward the hospital room, about to push open the door. At that very moment, her uncle Bai Daitong appeared, accompanied by his son Bai Yu and two others. Wait! Our eldest brother is recuperating. Uninvited guests entering will only disturb his peace. Linghua, you'd better tell this old fool to get lost. My father's right. This shady charlatan showing up at the Bai residence is clearly here to freeload. Bai chimed in, glancing at a fair-haired, blue-eyed foreigner behind him. Mr. Smith, what do you think? Chapter 75, let's make a bet. TSK, this wealthy family really isn't a place for humans to stay. The tension is thick enough to cut with a knife. Now I understand why Linghua insisted on becoming a police officer instead of inheriting the family business. Yeah, constantly outmaneuvering these relatives while worrying about losing your inheritance. No one could endure that. The audience couldn't help but sigh. At that moment, the foreigner named Smith pushed his glasses up and studied Tang Zhong with keen curiosity. You are a doctor? Smith asked with a smile. Hearing this, Tang Zhong shook his head and casually replied. No, I'm not a doctor, nor do I have any relevant qualifications. The room erupted in laughter. Bai laughed so hard he couldn't straighten up, slapping his thigh repeatedly. Linghua, I see you're desperate enough to try anything. You're actually letting this useless good-for-nothing, who's never even practiced medicine, treat Uncle Lair. You silly girl, have you lost your mind? Ha ha ha. Bai Yu's words were utterly insulting. As the matriarch of the Bai family, she was furious upon hearing this. But given the senior patriarch and his son standing within the conglomerate, she could only swallow her anger. Linghua bit her red lips tightly, her face turning pale as she listened. This Mr. Tang really has a way to cure father. Linghua stubbornly declared, only to be met with a wave of mocking laughter. Smith shook his head repeatedly, his gaze toward Tang Zhong brimming with contempt. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm a doctor from the Eagle Nation. I've treated tens of thousands of patients and even cured cancer. Old man, to borrow a phrase from your dragon country, you are clearly an amateur. How could someone like you possibly be qualified to treat patients? Smith's words were relatively clean. His words dripped with contempt. Just then, another figure approached, dressed in ancient attire and holding a palm leaf fan. It's Elder Xie, president of the Dragon Nation Medical Association. I never expected Master Xie to be here. Someone in the family exclaimed in surprise. Xie Tianming had arrived early but remained upstairs drinking tea, never descending. Overhearing the conversation in the living room, Xie Tianming lifted his gaze to Tang Zhong. Miss Linghua, as the president of the Medical Association, I feel it is my duty to remind you that recently, many charlatans have been swindling people in the Dragon Kingdom, using the guise of practicing medicine to defraud others of their money. I advise you not to let such people in. Two influential figures had spoken in succession. In an instant, everyone's gaze toward Tang Zhong was filled with contempt. Their gazes clearly condemned him as nothing more than a charlatan. Yet as the subject of their scrutiny, Tang Zhong remained unruffled. Old Tang is way too calm, how can he keep his temper in check? But those two guys have a point. Old Tang was a master on the battlefield, skilled at slaying Japanese devils and fighting foreigners. But healing the sick and saving lives isn't the same as killing enemies. It requires professional knowledge and sufficient experience. Even some audience members began to question Tang Zhong at this point. This reaction was understandable. After all, Tang Zhong had rarely demonstrated his medical skills beforehand. The only instance was at the South Asia Monte Group campus, where he treated victims who had had their organs removed. However, the scene was so intense that most viewers hadn't paid much attention. The atmosphere grew tense. Seeing so many people openly disparaging the person her daughter had brought, the matriarch of the Bai family felt quite awkward. As for Linghua, she was furious beyond words. But after much deliberation, she couldn't find any grounds to counterattack. Just then, Tang Zhong, who had remained silent all along, suddenly broke into a smile. Since you all keep calling me a charlatan, then let's make a bet. A bet? The crowd froze in surprise. Bai Yu was the first to recover, immediately flashing a confident smile. Fine. What do you propose we wager? The rules are simple. If I truly manage to cure Linghua's father, then this old man wins the wager. Tang Zhong paused mid-sentence. Considering Linghua's family's current situation, he spoke softly after a moment. Then, you two must leave the Bai family and surrender all your shares. At these words, Bai Yu froze in surprise. He then glanced at his father. Seeing Bai Tiandong nod confidently, he immediately regained his arrogant demeanor. Fine, let's wager. But if you lose, I want you to bark like a dog all the way out, crawling and rolling your way out of the Bai family. And Linghua and her daughter must also leave the Bai family, never to lay a finger on any Bai family assets for the rest of their lives. Bai Yu rattled off the conditions in one breath. Linghua trembled at the words, while the matriarch of the Bai family turned deathly pale. If they lost this wager, then mother and daughter would be utterly cast out from the family. Linghua could still fend for herself, but what about Lin Yume, who had lived her entire life within the Bai household? Once they lost their current life of comfort and security, where would Mrs. Lin, with no practical skills, possibly go? This bet is way too high. Yeah, losing means being kicked out and having old Tang bark like a dog to crawl out? That's just bullying. I think the eldest uncle and his son from the Bai family are doing this on purpose. I agree. Those two have been eyeing the Bai family's assets for ages, just waiting to take them over. The audience buzzed with heated debate, thoroughly engrossed in the spectacle. With anticipation at its peak, Tang Zhong simply nodded, making the decision on behalf of Linghua and her mother. Very well. I accept your terms. Now, may I pass to treat the patient? The crowd no longer blocked the way. The ward door swung open and the throng poured inside. On the hospital bed lay a middle-aged man, his body covered in tubes. His forehead was dark, his complexion waxy yellow, and his entire body was emaciated to a terrifying degree. Even someone with no medical knowledge could tell the man on the bed was beyond saving. Dad! Seeing her father again, Linghua couldn't help but burst into tears. In stark contrast, Bai Tiandong and his son stood nearby, their faces expressionless, seemingly indifferent to the life or death of the man in the hospital bed. Old master, the man in the bed is my husband, Bai Tianfeng. Lin Yueme spoke up, explaining her husband's condition. A year ago, my husband suddenly fell ill and has been in a coma ever since. And this past month, due to multiple organ failure, the doctors have been issuing critical condition notices every 3 days. Please help us. Save my husband. Zhang Yueme pleaded tearfully. Yet witnessing this scene, Smith on the other side of the bed shook his head coldly. I've told you your husband's illness is incurable. This extremely rare blood disorder remains an incurable disease worldwide. And this charlatan, who doesn't even understand basic medical knowledge, is nothing but a fraud. Even if he tried to treat him, it would only end in a farce. He couldn't possibly cure the patient. Smith's tone was unwavering as he shot a contemptuous glance at Tang Zhong. Chapter 76, what else do you have to say? The medical standards of Eagle Nation are world-class. If even I couldn't cure this illness, what makes you think you can? Smith's words provoked a maniacal laugh from the Bai family. Mr. Smith is absolutely right. This old fool is clearly putting on an act. Staring at Linghua with disdain, Bai Yu made no effort to hide the disgust in his eyes. Linghua, you're the one who brought this old fool here. If he fails to cure your father, don't blame me for being ruthless. I'll expel you both from the Bai family as agreed. At these words, Linghua and her mother's faces turned grim. Tang Zhong paid no heed, however, as if he hadn't heard Smith's words at all. He walked over to the bedside and sat down. The Xianming 9 needles rewarded by the system were not merely a set of acupuncture techniques. The theories on Dragon Nation's traditional medicine contained within were truly unique throughout history. Recalling the traditional medical knowledge stored in his mind, Tang Zhong placed one hand on the patient's pulse. After closing his eyes for a moment, he slowly opened them, his brow furrowing slightly. Linghua, your father's condition is indeed extremely critical. His internal organs are severely failing, and his heart and lungs are under immense strain. They could collapse at any moment. Hearing this, Linghua grew visibly anxious. Her eyes filled with pleading as she looked at Tang Zhong, her voice trembling. Mr. Tang, please save my father. I'll do my best. Tang Zhong nodded in response. Yet at that moment, Xie Tianming beside them shook his head with a faint smile. Old man, we've long been aware of the Bai family head's condition. But let me tell you this, with the patriarch's current frail condition, he simply cannot endure any surgical treatment. Even medications with slightly stronger effects could prove fatal to him. Under these circumstances, how do you intend to treat the patient? Xie Tianming challenged. As president of the Dragon Nation Medical Association, Xie Tianming commanded immense respect within the domestic medical community. The Bai family had spared no expense to bring him in specifically to save Bai Tianfeng. Yet despite this, Xie Tianming had exhausted every possible treatment without success. Now, witnessing this obscure centenarian boldly claim he could cure the patient, Xie Tianming naturally refused to believe it. Not only that, but he felt profoundly insulted. Let me offer you some friendly advice. At your age, don't let stubborn pride end up costing you your dignity. If you harm yourself, that's one thing. But if you drag Linghua and her daughter down with you, where will you hide your old face? Xie Tianming's tone carried a hint of mockery as he offered this seemingly well-meaning warning. These people are so cruel. Tang Lao hasn't even treated the patient yet and they're already sneering. Oomph. Looks like this medical association president is all talk and no real skill. And that arrogant foreigner over there, he's no better. The audience was enraged by their contemptuous attitude. Tang Zhong remained oblivious, turning his palm to reveal several silver needles under everyone's gaze. The needles possessed an unusual texture, their surfaces carved with intricate, mysterious patterns. A faint mist seemed to hover around them. What are these? The moment the needles were revealed, Xie Tianming, who had just spoken disparagingly moments before, suddenly paled. Staring intently at the needles in Tang Zhong's hand, Xie Tianming felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity. He was certain he had seen these needles before, in some ancient, incomplete medical text. But after a moment of startled doubt, Xie Tianming regained his composure. Impossible. How could a needle technique lost to Dragon Nation for 1,000 years appear in his hands? Besides, that set of silver needles should have turned to dust long ago. Muttering to himself, Xie Tianming relaxed once more. Unlike Xie Tianming, however, Smith standing nearby burst into a sneering laugh at the sight. No way, you're actually going to use traditional Chinese medicine to treat patients? Acupuncture is nothing but a superficial wellness practice. It can't cure diseases at all. You old fool, you've truly lost your mind. Mr. Smith, how dare you insult traditional Chinese medicine? This foreigner is way too arrogant. Ever since he walked in, Smith has been highly critical of old Tang, repeatedly belittling traditional Chinese medicine. Utterly arrogant. Typical American behavior, just like that white guy who harassed the female police officer on the street earlier. Smith's words infuriated many spectators. Tang Zhong, silver needles in hand, gave a cold smile upon hearing this. Lifting his gaze to meet Smith's, he calmly replied, "Your Eagle Nation's medical standards are indeed the world's most advanced. But the truth is, Dragon Nation's traditional medicine has been passed down for over 1,000 years. Even if most of the advanced medical techniques have been lost, the few that remain are more than enough to crush your Eagle Nation." Tang Zhong's voice was not loud, but his words carried profound confidence. The 9 needles of Xianming were the supreme treasure left by their ancestors for the descendants of the Dragon Nation. Back when this acupuncture technique was first created, the Eagle Nation hadn't even been founded yet. It was merely a bunch of uncivilized barbarians. Smith chuckled softly, shaking his head repeatedly. "You Dragon Nation folk are all talk. Get to work already. I'm eager to see what tricks you have up your sleeve to cure this patient." Smith's words dripped with scorn, brimming with contempt for Dragon Nation medicine. These words also made Xia Tianming, standing nearby, feel slightly uncomfortable. Tang Zhong gave an indifferent smile, then turned his attention back to Xia Tianfeng on the bed. Taking a deep breath, his hand suddenly flipped, and 2 silver needles shot out like arrows. The 9 needles of Xianming struck their precise targets, releasing wisps of mist that swiftly surged into Xia Tianfeng's body. As the energy flooded into the patient, Xia Tianfeng's previously waxy, sallow complexion regained a hint of color in the blink of an eye. Without a moment's pause, Tang Zhong flipped his hands again. Silver needles shot out one after another, and in the blink of an eye, all 9 needles were perfectly placed. The Xianming silver needles could revive the dying and mend broken bones. Even though Bai Tianfeng suffered from a terminal illness, curing him was effortless. However, Xia Tianfeng had been ill for a year, and his internal organs had deteriorated significantly over that time. A full recovery and return to full consciousness would require a little more time. Time ticked by. Tang Zhong had already withdrawn the needles and sat indifferently by, waiting. Smith's lips curled upward as he shot a malicious glance at Bai Tiandong and his son beside him. Bai Yu understood the hint and immediately stepped forward, pointing an accusing finger at Tang Zhong's nose as he shouted angrily. "You old fraud! I should have known you were nothing but a charlatan. You have the audacity to swindle people right here in the Bai family estate. Didn't you claim you could cure the patient? What do you have to say now?" Bai Yu's words were sharp and accusatory. Bai Tiandong, standing nearby, added in a measured tone. "Little Yu speaks bluntly, but she's right. Lin Yuame, the quack doctor your daughter brought in, has wasted everyone's time, and you even made a wager beforehand. At this point, what more can you possibly say?" Chapter 77, Old Master, thank you for saving my life. No way. Could it be that Old Master Tang truly couldn't cure Linghua's father either? This is trouble. Old Master Tang made a solemn bet with them. If he loses the bet, he'll have to crawl out barking like a dog. Total humiliation. Face is the least of it. The real issue is Linghua and her mother. Won't they be expelled from the Bai family now? Master Tang really messed this up, ruining himself and dragging Linghua and her mother down with him. Sigh. The audience sighed in unison. Seeing that Bai Tianfeng showed no signs of regaining consciousness on his sickbed, nearly everyone assumed Tang Zhong was truly at his wit's end. The sight of Linghua and her mother Lin Yuame was like being struck by lightning. Lin Yuame's face turned ashen, her eyes filled with utter despair. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Linghua bit her red lips, her delicate body trembling violently. No, it can't be. Old Master Tang must still have a way. He promised he would cure Dad. Overwhelmed by emotion, Linghua couldn't help but cry out. These words drew a cold laugh from the Bai family father and son. Smith shook his head repeatedly. Miss Linghua, you're still too naive. That old man is clearly a fraud. And his so-called Dragon Country medicine is nothing but a joke. Dragon Nation medicine can cure diseases? Even curing curable diseases that Eagle Nation medicine can't handle? Absolutely ridiculous. Smith grew increasingly smug as he spoke, his face glowing with a victorious smile. Even your nation's most renowned physician Xie Tianming, the president of the medical association hailed as the nation's master healer, couldn't cure this terminal illness. What makes this dying old fool think he can? Smith sneered mercilessly. Tang Zhong remained silent, responding only with a faint smile. The audience, witnessing this exchange, grew increasingly anxious. What's going on? Is old Master Tang just giving up? At least give some kind of response. Is he just going to let himself be humiliated like this? So disappointed in old Master Tang. If he lacks the ability, why come to the Bai family courting trouble? Sigh, it's just pitiful for Linghua and her daughter. The audience was utterly disheartened. But no one noticed what was happening in the far corner. Xia Tianming, the chairman who moments ago had worn an air of superiority, had already turned pale. His eyes wide with disbelief, Xia Tianming stared at Tang Zhengshou. Moments later, his gaze shifted to the sickbed whereby Tianfeng lay, the silver needles just removed from his body. Just now, what kind of acupuncture technique was that? Xia Tianming murmured involuntarily. Even as doubt crept in, Xia Tianming was certain he hadn't misseen it. That miraculous needle placement technique, the pinpoint accuracy in locating acupoints, and even the mysterious currents emanating from those enigmatic silver needles? None of it could be mistaken. As these thoughts flooded his mind, Xia Tianming sucked in a sharp breath and suddenly shouted. The 9 needles of Xian Ming. It's the 9 needles of Xian Ming. Old man, who are you? How could you possibly master ancient medical techniques lost to the Dragon Nation for 1,000 years? The 9 needles of Xian Ming. This technique has long been declared lost by the Dragon Nation Medical Association. Xia Tianming's abrupt outburst left him trembling uncontrollably. This scene caused Smith standing nearby to furrow his brow slightly. Father and son by Tianfeng looked equally puzzled. Son by Yu asked in confusion. Chairman Xia, are you alright? How could such an old fossil possibly understand medicine? Exactly, Chairman Xia. Though I don't know what this mystic divine needle you speak of is, this charlatan surely couldn't possibly understand it. He's just a fraud. Could it be that you, the esteemed president of the Dragon Nation Medical Association, have been deceived by him? Bai Tiandong chimed in, equally astonished. Hearing these words, Tang Zhong, who had remained silent for a long time, finally rose slowly. President Xia is correct in his guess. The technique I employed is indeed the 9 needles of Xian Ming. Oh my! The moment Tang Zhong uttered these words, Xia Tianming's body trembled violently. Without the slightest hesitation, his legs gave way, and he knelt straight down, face toward Tang Zhong. This sudden kneeling stunned everyone present. What's going on? The president of the Dragon Nation Medical Association just knelt before old Tang? Something feels off. Just now, old Tang, did he really use the technique called the 9 needles of the mysterious darkness? If that's the case, doesn't that mean the head of the Bai family also? The audience murmured in astonishment. Xia Tianming banged his head twice on the ground, then looked up with regret, his attitude instantly shifting to extreme reverence. Master Tang. I was blind to your true worth earlier. How could I have failed to recognize your identity? Master of the long-lost Xuanming 9 needles, you are the true sage of traditional Chinese medicine. I humbly beg your forgiveness for my earlier indiscretion. From this day forward, Xia Tianming pledges his utmost loyalty and devotion to you, Master Tang. Xia Tianming's blunt declaration of loyalty left everyone utterly bewildered by such abrupt words. Smith hesitated, sensing something was off. But looking at Tang Zhong before him, he simply couldn't put his finger on it. The Bai family, father and son, were no different. Their mouths twitched and an inexplicable sense of caution welled up within them. Tang Zhong glanced casually at Xia Tianming, as if he hadn't heard a word. Turning to Linghua, he suddenly spoke. Linghua, prepare a basin of water and a towel. Ha! Linghua froze for a moment, but seeing Tang Zhong's stern expression, she immediately obeyed. In the blink of an eye, the basin and towel were brought into the ward. Just as Linghua set them down, she saw Bai Tianfeng stir on the hospital bed. He's moving. Dad, he's moving. Linghua cried out in both shock and joy. Her cry instantly drew everyone's attention. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Bai Tianfeng suddenly sat up, his upper body rigid. Uncontrollably, he began violently vomiting dark blood. Linghua hurriedly brought the basin and grabbed a towel to wipe him down. Only then did it dawn on her Tang Zhong had made her fetch these 2 items precisely because he had foreseen her father's impending awakening. Cough cough. He coughed up mouthful after mouthful of foul-smelling blood. Only when the basin was filled to the brim with filthy, foul-smelling blood did Bai Tianfeng finally feel a sense of relief. Gasping for breath, Bai Tianfeng came to his senses and looked around in a daze. What happened to me? Dad! You've been unconscious for a whole year. Linghua wept uncontrollably, throwing herself into Bai Tianfeng's arms. A whole year? Unable to believe it, Bai Tianfeng embraced his daughter and lifted his eyes to look around. At that moment, Lin Juemei approached, wiping away tears from the corners of her eyes. Her tears turned to smiles as she said, Tianfeng, it was this elderly gentleman, Mr. Tang, who saved you. Over the past year, I've sought out renowned doctors both at home and abroad to treat your illness. I never imagined it would be this elderly gentleman, brought by your daughter, who ultimately cured you. Old Master Tang? Bai Tianfeng grew even more puzzled, only now noticing Tang Zhong. Gradually regaining his composure, Tianfeng hesitated not a moment. With Linghua's support, he immediately got out of bed. Old Master, thank you for saving my life. Chapter 78, this is clearly poison. Though he didn't know the exact details, but based solely on his wife and daughter's account, Bai Tianfeng had already pieced together the general situation. Had it not been for this white-haired elder's intervention, he, Lin Tianfeng, might never have regained consciousness in this lifetime. You saved my life. From now on, you are the benefactor of the entire Bai family. Mr. Bai, you're too kind. I was merely here to assist Miss Linghua. Old Master Tang remained modest. Hearing this, Bai Tianfeng paused, clearly surprised that Tang Zhong hadn't demanded anything in return. Nodding with admiration, Lin Tianfeng embraced his wife and daughter tightly. The family of three held each other for a long moment. Meanwhile, the audience had long since been left speechless. Bai Tianfeng has truly awakened. Old Master Tang wasn't bragging, he actually cured Bai Tianfeng. It's incredible. Even the most renowned doctors worldwide were helpless against this illness. Old Master Tang was at the Bai residence for barely 10 minutes and actually cured him? Miracle healer. Truly a miracle healer. Live viewers 97,923, 114,320 skyrocketing. Congratulations to the host for reaching 100,000 views. Unlocking system rewards. Acquired skill, mastery of medicine. Medical mastery, mastery of all medical knowledge, ability to identify every medicinal ingredient in the world, including poisons. Receiving another system reward, Tang Zhong felt puzzled. What use could this medicine mastery skill possibly have for him? As Tang Zhong stood there dazed, his gaze drifted unintentionally to the bedside behind Lin Tianfeng. Spotting the medicine bottle covered in English labels, his eyebrows shot up. A faint smile curved his lips. At that moment, Tang Zhong understood exactly why the system had rewarded him with this particular skill. A family of three sat happily by the hospital bed. Yet on the other side of the ward, Bai Diandong and his son wore expressions of utter disgust. Both father and son gritted their teeth, Bai Yu's eyes blazing with undisguised malice. Impossible. How could Bai Tianfeng have woken up? It shouldn't be possible. You said the medicine was strong enough. Bai Yu's words were cut short as Bai Tiandong abruptly waved him off. He turned his head toward Smith and asked, tilting his head slightly. Mr. Smith, you assured me the plan was foolproof. So what's going on now? Smith remained silent for a long moment after hearing the question. The eminent medical authority from the Eagle Nation now appeared dazed, staring at Bai Tianfeng on the hospital bed, who looked as if reborn. His lips trembled. Impossible. My drug is the most advanced compound in the world. No one could possibly detect the toxins eroding his organs. Even the Eagle Nation hasn't produced an antidote. How could that old fool possibly cure him? As he spoke, Smith's eyes turned bloodshot. Tang Zhong slowly rose from beside the bed and turned to meet Smith's gaze. Mr. Smith, your plan has failed. You must be feeling terrible right now. The words sent shockwaves through the hospital room. The Bai family of three turned to look, each wearing a blank expression. Clearly, none of them grasped the meaning behind Tang Zhong's words. But as the head of the family and chairman of the Bai International Group in Nanyuan Province, Bai Tianfeng was no ordinary man. After a moment's thought, his expression darkened. Releasing his grip, Bai Tianfeng took a deep breath. Years of experience had taught him to recognize the gravity of the situation instantly. He forced himself to rise despite his weakened state. Mr. Tang, might you tell me what exactly you've discovered? Certainly. Tang Zhong nodded indifferently. His gaze swept indifferently over Smith and the Bai family standing nearby. He spoke deliberately, enunciating each word. Mr. Bai, your illness was no accident. You were deliberately poisoned. Poisoning? No way, could someone be trying to harm Bai Tianfeng? That's utterly vicious. It's clearly an attempt to kill someone. I think Bai Tiandong and his son are the prime suspects. I agree. Those two have been targeting Linghua and her daughter since they walked in, trying to kick them out of the house. They're clearly no good. The audience buzzed with speculation. Bai Tianfeng's face turned ashen. Following Tang Zhong's gaze, he fixed his eyes on Bai Tiandong and his son. Just then, Tang Zhong walked to the bedside and picked up the bottle of medicine covered in English labels. Mr. Bai, this bottle contains the poison that nearly killed you. If I'm not mistaken, during the year you were unconscious, someone came to this ward every single day to force-feed you. Though the doses were small, the frequency was high. Hearing Tang Zhong's words, Bai Tianfeng shot a cold glance toward the butler standing by the door. The butler, sensing no room for concealment, immediately replied. Mr. Bai, this medicine was prescribed by Mr. Smith. He said it was for your treatment, and both Vice Chairman Fu and young Master Bai vouched for it. The butler's words fell. At this, Bai Tiandong and his son could no longer maintain their composure. Bai Yu's face flushed crimson. Gritting his teeth, he flatly denied it. You old fool. Stop slinging mud. This medicine was indeed procured by my father and me from Mr. Smith for the chairman. But this medicine is the latest breakthrough from Eagle Sauce Country. We only did it to cure the chairman. Bai Tiandong nodded emphatically, feigning sincerity as he interjected. Big brother, don't listen to this old fool's nonsense. He's nothing but a quack who just happened to cure you. This medicine is imported from abroad, worth a fortune. Without it, you wouldn't have recovered so quickly. The two took turns speaking. Hearing this, Tang Zhong chuckled softly. He picked up the medicine bottle and fixed his gaze on Smith, who stood nearby. Smith, you're the one who brought this medicine. I imagine you know better than anyone else the potency of this stuff. If it really isn't poison, why don't you demonstrate it yourself right here? Why don't you take a sip? The bottle was thrust before Smith's eyes, causing him to stumble back in fright. His face turned pale. Stammering, he finally managed to blurt out. This medicine has significant side effects. It's specifically for terminal illnesses. How could I possibly take it? Specifically for terminal illnesses? Excellent. Tang Zhong smiled as he took the medicine back, holding it up for everyone to see. Everyone, take a good look at the English annotation on the back of this bottle. It clearly states this is a highly corrosive chemical compound. But to give you a more vivid understanding, I'll demonstrate it right here. With that, Tang Zhong casually grabbed a bottle of water from the table. He opened the medicine bottle, took out a tablet, and tossed it into the water bottle, shaking it a few times. The next moment, he opened the bottle cap, brought a piece of meat from the kitchen, and poured the liquid over it. The meat turned black at a visible speed. The entire room was stunned, especially those with guilty consciences. Cold sweat began to bead on their foreheads, and they unconsciously took a couple of steps back. What? The butler stared dumbfounded, overcome with both shock and fear. Linghua and her daughter turned pale with fright, then suddenly turned to stare at Smith. It was you! This is clearly poison. Why would you try to harm my father? Reka seethed with fury, clenching her rusty fists. Smith, terrified and panicked, stammered as his scheme was exposed. Chapter 79, wasn't this just a happy accident? Seeing Smith unable to speak, Bai Tianfeng's face darkened like storm clouds. Mr. Smith, I know you're a medical luminary from the Eagle Nation. But don't forget at this very moment, you're still standing on the soil of the Dragon Nation. Hearing Bai Tianfeng's threat, Smith's face twitched. After a moment, he suddenly pointed at the Bai family standing beside him. Mr. Bai, it was these two who ordered me. It was Bai Tiandong who spent millions to bring me here with poison, claiming it was an antidote, feeding it to you daily. Seeing his scheme unravel, Smith decided to spill everything. This Bai Tiandong and his son have always wanted to seize control of the group. To achieve their goals, they made me poison you and fake a terminal illness. Just now, these two nearly kicked this mother and daughter out of the house all to achieve their goals. So it was Bai Tiandong and his son all along. They're in cahoots. I knew those two were no good. To seize the business, they've sunk so low as to poison someone to death and even try to kick Linghua and her daughter out of the house. They have absolutely no limits. Disgusting. These two are scum. The audience listened, filled with righteous indignation. Upon hearing Bai Tiandong and his son's scheme, Bai Tianfeng's gaze had already grown icy cold. Fixing his gaze on Bai Tiandong and his son, Bai Tianfeng spoke slowly and deliberately. Bai Tiandong, you and your son, your hearts have grown this utterly vile. You want me dead? You even plan to kick my wife and daughter out of our home, leaving them to fend for themselves. While Bai Tianfeng spoke, the butler outside had already summoned the household security. Soon, 4 burly men burst into the hospital room. With reinforcements present, Bai Tianfeng wasted no time. He waved his hand decisively. Take these two ES out of here. Beat them senseless with clubs, break their limbs, and throw them out on the street to beg. Having navigated the business world for years, Bai Tianfeng had long cultivated a heart of stone. He knew full well that if he didn't eliminate this threat completely, it would inevitably continue to plague the Bai family and harm his wife and daughter. As for your shares, I'll convene a board meeting immediately and revoke them all. Every measure will be lawful and justified. If you have any objections, the charge of poisoning alone will ensure you spend the rest of your lives behind bars. Swish. Bai Tianfeng's tone was firm and unwavering, leaving no room for doubt. Bai Tiandong and Bai Yu, struck as if by lightning, turned ashen-faced. Powerless, they collapsed to their knees, wailing and crying out for mercy. Only now did they think to beg for forgiveness. Spare us, big brother. I truly lost my way in a moment of foolishness. We're blood brothers, big brother. Blood is thicker than water, how could you possibly bring yourself to? Smack! Before Bai Tiandong could finish his plea, Bai Tianfeng suddenly lashed out, delivering a hard slap. The blow landed with considerable force, sending Bai Tiandong reeling, his face swelling and bleeding on one side. Take them away. I don't want to see these two bastards again. Break their arms and legs immediately. Understood. 4 bodyguards responded coldly, dragging Bai Tiandong and his son out by force. They were quickly dragged out of the ward. Within minutes, the security guard's office echoed with piercing, heart-wrenching screams. Witnessing this scene, Tang Zhong gave a slight nod. This Bai Tianfeng was indeed a decisive man, no wonder he'd become chairman of the largest multinational conglomerate in Nanyuan province. So satisfying. That's exactly how this father and son should be punished. Exactly. Deliberately poisoning someone to death, such a depraved scumbag deserves this fate. So satisfying. Live viewers, 119,903 130,289. Smith, seeing the tide turn, quietly made his way toward the door, intending to leave. Just then, Tang Zhong called out to him with a smile. Mr. Smith, you think you can just walk away after causing trouble? That's not how the world works, is it? Ahem, I was just doing my job for money. Seeing there was no escape, Smith turned back with a guilty look on his face. Besides, isn't Mr. Bai perfectly fine? There's an old saying in your dragon country, when you can spare someone, spare them. Why not just let me go? Smith tried to gloss over the matter. But Bai Tianfeng turned to him, his voice icy. Mr. Smith, I don't care if you're from the Eagle Nation or some renowned medical authority, you're giving me an explanation for this today. As soon as the words left his mouth, the 4 bodyguards outside had already dealt with Bai Jidong and his son and were returning. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Seeing the Bai family about to make their move, Smith could no longer sit idly by. His previously guilty expression gave way to confidence, and he sneered coldly with an air of arrogance. Mr. Bai, if you think you can lay a finger on me, you'd better think twice. Let me be clear, I'm not only the most distinguished doctor in Eagle Sauce Nation, but also a representative of the multinational conglomerate Taylor Corporation. Dare to touch a single hair on my head, and under continued pressure from Taylor Corporation, your group will soon find itself unable to withstand the consequences. As he spoke, Smith's smile grew increasingly smug. I know your group's current predicament, plagued by internal strife and external threats, facing fierce international competition. And among them, Taylor Corporation is keeping a close watch. Am I right? After a long silence, Bai Tianfeng's expression shifted repeatedly, his clenched fists relaxing several times. Taylor Corporation was the most ruthless and tyrannical enterprise in today's international market. Through both legitimate and underhanded means, they've acted with near impunity, forcibly swallowing up and monopolizing countless companies. And before he lost consciousness, Taylor Corporation had already set its sights on their Bai Group. The man before him, Smith, was a Taylor Corporation operative. Harming him would inevitably draw the corporation's covetous gaze. With these thoughts weighing on him, Bai Tianfeng could only swallow his anger for the moment. Seeing Bai Tianfeng back down, Smith roared with maniacal laughter. Ha 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 ha. Now that's more like it. Since this doesn't concern me, we'll meet again someday. Smith walked out laughing, completely unaware that Tang Zhong, who had been silently watching him, flashed a cold glint in his eyes. Wasn't Taylor Corporation precisely the shadowy mastermind behind the scenes that Tang Zhong had long harbored resentment toward? This company had deep connections to the destroyed Monty Group, the Zairai Yishan organization, and even the Bangzi Qinghua organization. Tang Zhong had been racking his brain over how to trace the leads back to this organization. But now, by sheer coincidence, he had encountered an employee of Taylor Corporation. A faint smile curved his lips. Tang Zhong mentally noted Smith's name, etching his face firmly into his memory before snapping back to reality. Bai Tianfeng was helped out of the living room. Though his illness had been cured, his body still felt somewhat weak. Mr. Tang, we are truly indebted to you for this. You're too kind. Mr. Bai has just recovered from a serious illness and still needs time to recuperate. With proper nutrition and adequate rest, he'll be back to his old self in a month. Tang Zhong offered the assurance with a smile. Bai Tianfeng relaxed considerably and was about to offer some compensation when Tang Zhong promptly added. However, Mr. Bai, my true purpose in rescuing you today is to seek your counsel on another matter. Oh? Chapter 80, merely a century's worth of learning. A flicker of wariness crossed Bai Tianfeng's eyes, assuming Tang Zhong was about to make an exorbitant demand for payment. But then, Tang Zhong laughed and said, "It's like this, Mr. Bai. Your daughter, Linghua, is an exceptionally capable police officer. Under the direction of the commissioner, I've just established a transnational investigation unit. We're in urgent need of personnel, especially someone with your daughter's talents." An international investigation unit? Hearing this, Bai Tianfeng froze. His daughter, Bai Linghua, beside him, lit up with excitement, then beamed with delight. An international investigation unit? That sounds important. I'll join. Linghua answered without hesitation, only realizing a moment later that her father was present. She stuck out her tongue in frustration. The living room fell silent. Her mother, Lin Yueme, looked deeply concerned. She stepped forward and shook her head. "Mr. Tang, it's not that we don't want to agree to your request. It's just that Tianfeng and I have only this one daughter. What if something happens to her overseas? How could I bear it as her mother?" Unlike his mother's urgency, Tianfeng didn't rush to respond. Instead, he turned his gaze toward his daughter Linghua. "Huar, do you truly wish to join old Master Tang's investigation team? Now that your father's illness has been cured, if you truly wish to go, then go." Mr. Tian chose to respect his daughter's decision, leaving Linghua overwhelmed with emotion. As the family shared a long-awaited moment of warmth, Tang Zhong didn't interrupt. He excused himself to smoke outside. "Thank goodness they're safe and sound. The Bai family is reunited. Yeah, we were worried Linghua and her mom might get kicked out. Turns out we just didn't trust old Tang's power enough." Old Master Tang's move not only punished those two malicious poisoners but also gave Smith from Eagle Sauce Nation a major slap in the face. "So awesome." The audience gasped repeatedly. Even now, recalling Tang Zhong's extraordinary medical skills, they couldn't help but marvel. Meanwhile, outside the door, Tang Zhong was smoking a cigarette. Suddenly, a figure approached. Tang Zhong looked up and recognized Xie Tianming, who had just been in the hospital room. After the Dong family's plot had been exposed earlier that day, Xia Tianming had quietly slipped out of the ward. Tong Zhong had noticed this at the time. In his view, though Xia Tianming was arrogant, he still had a moral baseline and shouldn't be involved in the poisoning incident. It was precisely for this reason that Tang Zhong had let him leave unhindered. What he hadn't anticipated was that Xia Tianming, having left, would now return to seek him out? Lifting his gaze to meet Xia Tianming's, Tang Zhong casually stubbed out his cigarette. "What brings you here, Chairman Xie? My sincere apologies for earlier. It was my youthful blindness. I hope you won't hold it against me, old Tang." Xia Tianming offered another solemn apology, his words brimming with respect. "I, Xia Tianming, have lived over 60 years, yet only today do I realize that all these years have been lived in vain. To witness the 9 needles of Xianming emerge into the world, I die without regret." As he spoke, Xia Tianming's eyes even turned red. Having devoted decades to the study of medicine, Xia Tianming had reached a near-obsessive level of dedication. It was precisely because of this that witnessing Tang Zhong wield the techniques of the 9 needles of the mysterious darkness stirred such profound emotion within him. "But Master Tang, I'm truly curious, where did you learn the 9 needles of the mysterious darkness? This lost text has been hidden for 1,000 years. Hearing Xia Tianming's question, Tang Zhong casually replied. "Merely something I happened to learn over a century ago, pure coincidence. As the head of the Dragon Nation Medical Association, Chairman Xia, you do well to keep your eyes open and avoid misjudging people in the future." Tang Zhong offered a calm reminder. Xia Tianming was certainly excited, but he wasn't foolish. He sensed Tang Zhong's icy demeanor and knew lingering any longer might provoke Tang Zhong's displeasure. Bowing respectfully, he wisely took his leave. Moments later, Manhwa emerged. Spotting Tang Zhong still waiting at the doorway, her heart leapt with joy as she exclaimed, "Master Tang, let's go now. I'm all set. When will our investigation team be deployed overseas for missions?" Ever since becoming a police officer, Manhwa had dreamed of. One day, she hoped to dismantle criminal organizations. Hence, upon hearing Tang Zhong was forming an international task force, Manhwa had joined without hesitation. Old Tang chuckled softly and shook his head. "Not so soon. But you can report to the police headquarters with me first. The rest of the investigation team should be here too. With everyone assembled, it's a good chance for us to get acquainted. We have a lot of groundwork to lay. Our first priority is to take down the headquarters of the Bangzi Qinghua organization." The Blue Tile organization? Hearing this unfamiliar name, Manhwa was filled with curiosity. She immediately followed Tang Zhong back to the police headquarters. After meeting Zhou Yuming, Anna soon arrived in the provincial capital as well. Seeing Tang Zhong again, Anna was overjoyed. "Chief Tang, it's so good to see you again. Who would have thought an ordinary person like me could one day become part of the police force? It's truly wonderful." Anna was innocent and optimistic. Ever since being rescued from the compound, she had dreamed of becoming a police officer. Now that her dream had finally come true, Anna was naturally overjoyed. Looking at the 3 people before him, Tang Zhong gave a slight nod. "Everyone, collect your gear and stand by. The police department has already launched an investigation into the Blue Tile organization. I expect we'll have news soon." Just as he spoke, the very person he mentioned arrived. No sooner had Tang Zhong finished speaking than Shi Dongwei, the police chief, pushed open the office door. "Chief Tang, we've found it." Shi Dongwei walked over and immediately displayed a set of coordinates on his tablet for everyone to see. According to our overseas informants, the headquarters of the Blue Tile organization is located within a building in the capital of Korea. But Senior Tang, that area is crowded and bustling, with numerous heretical cult organizations nearby. You must be extremely cautious. Also, please review these case files. Shi Dongwei said, pulling out one file after another. Tang Zhong began flipping through them, growing increasingly horrified with each page. For over 2 decades, the Blue Tile organization had operated by brainwashing innocent tourists through heretical churches. Furthermore, the organization provided manpower or exploited gray loans to drive people into desperate situations, forcing them to obey the church's every command. By now, the cumulative number of victims was beyond count, hailing from countries around the world. The financial scale of the crimes involved was simply incalculable. Whoa! These bastards are beyond crazy, they've scammed so many people. And it's not just that. You must know that the headquarters of this Qinghua organization and those heretical churches are all located in the capital of Korea. This proves Korea lacks the capacity to regulate them, allowing these scum to operate with impunity, even infiltrating our Dragon Nation. Unless we destroy the headquarters of these bastards, they'll inevitably resurface and plague the people of our Dragon Nation." Spot on. Support Tang Lao. The audience rallied in support. Meanwhile, Tang Zhong, having pinpointed the location of the Blue Tile headquarters, led his 3-member investigation team out of the provincial police headquarters. Before departure, Chief Shi Dongwei personally saw them off. "Comrade Tang, this operation is top secret. To avoid suspicion, I must be the only one to see you off. Please be extremely cautious." Chapter 81, That's Our Dragon Nation's Culture. Shi Dongwei spoke with solemn gravity. Cross-border operations presented extraordinary challenges. Once police forces were deployed, the situation could easily escalate into an international case. After careful deliberation and consultation with higher authorities, the senior leadership unanimously decided. Tang Zhong, with his overseas undercover experience, was appointed as the investigation team leader. Strictly speaking, the investigation team wasn't part of the police organization, and with only 4 members, it generally wouldn't cause any disputes. Reflecting on this, Shi Dongwei sighed. Mr. Tang, to be honest, many senior officials and I have serious doubts about this decision. After all, you are of advanced age, highly respected, and a war hero who has rendered countless meritorious service to the nation. To send you alone with just 3 others deep into foreign territory, potentially for half a year, we are truly concerned. As he spoke, Shi Dongwei bowed his head in shame. Hearing this, Tang Zhong shook his head gently and patted Shi Dongwei on the shoulder. Young Chi, as the saying goes, heaven will bestow a great mission upon those it deems worthy. I've dedicated my entire life to the Dragon Nation. I survived the most grueling days of the War of Resistance. What's a little hardship now? To fight once more for the people of the Dragon Nation, whether it's against the Koreans or even the Eagle Nation 10,000 miles away, what does it matter? His words were spoken softly, yet carried a majestic grandeur. Behind Tang Zhong, Zhou Yuming and the other 2 were deeply moved. As for Director Shi Dongwei, he was utterly moved. This man of iron will found himself shedding tears. Old Tang. Once again, on behalf of all the people of the Dragon Nation, I thank you for your sacrifice. Please take care of yourself on your journey. Old Tang's noble spirit truly worthy of a veteran hero of the War of Resistance. Indeed, sacrificing his own family for the greater good at his age, he still journeys overseas to seek stability for his countrymen. It's truly remarkable. May everything go smoothly. Those bastards are ruthless and vicious. Some viewers marveled at Tang Zhong's magnanimity, while others voiced their concerns. After all, this perilous journey to the enemy territory aimed to destroy the headquarters of the Blue Tile organization and uncover irrefutable evidence of their crimes. And the team tasked with this daunting mission? Just 4 men, including Tang Zhong. To many viewers, this seemed downright perilous. The plane took off smoothly, and the 4 boarded a connecting flight bound for Korea. During the journey, both Anna and Manhwa appeared incredibly excited. After all, this was their first official trip abroad, and especially to Korea. Mr. Tang, I hear South Korea's entertainment industry is incredibly developed. Since we're here on a mission, could we check it out while we're at it? Anna suggested eagerly, her eyes sparkling. Having worked as a model back home, she naturally harbored a fascination with the entertainment world. South Korea's portrayal of itself abroad as a land of neon lights, glamour, and handsome men only fueled Anna's curiosity. Hearing this, Tang Zhong smiled softly. Once we arrive, you'll see for yourselves what kind of country Korea truly is. Before long, the plane touched down. After completing standard arrival procedures, the 4 smoothly cleared immigration. Upon arriving in Korea, Anna's initial excitement vanished by a third the moment they stepped out of the airport. Seriously? This is the capital of Korea? Glancing around at the ordinary buildings and streets that seemed narrow compared to those in China, Anna couldn't help but grimace. Then, glancing at the passers-by, she found even the men and women walking by weren't as attractive as the young people back home. This sight deflated Anna completely. Manhwa, walking beside her, offered a helpless smile and consoled her. Anna, ideals are always grand, but reality is harsh. Korea's territory is small, with little domestic economy to rely on. They can only depend on the entertainment industry for profits. Most of the glitz and glamour you see online is just propaganda to attract tourists. But what about all those handsome guys and beautiful girls? Anna remained unconvinced and pressed on. That's also a marketing tactic, deprecating your own looks through comparison to lure you into their plastic surgery industry. Reika replied with a smile, delivering another heavy blow to Anna. All interest in shopping vanished, and Anna obediently fell in line behind the group. Their primary destination was a welfare organization. This welfare institution was quite famous in Korea, having sponsored countless orphans. Anna felt deeply puzzled and couldn't help but ask, Mr. Tang, why are we investigating this welfare institution? Isn't it a charity? Could it possibly be a criminal hideout? Seeing Anna's puzzled expression, Tang Zhong shook his head and turned to Zhou Yuming behind him, signaling him to answer. Zhou Yuming took over. Miss Anna, the situation is far more complicated than you imagine. The waters behind this welfare organization run very deep. At least according to intelligence from our informant in Korea, the biggest financial backer behind this welfare organization is none other than the Manhwa organization, notorious for its criminal activities in China. What? Anna was stunned, her face frozen in disbelief. A charitable welfare home involved with loan sharking and criminal gangs? If it weren't for the fact that this information came from a legitimate South Korean police officer, Anna would never have believed it. After a half-hour drive, they finally arrived at their destination. Before them stood a fairly large orphanage. Even before entering, the group could hear the sounds of children playing and laughing coming from inside. Mr. Tang, these children seem to be having a wonderful time playing? It probably isn't what you're implying. If criminal gangs were truly involved in the orphanage, how could there be such sounds? Anna innocently voiced her doubts. Hearing this, Tang Zhong didn't rush to answer. He strode purposefully toward the orphanage. The next moment, several security guards darted out from the entrance. Who are you? This is a welfare institution. Unauthorized individuals without appointments are not permitted to enter. The security guards' eyes were cold, and they didn't seem like ordinary people. At that moment, Linghua stepped forward and patiently explained. Gentlemen, we're all tourists visiting from the Dragon Kingdom. We heard the children laughing so happily outside just now, so we wanted to come in and see. Is that okay? Longhua? At the mention of the Dragon Kingdom, the expressions of the security guards before them shifted once more. Beyond their initial wariness, their eyes now held a clear hint of contempt. Spitting contemptuously, one security guard waved dismissively toward the exit with an air of superiority. Dragon country people aren't welcome here. You low-class Dragon country people. You love harassing others everywhere and even try to stop us from getting our culture recognized as world heritage. Get the hell out of here, or you'll be sorry. As he spoke, the lead security guard drew an electric baton and brandished it threateningly. That's our Dragon nation's culture. Yours is stolen. And you have the nerve to apply for heritage recognition? Have some shame. Anna was furious and immediately retorted. Slandering our Dragon nation? You Koreans are going too far. Chapter 82, How dare you rant before our ancestors? The young lady is still so naive. The Dragon nation hasn't been slandered for the first time, everyone's used to it. Yeah, the innocent will be proven innocent. Those who slander the Dragon Kingdom will reap what they sow sooner or later. But I find this welfare home rather peculiar. Judging by the size of those security guards, they look more like professional enforcers? The security guards, seeing Anna's rebuttal, wore increasingly contemptuous smiles. Waving their electric batons, they silently formed a circle around her. Young lady, you're quite pretty, but it's a shame you're a low-class Dragon country person. Your Dragon country is nothing but a backward, barbaric nation utterly incomparable to our. Otherwise, why would you come to Korea for tourism? Anna's delicate frame trembled with anger at their flimsy, thuggish logic, her face flushing crimson. Just then, Tang Zhong stepped forward and said calmly. You watchdogs, you're way off base here. We didn't come to Korea for tourism. We came to observe the world's biodiversity. After all, besides us Dragon country people, there are many others in the world like you human-like creatures who are supposedly beasts yet possess human forms. How peculiar. That single, flippant remark instantly sent the Koreans into a rage. Veins bulged on their foreheads as their wounded pride flared, and they roared in unison. Looking for trouble. You lowly Dragon nation people. Don't you dare insult Korea. You're not worthy. You're asking for death. None of you will leave this welfare home alive today. The Koreans were beside themselves with rage, while the spectators found the spectacle utterly hilarious. Ha ha ha. These Koreans with their fragile egos are hilarious. Yeah, Tang Lao only said a couple of words, and they completely lost it like this? Looks like inferiority is ingrained in these little countrymen's bones. Just a few teasing remarks and they're already freaking out. Look at these Koreans, their faces are turning green with rage, utterly ridiculous. The Koreans were now flailing wildly, their electric batons already advancing toward the fore. Anna jumped in fright, but Zhou Yuming stepped forward to block them. Linghua, being a police officer, immediately heightened her vigilance. Tang Zhong remained rooted to the spot, smiling broadly at the scene before him. This was precisely the effect he sought. If he couldn't successfully provoke these bastards, how could they then enter the welfare home smoothly and legally? Thud. Thud. Suddenly, the main gate slammed shut behind them. From the corners on both sides, another 4 or 5 thugs emerged. Unlike the security guards in front wielding electric batons, these reinforcements were covered in dragon and tiger tattoos, each brandishing a machete. Seeing this, Tang Zhong smiled faintly. So they've finally shown their true colors. They're so desperate to keep us out of the welfare home. Looks like this place really is one of the Tsinghua organization's hideouts. Old man. You're courting death. The thug security guard who had spoken earlier shouted again. Your escape route is now sealed off. Kneel down now and admit that the Dragon Nation is inferior to the Stick Nation, and we might spare your dog's life. Otherwise. The leader's face twisted into a vicious grin as he spoke. I wouldn't mind showing you the terrifying methods of our superior people. At these words, Anna finally understood. Zhou Yuming had been right all along. This place masquerading as a welfare institution was clearly a criminal den. Surrounded by 8 or 9 thugs, Anna was overcome with fear. Even the highly trained Zhou Yuming and Linghua couldn't help but feel extremely tense. In stark contrast, Tang Zhong remained remarkably composed. His cold gaze swept over the 8 or 9 thugs as he remarked indifferently. Is the Dragon Nation inferior to the Stick Nation? Saying that, I doubt even you yourselves believe it. Long ago, you Koreans were nothing but a barbaric, uncivilized tribe. It was the ancient Dragon Nation that extended a helping hand, bringing civilization to your land. From this perspective, calling the Dragon Nation your ancestors is perfectly justified. A grandson cursing his ancestors? Are all of you Koreans so lacking in manners and filial piety? A moment of silence fell. 8 or 9 Koreans fixed their eyes on Tang Jong, their anger ignited in an instant. Tang Jong's words had struck a nerve, sending the Koreans into a frenzied rage. Without any strategy, the Koreans let out a wild cry and charged toward Tang Jong. Electric batons and machetes flew wildly, all aimed straight for Tang Jong's face. Witnessing this scene, Jo Yumming and Linghwa's expressions turned grim. "Old Tang, be careful." Seeing a machete come within 3 centimeters of Tang Jong's neck, Jo Yumming was about to rush forward. This mission to the stick country had been met with strict orders from the highest levels. Before departure, not only had Yuqing City Police Chief Liang Guodong and Provincial Department Director Chi Dongwei, but even the governor, the deputy secretary of the Provincial Party Committee, and other high-ranking officials all issued him a strict order. That order was clear: no matter what, Tang Lao's safety must be guaranteed. To guarantee Tang Jong's safety, these high-ranking officials disregarded international implications and granted Jo Yumming a special authority. Should Jo Yumming deem old Master Tang trapped in a desperate situation, he could transmit a secret code. This code would be immediately intercepted by the Coastal Defense Military District. Within 1 hour, several armed helicopters, under the cover of a naval fleet, would forcibly enter the country and extract Tang Jong. Of course, should this occur, it would inevitably tarnish the Dragon Nation's reputation. But to protect Tang Jong, a founding hero and guardian of the people of Nanyun Province, the higher-ups were prepared to bear that consequence. Pulling out his phone, Jo Yumming took a deep breath, ready to send the code. After all, in his view, old Tang was already surrounded by 8 or 9 thugs, a knife pressed to his throat, his life hanging by a thread. No way. But just then, Linghwa beside Jo Yumming suddenly gasped in alarm. Jo Yumming's movements froze as he looked up. The moment he saw what was happening, he swiftly deleted the code he had just sent and tucked his phone away. Before their eyes, Tang Jong, who moments ago seemed trapped with no escape, suddenly surged forward. His feet left the ground, soaring 4 or 5 meters high, instantly dodging several slashes of blades. As the blades swept past his feet, Tang Jong remained calm and composed, his eyes flashing with a cold glint. A bunch of overconfident scum, daring to make noise in front of our ancestors? As the words fell, a vicious roundhouse kick swept out. In the blink of an eye, the 2 thugs were caught off guard, swept sideways several meters, and slammed violently into the wall, dying instantly. Before the remaining thugs could react, Tang Jong swiftly grabbed a machete lying at his feet. With the blade in hand, Tang Jong swiftly raised it and cleanly severed the forearm of the thug wielding an electric baton before him. Chapter 83, Ironclad Evidence. All this happened in the blink of an eye. The remaining thugs hadn't even registered what was happening when they saw 3 of their comrades rendered incapacitated. Fear gripped their hearts, momentarily stunning the remaining thugs. In that very instant, Tang Jong flickered again, appearing behind the thugs like a ghostly apparition. His machete swept out suddenly. Where it passed, limbs were severed. With a single sweeping blow, the remaining 7 thugs all fell to the ground simultaneously. Closer inspection revealed that these 7 men were either missing legs or had severed arms. Each clutched their wounds, grimacing in agony and letting out blood-curdling screams. Old Master Tang is incredible. He took out all these thugs in just 3 moves. I didn't even catch old Tang's movements just now, just a blur. By the time I realized what happened, all 9 thugs were down. No wonder he's the war god who slaughtered countless Japanese devils during the resistance. Crushing these bastards is child's play. Live viewers, 139,201, 164,405. Behind Tang Jong, Anna was utterly dumbfounded. Though she'd witnessed Tang Jong's otherworldly prowess back at the South Asia Monte facility. But witnessing it firsthand once more utterly shattered her worldview. Old Tang, is he even human? He single-handedly took down 9 men with his bare hands, using only 3 moves. Utterly unbelievable. Anna exclaimed in genuine admiration. As for Linghwa beside her, she was utterly overwhelmed. After all, she'd only known Tang Jong for a week, and this was the first time she'd witnessed old Tang's skills firsthand. Gasping for breath, it took Linghwa a long moment to recover from the shock. Seeing the several Koreans on the ground wailing like ghosts, she couldn't help but gasp. I thought Master Tang's medical skills were already unparalleled in this world. I never imagined your martial skills would be this formidable too. Tang Jong smiled at her words but said nothing more. He led the 3 toward the inner gate of the welfare home. As the gate swung open, the sight that met their eyes next sent a chill down even Tang Jong's spine. In the welfare home's rest hall, row upon row of children knelt on the cold cement floor. Intravenous tubes were inserted into each child's arm. Countless 4 lines continuously drained blood from the children's bodies, funneling it into one incubator after another. The stench of blood permeated the entire hall. And the laughter they had heard outside the orphanage earlier? It was actually a recording blaring from a massive speaker by the door. What on earth is happening to these children? Why is the orphanage treating them like this? Anna burst into tears, covering her mouth in disbelief. Reika's delicate brows furrowed tightly as her fists clenched into tight balls. At that moment, Zhou Yuming sighed and brought up a particularly bizarre case from Nanyun province. Earlier in Nanyun province, several children were abducted while traveling to South Korea. Afterward, we found the body of one boy. When discovered, he had been drained of all his blood, shriveled beyond recognition. According to our informants in Korea, these children's blood was likely used for blood transfusions by Korean chaebol. Some South Korean chaebol firmly believe that by continuously replacing their blood with younger blood, they can maintain eternal youth. At this final sentence, Zhou Yuming clenched his jaw in anguish. Are these South Korean chaebol even human? They don't even spare children, draining their blood dry. It's utterly depraved. They're a bunch of unprincipled bastards. Those people hide behind the scenes, reaping the benefits, all for eternal youth, yet sacrificing one innocent child after another. Such people must be severely punished. They cannot be spared. The audience watched in righteous fury, many unable to bear the sight. Anna was no exception. After watching for only a moment, she leaned against the doorframe and vomited uncontrollably. Just then, a door opened and several Korean medical staff in white coats entered. Spotting Tang Jong and the others standing outside, they immediately let out a startled cry. Help! Someone's breaking into the welfare home. Before the others could speak, Zhou Yuming stepped forward and revealed his identity. I am with the Long Nation Police. We have coordinated with high-level international organizations. On behalf of the Dragon Nation and the international community, I am formally arresting you all. Surrender immediately. As he spoke, Zhou Yuming abruptly drew his gun. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out, sending the Korean medical staff into a panic. They immediately dropped to their knees. Had no incriminating evidence been found, Zhou Yuming's premature exposure would undoubtedly have caused immense trouble for Manhwa. But now, the evidence was irrefutable. This welfare home was clearly a black market blood-selling operation, preying on countless children. Therefore, even if this matter were exposed, once the Manhwa police became aware, they would have sufficient grounds to take over the case. The international community would certainly condemn the Korean nation for allowing such a phenomenon to persist. Manhwa had already regained her composure and began searching for each of the children from Manhwa who had been abducted while traveling in Korea. Meanwhile, Tang Jong lit a cigarette and stepped outside the orphanage to puff away. In no time, high-level officials from the Dragon Nation swiftly contacted the Korean nation, issuing stern condemnations. They rallied numerous international forces, with multiple factions continuously applying pressure. The bastards swiftly distanced themselves, cutting off this rotten flesh and hastily claiming ignorance. Local police arrived on the scene, along with Interpol agents arriving via armed helicopters. As Dragon Nation police arrived, multiple forces immediately began apprehending the implicated Koreans. Watching the criminals one by one being cuffed in silver handcuffs and escorted to police vans amid wails and cries, the audience felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Tang Lao did a splendid job. Taking down such a massive criminal nest must have saved countless children. Absolutely. Had Tang Lao not arrived in time, those children in the hall would have met a tragic end. Old Tang's deeds are truly immeasurable. He deserves our utmost respect. Smoking his cigarette, Tang Zhong glanced at Anna, who had also run out and was still vomiting beside him. He offered a calm reassurance. Young lady, if you intend to fight crime and eliminate evil, you'll inevitably encounter scenes like this. I know. It's just those children. I simply couldn't bear to look any longer. Anna shook her head with a bitter smile. Facing a crime scene for the first time, Anna struggled to suppress her physical reaction despite her best efforts. Mr. Tang, do you think the children they killed would rest in peace knowing their den has been wiped out? Wiping away a smear from the corner of her mouth, Anna suddenly asked, her eyes reddening. Hearing this, Tang Zhong exhaled a smoke ring, stubbed out his cigarette, and nodded. They certainly will. Not just those murdered children, every innocent soul lost to the Blue Tile organization will find peace someday. With that, Tang Zhong turned and walked into the orphanage. Watching his receding figure, though slightly stooped, Anna felt for the first time an overwhelming sense of strength emanating from him. Taking a deep breath, Anna turned and followed him inside. Mr. Tang, all the children have been safely evacuated. I was searching for clues at the scene just now and happened to find something interesting. Zhou Yuming handed her a card. Chapter 84, Party Invitation? Tang Zhong looked at it in confusion, only to discover it was an invitation to a gala. The venue was set at the headquarters of the Cheongwadi Taekwondo Dojang in the capital of the Korean peninsula. Mr. Tang, our entire operation is being conducted in secret. Even if word leaks out, it would take them at least a day or two to mount a countermeasure. Once the gala begins, the leader of the Blue Tile organization is bound to make an appearance. Then we'll infiltrate the event. We might just uncover crucial evidence and they'll never expect us to move so swiftly. We'll round up the whole bunch in one fell swoop. Zhou Yuming spoke with palpable excitement. The Blue Tile organization had been terrorizing the Dragon Nation for years, persecuting countless innocent citizens. As a police officer, Zhou Yuming naturally despised this organization with a passion, determined to eradicate them completely as soon as possible. Anna and Linghua approached as well, their interest piqued upon hearing about the organization's gala. Mr. Tang, young Joe is absolutely right. It seems we absolutely must attend this gala. Listening to everyone's words, Tang Zhong nodded slightly. Alright, let's prepare. The party starts at 8. Let's make it quick. Meanwhile, South Korea, headquarters of the Changhua Taekwondo Dojang. In the gilded office, Grandmaster Li Youtian puffed on a cigarette, clenching his jaw as he stared at a news article on his phone. Damn it all to hell. Who can tell me? Why did Interpol and those Dragon Nation cops raid the orphanage? This orphanage has been operating safely under our Changhua organization's protection for 2 years without a single incident. You better give me a reasonable explanation. His words fell like a thunderclap, silencing the entire office. The 4 or 5 managers standing before him dared not breathe, each lowering their heads. The orphanage's sudden raid had come too abruptly. Even the person in charge before them hadn't fully grasped the reason. After a long silence, one manager plucked up the courage to speak. Boss, my men investigated and found out. It seems the welfare home was first breached by several individuals, led by a white-haired old man. Then the police arrived in force. So I think we've been targeted. A white-haired old man? Listening to his subordinate's report, Li Youtian's brow furrowed deeply. But considering tonight marked the 20th anniversary of the Blue Tile Organization's founding, Li Youtian ultimately suppressed his anger. Gather all available personnel immediately. Search the entire city for that old man. Tonight is a major event for our Changhua organization. Even Taylor Corporation sent representatives. Before the gala ends, you must capture that old man. If the event concludes and I haven't seen the culprit, you know exactly what the consequences will be. Li Youtian's eyes blazed with fury. The day of the gala arrived. At the largest hotel in the capital of the Stick Country, all members of the Blue Tile Organization had gathered early. Li Youtian, the so-called top boss, had also donned an expensive suit. Boss, we still haven't found that old man. A subordinate whispered, causing Li Youtian's face to darken instantly. Double the manpower. Even if I have to search the entire country, I will kill that old man. For some reason, Li Youtian felt a persistent sense of unease at that moment. But gazing at the neon-lit revelry before him, he eventually set aside his worries. Smiling, he addressed the crowd below the stage. Thank you all for coming tonight. Since everyone here today is family, I'll be completely transparent. Since the Blue Roof organization began expanding its operations in the Dragon Nation, it has generated over $1 billion in cumulative profits for us. These gains would not have been possible without each and every one of you here today. And of course, we couldn't have done it without the tremendous support of Taylor Corporation. Li Youtian spoke, glancing toward the other side of the podium where a blonde-haired, blue-eyed man in a suit stood. The man nodded silently in response. This place is nothing short of a den of thieves. You can say that again. Just at a glance, there are at least hundreds of thugs here. A veritable stronghold of organized crime. How can the Korean government tolerate their continued existence? It's baffling. That's hard to say. Korea's been controlled by chaebols for ages. They can't make decisions on many things. Judging by the orphanage incident, this Changhua organization clearly has chaebol backing, which is why they can act so brazenly. The audience buzzed with discussion. Meanwhile, outside the hotel entrance, Tang Zhong had arrived with his 3 companions. Anna gasped slightly at the sight of the opulent hotel before them. Those bastards with hearts of beasts dare to flaunt themselves like this. There's nothing we can do. The Blue Tile Organization has plenty of protectors in the Korean state. If it weren't for old Tang exposing the truth and uncovering concrete evidence earlier, even Interpol couldn't touch that orphanage. Zhou Yuming sighed and explained the situation. Linghua was itching to act. After all, this was her first cross-border field mission, and she was naturally thrilled. What do you say, old Tang? Shall we storm in together? Seeing Linghua's innocent expression, Tang Zhong chuckled. Miss Linghua, courage is admirable, but recklessness is not. Right now, this hotel is packed with all the top brass of the Blue Tile Organization, plus countless enforcers. Just barging in like this is extremely dangerous. Tang Zhong wasn't afraid himself, but he had Zhou Yuming and the others behind him. Then what should we do? Are we just supposed to stand by and watch? Linghua felt a surge of reluctance. But then, Tang Zhong turned his back, clasped his hands behind him, and declared. Zhou, take Anna immediately and raid the Changhua Organization's headquarters dojo. Right now, all the Changhua Organization's high-ranking members and most of their personnel are gathered in this hotel. I believe the headquarters must be vulnerable. We must act fast to find the crucial evidence that will bring them down completely. Understood. Zhou Yuming responded immediately and left with Anna. This left only Linghua behind. What about me, old Tang? What should I do? Linghua volunteered eagerly, her urgency palpable. Seeing her like this, Tang Zhong smiled faintly. Linghua, what I need you to do next might be a bit risky. Watch the front door, call for backup, block any strangers trying to break in, and buy as much time as possible until help arrives. Watch the door? Linghua looked slightly puzzled, glancing at the hotel entrance before turning back to Tang Zhong. But Mr. Tang, if I'm guarding the door, what exactly are you planning to do? Of course, I'll walk inside. Tang Zhong smiled calmly, patted Ling Hua's shoulder, and strode into the hotel. As the door swung open, the dazzling lights and bustling scene revealed countless guests suddenly turning their attention to Tang Zhong. Behind him, Ling Hua, though stunned, promptly closed the doors tightly as instructed. Countless spotlights flashed as Tang Zhong swept his gaze indifferently around the room, striding purposefully toward the stage. Chapter 85, What a Joke! A bunch of scum. Inside the hotel, Li Yongji continued speaking, smiling as he detailed the recent achievements of the Blue Tile organization. We now control numerous underground organizations in small cities and rural areas across Dragon Nation. Though the Mengtai group has been destroyed, our Qinghua organization has absorbed the majority of their operations in Longhua. Whether it's organ trafficking, human trafficking, grey loans, or fraud operations, all are thriving like never before. As he spoke these words, Li Yongji's eyes burned with ambition. Collaborating with Taylor Corporation has provided Li Yongji's organization with greater financial and material resources. Compounded by the geographical proximity between the Korean Peninsula and the Dragon Nation, this arrangement facilitated frequent incursions by the Blue House organization's enforcers into the Dragon Nation. Consequently, Li Yongji grew increasingly arrogant. Lifting his head arrogantly, Li Yongji declared with bravado, 1 year. Within just 1 year, our Changhua organization is confident we will completely control all of Monty Group's business operations. Given the sheer scale of the Dragon Nation, the profits we'll reap then will be beyond imagination. Clap. 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 The moment he finished, thunderous applause erupted from the audience below the stage, lasting for an extended period. The Qinghua organization's senior members cheered and clapped, and even the blonde-haired, blue-eyed representative from Taylor Company joined in with a smile. Just then, a jarring voice cut through the applause from the audience. 1 year? You Koreans truly remain as arrogant and clueless as ever. The Dragon Nation is vast and rich in resources, with countless upright and kind-hearted citizens. How could you Koreans possibly control them so easily? Absolutely ridiculous. Besides, your so-called Blue Tile organization probably won't even last a year. Tang Zhong spoke with confidence, his tone dripping with scorn. Old Tang is absolutely right. These Koreans are utterly arrogant. They deserve this kind of rebuke. They dare to talk about controlling the Dragon Nation? They should take a good look at themselves. The audience had long been enraged by Li Yongji's words, and now Tang Zhong had become their mouthpiece. Tang Zhong's voice wasn't particularly loud. But since the venue had been quiet while Li Yongji spoke, they suddenly sounded all the more jarring. For a moment, everyone heard his words. The hall fell into a prolonged silence. Li Yongji's expression froze, then the veins on his forehead instantly bulged. Who the hell are you? Do you know where you are? How dare you spout nonsense on my turf? As Li Yongji spoke, several leaders of the Qinghua organization immediately rose from their seats below the stage. Each wore a vicious expression, their eyes fixed intently on Tang Zhong. Old man, this isn't where you belong. Get the hell out now. Dare to stay and spout nonsense again, and see if we don't chop you into pieces to feed the dogs. Hearing the threats from the thugs, Tang Zhong's expression remained utterly unchanged. He smiled calmly, then turned his gaze to Li Yongji on the stage. You're the head of the Blue Tile organization, the mastermind behind those taekwondo dojos? That's me, no mistake. Li Yongji narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing something was amiss. Clenching his fists, Li Yongji signaled to his lieutenant beside him with a glance before turning his gaze back to Tang Zhong. Old man, I can understand your earlier rashness. Now, apologize in front of everyone. I'm magnanimous enough to let this slide. At your age, you'd be wise not to risk your life over a momentary slip of the tongue. Li Yongji's tone was icy with menace. The atmosphere in the hall shifted abruptly. All the Qinghua organization cadres and enforcers silently rose to their feet, encircling Tang Zhong from all sides. Only a few representatives from Taylor Corporation on stage, sensing trouble, had already made their way toward the hotel entrance. Despite the murderous glances directed at him from all sides, Tang Zhong held his head high. Having confirmed the identity of the man on stage as the supreme leader of the Blue Tile organization, Tang Zhong decided to reveal his own identity without further concealment. Listen up. I am Tang Zhong, the man you've been searching for. Let me be clear, the orphanage your Qinghua organization was protecting? I was the one who led the operation to dismantle it. At this point, Tang Zhong shook his head gently. You bastards, willing to harm even innocent children, you're so depraved you don't deserve to live in this world. The orphanage was merely the tip of the iceberg of the Qinghua organization's crimes. But even that tip alone was so utterly vile it was impossible to imagine the sheer scale of the Qinghua organization's heinous crimes. After delivering his cold-blooded warning, Tang Zhong glanced at the surrounding Koreans, their faces already twisted into expressions of utter disgust. As for Li Yongji on the stage, his mouth twitched uncontrollably. Being publicly berated like this felt like a direct insult to Li Yongji. His back teeth ground with a buzzing sound. Staring at Tang Zhong before him, rage boiled within Li Yongji. So it was you old bastard. Daring to target that orphanage is nothing short of openly challenging our Qinghua organization. Arrogant Dragon Nation bastard, you'll regret coming here today. Get him. With a sweeping gesture, Li Youtian issued a deadly command. Cut off this old bastard's limbs. Spare his dog's life for now. I'll personally find out who gave him the guts to defy me. Countless thugs responded in unison. Witnessing this scene, the spectators couldn't help but begin worrying for Tang Zhong. Can old Tang handle this? These thugs outnumber him by hundreds. I fear old Master Tang is in grave danger. Though he could handle dozens alone with his prowess. But now, it's hundreds to one. How strong can old Tang really be? Ugh, I hope old Tang stays safe. Don't let these bastards get away with this. Amidst their worries, the audience began cheering Tang Zhong on. The closest thugs to Tang Zhong were already itching for a fight, slowly drawing their sharp knives. The blades flashed coldly in the air. Old man! Daring to oppose the blue tiles, you're courting death. Even if your Dragon Nation's police show up today, they won't save you. The leader of the thugs spoke arrogantly, his expression twisted into a hideous grimace. Hearing this, Tang Zhong sneered dismissively, casually beckoning several thugs with a flick of his finger. You bunch of rotten fish and rotten shrimp, you bastards can't seriously think. With your pathetic, half-baked skills, what could you possibly do to this old man? Crazy. Old Tang is crazy. But he's not wrong, their so-called taekwondo is nothing but a joke. Still, I'm genuinely worried for old Tang. With so many Korean thugs, all armed with weapons, can he really handle them alone? I trust old Tang anyway, he wouldn't have barged in alone otherwise. Some spectators worried for Tang Zhong, while others threw their full support behind him. At that very moment, Li Youtian on stage couldn't wait any longer. He gritted his teeth and roared. Charge! Let that old bastard see what we Tsinghua are made of. Swish! At Li Youtian's command, the frontline thugs immediately lunged forward. Chapter 86, Don't come any closer. The machetes whistled through the air, each strike aimed straight for Tang Zhong's face. It must be said, these bastards possessed formidable combat prowess. At the very least, they were several levels stronger than those thugs back in the Dragon Country. But unfortunately for them, their opponent was Tang Zhong. Tang Lao, the killing god who had slaughtered countless enemies during the War of Resistance, striking terror into the hearts of the Japanese devils next door. Li Youtian wore a savage grin. Seeing his men strike, their machetes closing in on Tang Zhong, he let out a triumphant laugh. But soon, the top leader of the Blue Tile organization found himself unable to smile anymore. Moving like lightning, Tang Zhong leapt into the air in the blink of an eye. Instantly evading several slashes, Tang Zhong sneered with disdain and flipped his hand to unleash a palm strike. Boom! The palm strike thundered like an earthquake, instantly sending the club-wielding thug flying. The club flew backward uncontrollably, knocking down a large group of thugs along the way. With just one strike, over a dozen thugs were instantly incapacitated, each collapsing to the ground, writhing in agony and wailing. Abroad and facing such a gang of bloodthirsty thugs, Tang Zhong saw no reason to hold back. With a single strike, Tang Zhong casually opened his storage space and drew the gleaming 9-ringed broadsword. Come on, you bastards. Bring it on. This old man will take them all today, however many come, I'll slay them all. Don't just stand there. Charge! Li Youtian roared like a madman atop the stage, gesticulating wildly as he barked orders at his men. Damn it! That old bastard is just one man, no matter how skilled he is. Charge him all at once. Even one man with a blade is enough to tear him limb from limb. The thugs exchanged glances, then steeled themselves and closed in once more. Machete blades flashed everywhere, figures blurring into indistinct shapes. All the guests standing outside could only see the machetes descending, followed by waves of agonized screams. Hearing the sounds and watching the blood mist erupting from the center of the crowd, Li Youtian laughed heartily. Overestimating your strength. Dare to oppose me, and you'll be chopped into mincemeat. At that moment, Li Youtian was utterly confident, convinced that Tang Zhong, surrounded by his thugs, must have already been hacked to death. But the next moment, before his laughter could linger, a thunderous crash echoed through the air. 7 or 8 burly bodies suddenly flew out from the crowd, followed by shrieks from the thugs at the very center. A thick mist of blood filled the air, obscuring the scene from outsiders. Tang Zhong, wielding his 9-ring broadsword, stood covered in blood, not a single drop of his own. The blade moved as naturally as an extension of his arm. Any thug daring to approach was swiftly struck down before they could even raise a hand. Tang Zhong would cleave their legs apart with one swift stroke, then flip his blade to sever their heads. Even a 100-year-old man like me is too much for you lot. You're nothing but rotten fish and rotten shrimp. Tang Zhong roared with laughter. As he spoke, his blade whipped through the air again, instantly felling another 7 or 8 of them. This time, every last one of them was utterly cowed. They were indeed members of a criminal syndicate, no strangers to murder and arson. But this was the first time they'd ever encountered someone like Tang Zhong. He looked ancient. Yet he killed without hesitation, as effortless as slicing through cucumbers and vegetables. In less than 10 minutes, wielding his 9-ringed broadsword, he had cut down dozens of burly men. Amidst a sky filled with blood mist, countless thugs lay motionless on the ground, surrounded by scattered limbs and broken bodies. This sight filled the remaining thugs with terror. No one dared charge forward recklessly anymore. They all backed away at least 10 paces from Tang Zhong, watching from a safe distance. Old Lady Tang is fierce. She slaughtered dozens of thugs in one go. She's a true war god, completely crushing them. Look how scared those bastards are now, they won't even dare approach old Tang. Total cowards. Hundreds of thugs beaten into submission. This Tsinghua organization really is just a bunch of rotten fish and rotten shrimp, just like old Tang said. The spectators cheered with delight. Tang Zhong swung his 9-ring broadsword, coldly eyeing the thugs before him. Listen up. I've come here to capture the Tsinghua organization's cadres and key leaders. Interpol and the Dragon Nation police will arrive shortly. No one will escape then. If you stop now and flee, you thugs won't be held accountable. You can save yourselves. 2 paths lie before you: charge forward and die at my feet, or leave this hotel and turn over a new leaf. The choice is yours. Tang Zhong's voice was cold and clear, his 9-ring broadsword dripping with blood. His domineering demeanor instantly intimidated all the Korean thugs. Gazing at the bodies of their fallen comrades, some thugs began to waver. After a moment, one thug suddenly dropped his cleaver and bolted toward the hotel exit. His flight instantly broke the others' resolve, and they scattered like rats, each scrambling for the exit. Chaos erupted throughout the venue as the thugs surged toward the exit in a chaotic throng. Seeing this, Li Youtian on stage nearly fainted, his eyes rolling back in his head. Get your asses back here. Not a single one of you is leaving. Or I'll break your legs. Li Youtian completely lost his composure, screaming hysterically. But the thugs were already terrified out of their wits. They paid no heed to Li Youtian's orders. Even as he screamed himself hoarse from the stage, they kept running for their lives. Within moments, the thugs vanished from sight. The entire venue suddenly became deserted, losing nearly 2/3 of its thugs in an instant. Those who remained were all cadres and high-ranking members of the Blue Tile organization. Now, their eyes wide, they stared at Tang Zhong, blood-soaked and wielding a 9-ring broadsword, each of them gasping in horror. Am I seeing this correctly? Hundreds of thugs, dozens killed, and the rest actually scared off? What kind of old man is this? With a head full of white hair, yet he's still so formidable in combat. The cadres' voices trembled. Had they not been standing slightly farther from Tang Zhong, they too would likely have fled in terror. Tang Zhong gave a cold smile, raised his 9-ring broadsword, and fixed his gaze on Li Youtian atop the stage. You bastards! Wreaking havoc in Korea is one thing. But to dare cause trouble in the Dragon Nation, persecuting the local people, that's unforgivable. The 9-ringed broadsword scraped against the floor, sending sparks flying. Tang Zhong advanced step by step toward the stage. The Tsinghua organization cadres along the way dared not approach, hastily retreating to the sides. As for Li Youtian on the stage, terror washed over his face. Staggering back several steps, his body shook violently, his lips turning pale with terror. You, don't come any closer. I warn you, old man. I'm the leader of the Tsinghua organization. Do you know how many enforcers I command? Thousands. Nearly all the underground forces in this entire country are under my control. And my backers are powerful. The multinational corporation Taylor, which dominates the international mercenary world, is my financier. Chapter 87, Absolutely Invincible. In his panic to survive, Li Youtian resorted to invoking the name of Taylor Corporation. He believed that hearing the name Taylor Corporation would terrify the old man into submission. But to his surprise, Tang Zhong merely sneered with contempt. Taylor Corporation? The very company that hides in the shadows, pulling the strings behind Monty Group, the Wild Mountain Organization, and your own Blue Tile Organization, a company that threatens the peace and stability of the Dragon Nation's people? As he spoke, Tang Zhong shook his head lightly, a sudden icy glint flashing in his eyes. Rest assured, once we've dealt with you lot, the next target this old man will personally go and destroy, that so-called Taylor Corporation. Naturally. I'll also track down those who murdered my son, daughter-in-law, and 2 narcotics officers. As he spoke, the 9-ringed broadsword rose. Tang Zhong strode forward onto the platform, his gaze cold as he surveyed Li Youtian before him and the Tsinghua cadres behind him. Kneel and submit to justice now, and perhaps you may prolong your wretched existence. If you dare resist, death is your only path. Old Lady Tang is so badass. She single-handedly scared off all those thugs and cornered their leader. Unbelievable. Judging by that thug leader's words, it seems Taylor Corporation is a renowned organization in the mercenary world? I suspect this isn't straightforward. Perhaps the Blue Tile Organization is merely a pawn, and Taylor Corporation is the true source of overseas interference in Dragon Nation in recent years. The audience speculated wildly. Meanwhile, Tang Zhong's blade was already pointed squarely at Li Youtian. The tension thickened instantly. Li Youtian's expression shifted repeatedly. Behind him, several cadres trembled visibly, clenching their jaws in determination. Boss, what should we do now? This old man is downright strange, and all his henchmen have fled. With just the few of us, I doubt we're a match for him. One of the cadres spoke in a trembling voice, his tone thick with terror. Li Youtian's heart sank at the words. He lifted his eyes and fixed them intently on Tang Zhong. After a moment, he suddenly drew the pistol from his waist. All the cadres followed suit, simultaneously drawing their weapons. One after another, the black muzzles of their guns instantly locked onto Tang Zhong. Old man. What good is your fighting skill now? In front of a gun, you're nothing but a corpse. Earlier, when Tang Zhong was down below the stage and out of effective range, Li Yongji hadn't been entirely confident. But now, the old man from Longwa stood a mere 7 or 8 paces away. At this distance, Li Yongji possessed absolute confidence that he could shoot him dead. Ha 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 ha. In the end, it's still us, the Blue Tile organization, will have the last laugh. Old man, I'll admit you've got some skills taking on 100 men alone and scaring off all my men. But alas, this is where your journey ends. Once you're riddled with bullets, I'll track down everyone connected to you and eliminate them all. If you want to blame anyone, blame yourself for being so reckless as to come to Korea and cause trouble on my turf. Li Yongji's face twisted into a savage grimace, and the Koreans behind him were now seething with rage. Without a moment's hesitation, the thugs opened fire. Bang! 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 Flames erupted from the muzzles. Almost simultaneously, Tang Zhong dove downward. Ducking to evade the bullets, Tang Zhong moved with lightning speed, not even waiting for them to fire again. He flipped his 9-ring broadsword in his hand and swept it horizontally in an instant. Splash! 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 Before several cadres could react, they suddenly felt excruciating pain. Looking up, they saw their gun-wielding hands had been severed clean off in an instant. Gushing blood spurted out as the Korean cadres grimaced in agony, clutching their wounds and collapsing to the ground. As for Li Yongji at the front, though his hands remained intact, his pistol had been cleaved clean in two. Staring fixedly at the half-pistol, Li Yongji couldn't believe his eyes. It wasn't just Li Yongji, even the spectators were all stunned into silence. Did I see that right? Tang Lao's single strike actually sliced the pistol clean in half? Just how sharp is that sword? It cuts through iron like butter. Master Tang is incredible. He's practically unbeatable. Live viewers, 158,500, 203,043 skyrocketing. Congratulations, host. Your popularity has reached 200,000, extending your lifespan by 60 days. Physical stats increased by another 20%. Unlocked extra skill, mind reading. Note, perfectly control the opponent's mind. Counter spies. An excellent skill for extracting intelligence. Usage condition, to control a target with mind reading, focus intently for 30 seconds to succeed. Mind reading? Tang Zhong froze. He had thought the skill rewards unlocked by the system before were already incredibly powerful. But this one was even more insane, a god-tier skill like mind reading? With this ability, wouldn't future missions become a breeze? He could effortlessly extract valuable intelligence through mind reading. The thought struck him, and Tang Zhong decided to test it immediately, using the man before him, Li Yongji, as his guinea pig. As the leader of the Tsinghua organization, Li Yongji must know plenty of inside information. He was confident he could extract crucial intelligence from him. With this in mind, Tang Zhong saw that all the cadres behind Li Yongji had lost their combat effectiveness. He immediately flashed forward and approached him. What do you think you're doing? I warn you, old man, this is Korea. Even if you defeated us, the entire Blue Tile organization is surely rushing here outside the hotel right now. Release me now, and you might still walk out of this hotel safely. Otherwise, even if you're skilled enough, you'll still be surrounded and killed. Try it if you don't believe me. Even at this point, Li Yongji was still struggling desperately. Tang Zhong couldn't be bothered with empty threats. His hand shot up, pinning Li Yongji's forehead down hard. Buzz! A flash of blue light erupted. Half a minute later, Li Yongji's entire being sank into a stupor, his eyes vacant and lifeless. Simultaneously, a torrent of images flashed rapidly before Tang Zhong's eyes, and a flood of information surged into his mind. When Tang released his grip moments later, Li Yongji snapped back to reality. He patted his head, feeling as though he'd just woken from a deep sleep. What did you do to me? Instinctively, Li Yongji knew the old man before him had tampered with him. But Tang Zhong merely smiled mysteriously, with no intention of revealing anything. Grabbing Li Yongji by the collar, he dragged him forcefully out of the hotel. Li Yongji, didn't you say that the moment I stepped out of this hotel, your reinforcements would kill me? Now open your dog eyes and look, where are your men outside these doors? Bang! He kicked the door open. The next moment, the hotel exterior was already swarming with police, layered 3 deep inside and out. Linghua stood at the very front. Seeing Tang Lao safe and sound, she let out a long sigh of relief. Mr. Tang, you finally made it out safely. All the bastards who escaped earlier have been rounded up by the joint police force. And those Tsinghua organization thugs who dared to come for backup? They've all been rounded up too. Hearing Linghua's words and seeing Li Yongji being dragged away by Tang Zhong, despair flooded his eyes. It felt like the sky had fallen. He never imagined that merely hosting a gala event. Before the event even ended, the entire organization had been wiped out, not a single member left. Chapter 88, There's something I must remind you of. Surrounded by layers upon layers of police officers, Li Yongji stubbornly continued to shout defiantly. You can't arrest me. I'm a lawful citizen. Our Tsinghua Taekwondo Academy is just an ordinary martial arts school. We've never engaged in any illegal activities. And that welfare home you sealed off earlier? Not a single penny of it has anything to do with me. Li Youtian stood his ground, convinced the police had no solid evidence. He was certain that if he could stall long enough, the high-ranking officials he had bribed would come to his rescue. As for that orphanage, he had long prepared a backup plan. Even if the truth came out, his underlings would take the fall. Manhwa was furious at the sight. She had been stationed outside the hotel the entire time. Although she had called for backup promptly, she still didn't know for certain whether the evidence against the Blue Tile organization had been secured. Manhwa was overcome with panic, fearing this operation would come to nothing. Li Youtian, you despicable bastard. What goes around comes around. The net of justice is wide but never misses its mark. You won't escape. Hearing Manhwa's words, Li Youtian burst into maniacal laughter. How naive. As the Grand Master, do you think I wouldn't have planned my escape? Stop your empty threats. Without evidence, you'll release me immediately. Breaking free from his restraints, Li Youtian stood tall and arrogant, utterly disregarding the surrounding police officers. Tang Zhong remained silent, watching Li Youtian's performance. Just then, footsteps echoed through the air. The officers turned to see Zhou Yuming arriving with reinforcements. Seeing Li Youtian's arrogant demeanor, Zhou Yuming instantly understood the man's scheme and sneered coldly. Li Youtian, you're laughing too soon. Open your eyes wide and see what these are. As he spoke, Zhou Yuming casually flung a thick stack of documents onto the table. These documents were all incriminating evidence personally gathered by Zhou Yuming when he led a raid into the Tsinghua organization's headquarters while Tang Zhong distracted all the Tsinghua executives at the hotel. Guided by Tang Zhong's god-tier hacker skill, they had uncovered every piece of evidence. Each document meticulously recorded every illegal transaction made by the Tsinghua organization, detailing both the amounts involved and the specific contents. It was essentially a ledger of illicit dealings. Li Youtian, you should recognize this. The moment you brought your entire crew here to this hotel, I had my people seal off your Taekwondo headquarters. I must say, the contents of these documents are quite surprising. Your Blue Tile organization truly lives up to the phrase crimes of the highest magnitude. Swish. Zhou Yuming's words landed with force. In an instant, Li Youtian's previously arrogant grin froze rigid on his face. Staring at the all-too-familiar ledgers and documents before him, Li Youtian was struck as if by lightning. Staggering back several steps, he erupted in fury. You bastards! How dare you take over my headquarters behind my back while I was hosting a gala? None of you will get away with this. Do you have any idea how powerful my backers are? Do you believe? Li Youtian threatened fiercely. But before he could finish, Tang Zhong stepped forward and spoke softly. Li Youtian, I know full well that besides Taylor Corporation, you've got another local tycoon from Korea backing you, right? It's precisely because of these two major backers that you dare to run rampant in Korea. You! Hearing Tang Zhong's words, Li Youtian couldn't believe his ears. His eyes widened in shock as he stared fixedly at the white-haired old man before him. What was going on? These two backers were top secret even to some officials. Especially the local Korean tycoon that was Li Youtian's ultimate trump card. Yet now, the deepest secret buried in his heart had been uncovered by this old man before him? For a moment, Li Youtian was completely dumbfounded. Staring blankly at Tang Zhong before him, Li Youtian's mind went completely blank. Ha ha ha. Look at this Korean fool. Just moments ago he was bragging about having no evidence. Now let's see what he has to say. Old Tang really had foresight, sending Zhou Yuming to raid their hideout all along. Exactly. If Old Tang hadn't tied up all the Tsinghua organization's top brass, Zhou Yuming wouldn't have had the time to find that crucial evidence. With this ironclad evidence, Li Youtian has nowhere to run. With no way out, Li Youtian looked utterly defeated. The cold silver handcuffs clamping his wrists only deepened his utter despair. But in the split second before being escorted to the police van by Interpol, Li Youtian suddenly snapped back to reality. He fixed his gaze on Tang Zhong, standing not far behind. You old bastard. I, Li Youtian, admit defeat, but you won't get away either. Mark my words, you old bastard won't set foot outside this damn country. With those parting words, Li Youtian was shoved into the police van. Manhwa clapped her hands in satisfaction. Watching the police car drive away, she couldn't help but fold her arms and declare. Getting arrested and still acting cocky, that guy's got some nerve. Anna rushed over to Tang Zhong, quickly scanning him up and down. Seeing that old Tang was unharmed, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. Tang, I'm so relieved you're okay. I was so worried the whole way here, afraid something might happen to you. Hearing this, Tang Zhong smiled and shook his head. Don't worry, I'm fine. By the way, Xiao Zhou, send this evidence of Li Youtian's crimes to the police headquarters in Nanyun Province, Longhua, as soon as possible. With this evidence, the Longhua police can respond swiftly and round up every single member of the Tsinghua organization hiding within the country. Zhou Yuming nodded firmly at Tang Zhong's words. Mr. Tang, I'll return to the country with this evidence immediately. Even though Li Youtian has been arrested, the criminals within the Tsinghua organization in the country remain unaware. Catching them early will prevent more innocent people from becoming victims. Tang Zhong nodded in agreement. Time was of the essence. Zhou Yuming briefly bid farewell to the others and boarded his flight back to China. After bidding farewell to Zhou Yuming, a foreigner dressed in a suit approached the scene. "Hello, may I ask if you are Mr. Tang? Officer Zhou mentioned you earlier, a veteran hero of Manhwa. Today, I see your reputation is well deserved." "And you are?" Tang Zhong looked at the man with puzzlement. The man introduced himself with a smile. "I'm Murphy, head of the Asia-Pacific region for Interpol. This reinforcement operation was coordinated and spearheaded by me in consultation with Manhwa." "Ah, Inspector Murphy. Pleased to meet you." Tang Zhong nodded slightly. The swift response to this support operation undoubtedly owed much to Murphy's efforts. After all, the crime scene was in South Korea. Even with its significant international influence, the Dragon Nation couldn't interfere too deeply. With that in mind, Tang Zhong offered his thanks. "Without Officer Murphy's invaluable assistance, we wouldn't have been able to take down the Changhua organization so smoothly." "Thank you. You're too kind, Tang." Murphy waved dismissively with a smile, then suddenly stepped forward and whispered a warning. "But Mr. Tang, there's one thing I must warn you about." "Oh, no. I mean, remind you." While this operation was a success, in a way, it also dealt a heavy blow to the local Korean police force. Chapter 89, Someone seems to be standing outside. "Oh?" Hearing this, Linghua and Anna nearby also curiously gathered closer. "Surely not? After all, we did eliminate such a vicious criminal organization for Korea. Besides, a significant portion of the victims were Koreans too." Reika simply couldn't understand. In her view, they had assisted the Korean police in dismantling such a massive criminal network. The Korean authorities should be grateful. So why did it seem like the opposite was happening now? Listening to Linghua's words, Officer Murphy shook his head helplessly. "Young lady, you're being far too naive. From what I understand, the Korean police are furious about your transnational law enforcement actions. To them, the success of your operation has undoubtedly made the Korean police look like fools." At this point, Murphy gave Tang Zhong a meaningful pat on the shoulder. "This is Korea, after all. We at Interpol can't just step in and interfere directly. Old man, you'd better be careful." "Seriously? Korea's that petty?" "Exactly. Old Tang clearly helped Korea take down a whole nest of criminals, yet they refuse to acknowledge it. Typical small country, even their police are petty. If you ask me, Tang Lao shouldn't have helped at all. He should have just let the Changhua organization wreak havoc on the Korean people." The audience listened in fury. At that moment, Anna stepped forward, equally indignant. "Old Tang, those Korean cops are so ungrateful. Let's go. There's no point staying here any longer." Hearing this, Linghua nodded in agreement. Now that a particularly influential underground organization in Korea had been dismantled, their mission could be considered successfully completed. It was time to return home. But upon hearing this, Tang Zhong smiled and shook his head. "It's not that simple. The Changhua organization may be vast, but it's merely the largest pawn on the surface. Unless we root out the chaebol financiers behind it, sooner or later, criminal organizations like the Blue Tile Group will inevitably resurface and continue attempting to infiltrate the Dragon Nation." "Ha!" The two girls were stunned. Before coming here, they had never heard that the Blue Tile organization had any backing. Tang Zhong didn't spell it out directly. Instead, he led the two girls to the hotel where they were staying. According to Li Yongji's previous confession, it's now confirmed that behind the Tsinghua organization lies the shadow of Taylor Corporation, backed by a local Korean chaebol. Taylor Corporation operates as a security firm on the surface, but secretly engages in large-scale mercenary transactions, wreaking havoc across the Middle East. We currently lack the means to investigate Taylor Corporation directly. To eliminate this threat at its root, our only immediate option is to apprehend that chaebol." "A local chaebol?" Hearing this, the two girls finally grasped the full picture. After a moment's thought, Anna asked first, "But Old Tang, where exactly is that tycoon?" "Korea may be small, but it has a population of nearly 100 million. Searching for a needle in such a haystack? We'd be looking for years and still not find him." Anna's concern was indeed valid. After all, the tycoon was just one person, and they weren't familiar with the local situation. Searching aimlessly like this was indeed not a viable approach. Hearing this, Tang Zhong smiled faintly. Through his mind-reading abilities, Tang Zhong had already uncovered the intricate web of connections behind Li Yongji. He naturally knew the name of that mysterious tycoon as well. But openly seeking him out now was indeed unwise. But that didn't mean the other side would sit idly by and let them leave Korea. We need only wait patiently. I suspect that tycoon is already itching to act. The underground network he painstakingly built up has been completely destroyed in one fell swoop. If I were that chaebol, I'd be gathering forces immediately, waiting for an opportunity to retaliate against us. Hearing Tang Zhong speak thus, Linghua and Anna exchanged glances. "So, Old Tang, are we just going to sit here and wait? This is Korea after all. What if they have overwhelming numbers? Isn't that dangerous?" Anna's delicate frame trembled as she spoke. Unlike Anna, however, Manhwa appeared remarkably confident. Don't worry, Anna. Old Tang's skills are no joke. If those conglomerates threatening Dragon Nation dare send anyone over, we'll take them down one by one or even two at a time. Manhwa might have once doubted Old Tang's abilities. But after witnessing the hotel gala incident, Manhwa had seen Tang Zhong's true capabilities with her own eyes. At that moment, Manhwa had been standing outside the hotel entrance, watching through the window. She watched as Old Tang moved through the crowd like he owned the place, single-handedly taking on hundreds of thugs. He killed dozens and scared the rest into retreat. That scene had left a profound impact on Manhwa. Taking Anna's hand, Manhwa pulled her down to sit and relax with a cup of tea. Old Tang, we believe in you. With your strength, you can definitely catch that tycoon. Seeing the two girls so relaxed, even sipping tea, Tang Zhong was momentarily speechless. Even with him keeping watch, these two girls were being far too relaxed. Helpless, Tang Zhong moved to the hotel window, keeping a watchful eye on passers-by. In truth, Tang Zhong had gleaned far more intelligence from Li Youtian. The most significant piece concerned that Taylor company. Recalling the blonde foreigner who had fled midway through the Blue Tile Organization's gathering, Tang Zhong narrowed his eyes slightly. Although Taylor company had always kept a low profile, up until now, the only people Tang Zhong knew of affiliated with Taylor company were Dr. Smith, the physician at the Bai residence, and the foreigner who had fled earlier. Even so, Tang Zhong dared not let his guard down. The reason was simple, it stemmed from a piece of intelligence Tang Zhong had uncovered in Li Youtian's mind. Backed by the colossal capital of the Eagle Nation, the largest power in the mercenary battlefield. These two brief lines alone were enough to illustrate just how terrifying Taylor Corporation's power truly was. Moreover, considering the recent spate of incidents involving foreign forces in the Dragon Nation. Based on comprehensive analysis, Tang Zhong had reason to believe that mercenary group backed by the Eagle Nation was undoubtedly playing a grand game. And their ultimate target? It's highly likely to be the Dragon Nation itself. After all, whether it's the Blue Roof Organization, the former Monty Group, or even the Little Days Wild Mountain Group that Tang Zhong hasn't yet confronted directly. These forces that have long lurked within the Dragon Nation, wreaking havoc upon its people, all bear the shadow of Taylor Corporation behind them. Knock knock knock. Just as Tang Zhong was deep in thought, a sudden knock on the door instantly captured the attention of the two girls. Anna, lively and energetic, immediately went to the door and peered through the peephole. After peering through the peephole for a while, Anna couldn't help but feel puzzled. Uncle Tang, the people standing outside look like police officers from their uniforms. Manhwa heard this and came over to take a look. She confirmed it at a glance. Anna's right. Standing outside are officers from the Korean police force. Chapter 90, Are you threatening this old man? Why would the Korean police suddenly show up? Something feels off. What do you think? Could they be here for Old Tang? That shouldn't be possible. Old Tang and these two girls are Chinese citizens and representatives sent by the Chinese police. Even considering international relations, these Korean cops wouldn't dare do anything to Old Tang. The audience buzzed with chatter. Tang Zhong rested his chin in his hand, pondered for a moment, then nodded. Open the door. I'll see what these Korean cops are up to. Truthfully, Tang Zhong was also puzzled what could the Korean police possibly want at this critical juncture? Soon, the door swung open. Four Koreans in police uniforms stood outside, each wearing a stern expression. The lead officer looked at Tang Zhong and introduced himself. Hello, I'm Officer Park Dae-young of the Korean National Police Agency. These are my subordinates. You must be Tang Zhong, the Dragon Country citizen who came to our country to enforce the law without authorization? Park Dae-young's tone carried a hint of displeasure. The other officers behind him also wore dark, unsettling expressions. Seeing this, Tang Zhong curled his lip. He strode forward a few steps, immediately straightening his posture. That's correct. But please watch your words. It's not that we've come to your Korean country to enforce the law without permission. Rather, it is your country that lacks the capacity to control local criminals. For the safety of our Dragon Nation's citizens, I have no choice but to step in and punish these criminals on your behalf. Tang Zhong's words were equally blunt. Well said, Old Tang. That's exactly how you should stand up to these Koreans. We kindly offered to help resolve criminals for Korea, yet these police officers dare to give us the cold shoulder? They take kindness for ingratitude. Korea deserves it. Hearing Tang Zhong's words, the Koreans gritted their teeth in fury. Park Dae-young sneered contemptuously, forcing a stiff smile. Our Korean affairs are none of your business, outsiders. As for the criminals, we'll catch them sooner or later, you just beat us to it. Is that so? Anna couldn't stand listening anymore and burst out laughing. The Blue Tile Organization has been active for nearly 20 years. And you claim we, the Dragon Nation, got the jump on you? What? Are all your Korean police just sitting around doing nothing? You haven't been ready to catch this bunch of criminals in 20 years? Anna cut straight to the chase, tearing away the veil of shame from the Korean police. This left the Koreans flushed with embarrassment. Park Dae-young clenched his fists, but after pondering for a while, he still couldn't find any compelling reason to counterattack. After all, Anna was stating the truth. 20 years? In any other country, if the police truly wanted to catch criminals, they'd find a way to round them all up. But the reason the Korean police had taken no action in those 20 years was clear to everyone present. The Korean officers present knew it all too well. It was the hundreds of millions in bribes paid annually by the Manhwa organization that had allowed the Korean police to turn a blind eye, letting them run rampant until now. And the primary reason the Korean police harbored such fury toward Tang Jong and his fellow Chinese nationals stemmed from precisely this point. With the Manhwa organization dismantled, the hundreds of millions in annual bribes vanished into thin air. Naturally, the Korean police wanted to pin this loss squarely on Tang Jong. What? Got nothing to say? Tang Jong spoke again, his tone cold and indifferent. This old man has nothing to say to you bastards. I only hope you remember your duty as police officers. Perhaps you've dishonored that uniform before. But if you disappoint the people again in the future, I guarantee you won't last long. You'll become the next Li Youtian. Tang Jong warned in a deep voice. He was well aware that the Blue Tile organization had colluded with certain members of the Korean police force who had lost sight of their original purpose. After all, he had already accessed all of Li Youngji's memories when using his mind-reading ability earlier. Looking at these hypocritical Korean officers, Tang Jong sneered inwardly. No wonder the Republic of Korea had become a breeding ground for criminal organizations. When even the police line their pockets and become shields for criminals, how could the local people ever find peace? From what old Tang said, could it be that the Korean police are colluding with criminals? I think it's highly likely. After all, Korea has never had much in the way of principles. The Manhwa organization has been operating there for 20 years. They've surely cultivated connections with plenty of local police. A nest of snakes and rats. It's utterly disgusting. No wonder the Korean police were furious when old Tang dismantled the Manhwa organization. This explains it all. Makes perfect sense. These people are despicable. Now they actually dare to come confront old Tang? They have no shame. The audience was furious. At this point, Tang Jong cut straight to the chase and asked them what they wanted. Spit it out. What brings you here? Tang Jong's gaze was like a knife, staring straight at the Koreans before him. Under his piercing gaze, the Koreans felt utterly uncomfortable. Park Dae-young cleared his throat awkwardly and forced a strained smile. Tang Jong, it's like this. You are foreigners, after all. Our police force has determined that this crime-fighting operation is of critical importance. Therefore, we've decided to personally escort you back to your country. The special aircraft is already prepared. Shall we depart now? Park Dae-young gestured invitingly as he spoke. A chartered flight escorting them back to their country? Understanding the intentions of these Koreans before him, Tang Jong couldn't help but chuckle. Manhwa, who had been listening nearby, now understood their intentions as well. Sure thing. So all this time, you came here just to rush us out of here. What's the matter? Are you afraid that if old Tang stays longer, he'll uncover more hidden criminals from your country? Manhwa asked with a mischievous smile. The words had barely left her lips when Park Dae-young broke out in a cold sweat. His eyes darted nervously as he hastily waved his hands in protest. No. How could that be? We just want to ensure your safety. After all, you're foreigners. If something dangerous happened to you in our country and it resulted in a fatality, we wouldn't be able to explain ourselves back home, right? Park Dae-young rubbed his hands together, desperate to get the three Dragon Country nationals out of the hotel as quickly as possible. After all, that was the sole mission he'd been assigned for this trip. Once Tang Jong and his group left this hotel and arrived at the designated airport, his mission would be successfully completed. Hearing Park Dae-yeon's words, Tang Jong raised an eyebrow slightly. Seeming to detect a crack in Park Dae-yeon's expression, he immediately smiled and said, Park Dae-yeon, from the look on your face, you seem quite eager to get us out of here? And your words just now? They didn't sound like protection to me, more like a threat to this old man. What's this? Has the Korean police force completely gone to the dogs? Chapter 91, you're leading me into a trap, right? That simple question struck Park Dae-yeon like a thunderbolt. He froze on the spot, his expression immediately shifting to stammering evasion. After frantically scanning his surroundings for a moment, Park Dae-yeon wiped the sweat from his forehead and forced a composed expression. Old man, don't joke with me. We're still Korean police officers, after all. Our duty is to protect civilians. But orders from above are pressing, and I don't want to waste any time. That's why I want to get you and these two young ladies to the airport quickly. Please, for our sake, come with us now. By the last sentence, Park Dae-yeon's tone had turned pleading. This demeanor made it clear to everyone present and even the audience that something was off. What's going on? This guy seems off to me. Me too. He seems super eager to get old Tang to go with him. Plus, the Korean police aren't exactly squeaky clean themselves. Could it be they're trying to frame old man Tang? That's entirely possible. Those bastards are utterly depraved, they'd do almost anything. It's entirely possible. Ugh, with old Tang and his crew stranded in a foreign country and targeted by local cops, they're completely helpless now, right? Some viewers guessed the Korean officer's intentions and grew concerned. The reality was indeed grim. Right now, Tang Jong and his group only had 3 people. Dragon Country lay far across the sea, and Zhou Yuming, the one who could call for reinforcements at any moment, had already returned home with the criminal evidence. It could be said that if the Korean police truly intended to target Tang Jong, it would be quite troublesome. Tang Jong might be capable of taking on 100 opponents single-handedly. But remember, his previous opponents were merely untrained thugs without large-scale firearms. If the Korean police were to mobilize their full force with concentrated firepower, even someone as formidable as Tang Jong would likely find escape impossible. The audience understood this, and Tang Jong certainly knew it too. Still, he genuinely wanted to see what these Koreans were up to. A faint smile touched his lips as Tang Jong thought to himself. Fine, let's go. But before I go, I have one final question, Park Dae-young. Are you certain this isn't just a ploy by your police force to take me down? Would the Korean police really attempt to kill him out of revenge? Upon reflection, Tang Jong deemed it unlikely. But considering the mysterious backer behind the Blue Roof organization, one capable of controlling such a vast underground network, even extending their reach into the Dragon Kingdom, Tang Jong began to think it was possible. While the Chaebol couldn't bribe the entire Korean police force, they could corrupt certain officials to deploy officers and lower their guard. As for that so-called airport, Tang Jong gave a cold chuckle at the thought. It was likely already ambushed by the conglomerate's men. The moment he arrived, the conglomerate would strike without hesitation. Knowing this, Tang Jong felt no fear. As long as the entire Korean police force didn't mobilize every last officer against him, he still had a fighting chance. After all, even among the wealthy elite, how many people could there be? Besides, assassinations are meant to be discreet affairs. The killers surely won't be numerous. As long as their numbers are limited, Tang Jong still has a chance to turn defeat into victory. With that thought, Tang Jong slipped on his coat and beckoned to the 2 girls beside him. Let's go, Linghua and Anna. The Korean police have been so kind, even sending a special plane to escort us. How could we not appreciate their generosity? But old Tang, what if it's a trap? Linghua couldn't believe it and hurriedly spoke up to warn him. Anna nodded in agreement beside her, then chimed in. Those Koreans clearly aren't trustworthy. They might be trying to harm us. We absolutely can't go to the airport. The 2 girls firmly refused. Park Dae-young's face darkened considerably. The officers behind him were visibly flustered. Their superior had issued a direct order. If Tang Jong refused to leave, they would have no choice but to resort to force. But the crucial issue was this. These Koreans knew full well that the white-haired elder from the Dragon Nation standing before them was no ordinary man. After all, he had single-handedly taken down all the criminal leaders at the Changhua organization's gala. That skill alone was terrifying. For them to try forcibly remove such a formidable figure? Are you kidding me? Park Dae-young's thoughts sent cold sweat pouring down his face as he trembled uncontrollably. But at that moment, Tang Jong stepped forward, smiling gently at the 2 girls. Linghua, Anna, you're just too suspicious. He's a police officer from Korea. Why would he harm anyone for no reason? Trust Korea, don't you agree, Mr. Park Dae-young? As he spoke, Tang Jong deliberately addressed Park Dae-young. This made Park Dae-young breathe a long sigh of relief, and he nodded vigorously. Right. The old man is absolutely right. We have no ill intentions whatsoever. Rest assured, our sole mission is to escort you safely to the airport, nothing else. Park Dae-young gave his word. The 2 girls were about to protest further, but Tang Jong shot them a cryptic look. Though confused, they had no choice but to follow old Tang's lead. Alright, we'll follow old man Tang's lead. Anyway, we know your Korean police wouldn't dare do anything. Lead the way. The 2 girls relented, and the Korean police officers relaxed completely. They escorted the 3 elders out of the hotel and soon boarded the police vehicle. Sir, our destination is a private airport in the capital of Korea. It might be a bit out of the way. Park Dae-young, who was driving, spoke up from the seat behind the wheel. Tang Jong nodded slightly upon hearing this, but through the rearview mirror, he clearly saw the Korean officer's expression filled with guilt. No way, old Tang is actually leaving with these Koreans. As a hero of the resistance war, couldn't old Master Tang see something fishy here? I guess old Tang is getting on in years. His judgment must be failing if he didn't even notice the danger. Great. Now that he's left the hotel with these Koreans, who knows where they're taking him? He's bound to walk into an ambush. Stop all the speculation. I trust old Tang, he must have his reasons. Some viewers felt Tang Jong had made a misjudgment, while others chose to trust him. But all viewers agreed on one point. These Koreans definitely have no good intentions. The police car raced down the road, Park Dae-young remaining silent throughout the journey. He kept glancing at Tang Jong in the backseat through the rearview mirror, feeling inexplicably guilty. Though he knew nothing about their destination, that private airport. But with years of law enforcement experience, Park Dae-young knew all too well. That private airport was most likely an ambush set specifically for Tang Jong and his group. Just as Park Dae-yeon was growing increasingly tense, Tang Jong spoke again from the back seat. His tone was matter-of-fact, cutting straight to the heart of the matter. Park Dae-yeon, the airport we're heading to is a trap. My assessment is correct, isn't it? Chapter 92, you want to send us back safely? The words hung heavy in the air, freezing Park Dae-yeon behind the wheel. His eyes widened in disbelief before he turned to look behind him. I don't understand what you're talking about. Sir, we're just trying to complete our mission. Please don't make things difficult for us. Park Dae-yeon spoke, sweat pouring down his face as he swallowed several times unconsciously. Clearly, even he felt uneasy about what he just said. So all this time, Old Tang knew they were ambushing us. But if Old Tang knew, why did he come out with them? Could it be Old Master Tang did this on purpose? The audience murmured in astonishment, struggling to comprehend Tang Zhong's actions. Not just the audience, Linghua and Anna too stared at Tang Zhong with gaping mouths, utterly dumbfounded. Old Tang, what's going on here? Could these damn cops really be trying to harm us? The atmosphere inside the car instantly turned tense. Seeing the Korean officers drenched in sweat and visibly tense, Tang Zhong offered a calm smile. Everyone, calm down. Park Dae-yeon, we'll be at the airport soon. Rest assured, I'm not going anywhere. That way, you can report back to your superiors. Tang Zhong paused mid-sentence, then shifted his tone, but before that, you'll tell me everything you know. How about it? Tang Zhong knew full well. The Korean police officers before him were mere minor players. Given their status, they likely didn't even know the specifics of the airport situation. Given that, Tang Zhong saw no point in continuing to press them. After a long silence, the officers turned to their leader, Park Dae-yeon, awaiting his response. Park Dae-yeon's expression shifted repeatedly. After a long pause, he finally pulled the car to a stop outside the airport. He sensed the murderous intent radiating from Tang Zhong. It was the boundless killing intent of someone who had truly walked through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. He swallowed hard, acutely aware that one wrong answer might mean he wouldn't make it to the airport alive. Turning to face Tang Zhong, Park Dae-yeon's face was now etched with guilt. Old man, I was momentarily foolish. I've dishonored this police uniform and betrayed the people of Korea. Speaking sincerely, Park Dae-yeon lowered his head. Tang Zhong watched silently. Hearing Park Dae-yeon's words, he had already grasped the general situation. Speak. What exactly do you know? Park Dae-yeon made up his mind. Since he had already admitted his mistake, he might as well spill everything. Here's the thing. Not long after you dismantled the Manhwa organization, my immediate superior approached me. He gave us a direct order, no matter what, we had to get you out of the hotel and deliver you to the designated airport. As for that airport, I'm afraid an ambush has already been set up there, just waiting for you to show up. Park Dae-yeon rested his chin in his hand, pondering, then offered another crucial clue. Earlier, I saw my boss secretly meeting with a stranger in his office. I peeked through the door crack and discovered it was none other than Kim Ji-woo, the richest man in Korea. Kim Ji-woo, the richest man in Korea? Hearing this, the truth finally dawned on them. Though suspicions had lingered, Park Dae-yeon's voluntary confirmation now undeniably confirmed the man's identity. No way the richest man in Korea actually wants to take action against Old Tang? Why is that? We've never even met that Jin Ji-woo guy. How could he have targeted us? Linghua was baffled, and Anna beside her was equally perplexed. Mr. Tang, you mentioned that Jin Ji-woo, could he possibly be connected to the Blue Tile organization? Anna clearly remembered. Outside that luxury hotel, just before the Tsinghua organization's leader Li Youngji was taken away, he had clearly stated, even if he falls, someone from Korea will still target Tang Zhong. Now she realized that this so-called richest man in Korea was most likely the powerful backer Li Youngji had mentioned before his arrest. Tang Zhong raised an eyebrow at the suggestion. Looking at Anna, he smiled with a hint of surprise. Impressive, Anna. It's truly remarkable that you grasped this so quickly. Indeed. Based on this old man's assessment, that so-called richest man in Korea is likely the other major financier behind the Changhwa organization. Remember those persecuted children at the orphanage earlier? If my hunch is correct, that tycoon family seeking eternal youth through blood transfusions is most likely the Jin Ji-woo clan. Old Tang delivered the final verdict. The words hung heavy in the air as both girls sucked in sharp breaths. Rumors had long circulated about the immense influence Korean conglomerates wielded locally. But to brazenly support a criminal syndicate, persecute local citizens, and even bribe police officers for retaliation, that was truly outrageous. TSK, those Korean conglomerates really do have their hands in everything. Yeah, they can even manipulate police officers at will, using them to lower Old Tang's guard so they can ambush him. How vicious. Supporting a criminal syndicate like the Changhwa organization and using the blood of so many innocent children just to maintain eternal youth? Disgusting. This chaebol is definitely no good. The audience listened, filled with righteous indignation. At that moment, Park Dae-yeon spoke again, taking a deep breath. He had already made up his mind. Truthfully, he was betraying his own conscience, driven by necessity. Especially after learning that old Tang was a hero of the War of Resistance, he condemned himself even more harshly. He drove slowly the entire way, searching for an excuse to warn the others. Now that he had confessed, he might as well see it through to the end. To be true to his conscience, he would do whatever it took to protect this white-haired elder from the Dragon Kingdom. Old man, since I've laid everything out for you, I'll turn the car around now and take you to another airport. You must catch the next flight out of this country immediately. Kim Ji-woo wields immense power in this country. If he finds out, even if I manage to get you to another airport, you'll likely be intercepted immediately. There's no time to waste. I'll get you out now. With that, Park Dae-young yanked the steering wheel, preparing to make a U-turn. This scene left Tang Jong slightly stunned. The two girls couldn't believe their eyes either, as if they were seeing this Korean officer for the first time. Are you serious? You're really willing to get us out safely? Linghwa's eyes widened. Earlier, Park Dae-young had insisted on taking them away by any means necessary, even resorting to threats. But now, he was offering to escort them safely back to their country? Beside Linghwa, Anna's initial shock gave way to concern. But Park Dae-young, if you escort us to safety, what if that chaebol finds out afterward? Won't they come after you? Since the chaebol wields absolute power in Korea, he must possess countless hidden methods. Park Dae-young risked his life to save them, and now he'd be left alone in Korea, likely facing the conglomerate's retaliation. Linghwa, ever the sentimental one, suggested directly. Here's what we'll do. Since your country is controlled by the conglomerate anyway, for your safety, why not temporarily join us in seeking refuge in the Dragon Kingdom? At least for the short term, with the Dragon Nation's strength, I'm sure they can protect your safety. Anna's suggestion held considerable merit. But Park Dae-young simply shook his head. Chapter 93, Everything is under control. Thank you for your kindness, but for now, I don't want to leave my family. Besides, serving as a police officer in Korea has always been my dream. Yet now, reality and dreams still hold some distance. Park Dae-young spoke firmly, offering a faint smile. After all, I'm working for a national institution. Even if the Kim Ji-woo family comes after me later, the worst that could happen is I quit. This path is my choice. I won't make another mistake. At least I can face my conscience. With those words, Park Dae-young had already prepared himself for death. This Korean cop who knew he had such resolve? Every nation has its share of good and bad people. Most Koreans aren't exactly saints, but there are genuinely principled citizens among them. Still, if Park Dae-young stays and faces retaliation from the chaebol later, it would be a shame. Yeah, such an outstanding officer should continue protecting the peace of the Korean people. He shouldn't be dragged down by this. Learning of Park Dae-young's resolve to die, the audience felt a wave of sympathy. At this moment, Linghwa's eyes welled up with tears, and Anna began to sob softly. Park Dae-young wasn't alone in the car. The other Korean officers present also spoke up to dissuade him. Brother Park, you should go with the old man to Dragon Country. In Dragon Country, no chaebol can control everything. Even if Kim Ji-woo wanted to retaliate against you afterward, he wouldn't have any chance. We'll take care of your family and protect them as best we can. You can rest assured. But despite his colleagues' pleas, Park Dae-young remained resolute. No way. I'll take responsibility for my actions. If I don't stay, you'll all be targeted by that chaebol. Old man, we're almost at the airport. You need to get ready to leave. Park Dae-young spoke these words as he revved the engine, determined to reach the airport as quickly as possible. But just then, Tang Jong, who had been silent the entire time, suddenly smiled. Patting Kim Ji-woo's shoulder on the driver's seat, Tang Jong said calmly, "Young man, I admire your courage. But I have no intention of leaving Korea just like that. Since that Jin Ji-woo has laid out such a trap at his private airport, and has extended such a gracious invitation, how could this old man possibly refuse?" What? Tang Jong's words left the Korean police officers speechless. Anna and Linghwa both turned to look at him in unison. No way, old Tang, have you lost your mind? That private airport is full of traps. As Korea's biggest tycoon, Jin Ji-woo would definitely hire the most professional assassins. Going in like this, aren't you asking for retaliation? Anna simply couldn't comprehend it. The police escort assigned to them had already switched sides at the last moment, his conscience awakening, and was willing to help send them back to their country. Yet at this critical moment of escaping danger, old Tang was still insisting on going back? This time, the two girls were genuinely baffled. It wasn't just the two girls, the entire audience was left utterly dumbfounded. What's Tang Lao thinking? He doesn't even appreciate this golden chance to escape, and now he wants to go back? Yeah, this escape route was paid for with the lives of Park Dae-young and those Korean cops. I don't get it. Does old Tang really think he can take on the all-powerful conglomerate that rules this country single-handedly? I think Tang Lao must be out of his mind. How could he betray the goodwill of these local officers? The audience couldn't comprehend it. Tang Jong must be out of his mind. But looking at Tang Jong again, he still wore a smile on his lips, as if everything was under his control. At that moment, Park Dae-young couldn't sit still any longer. He slammed on the brakes and looked at Tang Jong with concern. Old man, this is no time to be stubborn. I've already told you, Jin Jiwoo wields immense power in South Korea. Behind him, there must be a team of elite assassins standing guard. He's got those men lying in wait at the private airport right now. Going there at this moment would be suicide. Park Dae-young was genuinely worried. Linghua joined in to dissuade him, equally baffled by Tang Jong's actions. Mr. Tang, Mr. Park has a point. We're not in our own country, we're in Korea. Going in alone like this, facing the largest local conglomerate in Korea and the major backer of the Changhwa organization, that isn't a wise decision. Linghua's right, old Tang. We should leave quickly. Anna joined in the persuasion. Yet despite the chorus of voices, Tang Jong remained steadfast in his decision. Reika, Anna, and all of you young people. I know you're all concerned for my safety. But if I leave, I'll be letting that Korean tycoon, Kim Ji-woo, continue to act as a lackey for the local thugs. Even if it takes only a short while, criminal organizations like the Changhwa Group will still spring up like mushrooms after rain. After Tang Jong finished speaking, the car fell silent. Everyone, including Park Dae-young, understood clearly. Tang Jong was speaking the truth. Though the Changhwa organization had fallen, its local financier, Kim Ji-woo, remained untouched. To this day, that bastard hadn't faced even the slightest punishment. If Tang Jong and his group returned to the country, and Interpol withdraws from Korea, Kim Ji-woo could easily fund another Changhwa organization if he wanted to. A long silence fell. Reika hesitated, then finally spoke up. Mr. Tang, I understand your perspective. But the other side is already prepared and wields immense local influence. Can you handle them alone? Yes, old Tang, Linghua is right. This is far too dangerous for you. The two girls tried to persuade him further, but Tang Jong waved them off. Turning directly to Park Dae-young, Tang Jong ordered in a deep voice. Time is short. Hurry and take this old man to that private airport. Young people, I know you mean well, but you're underestimating this old man. A mere local tycoon, even with top-tier assassins at his disposal, what kind of trouble could he possibly stir up? Tang Jong spoke with calm composure. His gaze betrayed utter disdain for the so-called tycoon. Seeing this, the two girls felt utterly helpless. But since it was old Tang's decision, they couldn't bring themselves to dissuade him further. Mr. Park, please take us back as Mr. Tang instructed. Even if that private airport is truly a trap set by Kim Ji-woo, we trust old Master Tang. With the girl speaking up, Park Dae-young had no choice. Sighing helplessly, Park Dae-young turned the car around. Before departing, he offered one final reminder. Old man, are you absolutely certain about this? Just drive. You'll soon see why I'm willing to go alone. Chapter 94, Another Batch? Delivering experience points? Tang Jong was utterly confident, leaving Park Dae-young no choice but to comply. Soon the car reached a remote area. At first glance, there weren't even many proper dwellings in the vicinity. This place was practically made for an ambush. The private airfield lay just ahead, its rows of towering barbed wire fences already visible. We're here. This is the spot. Park Dae-young parked the car and opened the door for Tang Jong. Veteran hero, please be extremely careful. We'll be right here to back you up. If anything goes wrong or you can't handle it, come straight over. I'll drive you straight to another airport to return home. Park Dae-young offered his kind warning, and several officers behind him nodded in agreement. Stranded in a foreign land, yet receiving such concern from local officers, Tang Jong gave a slight nod before striding toward the private airport. The two girls followed, while Park Dae-young and his colleagues waited by the car. Watching the white-haired elder's receding figure, one Korean officer couldn't help but gasp. Dae-young, do you really think this old man from the Dragon Kingdom can handle Kim Ji-woo? Absolutely not. He's the most powerful chaebol in our country. Before Park Dae-young could respond, another Korean officer shook his head, his tone unwavering. I heard most of Kim Ji-woo's assassins are elite ninjas trained since childhood in the wild mountains. They're all bastards. Now that the Changhwa organization has been dismantled, Jin Ji-woo, as the mastermind behind it, must be furious. He'll spare no effort to exact revenge on this old man. In my opinion, once the old man steps into that private airport, he might never walk out again. Hearing the Korean officer's words, the others all lowered their heads. As members of the Korean police force, they were powerless to stop a chaebol from committing atrocities right in their own backyard. Even knowing this chaebol was targeting an innocent foreign elder, they remained powerless to intervene. It left the South Koreans feeling deeply conflicted. But Park Dae-young's attitude differed from the other officers. Park Dae-young, however, abandoned his earlier skepticism and slowly shook his head. I actually think this Dragon Country elder is no ordinary man. He had the strength to dismantle the Changhwa organization. He knew they had set an ambush, yet he went alone. Don't forget, the Dragon Nation is a country with thousands of years of history. And that land is no stranger to extraordinary individuals. At the private airport, Tang Jong strode onto the empty airport runway. Not a soul was in sight on either side. Anna and Linghua followed shortly after, moving cautiously the entire way, each on high alert. Mr. Tang, why is there no one here? Yeah, Mr. Tang, this emptiness is really creepy. The two girls looked around nervously, their unease growing as they confirmed the airport was indeed deserted. Tang Zhong, however, seemed quite relaxed. Smiling, he walked deeper into the airport and casually remarked, "If they're planning an ambush, they'll definitely set it up in the deepest, most unguarded part of the airport. Otherwise, if we just take off running, wouldn't they be wasting their time?" Tang Zhong joked casually, but the two girls turned pale at his words. In an instant, they crossed the airport runway, revealing a vast open field surrounded by several massive warehouses. Tang Zhong halted, squinting as he surveyed the surroundings. "Mr. Tang, why have you stopped?" Anna asked cautiously, puzzled. Tang Zhong didn't reply. Instead, he lifted his gaze toward one of the warehouses. Through the thick iron door, he laughed heartily. "This old man has traveled a great distance at the age of 100, yet you hide yourselves away and refuse to show your faces. What? Is this how you Koreans treat your guests?" His words rang out with force, echoing across the airport tarmac for a long moment. Hearing old Tang speak thus, the two girls flinched, both nervously glancing toward the warehouse ahead. Boom! A muffled rumble filled the air. Slowly, the warehouse door creaked open, revealing a figure. The man was short and stocky, with a sharp, monkey-like face and eyes brimming with greed. With hands behind his back and a look of contempt on his face, the short man walked forward, shaking his head and sneering coldly. "You're Tang Zhong? That old man from the Dragon Kingdom?" "That's me, old man." Tang Zhong replied calmly, his eyes signaling the two girls to stay composed. After scrutinizing the Korean man before him, Tang Zhong finally chuckled. Who'd have thought the tycoon who rules the roost in this stick country and ruins countless lives would look like this in person? TSK. With your height, you probably can't even match an average middle schooler from the Dragon Kingdom. This blunt remark instantly made Jin Jiwoo's forehead veins bulge. Ever since becoming Korea's wealthiest man, who hadn't bowed and scraped before him? Flattery and sycophantic praise, how many times had Jin Jiwoo heard it over the years? But now, this old man from Dragon Country dared insult his appearance? His molars ground together with a buzzing sound as Jin Jiwoo roared in fury. "You old fool, you don't know when to quit. Daring to lay a finger on the Blue Tile organization is an open provocation against me, Jin Jiwoo. Let me tell you straight, those Korean cops who brought you here. I've already bought them off. Even most of the police officers in Korea are my men. In other words, the entire country is my turf." Jin Jiwoo was utterly arrogant. "Dare to run wild on my turf, and today I'll make you understand the price of provoking me. This tycoon has gotten too big for his britches. Considering all the evil this guy has done before, he's nothing but a..." Tang Lao's tongue as sharp as a razor, he broke this guy's defenses with just a few words. "Ha! But I reckon this tycoon's Korean guy came prepared. Old Tang's in trouble." Just as the audience predicted. As soon as Jin Jiwoo finished speaking, footsteps echoed from the distance. Moments later, several masked assassins in black emerged, slowly encircling Tang Zhong and his two companions from all directions. Judging by their numbers, there were over a dozen assassins, all silent. Though silent, they radiated a chilling aura of lethal intent, sending shivers down the spines of the two girls. "Old Tang, these people." Anna swallowed hard, her voice trembling with fear. Linghua also took a half step back, gripping the pistol at her waist. Compared to the hundreds of enforcers at the Tsinghua organization's banquet earlier, these dozen or so black-clad figures were clearly no match. But in terms of lethal intent, these mere dozen men far surpassed the Tsinghua organization's men. Their lethality was more than double that of the assassins from the previous encounter. Linghua recognized this too and couldn't help but warn. "Mr. Tang, these guys seem different. Please be extra cautious. Anna and I will cover your rear." As she spoke, Linghua pulled out a handgun and handed it to Anna. Anna took it nervously. Though frightened, she understood clearly that in their current situation, they could only watch each other's backs. "Yes, Mr. Tang, please be extremely careful. Linghua and I'll watch your back." Chapter 95, Old Man's 9-ring broadsword slices ghosts and smashes demons. Tang Zhong nodded lightly. But when these words reached Jin Jiwoo's ears, the Korean tycoon burst into loud laughter. "Ha ha ha ha. You Dragon Nation people really are blindly arrogant to a certain degree. Open your dog eyes wide and see the men I've summoned are all elite assassins from the Wild Mountain Group. Even in the mercenary world, they're renowned heavyweights on the assassin rankings." His confidence soaring, Jin Jiwoo continued his boastful monologue. "Do you have any idea how much each of these assassins cost me? 10 million a month per person. I've gathered these elite assassins for one purpose, to exact complete vengeance and make you Dragon Nation people pay. If you don't have the capability, keep your noses out of my business in Korea. As for your Dragon Nation, it'll be infiltrated by me sooner or later, becoming yet another territory under my rule." Jin Jiwoo's arrogance reached its peak, his eyes blazing with malice. Years of running rampant in Korea, coupled with the nation's inherent arrogance and prejudice. In Jin Jiwoo's eyes, the old man from the Dragon Nation and the two girls before him were utterly insignificant. A dying old man dragging along two burdens. "I'm genuinely curious who gave you the confidence to stand before me now, still refusing to kneel in fear?" Jin Jiwoo sneered again. This remark completely enraged the entire audience. This Jin Jiwoo was way too arrogant. Yeah, looks like he doesn't give a damn about the Dragon Nation. Not only does he show such contempt for old Tang, but he even brazenly claims he'll turn the Dragon Nation into his territory someday? As if he, a mere Korean, is worthy. I can't wait to see old Tang step in and teach this arrogant bastard a lesson. Stand with old Tang, crush the Korean tycoon. The audience erupted in support, seething with fury at Jin Jiwoo's words. Meanwhile, Linghua and Anna, both police officers from the Dragon Nation, were also thoroughly infuriated by Jin Jiwoo's remarks. You're dreaming. Dragon Nation's millennia-old legacy makes it one of the world's most powerful nations. How dare you Koreans even think of meddling? You're delusional. You've committed countless atrocities. The Changhua organization deserved to be destroyed. Old Tang is a legendary hero of our nation's resistance war. Once he moves, none of you will escape today. Especially you, the mastermind behind this. You'll get what's coming to you. Linghua and Anna spoke out in unison. But Jin Jiwoo only responded with a cold laugh, dismissing their words as the ramblings of the doomed. All of you, attack. Kill this old man first. I want him to suffer as much agony as possible. Finally, we'll torture these two women to death and sell their organs to South Asia. Jin Jiwoo commanded. In the next instant, a dozen masked assassins surged forward. Though radiating murderous intent, the assassins' gazes toward Tang Zhong carried a hint of contempt. Useless Dragon Nation scum. It's a waste to have us, the elite assassins of the Wild Mountain Group, deal with such trash. Yeah, I bet one of us could take care of this old geezer with ease. The Yama Group assassins wore expressions of ease, their arrogance running rampant. Tang Zhong, however, remained utterly unprovoked by their taunts. As the assassin's eyes flickered with contempt, he suddenly produced a badge from his pocket as if by magic. This badge was the very one he had obtained in South Asia after eliminating those 3 Japanese assassins. Subsequent investigations revealed this cherry blossom emblem was the very symbol of the Yamagumi assassins. Casually displaying it, Tang Zhong spoke with a relaxed tone. I've already encountered your Yamagumi assassins before in South Asia. But forgive me for speaking plainly, you so-called top-tier Japanese assassins are nothing but paper tigers. I still remember how those 3 devils constantly belittled the Dragon Nation. Yet in the end, they were all cut down by my blade, dying no better than stray dogs on the street? What? Tang Zhong's words fell. A dozen Japanese assassins instantly fixed their gaze on the badge in Tang Zhong's hand. Seeing the cherry blossom emblem on it, every Japanese knew exactly what it meant. This badge was the emblem of the Yamagumi assassins. Yama Group assassins typically wore their insignia for life, never removing it lightly. And now, this elder from the Dragon Nation, bearing the cherry blossom insignia, undoubtedly proves that his hands have undoubtedly been stained with the blood of the Wild Mountain Group's assassins. How dare you? How dare you kill one of our Yamagumi men? Old man, you're asking for death. A killer roared. Fueled by rage, he hesitated not a moment. Like lightning, he lunged toward Tang Zhong. It must be said, this Japanese assassin moved with blinding speed. In the blink of an eye, he closed to within 3 paces of Tang Zhong before abruptly drawing the katana from his waist. The gleaming blade shot from its sheath, then swung upward with blinding speed, aiming straight for Tang Zhong's head. Old Tang, be careful. Seeing this sudden turn of events, Anna and Linghua both paled, urgently shouting their warning. The blade flashed toward him, coming within inches of Tang Zhong's forehead. At this critical moment, Tang Zhong remained utterly composed. Seeking vengeance for your fallen Japanese comrades? Too bad you don't have what it takes. Instead, you'll soon be joining them in the underworld. His voice was cold as ice, and at the same moment, a cold gleam flashed in Tang Zhong's hand. He drew the 9-ring broadsword directly from the armory. To the onlookers, it appeared as if by magic, materializing out of thin air. He raised it just as the katana was about to touch flesh. Hum! A metallic clang erupted. Tang Zhong used only 2/10 of his strength, yet effortlessly parried the Japanese soldier's downward strike. The immense force recoiled. The Japanese assassin, who moments ago had been grinning with savage delight at the prospect of vengeance, now contorted in agony. He quickly pulled back, crouching down as the katana slipped from his grasp. Blood trickled from his trembling palm. The Japanese man looked up in shock, staring at the white-haired old man before him in disbelief. Impossible. How could an old man from the Dragon Nation possess such immense strength? The Japanese soldier knew full well that he had put all his strength into that single blow aimed at severing Tang Zhong's head. Yet even that had been effortlessly parried by Tang Zhong. Not only that, but the recoil had shattered the skin on his palm. In the Japanese soldier's eyes, this was simply impossible. As the Japanese soldier reeled in disbelief, Tang Zhong stood shoulder-high with his 9-ring broadsword, his gaze condescendingly sweeping over the assembly of Japanese assassins before him. Can't believe it? Good. My 9-ring broadsword is for slicing Japanese and smashing demons. Your 3 comrades before them didn't believe it either, right before they died. But in the end, they still met their demise by my blade, left with not a single piece of flesh left on their bodies. This domineering declaration sent a chill through the attacking Japanese soldiers. Meanwhile, Linghua and Anna clapped excitedly. Master Tang is so badass. Master Tang is so awesome. That's exactly how you teach those devils a lesson. Chapter 96, Swords Have No Eyes. Jin Jiwoo gritted his teeth. Seeing that the Japanese assassins he had hired at great expense were all too terrified to act, he roared in fury. What the hell are you all standing around for? Don't forget I'm the one paying your wages. Even if that old bastard is skilled, he's only one man. You're the elite assassins of the Wild Mountain Group, can't you take him down together? Jin Jiwoo barked urgently. This gave the Japanese assassins renewed confidence. Instead of attacking individually, they slowly retreated into a tightening circle. Old man, I'll admit your Dragon Nation martial arts have some merit. But unfortunately for you, we Japanese know how to stick together better than you do. No matter how skilled you are alone, you're still just 2 hands, 2 feet, and a blade. You'll still die by our hands. The leader of the Japanese soldiers boasted arrogantly, flipping several kunai knives from his sleeve as he spoke. The others followed suit, drawing their hidden weapons and hurling them simultaneously. Dozens of daggers, gleaming coldly, converged toward Tang Zhong's head in an instant. Such a concentrated assault would be fatal to any ordinary man. Witnessing this, Jin Jiwoo wore a victorious smile. He coldly watched Tang Zhong, then spat out a harsh command. Well done. Dare to oppose me, and you deserve to be riddled with darts. Old bastard, you ruined my business. Today, you'll pay with your blood. Jin Jiwoo's eyes blazed crimson, his face radiating excitement. Clearly, seeing Tang Zhong surrounded by hidden weapons, he was certain the old man from the Dragon Nation had no chance of survival. The 2 girls hid behind Tang Zhong. As the darts flew toward them, their eyes filled with despair as they raised their pistols in a daze. In the blink of an eye, Tang Zhong suddenly slung his 9-ring broadsword onto his back, spun around, and swiftly snatched the pistols from the girls' hands. Without a second glance, he leapt into the air, firing both guns simultaneously. Bang! 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 The deafening gunfire echoed as he racked the slides dozens of times in rapid succession. Scorching shell casings tumbled to the ground. Looking up at the sky, the dozens of shuriken thrown by the Japanese soldiers had vanished without a trace. In an instant, the airfield fell deathly silent. The Japanese assassins were all stunned. Even Jin Jiwoo, who had been so confident moments ago, was dumbfounded. What the hell? I didn't even see it happen. From the looks of it, it seems like old Tang used those twin pistols to instantly deflect all the darts. What kind of lightning-fast reflexes would that require? It's beyond belief. Only old Tang could think to defuse the enemy's hidden weapons with such a move. Audience count, 201,200 213,320. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Anna snapped back to reality, staring at the scattered shell casings on the ground and gasping in astonishment. Master Tang, that move was absolutely incredible. Indeed, Master Tang. In all my years as a police officer, I've never witnessed such miraculous marksmanship. Rapid-firing 2 pistols, emptying magazines in seconds, and not only that, he precisely shot dozens of darts out of the sky. Linghua shook her head repeatedly, still finding it hard to believe. Yet the 2 overheated pistols in Tang Zhong's hands were undeniable proof. Tang Zhong remained composed, replying in a solemn tone. It's not time yet. Let's celebrate after I've finished off these devils myself. Gripping his 9-ring broadsword once more, Tang Zhong stood towering above them. Ever since the war ended decades ago, I never imagined I'd have another chance to defend my country and fight on the battlefield in my lifetime. But thankfully, you devils refuse to rest in peace. Look at this 9-ringed broadsword. On the Eastern Front, I slaughtered hundreds of Japanese devils with this very blade. Adding another dozen or so to that tally suits me just fine. With that, Tang Zhong burst into a thunderous laugh. His imposing presence moved countless spectators to tears. What sheer audacity! Only the legendary heroes of the Dragon Nation's resistance could possess such a god-defying spirit. Stand with old Tang, wipe out every last one of these little devils. The 9-ring broadsword is so cool, just looking at it radiates power and dominance. The crowd gasped repeatedly, utterly galvanized by Tang Zhong's words. Now, the dozen or so Japanese soldiers before Tang Zhong, hearing these words and catching sight of the cold gleam of the 9-ring broadsword in his hand, instinctively took half a step back. The primal fear ingrained in their genes surged forth again, sending a chill down the killer's spines. Exchanging nervous glances, despite their overwhelming numerical advantage, not a single one of these killers dared to advance another step. Tang Zhong watched them coldly, a sneer curling his lips at the sight. Just as I suspected, a bunch of Japanese bastards, bullying the weak and cowering before the strong. What's the matter? Scared stiff by this old man's ancestral 9-ring broadsword and too scared to fight? Tang Zhong sneered mercilessly. Hearing these words, Jin Jiwoo, who had been hiding in the granary, was furious. Seeing the assassins frozen in place, he immediately barked out an order in a deep voice. None of you stand there like idiots. I paid you. Even if you have to go one by one to your deaths, you must kill this old bastard. Don't forget you're assassins of the Wild Mountain Group. If you fail to complete the mission and protect the client, you'll be executed just the same when you return. Jin Jiwoo was utterly panicked. Seeing the Japanese assassins all cowed by the threat and witnessing Tang Zhong's inhumanly terrifying methods just now, his legs felt weak beneath him, and for the first time, a genuine sense of danger gripped him. To eliminate any lingering threat once and for all, Jin Jiwoo added, "Whoever kills this old bastard gets 30 million in bonus money. Not only that, but I guarantee I'll write to the leader of the Yama group, recommending you for promotion to the cadre roster." Jin Jiwoo's words proved remarkably effective. The Japanese soldiers, who had been meek and submissive moments before, instantly shed all fear upon hearing this. Their eyes gleamed with greed and fervor as the Japanese assassins rallied. "Old bastard, killing you today will propel me further up the ranks in the Yama group. If you're going to blame anyone, blame yourself for picking the wrong target." The leader snarled, his face twisted in fury. In the next instant, all the assassins struck simultaneously, charging in from every direction with savage ferocity. Blades flashed coldly as samurai swords were drawn. Driven by greed, these Japanese soldiers showed not a shred of fear. The two girls were terrified beyond words. Reika quickly regained her composure and was about to step forward to help, but Tang Zhong waved her off. "You two, step back. Swords have no eyes. Be careful not to get caught in the crossfire." Linghua was indeed a capable police officer, but her opponents were elite assassins dispatched by the Wild Mountain Group. Moreover, cold weapon combat was not Linghua's forte. Since the end of the War of Resistance, cold weapon combat had long ceased to be highly valued. Tang Zhong was different, though. Even decades later, he would never forget how he had slashed Japanese soldiers one by one in the trenches. With the 9-ring broadsword in hand, Tang Zhong gripped it with both hands, his eyes suddenly blazing with a savage glint. Chapter 97, You Can't Escape Now. 3 Japanese assassins charged forward first. Samurai swords thrust simultaneously from 3 directions, each angle impossibly sharp, every strike aimed directly at vital points. Such a fierce assault would likely inflict severe wounds even if only one blow landed. Yet Tang Zhong showed no fear. As the 3 Japanese closed in, he twisted his body and swung the 9-ring broadsword with the momentum. Whoosh! The broad blade generated immense momentum, amplified by Tang Zhong's terrifying strength. A series of metallic clangs rang out as all 3 samurai swords snapped clean in two. "Is this the extent of your strength?" Tang Zhong sneered coldly, then swung his blade with all his might. Splatter! The blade descended, instantly cleaving the left-hand Japanese soldier in two as he screamed in agony. Witnessing this gruesome scene, the other 2 Japanese soldiers were instantly petrified with fear, their eyes going blank. Seizing the moment, Tang Zhong swung his blade again. 3 bursts of blood mist erupted before the 9-ringed broadsword descended again. By the time it landed, the 3 Japanese assassins who had initiated the attack were already dead, their bodies torn beyond recognition. Swish! In an instant, the airfield fell into deathly silence once more. The 10 remaining Japanese soldiers exchanged glances, each seeing terror in the other's eyes. After all, from the moment the 3 assassins attacked to their deaths, less than a minute had passed. Yet within that brief minute, this white-haired old man from the Dragon Nation had effortlessly slaughtered 3 men with nothing but a clumsy greatsword? Such a scene could only be found in novels. Swallowing hard, the assassins grew even more wary. In stark contrast, Jin Jiwoo was consumed by impatience. Witnessing the loss of his 3 men, Jin Jiwoo burned with a desire for swift revenge against Tang Zhong. He immediately urged his men again. "Keep charging. Not a single one of you retreat. Kill that old bastard." Jin Jiwoo shouted in a deep voice. The assassins heard his words and felt some fear. But after all, Jin Jiwoo had offered an astronomical reward. As assassins of the Wild Mountain Group, deserting the battlefield would only mean certain death afterward. With that thought, the assassins regrouped. This time, none dared to act first. 10 surviving assassins moved in perfect unison, positioning themselves 10 meters away from Tang Zhong, ready to pounce on any opening for a fatal strike. Tang Zhong remained utterly still. After watching for a while, these Japanese assassins were still hesitating, even sheathing their 9-ring swords. "You Japanese bastards, since when did you become such cowards? What's the matter? 10 against 1, and you still lack the confidence to take down this old man?" Tang Zhong's mocking words made the Japanese killers' faces turn even paler. After a moment's hesitation, the 10 Japanese assassins finally sprang into action. Each drew their katana once more, preparing to launch a simultaneous assault from all directions. "Old man, don't get too cocky. Even if you're a skilled fighter, you only have 2 eyes. As long as we don't get separated, you're as good as dead. Damned dragon countryman, we'll avenge our fallen comrades right now." "Revenge?" At the sound of that word, Tang Zhong's expression darkened abruptly. "You beasts in human form, you have the nerve to speak of vengeance. During the War of Resistance, how many innocent Dragon Nation civilians did you little devils slaughter? Even if your little Japan was defeated in the end, the blood debt you devils owe to the Dragon Nation is far from repaid." Tang Zhong's words thundered like a clap of thunder. Hiding in the rear, Anna and Linghua clenched their lips tightly upon hearing these words. Every Dragon Nation citizen knew that history of blood and tears. During the War of Resistance, the Japanese devils slaughtered countless unarmed civilians. The toll had long since reached astronomical figures. This blood feud, even after decades, could never be easily forgotten. Overcome with emotion, the two girls couldn't help but join in cheering for Tang Zhong. Go, old Tang. Take down these little devils. We believe in you, old Tang. You will surely take down these bastards. The two girls cheered him on from the sidelines. At that moment, 10 Japanese assassins struck simultaneously. Their katana blades flashed upward, lunging straight for Tang Zhong. Old Tang said it perfectly. The debts these little devils owe can never be repaid, not in hundreds or even thousands of years. Exactly. Now these little devils refuse to acknowledge their crimes, openly forgetting history. They deserve nothing less than punishment. But old Tang is now caught between two fires. This looks dangerous. 10 Japanese assassins attacking from both sides. That's a tough situation. One wrong move and he could be finished. The audience, moved by Tang Zhong's words, couldn't help but feel concerned. It must be said, these Japanese assassins were highly professional. Not only did their formation completely seal off Tang Zhong's retreat, but their katana blades were slashing at impossibly sharp angles. Under such relentless assault from both sides, even if Tang Zhong could kill several in a sudden burst of fury, his back would soon be exposed to the assassin's blades, leaving him with almost no chance of survival. In the distant warehouse, watching his assassins launch such a ruthless assault, Jin Jiwoo finally relaxed slightly. The Tsinghua organization was wiped out in one fell swoop, resulting in losses for Jin Jiwoo that conservatively amounted to over 1 billion yuan. Moreover, Jin Jiwoo had been supporting the majority of the Tsinghua organization's personnel. In effect, Jin Jiwoo had been stripped of his left arm and right leg. This debt was something Jin Jiwoo could never swallow. That is precisely why he was willing to spend a fortune to ensure Tang Zhong's complete elimination. By eliminating this old man from the Dragon Nation before him, he could achieve the goal of making an example out of him. Then, when he made his comeback and cultivated another faction, no power outside of Korea would dare to interfere. A smug smile spread across Jin Jiwoo's lips at this thought. With a smug look, he lit a cigar and even crossed his arms, ready to watch the show. Old fool, what do you have to fight me with? I admit you surprised me at first, but now it's clear, you're nothing but a slightly capable piece of trash. With 10 assassins closing in, you won't escape alive. With that, Jin Jiwoo burst into a maniacal laugh. The sound was piercingly harsh, quickly reaching Tang Zhong's ears. With a faint smile of his own, Tang Zhong lifted his gaze toward Jin Jiwoo in the distance, delivering a soul-piercing retort. Korean bastard, you're celebrating too soon. These assassins may have me surrounded, but don't forget their weapons are nothing more than samurai swords. Still talking tough when death is upon you. Your 2 pistols have already blown their barrels. What do you think you'll use to stop these assassins now? It's laughable. Jin Jiwoo refused to believe it, dismissing Tang Zhong's words as the rantings of a dying man, his face twisted with contempt. But that smug expression didn't last long. The next moment, Jin Jiwoo could no longer smile. Before everyone's eyes, Tang Zhong, having discarded his 9-ring broadsword, suddenly flicked open his long robe as if performing magic. Then, a Type 38 rifle materialized out of thin air, appearing in Tang Zhong's hands. What do you think you'll use to stop an assassin? Naturally, with this old relic in my hand. Chapter 98, they're just as useless as you. Whether it was the 9-ring broadsword or the Type 38 rifle in Tang Zhong's hands now, both were sacred weapons that had followed Tang Zhong through bloody battlefields decades ago. Having already dispatched 3 Japanese soldiers with the 9-ring broadsword, it was now time for this other weapon to take center stage. Lifting the Type 38 rifle abruptly, Tang Zhong immediately aimed it at the Japanese assassin before him. The katana? Nothing but scrap iron, you Japanese brag about to satisfy your fragile egos. Watch closely. This Type 38 rifle in my hands is what truly belongs to your ancestors. Bang! 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 The moment the words fell, the Type 38 rifle's bolt slammed back, unleashing a torrent of bullets. No matter how well trained or agile these Japanese assassins were, they could never outrun Tang Zhong's bullets. Thud! Thud! In the blink of an eye, Tang Zhong pumped the bolt repeatedly, instantly killing 5 Japanese soldiers. Well shot! Linghua watched with blood boiling in her veins, clenching her fists tightly as she cheered incessantly. Old Tang's marksmanship is too precise. They say the old heroes of the War of Resistance could eliminate one enemy with every bullet fired. It's true. Compared to Linghua's excitement, Anna was more curious. Resting her chin in her hand as she studied the scene, Anna scratched her head after a moment. Where on earth did old Tang pull that Type 38 rifle from? How did I not notice it before? It's like magic. As the 2 girls marveled, the remaining 5 Japanese soldiers completely lost it, their faces contorted. Blaring viciously at Tang Zhong, they screamed hysterically. You cheated! What kind of skill is using a gun? This goes against the samurai spirit. Put down your gun if you've got the guts. Let's settle this with bayonets. Blade-to-blade combat? Hearing the Japanese soldier's words, Tang Zhong chuckled softly. He raised his Type 38 rifle, casually lit a cigarette with one hand, and shot the Japanese soldiers a contemptuous look. You lot really have no shame, do you? A dozen of you ganging up on this old man is already bullying the weak, and now you have the nerve to tell me to drop my gun? Let me make this perfectly clear, your so-called samurai spirit is nothing but a joke, a self-delusion for a bunch of useless fools. You're asking for death. Their sacred samurai honor insulted, the Japanese soldiers went berserk once more. I'll kill you. Dare to insult us Japanese? I'll skin you alive. Their scheme exposed, their dignity shattered beyond repair. Now, these Japanese soldiers cared for nothing else but to kill Tang Zhong. They charged forward once more. Tang Zhong smiled coldly, a chill flashing in his eyes. Japanese, go to hell. Bang! 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 The Type 38 rifle roared again. Tang Zhong's trigger finger was lightning fast. Even with this old-style bolt-action rifle, he wielded it with masterful skill. Before the Japanese soldiers could close in, he effortlessly eliminated all 5 with just 5 rounds. Thud! The Japanese soldiers fell to the ground, their eyes wide open in death. The dozen elite assassins Jin Jiwoo had brought were now all wiped out. Amidst the pool of blood, Tang Zhong stood proudly, shouldering his Type 38 rifle, his gaze fixed on Jin Jiwoo at the front. At that moment, the 2 girls approached, both bursting with excitement. You're incredible, old Tang. You took out over a dozen little devils so easily. I was worried about you just a moment ago. Anna exhaled deeply, finally feeling completely at ease. Reika also relaxed her nerves, then smiled faintly. Gun King. Undisputed Gun King. Bullseye every time, wiping out the little devils so awesome. Only Tang Lao could pull this off, his tactics are pure Japanese nemesis material. What enemy slayer? Master Tang is simply unbeatable. The audience marveled in unison, utterly captivated by Tang Zhong's marksmanship. Meanwhile, back in the warehouse, Jin Jiwoo. He stared blankly at the scene before him, watching the assassins he had paid handsomely now lying dead on the ground. His mind went completely blank. Only when Tang Zhong approached with his men did Jin Jiwoo snap out of his daze. He stumbled backward several steps, sweat pouring down his face as all color drained from his cheeks. No. This can't be possible. These assassins cost me over 100 million to hire. Every single one is a top-tier hitman from the Wild Mountain Group. How could a dying old man from the Dragon Nation possibly kill them? This must be a dream. I must be dreaming. Jin Jiwoo frantically slapped his head, desperate to wake from this nightmare. But the next moment, a cold touch pressed against his forehead. He looked up to see Tang Zhong already raising his Type 38 rifle, its muzzle pressed against his forehead. Jin Jiwoo, you're not dreaming. The reason all the assassins you brought were wiped out is simple. Tang Zhong paused mid-sentence. Because they were all useless trash just like you. You. The casual remark instantly made Jin Jiwoo's eyes bulge with rage. But there was nothing he could do. With the cold muzzle of a gun pressed against him, Jin Jiwoo's rage quickly dissipated, replaced by overwhelming fear. Without a moment's hesitation. The next moment, Jin Jiwoo's demeanor underwent a complete reversal. All traces of his earlier arrogance vanished as he immediately dropped to his knees. Kneeling before Tang Zhong, Jin Jiwoo trembled all over. Old man. Please don't kill me. I was just momentarily blinded by loss. I wanted revenge because I'd lost money. But now I've come to my senses. From now on, we'll mind our own business. You return to your dragon country, and I'll continue doing business in this Korean land. I'll never trouble you again. How about it? Jin Jiwoo blurted out in one breath, his eyes pleadingly fixed on Tang Zhong. This Korean is something else. Just moments ago he was spitting fire about killing old Tang, and now he's groveling like this. Yeah, I thought this bastard might have some backbone. Who knew he'd be such a coward? Scum like this, rotten to the core, must never be spared. You're absolutely right. That bastard Jin Jiwoo must be severely punished. He harmed so many innocent people, acted as a lackey for the bastards in Korea, and even tried to harm our Dragon Nation citizens. He absolutely cannot be let off. The audience was seething with hatred toward Jin Jiwoo. This was only natural. After all, as the hidden financier behind the Changhua organization, all the atrocities committed by those bastards under Li Yongji's command naturally fell on his shoulders. Ultimately, without Jin Jiwoo's funding, the Changhua organization would have remained confined to South Korea, never infiltrating the Dragon Nation to harm so many of its people. Seeing Tang Zhong remain silent, Jin Jiwoo continued pleading for mercy. Give me one more chance. Just spare my life, I'll accept any terms you set. How about this, I'll give you 50 million. No, I'll give you 100 million. 300 million. If you're willing to let me go, I'll even hand over the company. Jin Jiwoo kept banging his head on the ground, soon leaving it bloody and mangled. Chapter 99, You're Not Important to Me. Tang Zhong watched silently. He waited until Jin Jiwoo could no longer endure the pain before speaking slowly. Jin Jiwoo, do you know what condition matters most to me? I don't know. Jin Jiwoo hurriedly replied, looking at Tang Zhong with obsequious deference. Just tell me. If I can meet your conditions, I won't hesitate. Very well. Hearing this, Tang Zhong smiled and nodded, leaning close to whisper in his ear. Without you, I'm the most important thing to me. As long as that condition is met, nothing is beyond negotiation. Without me? Jin Jiwoo froze, taking a long moment to process the words. Struck as if by lightning, Jin Jiwoo's mouth fell open. He struggled to speak, yet not a single word came out for a long while. Tang Zhong's words meant he was determined to kill him no matter what. His legs buckled beneath him. Unable to hold it in, Jin Jiwoo actually wet himself right there on the spot. Tang Zhong said nothing more, only slowly cocking the hammer. The black muzzle was aimed squarely at his forehead. Then, in a calm voice, he said, allowing a scum like you to live on this earth will only lead to more harm to society sooner or later. Though the Blue Tile organization has been destroyed, you, Jin Jiwoo, as the mastermind behind it all, must die as well. Only without you can the local people finally live free from oppression. You're mad. You must be mad. Jin Jiwoo suddenly screamed, staring at Tang Zhong with a look of utter hysteria. He simply couldn't comprehend it. In this world, how could there be someone money and fame couldn't buy? As the wealthiest tycoon in Korea, a conglomerate magnate wielding absolute power, he, Jin Jiwoo, had the power to transform an ordinary local gray market organization into a multinational conglomerate where people counted money by the truckload and the funds poured into it were beyond calculation. In the process, Jin Jiwoo had also bribed the Korean police. For a time, he ruled both the legitimate and criminal spheres, which led Kim Ji-woo to a firm conviction that in this world, there was nothing money and power couldn't obtain. But now, Tang Zhong's emergence had shattered this lifelong conviction. Unbuyable. Just for the lives of some lowly outcasts, he was actually willing to kill him? His entire worldview crumbled in that instant. Jin Jiwoo's eyes were vacant, as if he had already accepted his fate. But suddenly, Jin Jiwoo erupted once more. Old man. Even if I die, you won't last long. You think I'm the only one funding the Blue Tile organization? You couldn't be more wrong. When that company makes its move, you'll be torn to pieces too. In Jin Jiwoo's eyes, although he had fallen into Tang Zhong's hands, but this old man from Longwa surely knew nothing of Taylor Corporation's existence. Yet the next moment, Tang Zhong burst into laughter upon hearing those words. Jin Jiwoo, the company you're referring to must be Taylor Corporation, the largest force in the Middle Eastern mercenary arena, disguised as a multinational security group, right? Rest assured, after I kill you, sooner or later this old man will personally go to the Middle East and completely destroy the den of thieves. The words sent shockwaves through Jin Jiwoo's pupils. He couldn't believe that this old man from the Dragon Nation knew so much about the inner workings. He even knew the specific operations and sphere of influence of Taylor Corporation. Just who the hell was this guy? Confusion surged through Jin Jiwoo's mind as he sought answers, but he would never get the chance. Bang! He pulled the trigger decisively. The muzzle blazed as the bullet shattered his skull with pinpoint accuracy. Jin Jiwoo's headless corpse slumped to the ground. His fingers twitched a few times before going completely still. This tycoon who had dominated the Korean peninsula, becoming a veritable local warlord, met his end so abruptly. Well done. That's satisfying. Finally got rid of that scum. Korea's troubles are finally over. Indeed. Tang Lao's actions not only safeguard the people of Dragon Nation but also benefit the innocent citizens of Stick Nation. What a noble deed. The audience applauded and cheered. At that moment, two girls approached, clapping their hands in delight. Old Tang, you've solved this problem once and for all. With Jin Jiwoo no longer able to run rampant, we won't see another massive, vicious organization like the Blue Tile Group emerge for at least a decade. Manhwa remarked with emotion. Thump! 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 Footsteps echoed behind them. Turning, the trio saw the approaching figures were none other than the Korean police officers who had previously guarded the airport perimeter. Park Dae-yeon led the group. As they walked past the scattered corpses of Japanese assassins littering the ground, their jaws dropped in shock. After a moment of stunned silence, he quickly ran toward the warehouse. Seeing Tang Zhong unharmed, Park Dae-yeon breathed a sigh of relief. Old man, I'm just glad you're okay. I heard gunfire coming from inside just now and feared something had happened to you, so I rushed over with my men to help. But now. Just as Park Dae-yeon was about to continue, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the figure before Tang Zhong. Spotting Jin Jiwoo's lifeless body, he froze in shock. Jin Jiwoo. You actually killed that conglomerate boss. Park Dae-yeon couldn't believe it, rubbing his eyes repeatedly. The other Korean officers stared in stunned silence, each of them gasping in shock. This was Kim Ji-woo, after all. The most powerful tycoon in the entire country, with countless elite assassins at his command. Even the Korean police dared not touch a single hair on his head. And now? Staring at the lifeless body of Kim Ji-woo, Park Dae-yeon took a long moment to come to his senses. Tang Zhong watched him, quietly holstering his AK-47 before extending his hand with a smile. Mr. Park, you may arrest me now. Though Kim Ji-woo committed heinous crimes, I am still a citizen of the Dragon Nation. Having taken a life in your country, I must face punishment. As Tang Zhong spoke, Manhwa and Anna stepped forward. And us too. We assisted Old Tang and provided the firearms. If you're making arrests, take us too. The three stood united, prepared to face arrest. The Korean officers exchanged glances, their expressions clearly troubled. Boss, you decide. After a moment, the Korean officers deferred the decision to Park Dae-yong. Reaching behind him for the silver handcuffs, Park Dae-yong approached Tang Jong with deliberate slowness. After a moment of hesitation, just as the silver handcuffs were about to close around Tang Jong's wrists, Park Dae-yong suddenly pulled them back. He immediately ordered his colleagues beside him. Listen up, all of you. It was this veteran hero from the Dragon Nation who was ambushed without provocation by assassins from the Little Sun Nation at the airport. He was forced to kill those assassins in self-defense, then faced a gun threat from Kim Ji-woo, forcing him to kill again. Commit this story to memory. Got it. The Korean officers weren't stupid, they quickly caught on and nodded in unison. Upon hearing this, Tang Jong now understood Park Dae-yong's plan. Thank you, Mr. Park. Viewer count surged, public perception shifted. Rewarding host with 5 months of lifespan and 20% enhancement to peak physical attributes. Chapter 100, What did you discover? Old master, we should be thanking you. Park Dae-yong shook his head, grasping Tang Jong's hand with gratitude. If not for your intervention, the people of Korea and China would likely still be suffering under Jin Ji-woo's tyranny. Today's events have finally awakened me. You people of the Dragon Nation are absolutely not the selfish beings rumored to be. Instead, each of you is more noble than the last. Park Dae-yong praised sincerely, and several Korean police officers behind him nodded in agreement. Indeed, as Park Dae-yong stated, Tang Jong had traveled thousands of miles to Korea, primarily to protect the interests of the Dragon Nation. Yet, in doing so, he had also lifted a mountain from the hearts of the Korean people. These Korean officers show remarkable awareness. To have such a sudden awakening, it seems there are still good people in Korea. Tang Lao's actions have brought immeasurable merit. Countless viewers expressed their admiration, causing the viewership to skyrocket. Live viewership 219,865, 235,498. Mr. Tang, we have official duties to attend to. Farewell for now. Wishing you a safe journey. May we meet again someday. Park Dae-yong bid farewell to Tang Lao and his companions, then boarded the vehicle with his officers. Only after the police car vanished from the airport grounds did Linghua approach, murmuring with a hint of emotion. That Korean officer really showed great understanding. I thought he was going to arrest us to confess, but unexpectedly, he just let us go like that. Yeah. Anna joined in with a sigh of relief, then flashed a sweet smile. But Old Tang, this trip to Korea was a complete success. Not only did we dismantle the Manhwa organization and rescue those abducted children, but we also took down the mastermind behind it all. Watching the two girls gesturing excitedly, Old Tang nodded gently. This mission was indeed a resounding success. But you must remain vigilant. After all, the new struggle has only just begun. A new struggle? The two girls looked up at the azure sky above them. Recalling Jin Ji-woo's final words in the still distant Taylor multinational group, their smiles vanished instantly, their expressions turning serious once more. The journey back to their homeland proceeded exceptionally smoothly. Stepping off the plane and onto the soil of the Dragon Nation once more, both girls breathed a sigh of relief. Waiting at the airport were not only Zhou Yuming, but also several high-ranking officials. Even someone of Chi's stature, standing beside these high-ranking officials, wore an expression of deference. Welcome home, Elder Tang. As Tang Jong appeared, one official spoke first, followed by applause from the others. Director Chi stepped forward to assist the elder statesman off the plane, shaking his head in admiration as he said, Mr. Tang, your overseas mission has truly been a resounding success. We have already taken custody of the abducted children and will be reuniting them with their families. Parents whose children were abducted years ago have all gathered here today. As he spoke, Director Chi gestured behind him. Immediately, hundreds of grieving family members, clutching bouquets of flowers, surged forward in a dense crowd. These parents had endured years of torment since their children were abducted, with some family members even turning gray overnight. Now that their children had been found and returned, it felt as though the families had finally regained half their lives. Mr. Tang, you are our family's savior. If you hadn't found my child, my wife and I wouldn't have been able to go on living. Yes, Mr. Tang, your kindness knows no bounds. We, the families, thank you from the bottom of our hearts. Thud, thud, thud. With these words, the families collectively knelt to the ground, repeatedly kowtowing in gratitude. Tang Jong hurried forward with the two girls, helping each family member to their feet. Parents, I understand your feelings. But I have only done what I could manage. The reason we succeeded in rescuing the children is because we had the backing of a powerful nation. If you wish to express gratitude, you should thank your own homeland, thank the mighty standing of the Dragon Nation on the international stage. Though grand in scope, Tang Jong's words held no falsehood. The truth was undeniable. This mission to Korea was indeed accomplished by Tang Jong single-handedly dismantling the Manhwa organization and rescuing the children. But without the identity of a Dragon Nation citizen and the formidable backing of Dragon Nation to intimidate them, he likely wouldn't have even gotten past the Korean police. Old Master Tang truly possesses profound insight. Indeed. Despite his monumental achievements, he never forgot the nation's pivotal role. Truly worthy of being an older generation hero of the resistance. What profound words to express gratitude for being born in a powerful nation. The audience murmured their admiration. Even Director Chi beside him and several top-level leaders nodded repeatedly, looking deeply enlightened. The old comrade is absolutely right. Such profound awareness truly puts us to shame. One leader remarked with a smile. By now, the families had calmed down and rose to their feet in unison. Alright, everyone has just been reunited with their children. They need plenty of companionship and care. Please go home first. Tang Zhong smiled as he dismissed the families. Subsequently, one of the officials took the initiative to invite Tang Zhong to a nearby government facility for tea. During the journey, Tang Zhong learned the official's identity none other than Zhang Zhao, Minister of State Security. The Ministry of State Security, specifically tasked with maintaining national stability, holds an exceptionally high status with responsibilities including but not limited to punishing criminals and suppressing rebellions. In an instant, they arrived at a tea room with solemn decor. Zhang Zhao invited Tang Zhong to take the seat of honor before sitting down himself. Senior Tang, I've heard the full account of your two recent operations. Not just this operation in the Korean peninsula, but also your previous mission going into the Lion's Den alone to dismantle the Monty Group. I'm familiar with both. As he spoke, Zhang Zhao glanced at the two girls and Zhou Yuming seated beside the table. Zhou Yuming immediately understood and led the two girls away to another tea room. Why all the secrecy? Something big must be brewing. I agree. Why else would the minister have Zhou Yuming and the others leave? The audience speculated wildly. Inside the tea house, after watching Zhou Yuming and the others leave, Minister Zhang glanced at Director Chi beside him. Director Chi, you've also received word about this matter. You should handle the explanation. All right. Director Chi nodded and sighed. Mr. Tang, we discovered the long-lost dragon-headed artifact from the Dragon Kingdom at the Little Days auction house. HM? Upon hearing this, Tang Zhong's eyes narrowed slightly. Simultaneously, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Side quest updated. Mission, reclaim the dragon head of the Chinese zodiac. Reward, extend life by 6 months. Extend my life by 6 months? Tang Zhong's eyes lit up. This trip to South Korea had consumed a significant chunk of his time, and his current lifespan was directly tied to his strength. The shorter his life, the harder it was to maintain peak performance. Seizing this opportunity would undoubtedly boost his audience views significantly and earn him that life extension reward. Director Chi, I need detailed information on this artifact. Chapter 101, Tribute to the Veteran Hero. Tang Zhong spoke up proactively, catching Director Chi off guard. Minister Zhang Zhao, however, wore a delighted expression and promptly took over the conversation. It's like this, Elder Tang. Our Ministry of State Security recently discovered the whereabouts of this dragon-headed artifact in Zairaizi. According to our intelligence, it was acquired by a Japanese collector 6 months ago from a British national. Currently, the artifact is consigned for sale at the Showa auction in Japan. The auction will commence in 3 days. Based solely on our intelligence, no fewer than 7 or 8 overseas individuals have expressed significant interest in this dragon head. At this point, Zhang Zhao's brow furrowed deeply. Damn Japan! It's clearly a treasure from the Dragon Nation, yet the little Japanese have snatched it up. Utterly infuriating. Those thieves plundered countless treasures from the Dragon Nation, and now they dare to auction them openly? Utterly shameless. Countless viewers seethed with indignation. Tang Zhong fell silent upon hearing this, fully aware of the gravity of the matter. That dark chapter of history had always been an unspeakable pain in the hearts of countless Dragon Nation people. Back then, the Dragon Kingdom was still in its feudal era, reduced to fish meat on a chopping block, helplessly carved up by imperialist powers. Countless foreign bandits invaded the Dragon Kingdom, pillaging and burning everything in their path. Even the Ming Garden, hailed as a treasure of humanity, was reduced to ashes, with most of its ancient artifacts looted. Over the years, as the Dragon Nation gradually grew stronger, both the nation and its citizens have spared no effort in pursuing the return of these cultural treasures. Yet the passage of time has made this task as difficult as scaling the heavens. To this day, countless artifacts remain unrecovered by the Dragon Kingdom. This dragon head is among the most symbolically significant of them all. The significance of the dragon head to the Dragon Kingdom is evident from its very name. Tang Zhong understood this principle well. Whether it was to extend his lifespan, obtain system rewards, or to return the dragon head to the Dragon Nation, he was determined to contribute his share. Minister Zhang, tell me, what do you need this old man to do? Zhang Zhao slammed his hand on the table, his excitement rising. Esteemed senior. The Zairaizi Kingdom is highly vigilant toward our state security department. The 2 or 3 teams we sent out previously were all sent back under various pretexts. But you're different. Aside from your status as a veteran hero of the War of Resistance, you currently hold no official position, making you the perfect fit for this mission. As he spoke, Zhang Zhao rose and turned to the blackboard behind him. Moments later, a high-resolution image of the dragon's head appeared on the board, followed by several portraits of Japanese individuals. Mr. Tang, this is Yamada Sakura, the holder of the dragon's head. Tang Zhong looked over and saw a young Japanese woman. She wore a kimono, her makeup playful and cute. Yet for some reason, even though it was just a photograph, Tang Zhong distinctly sensed waves of killing intent emanating from her. This woman was no ordinary person. Tang Zhong instinctively made his judgment. At that moment, Zhang Zhao spoke again, pointing to another elderly Japanese man. This is Yamada Jingying, chairman of the Showa auction house. He's the primary organizer of this dragon head auction. Hearing Zhang Zhao's introduction, Tang Zhong couldn't help but feel puzzled. Yamada Sakura, Yamada Jingying. The relationship between these two seemed rather unusual. Noticing Tang Zhong's confusion, Zhang Zhao continued. I'm sure you've already noticed, Mr. Tang, that the relationship between these two is not straightforward. Yamada Sakura is actually Yamada Jingying's daughter. Not only that, but reliable sources indicate. This Showa auction house run by Little Day has intricate ties to the local underworld's largest power, the Yama Group. Zhang Zhao delivered the revelation in one breath. This is way too deep. I can tell this auction house is no ordinary operation. What came before wasn't nonsense. Director Zhang himself stated this auction house has ties to the Nozama Group. In my opinion, getting the dragon head back won't be easy. The Yama-san Group might throw a wrench in the works. So infuriating. It's clearly a treasure of the Dragon Nation, yet they're allowed to auction it off for profit. Some viewers were furious, while others agreed the Showa auction was deeply shady. Tang Zhong understood the underlying reasons all too well. Staring at the photo of the father and daughter in the picture and the image of the dragon head, Tang Zhong fell deep in thought. This operation carried immense significance. Recovering the dragon head artifact was no small matter for the Dragon Nation. It was a statement about its historical legacy. Likewise, the Showa auction house was no ordinary entity. The close ties to the Yama Group alone were enough to put Tang Zhong on high alert. Seeing Tang Zhong remain silent for a long while, Zhang Zhao couldn't help but feel a bit tense. Exchanging a glance with Director Qi beside him, Zhang Zhao offered a wry smile. Mr. Tang, we understand it's a bit much to ask you to undertake another overseas mission like this. After all, you've just returned from a long journey, and you're of advanced age. But there's no alternative. Your capabilities are beyond question. You've successfully completed missions twice while operating alone overseas. And just recently, a company in Shaori's region invited a veteran domestic entrepreneur to attend a meeting. I simply can't think of anyone else who fits the age requirement and can pull off the disguise to complete the mission. At this point, Zhang Zhao sighed deeply. But if you refuse, I completely understand and won't hold it against you. At worst, it will take more time. Even if it takes 10 or 20 years, we will reclaim the cultural relics that rightfully belong to the Dragon Nation. Zhang Zhao clenched his fists, his eyes burning with unwavering conviction. You're absolutely right. The cultural relics that belong to the Dragon Nation must be reclaimed. Back when the Dragon Nation was weak, it was one thing for them to plunder our treasures. But now that our nation grows ever stronger, we must never forget this history. And those cultural relics are the best proof. The audience responded enthusiastically, deeply moved by Zhang Zhao's words. For a moment, all eyes were fixed on Tang Zhong, awaiting his response. Turning to Tang Zhong, he looked up at the two men before him and offered a relaxed smile. Minister Zhang, you're worrying too much. I'm not debating whether to refuse, but rather how to successfully reclaim this artifact. I accept this mission. The dragon-headed artifact shall return to the embrace of the Dragon Nation. Tang Zhong's eyes burned with unwavering resolve as his words rang out with conviction. Swish! The tea room fell instantly silent. Zhang Zhao listened to Tang Zhong's words, his eyes gradually reddening. Even Director Qi and the other leaders present felt a pang of emotion. Tang Zhong, a centenarian, had already rendered extraordinary service to the nation. Yet now, to reclaim the dragon-headed artifact lost overseas, he resolutely chose to accept the mission. His selfless courage alone was enough to move everyone present. After a long silence, Zhang Zhao abruptly stood up. Director Qi and the other leaders followed suit, rising to their feet in unison and saluting Tang Zhong. Salute to the veteran hero. Chapter 102, she'll be your personal bodyguard. Not only the tea room patrons, but the entire audience was moved by Tang Zhong's words. Truly the backbone of the Dragon Nation. A war hero who slew countless Japanese devils with his own hands. Such courage commands profound respect. Indeed. Accepting the mission without hesitation, charging toward danger despite knowing the risks. What unwavering resolve. Salute to the veteran hero. Countless viewers were deeply moved. Inside the tea house, as Tang Zhong accepted the mission, Zhang Zhao immediately began making urgent arrangements. Zhou Yuming led his team back to the Nanyun Provincial Police Headquarters. Their mission there was complete. For the upcoming Zayarizi operation, Tang Zhong needed more professional and better suited teammates. Commissioner Qi took his leave midway, while several other leaders exchanged personal contact details, inviting Tang Zhong to join them for a meal after the operation concluded. Tang Zhong accepted the invitation before being led by Zhang Zhao to a mysterious facility. Old Tang, this operation is exceptionally challenging. Although our target is merely cultural artifacts, considering that many buyers at this auction hail from hostile foreign nations, I believe it's essential to prepare thoroughly. This is the Human Resources Reserve Division of the Ministry of State Security. Zhang Zhao activated a mechanism, opening a heavy iron door before them. As the door swung open, an underground plaza came into view, a shooting range and various training facilities. At that moment, countless young people clad in black combat uniforms were gathered here. Some drew their weapons for marksmanship practice, hitting every target. Others trained in hand-to-hand combat, repeatedly throwing dummies onto the floor. As Zhang Zhao walked through, he proudly introduced, "Mr. Tang, these young people gathered here are all future pillars of the nation. They form the backbone of the Ministry of State Security. Most are fluent in at least 6 languages, and their combat and marksmanship skills rival those of special forces. To put it plainly, the training investment for just one person here easily runs into the millions." Hearing Zhang Zhao's words, Tang Zhong nodded slightly. The nation had capable successors, a thought that filled Tang Zhong with profound satisfaction. He was equally confident that when these young talents returned from their trials, fully seasoned and ready, they would become the nation's most formidable shield. "Minister Zhang, your Ministry of State Security truly is brimming with talent." "Ah, you flatter me, old Tang." Zhang Zhao was clearly flattered, smiling as he made his way to the firing range. At that moment, a girl with a youthful appearance was firing continuously from a standard-issue rifle at the range. Her expression was intensely focused, as if oblivious to her surroundings, as she repeatedly pulled the trigger. A full magazine of bullets poured out in rapid succession. Tang Zhong watched with curiosity, his eyes widening in surprise. He saw that over 50 bullets had all struck the bullseye. What marksmanship! Tang Zhong couldn't help but praise aloud. Hearing this, the girl paused her movements and looked over in confusion. Glancing at the white-haired Tang Zhong, she then looked at Director Zhang beside him. At that moment, Minister Zhang smiled and introduced him. "Xiaoya, this is Old Master Tang, a true hero of our nation's war of resistance. And the recent transnational operation dismantling that fraud syndicate, plus the cleanup of the Chonghua organization's starpoint in Korea, all accomplished by Old Master Tang." Zhang Zhao introduced him enthusiastically. Hearing this, the girl, who had been expressionless moments before, suddenly widened her eyes. She looked at Tang Zhong with curiosity, then immediately reached out her hand. "Hello, Mr. Tang. My name is Li Youtian, you can just call me Xiaoya. It's a pleasure to meet you. I've always admired your achievements and hoped for the chance to meet you in person." Li Youtian chattered on, her enthusiasm a stark contrast to her earlier demeanor. In truth, ever since the conclusion of the Monte Group operation, Li Youtian had held Tang Zhong in high esteem. She knew the detailed case files by heart. That was precisely why she was so overwhelmed to see him in person now. "Mr. Tang, you're truly incredible. At 100 years old, you dared to go deep into the enemy's lair overseas alone, and ultimately took on 100 men single-handedly, completely dismantling their entire criminal organization. Could you tell me how you managed to pull it off?" Li Siyu's eyes sparkled with genuine curiosity, eager to understand Tang Zhong's entire operation. "Haha, this young lady is simply adorable. Not only is she exceptionally capable, but she also has such a wonderful personality. Looks like this girl is a big fan of Old Man Tang. Who knew he'd still have admirers at his age?" The audience couldn't help but laugh at Li Sia's adorable charm. For a moment, Tang Zhong was taken aback by the questions. After all, in his eyes, he'd merely fired a few shots and thrown some punches to take down the Monte Group and the Blue Tile organization. Ahem. Zhang Zhao cleared his throat twice. "Xiaoya, now is not the time for you to be fangirling. The organization has an important mission for you." At those words, Li Siyu immediately dropped her playful demeanor and snapped to attention. Then, Zhang Zhao solemnly declared, "Starting today, you will serve as Mr. Tang's bodyguard and accompany him to Xia Rizi for a mission. The mission code is Dragon's Head. Working alongside Tang Zhong?" At these words, Li Sia's heart leapt with excitement, and she nodded eagerly in agreement. "I guarantee mission completion." "Very good." Zhang Zhao nodded approvingly at Li Siyu. Li Siyu was the most outstanding young recruit in the entire training base, excelling in every aspect of training. The Dragon's Head operation required a minimal team size to avoid detection by the Little Days Nation. A 2-person operation minimized such risks. Zhang Zhao felt confident in trusting Li Siyu with Tang Zhong's protection. "Mr. Tang, don't be fooled by her carefree demeanor, she's exceptionally capable. For this Dragon Head operation, she will be your personal escort throughout the entire mission. We'll also transfer the funds for participating in the auction to you shortly." Hearing Zhang Zhao say this, Tang Zhong nodded. He looked at the vibrant young woman before him and smiled. "Young lady, I look forward to learning from you." "Mr. Tang, you're too kind. It's actually me who should be learning from you." Li Siyu responded with a smile. With the operational personnel confirmed, preliminary preparations followed. Led by Zhang Zhao to the conference room, the two took their seats as Zhang Zhao produced stack after stack of thick documents. "Mr. Tang, these documents detail the auction house's history and the transaction process for this dragon-headed artifact. Please review them and see if there are any issues." Zhang Zhao handed over the documents as he spoke, and Tang Zhong began studying them intently. Li Siyu also leaned in to take a look. After a moment, Tang Zhong's brow furrowed slightly. A private auction, only members are permitted to enter the venue. How difficult is it to obtain membership at this Showa auction house? Tang Zhong asked, and Zhang Zhao immediately replied. Membership requires participation in multiple auctions. Only those with cumulative spending reaching the tens of millions level can become members of Showa auction. This conveniently allows you to impersonate that veteran entrepreneur. Chapter 103, This is an international black card. Zhang Zhao spoke as he produced a black card. Mr. Tang, we've had this prepared for quite some time. Once we enter the territory of Little Day's country, you can first participate in Showa auction's regular auctions. By accumulating qualifications through rapid bidding, you'll eventually obtain entry-level membership. Tang Zhong glanced at the date, his tone tinged with concern. However, timing-wise, from your arrival in the Land of Days until the Dragon Head auction, there are only 4 days. 4 days? Li Siyu frowned slightly beside him. 4 days was an extremely short period, and merely spending tens of millions wouldn't be enough to secure membership. The most crucial factor was gaining the trust of the Asahi auction house. During this period, it was also crucial to interact with the Yamada father and daughter as much as possible to prevent any unforeseen incidents before the Dragon Head auction. The task was exceptionally daunting. At that moment, Tang Zhong rose to take the black card and stated plainly. Time waits for no one. Arrange the flight immediately. Departing tonight and arriving in Japan tomorrow morning should buy us an extra day. Hearing Tang Zhong's words, Zhang Zhaozhong nodded firmly. Very well, Elder Tang. I'll arrange the private jet immediately. On the plane, you'll find the disguise gear you need and the basic information. Soon, the aircraft was ready. At the military airport, Zhang Zhao stood at attention. Watching Tang Zhong board the aircraft, Zhang Zhao solemnly saluted. Mr. Tang, have a safe journey. I, Zhang Zhao, along with all the people of Dragon Nation, await your safe return. Tang Zhong waved in acknowledgement before stepping into the cabin. The special aircraft took off in an instant. On board, Li Siyu took her seat beside Tang Zhong, holding the documents she had prepared in advance. Mr. Tang, these are our credentials for this mission. Li Siyang said as she opened the documents in her hands. You are a seasoned corporate collector from Dragon Nation, owning multiple private museums and enterprises worth billions. As for me, I am your personal secretary. Li Siyu added with a faint smile. Mr. Tang, once we arrive in Japan, you'll need to play your part convincingly. Understood. Tang Zhong replied briefly before closing his eyes to rest. After a night's rest, by dawn the next day, the private jet had already arrived at the capital of the Dei Kingdom. The capital city bustled with activity, its streets teeming with endless streams of pedestrians. Tang Zhong led Li Xia toward the address of the Showa auction house. By now, Tang Zhong had changed into a bespoke, high-end robe. Even Li Xiyang beside him wore an expensive tailored business suit. Both were clearly dressed to match their status. Mr. Tang, the Showa auction house is just ahead. Li Xiyang pointed to a sizable traditional Japanese-style building not far ahead. The 3-story building had a crowd gathered outside, seemingly waiting in line to enter. This Showa auction house is surprisingly popular. Who would have thought? I bet the items up for auction are all antiques from other countries. Showa auction? Just the name sounds shady. The spectators speculated among themselves. Meanwhile, Tang Zhong had already led Li Xia to the back of the line. Noticing a foreigner with blonde hair and blue eyes also waiting in line, Tang Zhong politely inquired. May I ask if you're here for the auction as well? I'm new here and unfamiliar with this Showa auction. Could you tell me more about it? Tang Zhong asked politely, intending to gather some information first. Hearing this, the blonde youth ahead turned around. He eyed Tang Zhong up and down, noticing the expensive embroidered robe, and immediately put on a smile. Certainly. Hello, old gentleman. My name is Bado. This Showa auction is the largest and most renowned auction in the entire country. Let me put it this way, last month I came here and snagged quite a few artifacts, all rare antiques from various countries. The young man named Baidu spoke with self-satisfaction, proudly pulling out a jeweled ring. Take this ring, for instance, it's a rare artifact from the Dragon Kingdom dating back 400 years. And I snagged it for just 3 million, what a steal. Bido displayed the jade ring. Tang Zhong's expression turned grim at a single glance. This ring was clearly a precious artifact from the Dragon Kingdom. Judging by its age, it was indeed an artifact from over 400 years ago. There was no doubt about it, the reason this jade ring had appeared at Showa auction house was likely because it had been looted by the imperialist powers back then, only to end up here through various twists of fate. For a moment, Tang Zhong clenched his fists silently. Many spectators watched with righteous indignation. This is outrageous. It's clearly a cultural relic of the Dragon Nation, yet it's appearing in this petty little country. Exactly. And now someone's wearing it on their finger? Infuriating. Li Siyu clenched her delicate fist, her gaze toward Baidu tinged with hostility. Tang Zhong suppressed his anger and forced a smile. So that's how it is. Seems this Showa auction house does have some interesting items after all. Tang Zhong said no more and quietly joined the queue. It wasn't until noon that the moment finally arrived for Tang Zhong and his companion. Stepping through the ancient building's entrance, a Japanese-style foyer came into view. Bodyguards clad entirely in black stood flanking the entrance, while a young man wearing black-rimmed glasses occupied the center. "Sir, you look unfamiliar. This must be your first time at our Showa auction, correct?" The young man spoke, then introduced himself. "My name is Yamada, the front hall manager of this auction house. It's a pleasure to meet you." Looking at Yamada before him, Tang Zhong smoothly delivered the prepared speech he had rehearsed on the private jet. "I'm a seasoned collector. In Dragon Country, I own 4 private museums and a publicly listed company. I've heard that your Showa auction house handles many rare cultural relics, so I came to take a look." Tang Zhong gestured toward Li Xia beside him. "This is my assistant, Miss Siaya. Hello." As he listened to Tang Zhong's introduction and observed their attire, Yamada's eyes lit up. Such a major investor, if genuine, could become a future key client for the auction house. With that thought, Yamada immediately stepped forward, his demeanor exceedingly courteous. "Sir, to enter our Showa auction, we must first verify your financial standing. If everything checks out, you'll receive a numbered pass granting you access to the auction." Hearing Yamada's words, Tang Zhong casually pulled out that black card. This black card had been specially prepared by director Zhang Zhao. It allowed unrestricted spending in any country worldwide. Not only that, the black card itself was a symbol of status, with no spending limits and billions in funds loaded onto it. As expected. As the black card was unveiled, not only Yamada before him, but even many waiting customers froze in shock. This is an international black card. I heard only clients with net assets and cash flow exceeding 10 billion are eligible for a black card. Chapter 104, These insane little bastards. What kind of person is this old man? The customers buzzed with speculation. As the front of house manager at Showa auction, Yamada you had seen it all and naturally recognized this bank card. His already respectful demeanor deepened further. Yamada bowed his head so low his forehead nearly touched the floor. "Sir, you are now fully qualified to enter the auction. A distinguished client like yourself is precisely what the auction house seeks. On behalf of Showa Auction House, I extend our heartfelt welcome to your attendance." With that, Yamada respectfully presented a numbered badge. The number card was simple, bearing only the digit 93. Clearly, this was Tang Zhong's place in the queue. Old Tang's acting skills are truly masterful. He doesn't even break a sweat. Thank goodness I'm just an audience member. If I were actually there, I'd probably believe old Master Tang is some kind of hidden tycoon too. I wonder what treasures are up for auction here. I hope none of them are cultural relics belonging to our dragon nation. Some spectators marveled at Tang Zhong's performance, while others worried about the auction's contents. At that moment, Yamada personally led the way. Tang Zhong followed him all the way to the auction hall. Before them lay a colossal hall. Even to the naked eye, it held at least 10,000 seats. This confirmed that the man named Baito had been correct. The Showa auction house was indeed one of the most influential venues in Zayarizi Kingdom. Finding the seats corresponding to their numbered tickets, Tang Zhong and Li Xiu took their places. At that moment, Tang Zhong noticed. The blond young man seated beside him was none other than Baito, whom they had encountered outside earlier. Baito was visibly excited, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. His eyes lit up when he saw Tang Zhong seated beside him. "Old man, what a coincidence." "Indeed." Tang Zhong nodded, his gaze briefly resting on the jade ring on Baito's finger. This ring was a cultural relic belonging to the Dragon Kingdom. Over the years, countless similar treasures of Dragon Nation culture had been scattered abroad. But now, he had found himself in Zayarizi country. No matter what, he would bring every single Dragon Nation artifact back intact. As these thoughts swirled, Tang Zhong's resolve solidified within him. As most of the guests arrived at the venue, a massive crystal chandelier above suddenly illuminated the space. The entire venue was bathed in light. From the grand stage at the very front, a vibrantly dressed Japanese woman stepped forward. "It's Miss Yamada Sakura. No wonder she's last year's beauty pageant winner from Little Days. She's absolutely stunning. I'm a huge fan of Miss Yamada Sakura. To see her in person at this auction I'd die happy." Countless guests murmured in admiration below the stage. Tang Zhong also stared intently at Yamada Sakura on stage. But unlike the others admiring the beauty of this Little Days woman, Tang Zhong was observing her gaze and the aura she deliberately concealed. After a moment, Tang Zhong withdrew his gaze. Li Xiu, who had been watching quietly, couldn't help but whisper a question. "Mr. Tang, did you notice anything?" Tang Zhong nodded lightly and replied calmly. "I see it. Yamada Sakura hides a sinister aura. Blood must have stained her hands. It seems the State Security Department's intelligence was accurate. The Yamada family may indeed have close ties to the Yamagumi crime syndicate." Listening to Tang Zhong's assessment, Li Xiu's mouth fell open. A voice echoed from the stage. Yamada Sakura flashed a sweet smile and raised the microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our Showa auction. Everyone present here is a successful individual passionate about collecting, and equally, our most esteemed guests at the Showa auction. Now, allow me to introduce the first item to be featured in this auction. With that, Yamada stepped aside. Two black-clad bodyguards immediately stepped onto the stage, jointly carrying a magnificently adorned wooden box. The box was placed before the podium. All eyes turned curiously toward it. Even the guest who had earlier claimed to be a fan of Yamada Sakura showed immense interest in the contents of the box. At that moment, Yamada Sakura's sweet voice rang out once more. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a treasure from a certain eastern nation. It is a bronze cauldron, said to be over 1,000 years old. Please take a look. As Yamada's words fell, two black-clad bodyguards abruptly lifted the lid of the heavy wooden box. Swish! In an instant, a bronze cauldron standing half a meter tall appeared before everyone's eyes. Its surface was covered in rust, exuding an undeniable aura of antiquity. Not only that, but even beneath the rust, the intricate patterns on the bronze cauldron remained breathtakingly beautiful, leaving onlookers mesmerized. Mr. Tang, what is this? Li Youtian whispered, her pupils trembling. Tang Zhong's expression remained as still as water. Gazing at the bronze cauldron on the platform and the coiled dragon carved upon it, he slowly uttered a sentence. This artifact is the national treasure of the Dragon Kingdom from 1,000 years ago. Judging by its size, it was likely the emblem of a minor feudal state. Yet having endured a millennium, its value is now beyond measure. Holy crap, a bronze cauldron from the Dragon Kingdom over 1,000 years ago? How did this thing end up in Zairizi? Unbelievable. I smell something fishy here, there's definitely something shady going on. The audience was equally stunned. Li Youtian's eyes widened as she glanced at Tang Zhong, then turned her gaze to the bronze cauldron on stage. Master Tang, is this an artifact from our dragon nation? Indeed. Tang Zhong declared in a deep voice. On stage, Yamada Sakura approached the bronze cauldron and continued her passionate introduction. This artifact was originally buried deep beneath the soil of the Dragon Kingdom. It was unearthed through immense hardship by our nation's most distinguished archaeological team. As you can all see, this bronze cauldron was undoubtedly the nation's treasured artifact back in its heyday. Ladies and gentlemen, is there anyone here who desires this treasure? As Yamada's words fell, the hall erupted in a wave of cheers. Countless guests rose to their feet, applauding, their eyes fixed on the bronze cauldron with unmistakable fervor. A millennium-old treasure and antique of this caliber is truly a once-in-a-lifetime find. The very first auction item had already set the room ablaze. In an instant, the atmosphere in the entire venue exploded, with countless guests all itching to bid. In stark contrast, Tang Zhong and Li Youtian felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Those heartless little bastards. Li Youtian clenched her crimson lips, muttering angrily under her breath. What archaeological team? Going through all that trouble? They're clearly a bunch of audacious grave robbers. They must have infiltrated the Dragon Kingdom, located the tomb containing this bronze cauldron, and then secretly dug it up. And now they have the nerve to put it up for auction in broad daylight? Shameless. Li Youtian was furious beyond words. Seeing her nation's treasure stolen and auctioned off by foreigners, her feelings were understandable. It wasn't just Li Youtian, the audience had already erupted in outrage. Chapter 105, I'll bid 5 billion. How despicable. These bastards have absolutely no scruples, no wonder they got bombed back in the day. These treasures rightfully belong to the Dragon Nation, yet these devils forcibly infiltrated and stole them, utterly infuriating. Hope Tang Lao steps in quickly and brings back both the dragon head and the bronze tripod. The audience was filled with righteous indignation, unable to bear the sight. Tang Zhong remained silent, his expression still composed. But one hand had long since clenched into a tight fist. That cultural relics belonging to the Dragon Nation had to be reclaimed through an auction process infuriated Tang Zhong beyond measure. For now, however, he must first secure membership to gain access to the primary objective of this mission, the Dragon Head. With this thought, Tang Zhong forced himself to suppress his anger. Siaya, prepare for the auction. At his instruction, Li Youtian immediately stood ready, number card in hand. Meanwhile, on stage, Yamada Sakura saw the lively atmosphere below and knew the moment had arrived. Since everyone here seems so fond of this bronze cauldron, I hereby declare the auction officially open. Dragon Kingdom bronze tripod, starting bid, 3 million. As Yamada Sakura's voice faded, Bido, standing beside Tang Zhong, could no longer contain himself and immediately raised his hand. I bid 5 million. Bido displayed bid card number 92. Yamada Yo smiled and nodded. This gentleman has offered 5 million. Any higher bids? 5 million? What's that? I'll go 6 million. 7 million. 10 million. In the blink of an eye, the bronze cauldron's price skyrocketed, soaring straight into the 10 million yuan range. What the hell? Have these people lost their minds? Bro, you're clueless. This bronze cauldron is a millennia-old treasure. Forget 10 million, it could easily fetch 4 or 500 million on the resale market. As the audience debated, the bronze cauldron's auction price had already reached 50 million. Li Youtian hadn't raised her hand once, and now she was feeling incredibly anxious. After all, everyone else was bidding, yet Tang Zhong remained completely inactive. Mr. Tang, aren't we going to make a move? No rush. In stark contrast to Li Youtian's nervousness, Tang Zhong remained calm and composed, speaking only in a detached tone. There's still plenty of time. These bids are just small change for now. Just wait. Hearing Tang Zhong's words, Li Youtian could only force herself to hold back. The situation unfolded exactly as Tang Zhong had predicted. 5 minutes later, the bronze cauldron's price had soared to a staggering 300 million. This 300 million bid came from Baiduo. Tang Zhong was quite surprised by this. He hadn't expected this seemingly unremarkable blonde man to possess such formidable resources. Not bad. Tang Zhong murmured to himself. On stage, Yamada Sakura's smile grew even brighter. This bronze cauldron had originally been stolen from Longwood during the Showa auction, costing hundreds of thousands to hire people specifically for the job. Yet now, after being resold at auction, it had fetched hundreds of millions in value. The profit margin was nothing short of staggering. Having bid 300 million, Baidu rose confidently, his gaze sweeping the room with pride. Does anyone have a higher bid? Ha ha, this bronze cauldron is mine. Baidu's attitude was arrogant. Though other guests were displeased, none rose to raise the bid. Even those with substantial assets who could afford the 300 million chose not to raise the bid. The reason was simple. This was merely the first treasure offered by Showa Auction House. If they spent all their money on this bronze cauldron too early, what if a more breathtaking antique appeared later? Wouldn't they then be forced to stand idly by? For this very reason, most bidders held back. No way. Is this bronze cauldron really going to be snatched up by that foreigner? What gives him the right? This belongs to the Dragon Nation. This Beto guy is a collecting maniac, and he seems utterly obsessed with this bronze tripod. This is bad. Isn't old Tang going to make a move? If he doesn't act now, it'll be too late. The audience was on the edge of their seats. On stage, the first auction hammer fell. Yamada Yoki beamed with delight. Are there any other bidders? If not, after 2 more strikes of the hammer, this supreme bronze cauldron will belong to this gentleman. With that, Yamada Sakura brought the hammer down once more. Just as Yamada No raised his hand again, poised to deliver the final blow, Tang Zhong finally looked up, motioning for Li Youtian beside him to rise while holding up 4 fingers. Hold on. Our Mr. Tang bids 400 million. Li Youtian spoke up loudly. 400 million. In an instant, the entire venue fell silent, the room as quiet as a tomb. Even Yamada Sakura, who was accustomed to grand occasions on stage, wore an expression of astonishment. After all, 400 million yuan was no small sum. Anyone capable of producing that kind of money was certainly no ordinary person. And this was merely the first item up for auction. To casually wave away 400 million demonstrated the buyer's sheer audacity. With that thought, Yamada Sakura glanced at the bidding girl, then shifted her gaze to Tang Zhong beside her. Observing the elderly man with graying temples, Yamada Sakura's interest was piqued. Beside Tang Zhong, Baiduo, who had been brimming with arrogance and confidence just moments ago, suddenly froze, his entire face stiffening. He turned to stare blankly at Tang Zhong. When he finally snapped out of it, his face was twisted with fury. Old man! Are you deliberately trying to sabotage me? I've set my sights on this bronze cauldron. I advise you to give up immediately. Baiduo's tone was icy cold. Seeing this, Li Youtian wanted to step forward to confront him, but Tang Zhong raised his hand to block her. Rising slowly, Tang Zhong's expression remained as still as an ancient well. He fixed his gaze on Baidu before finally smiling. Give up? We're competing fairly. Why should I give up? And let me tell you this, I'm taking that bronze cauldron. Whatever Tang Zhong set his sights on, he would never let slip away. And this was an artifact that rightfully belonged to the Dragon Nation. Baidu's eyes darkened with rage at the words. Gritting his teeth in fury, Baidu immediately sneered. You're overestimating yourself. I bid 450 million. Old man, I'll see what you've got to compete with me. Baidu's attitude regained its arrogance, his tone brimming with confidence. Tang Zhong, however, remained as calm as a still pond. He turned to Li Youtian and held up 5 fingers. My old master bids 500 million. The moment the 500 million bid was uttered, the entire room fell silent once more. This time, no one doubted Tang Zhong's capabilities. Some even began to speculate in whispers about the identity of this centenarian. The pressure instantly shifted, landing squarely on Baidu. This time, Baidu was instantly drenched in cold sweat. He had thought that 450 million yuan would be enough to intimidate the old man before him. But unexpectedly, not only did the other party refuse to budge, he countered with a bid of 500 million. A full 500 million. After all, Baidu had only brought 500 million in savings with him to Little Day's country this time. If he spent it all, he might not even have enough left for the trip home. And who knew if the old man might raise the price again? Chapter 106, Successfully Acquiring the Bronze Tripod. Baidu's expression flickered with indecision. Fixing his gaze on Tang Zhong, Bideo emphasized his words. Old man, I advise you to give up on this bronze cauldron. Cross me, and I guarantee you won't get away with it. Let it go now, and I might show mercy and spare you. Otherwise, you're just a lowly old man from the Dragon Nation, no more than an insect in my eyes, easily crushed with a flick of my finger. Bido's threat was blunt, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. His demeanor caused many nearby patrons to swallow nervously, overcome with fear. Some who recognized Baidu's identity immediately began whispering among themselves. Word is this Baidu is the son of a multinational corporation chairman overseas. Yeah, even the Showa auction house gives this guy special treatment. Now that this bronze tripod has caught his eye, that old man probably won't get his hands on it. The other guests gasped in astonishment. Hearing these remarks, the audience couldn't help but feel curious about Baidu. This Baiduo seems to have some serious connections. Yeah, with so many guests talking about him, he must be something special. Tang Lao won't back down now, will he? This bronze tripod is a treasure of the Dragon Kingdom. Is he really going to hand it over like that? Seeing so many people wary of Baiduo's background, the audience now felt uncertain. After all, Tang Zhong had ventured into the lion's den alone, with only Li Xuan by his side and no other allies. To immediately offend a foreigner with deep connections upon arriving in a foreign land would undoubtedly be extremely dangerous. Tang Zhong understood this principle all too well. Even the usually steadfast Li Xiu couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety. Stepping behind Tang Zhong, she murmured softly. Old Tang, perhaps we should reconsider. This bead doesn't seem like an ordinary person. If we offend him and he retaliates, won't it jeopardize our future plans? And as for that bronze cauldron, we can always find another way to get it later. Li Xiu pleaded. Bido's smile grew increasingly confident as he looked down on Tang Zhong. Clearly, he was now certain Tang Zhong dared not raise the bid further. If that was the case, then the bronze cauldron was as good as his. However, Baiduo's smile didn't last long. The next moment, Tang Zhong suddenly curved his lips into a smile. Taking the bid card from Li Xia's hand with an air of nonchalance, he raised it high once more. My apologies. Don't think your deep connections matter. Even if the heavens themselves were to grow old, this bronze cauldron belongs to this old man today. Speaking in a deep voice, Tang Zhong then turned his gaze to Yamada Sakura on the stage. Miss Yamada, this old man bids 600 million. 600 million. The moment the words left his mouth, the entire hall fell silent once more. After a moment, gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Who could have imagined that Tang Zhong would dare to raise the bid again, even under the threat of the well-connected Baidu? And he'd just thrown down another 100 million. Just how extravagant was this guy? Observing Tang Zhong's impeccable attire and the poised, elegant female secretary by his side, many guests gaped in astonishment. Did I hear that right? That old man actually dared to raise the bid. Splashing out 600 million in one go, what sheer audacity. This old man must be no ordinary figure. Looks like this old man is deliberately going head-to-head with Bede. The surrounding guests buzzed with whispers. The audience was already in an uproar. Tang Lao is so badass. That's exactly how you crush your opponent. Even though it's staged, Tang Lao's acting is so convincing. He's clearly a hidden tycoon. Too bad it's a cultural relic from the Dragon Nation, yet they still have to shell out 600 million to buy it. The guy before me hit the nail on the head. These things belong to the Dragon Nation, yet they still waste its resources. It's infuriating. The audience sighed in mixed reactions, some stunned by Tang Zhong's dominance, others still seething with resentment. Tang Zhong understood this logic perfectly well. Spending the nation's resources to bring back treasures that rightfully belonged to them? That was certainly not the outcome Tang Zhong desired. But for now, the priority is to get our hands on that bronze cauldron. Once we get our hands on the most crucial dragon head, Tang Zhong will have his own way of making this little bastard pay for his crimes with blood. Bido, who had been smiling moments ago, froze in place. When he finally snapped back to his senses, veins bulged prominently on his forehead. Old man. Are you deliberately trying to thwart me? 600 million? That valuation far exceeds the bronze cauldron's intrinsic worth. Very well. I'll remember this. Bido blared coldly at Tang Zhong. We're not done here. You just wait. After delivering this threat, Bido felt the stares of onlookers and quickly lowered his head to sit down. With Baiduo's withdrawal, the bronze cauldron auction had no remaining contenders. Yamada struck the gavel 3 times and announced with a smile. The Dragon Nation's supreme bronze tripod is sold to this distinguished gentleman. Congratulations. Having successfully secured the bronze cauldron, Li Xiu exhaled deeply. 2 bodyguards promptly carried the bronze cauldron away. This supreme treasure of the Dragon Kingdom would be handed over to Tang Zhong after the auction concluded. Mr. Tang, thank goodness you stepped in just in time. Li Xiu patted her chest in relief. Moments earlier, she had been on the edge of her seat, fearing the chance to secure the bronze tripod would slip away. But Tang Zhong acted decisively. Seeing Baidu make his move, he immediately outbid all competitors and raised the price. Even when faced with Baiduo's threats, Li Xiu had considered backing down for the greater good. Yet Tang Zhong remained unyielding, decisively raising the bid by 100 million yuan to secure the treasure outright. Mr. Tang, the way you raised your hand just now was so cool. Though spending 600 million exceeded the budget, securing this bronze cauldron means we've reclaimed another cultural relic lost overseas for the Dragon Nation. Hearing Li Xia's words, Tang Zhong remained expressionless. Feeling the stares from those around him and Yamada's deliberate lingering gaze from the podium, he finally spoke calmly after a moment. Siaya, the real auction has only just begun. Get ready. Whether inside or outside this auction hall, we're bound to face plenty of trouble. Ha! At these words, Li Xiu immediately looked around warily. The audience remained wildly excited, with popularity soaring. Online viewers, 246,042, 257,435 skyrocketing. Congratulations, host. You've unlocked a reward, Golden Eyes. Golden Eye, see through all antiques and treasures, instantly discerning authenticity. The long-awaited system reward couldn't help but bring a surge of joy to Tang Zhong's heart. This trip to Zayarizi Kingdom. Tang Zhong wasn't overly concerned about the Wild Mountain Group or the local mixed bag of forces. The only thing that troubled him was the treasure appraisal segment. After all, though battle-hardened, he knew next to nothing about appraising antiques, utterly clueless, really. Had it not been for the sheer awe-inspiring nature of that bronze cauldron, Tang Zhong would never have taken the risk of securing it without first verifying its authenticity. Chapter 107, Golden Pupil activated. I'll go 1 million higher. Golden light instantly flashed in his eyes. Simultaneously, Tang Zhong felt two warm currents surge through his eyes. He opened his eyes again and looked toward the stage. His gaze unintentionally focused on the left side of the display, where the bronze cauldron had just been carried off the stage by the bodyguards. Detected cultural relic. Scan complete, Warring States Bronze Cauldron. Extraordinary historical significance. Incalculable value. Who knew the golden pupil would be this useful? Tang Zhong murmured to himself, flashing a confident smile. With this artifact in hand, the current auction held no concerns worth worrying about for Tang Zhong. As the first round of bidding concluded, many guests began to glance at Tang Zhong, either deliberately or casually. The situation unfolded exactly as Tang Zhong had anticipated. Having made a splash first, many guests in the auction hall now had their eyes on Tang Zhong. These thoughts varied in nature, some favorable, some not. Once again, Yamada's sweet voice echoed from the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, the second round of bidding is about to commence. The item to be featured this time is even more prestigious. It is said to have once symbolized an entire era. With that, Yamada clapped her hands. Compared to the bronze cauldron last time, the escort for this item was on a much grander scale. A full 6 black-clad bodyguards took the stage, laboriously carrying a stone coffin over 2 meters tall. What is this thing? It looks so mysterious. Li Xiu murmured in wonder, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Tang Zhong remained silent beside her. A golden light flickered silently in his eyes. The moment his gaze pierced through the stone coffin, Tang Zhong saw everything inside with perfect clarity. It's a mummy. Judging by its condition, it must have been unearthed recently. Tang Zhong remarked calmly. A mummy? Li Xiu was stunned. She glanced at Tang Zhong, then turned her gaze back to the stone coffin. But no matter how hard she tried to scrutinize it, she couldn't discern anything unusual. Mr. Tang, how did you know there was a mummy inside? Not only Li Xiu, but the audience was equally puzzled. How did old Master Tang know? No clue. Does old Tang have X-ray vision? I bet old Tang was just guessing. Who knows what's inside such a thick coffin? Most of the audience was skeptical. But soon, as the stone coffin slowly opened, Li Xia's expression of doubt instantly turned to shock. Inside the stone coffin, a mummy truly lay still. At the same moment, Tang Zhong's golden pupil activated once more. Detected cultural relics. Scan complete, ancient AIG mummy attendant, valued at 20 million. Judging by its value, this mummy was clearly far less valuable than the bronze cauldron Tang Zhong had previously photographed. After all, it was merely a mummified attendant, not an actual member of the ancient AI royal family. Whether in terms of collectible value or historical significance, this mummy was worth only 10 million. As the true contents of the stone coffin were revealed, the audience erupted in excitement. No way, Tang Lao actually predicted it. How did old Tang pull that off? He's incredible. Could it be that old Tang isn't just a war hero, but also an expert in antique appraisal? The audience was utterly astonished. At that moment, Yamada Sakura on stage continued her passionate introduction. As you've all witnessed, this mummy is none other than an ancient royal figure, and among the burial artifacts is a golden sword. Starting bid, 25 million. Bidding begins now. Yamada brought down the gavel with a resounding thud. In an instant, the entire venue erupted, every guest stirring with anticipation. Vito's eyes widened in astonishment. After watching for just a moment, he excitedly slapped his thigh. This is the real deal, absolutely top-notch. I'll bid 30 million. Vito was the first to bid. Seeing this, the other guests lost all hesitation and immediately joined the bidding frenzy. I'll go 35 million. Hold your horses, I'll go to 38 million. Haha, I'll go 50 million. The price skyrocketed. Within a minute, the price had soared to around 70 million. Li Youtian stared blankly. Seeing everyone around her scrambling to bid, she couldn't help but get tempted. Mr. Tang, this mummy seems incredibly valuable. If the price is right, why don't we try bidding too? What if we could buy it cheap and resell it? That would cover the money we just spent, right? Li Youtian's idea was rather naive. Tang Zhong shook his head decisively upon hearing this. Observing the mummy on the stage and then glancing at the woman with the small diary, he understood the tactics of the Showa auction house. First, they used a genuine bronze cauldron to heat up the bidding. They stirred up the passion of all the guests, then seized the opportunity to introduce a shareholder who was all talk and no substance, thereby raking in a huge profit margin. Tang Zhong calmly explained. "See you, don't be intimidated by this mummy's imposing appearance. In reality, this thing is worth no more than 20 million. As for its supposed ancient imperial lineage? That's nothing but packaging the auction house slapped on it." "What? No way." Li Youtian couldn't believe it. She covered her mouth and stared at the mummy on stage, her expression frozen in shock for a moment. "Mr. Tang, are you certain this piece is only worth 20 million? The bidding has already reached 70 million. If what you're saying is true, then haven't they all been ripped off?" Tang Zhong nodded slightly upon hearing this. Holy crap, this mummy is only worth 20 million? Is old Tang telling the truth? How could he possibly know how much this thing is worth? I think it's possible. Look at the stage lighting and that golden sword, it really does seem like deliberate packaging. The audience murmured with suspicion. At that moment, Bede raised his hand confidently, continuing the bidding. "I bid 100 million. Ha 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 ha. Now let's see who dares compete with me." Beto stood with his hands behind his back, his face radiating arrogance. He glanced sideways at Tang Zhong, seeing no sign of the old man intending to bid. Beto felt a surge of secret satisfaction. Yet the next moment, Tang Zhong raised his hand calmly, his expression serene. "I bid 110 million. You." In an instant, Bei Duo's entire face contorted. Beside Tang Zhong, the accountant was utterly baffled. "Mr. Tang, what are you doing? You just said yourself that this item is only worth 20 million. If that's the case, why raise the price?" Li Youtian truly couldn't fathom it. After all, in her view, the guests bidding higher now were all suckers. If no one else bid now, wouldn't Tang Zhong have to buy the mummy himself? They'd already spent a full 600 million yuan on the bronze cauldron. This sum was no small amount, already consuming a significant portion of their auction budget for this trip. Spending another few hundred million would likely leave them unable to even touch the threshold of the dragon-headed vase. These thoughts made Li Youtian's tone grow even more urgent. "Mr. Tang, it's not too late to reconsider. If someone else bids, we absolutely must not raise our paddle. We don't have much funding left, don't act impulsively." Li Youtian pleaded gently. But Tang Zhong merely smiled faintly, his eyes signaling her to relax. "I bid 110 million. If no one raises it, this Guiji mummy is mine. Chapter 108, I'll give it to you if you want it. Why are you getting so upset? What's going on? Judging by old Tang's demeanor, he really intends to buy this mummy? No way, just moments ago, old Tang himself said this thing was only worth 10 million. I think old Tang must be losing his mind. He's about to take a huge loss." Most spectators were convinced Tang Zhong must have lost his mind. Otherwise, why would he bid over 10 times the price to win the mummy? Only Tang Zhong himself knew the truth. His purpose in doing this wasn't to actually buy the thing. From the crazed look in Bei Duo's eyes, Tang Zhong could almost be certain. This guy had already made up his mind to get the mummy. Considering his earlier threats and the ancient dragon country jade ring on his finger, Tang Zhong decided to set a trap. If he could just make Bai Du go into the red, or even into debt, by the time the auction ended, he might just be able to seize Baiduo's ring. Tang Zhong had made up his mind long before this trip. Any Dragon Nation artifact he laid eyes on, no matter whose hands it was in, he, Tang Zhong, would spare no effort to reclaim it. For no other reason than to ensure that what rightfully belongs to the Dragon Kingdom no longer wanders in exile overseas. Years ago, foreign powers forced open the Dragon Nation's gates with guns and cannons, plundering its countless treasures with impunity. Now, the Dragon Nation had finally awakened, growing so powerful that the world trembled before it. As a witness to all this, Tang Zhong felt compelled to fulfill his duty and give his all for the Dragon Nation. "Old man, are you deliberately trying to antagonize me? Fine. I'll see it through to the end today." Beto's face twisted with fury as he raised his hand. "I bid 130 million. Old geezer, you just spent 600 million on that worthless cauldron. I don't believe you have any money left. Is that so?" Tang Zhong smiled without responding. The more Beta lost his head, the more advantageous it became for Tang Zhong. He wanted this guy to lose his cool completely, ultimately falling into the trap he'd dug. "I'll offer 200 million. You!" Beto gasped, clenching his teeth in fury. After a moment's deliberation, he steeled himself. Bidding war? I'll go 300 million. 400 million. Tang Zhong smiled faintly, his tone neither warm nor cold. This sent Baidu's eyes red with fury, nearly making him leap to his feet. On stage, Yamada Sakura silently watched the scene unfold. Her willow brows furrowed slightly as Yamada also discerned Tang Zhong's intentions. This old man, he's no ordinary fellow. Muttering under his breath, Yamada summoned one of his bodyguards. Find out immediately what this old man's background is. Understood. The black-clad bodyguard responded promptly and departed. The price tag of 400 million far exceeded the mummy's intrinsic value by dozens of times. Tang Zhong knew the moment had arrived and promptly sat back down. This scene, however, greatly boosted Bideo's morale, restoring his confidence. I knew you couldn't hold out. What's the matter, old man? Keep bidding? Bideo taunted wildly. But Tang Zhong paid him no mind whatsoever. 3 hammer blows later, Yamada announced the result on the spot. Congratulations, Mr. Bideo. You've secured this ancient AIG mummy for 400 million. When announcing the result, Yamada no included the word royal. Clearly, she knew full well that this mummy was far from priceless. As the words left her lips, some guests below the stage also sensed something was amiss. Only Bido's child gloated, cheering incessantly. Old man, you just tried to snatch what was mine. Mark my words, this ancient imperial mummy? I could flip it for 10 billion. Watching the supremely confident Baidu, Tang Zhong struggled to suppress his laughter. Well then, I wish you all the best. Li Youtian, who had witnessed the entire scene from the sidelines. And as she watched the wildly gesticulating Bideo, it finally dawned on her. Mr. Tang, you didn't intentionally keep raising the bid just now, did you? That's correct. Tang Zhong nodded calmly. Since Beidou desires this mummy so much, I decided to help him achieve his wish. But the current price of 400 million is already dozens of times its actual value. Once Bideo goes bankrupt, after this auction concludes, we'll have our chance to reclaim the Dragon Nation ring from his possession. Tang Zhong slowly laid out his plan. Holy crap, old Tang's move is genius. Yeah, even us spectators got played. Haha, now that Bido's the sucker who just wasted hundreds of millions. Old Tang's move is undeniably brilliant, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The audience couldn't stop marveling. The next few rounds of bidding continued, but the items up for auction were all rather ordinary. None of them were artifacts from the Dragon Kingdom, so Tang Zhong simply made no moves. Before long, it was time for the intermission. The Showa auction house occupied a substantial area. Beyond the vast main auction hall seating thousands, it also featured a tea house accommodating several thousand more, along with bars and lounge areas. Tang Zhong led Li Youtian away ahead of the crowd, heading to a lounge to sip tea. Li Youtian was visibly excited throughout the journey. Mr. Tang, you're truly amazing. This is only our first day at Showa auction house, and we've already gained so much. At this rate, securing the 10 million level membership qualification should be a breeze. Listening to Li Youtian's words, Tang Zhong nodded slightly. Indeed. Yamada Sakura should have noticed us by now. If my guess is correct, she should be here soon. And of course, that fellow named Baidu. Bidou? Li Youtian was puzzled. That guy will definitely verify the mummy's value at this moment. Once he discovers it's worth 20 million, he'll come looking for us to confront us. Bang! 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 No sooner had Tang Zhong finished speaking than the teahouse door was violently pounded. Then, Baidu's furious roar echoed from outside. Old man! Get your ass out here! This mummy isn't worth 400 million. I bet you set me up on purpose. Get out here now, or I'll smash your door down. Bidou roared fiercely. The commotion drew a crowd of passing guests, who now stood with arms crossed, watching the spectacle unfold. Tang Zhong slowly rose to his feet and opened the door. Outside, they duo stood radiating murderous intent. Old man! Did you know all along that this mummy was worthless? You deliberately deceived me, making me waste 400 million yuan for nothing. I won't let you off the hook. Seeing Baidu's furious state, Tang Zhong shrugged helplessly, then spread his hands wide, his expression utterly innocent. How could I possibly deceive you? That mummy was indeed quite exceptional. I've always wanted to acquire it myself, but alas, my funds were insufficient. How could Mr. Baidu have won the bid yet still slander me? Tang Zhong's words were flawless. This left Baidu stunned on the spot. Among the onlookers, some privy to the inside story immediately began murmuring. Bidou just got fleeced big time. I heard that mummy is only worth 20 million at most, and it's certainly not some ancient imperial relic. Oh? Chapter 109, This foreign devil has no shame. Some guests wore expressions of astonishment. Then, glancing at the flushed and red-faced Bidou, they all burst into laughter. So after all that fuss, this thing is only worth 20 million? Spending a full 400 million just to buy this thing? What a sucker. If I were that guy, I'd never set foot in Showa auctions again. The guests erupted in raucous laughter, mercilessly mocking Bidou. In an instant, Baidu's face turned a sickly shade of green, his expression as grim as if he'd swallowed dog. Humiliated in front of everyone, all he wanted to do was find a crack in the ground to crawl into. With nowhere to vent his boiling rage, Beto could only blame it all on the old man from the Dragon Kingdom standing before him. It's all your fault. You deliberately set me up. Here, take this thing back. Give me back my 400 million. Beto roared, struggling to drag the stone coffin behind him. Clearly, the moment the mid-auction ended, Baidu couldn't wait to claim his bid. But moments later, he realized this thing wasn't worth 400 million yuan at all. How shameless can this foreign devil be? Sure, Tang Lao deliberately inflated the price, but it wasn't Tang Lao who pocketed the money, it was Showa Auction House. Exactly. If he feels cheated, he should take it up with Showa Auctions. Why is he picking on old Tang? This guy's just bullying the weak and cowering before the strong. The audience was enraged by Baidu's attitude. Even Li Xia couldn't stand it anymore. Rising to her feet and taking a few steps forward, Li Xia suddenly sneered coldly. Mr. Baidu, this is nothing but baseless slander. Our Mr. Tang has never profited from this in any way. The auction fees were collected by Showa Auction House. Our Mr. Tang was merely engaging in legitimate auction competition. At this point, Li Xia's tone grew sharper, a cold glint flashing in her beautiful eyes. Mr. Baidu, I hope you know what's best for yourself. Her sharp rebuke instantly silenced Beta. Though Li Xiu appeared less robust than Beto, Beto distinctly sensed an overwhelming aura of lethal intent emanating from this foreign woman before him. In that instant, Beta dared not utter another word. Tap tap tap. The crisp sound of footsteps echoed. Yamada Sakura appeared, accompanied by a swarm of over a dozen black-clad bodyguards, her face still adorned with a sweet smile. Yet Yamada Sakura's eyes held an undeniable, blood-red glint. Gentlemen, what exactly is happening here? One of the guests stepped forward and recounted the entire sequence of events. Yamada Sakura nodded lightly. When she heard Baidu demand compensation from Tang Zhong, she clearly struggled to suppress a laugh. Tang Zhong noticed this and immediately stepped forward, saying, Miss Yamada, I believe this gentleman is being unreasonable. The item was purchased at your auction house, yet he demands I compensate him, claiming it's all my fault. Tell me, whose fault is this? Though Tang Zhong's words seemed innocuous on the surface. Upon closer examination, however, they carried profound hidden implications. Some audience members caught the hidden meaning in old Tang's words and couldn't help but marvel. As expected of old Tang, what a masterful way to phrase it. 3 sentences completely shifted the blame onto Yamada Sakura while also setting up Showa Auction House. Exactly. If Yamada Sakura dares admit this isn't old Master Tang's fault now, it'll look like Showa Auction is maliciously fleecing people. But if Yamada Sakura dares demand compensation from old Tang, all these guests aren't pushovers. They'll surely voice strong objections against the auction house. Sure enough. Upon hearing Tang Zhong's words, Yamada Sakura's expression shifted repeatedly. The surrounding guests all waited for Yamada Sakura's response. Now the pressure shifted to Showa Auction House. Yamada Sakura forced a smile and turned her head to look at Baido. Mr. Bell, do you feel that the mummy you acquired at auction does not meet your expectations? Hearing Yamada Sakura's voice, Bardo inexplicably felt a chill run down his spine. Swallowing hard, Bell replied with a hint of unease. Miss Yamada, this stone coffin mummy is only worth 20 million. But I paid a full 400 million to acquire it. Now I've spent every penny I brought, and I can't even liquidate it in time. As he spoke, Bell felt even more helpless. This stone coffin mummy, in terms of historical and collectible value, was indeed worth 20 million. The problem was, no one would want to buy a statue of an ancient Egyptian attendant. Beto had already sent photos and videos of the sarcophagus to all his previous buyers. But after waiting for quite some time, not a single buyer had offered a straight exchange. This left Bello unable to even scrape together enough for a plane ticket home. Still lamenting, Baidu continued. Miss Yamada Sakura, can I return this sarcophagus mummy to you? Even if you can't refund the full amount, just half would be fine. Beto spoke to himself, completely oblivious. By now, the smile had long vanished from Yamada Sakura's lips. A dozen black-clad bodyguards slowly advanced from behind her. By the time Baidu realized what was happening, they had already surrounded him completely. What do you think you're doing? Cold sweat beaded on Baidu's forehead as his expression turned tense. Yamada Sakura stared at him coldly, her tone suddenly turning icy. Mr. Baidu, the 400 million auction proceeds have been deposited. Showa Auctions has never accepted returns under any circumstances. Now, please leave immediately. Without waiting for Beta's response, Yamada Sakura waved her hand. With a wave of her hand, Yamada Sakura's entourage of black-clad bodyguards immediately surged forward. Without a word, they grabbed Beto by the collar and dragged him out of the lounge area. As for the stone coffin mummy, it too was escorted out. Poor Beto, what a rough deal. Yeah, he got fleeced like a lamb. Not only did they fleece him for 400 million, but now he's getting kicked out. I kinda feel sorry for Beta, but the Showa auction really is ruthless. Yeah, that woman named Yamada no Ko no Hibi, she's clearly no ordinary person. The audience buzzed with discussion. Even Li Xia hadn't anticipated Yamada Sakura's solution would be so blunt and forceful. Tang Zhong watched him passively, offering no comment. He returned to his seat and continued sipping his tea in silence. The onlookers had long since dispersed after all, no one dared cross Yamada Sakura again. The wails grew fainter and fainter. Beto struggled all the way, and the black-clad bodyguard, growing irritated by the commotion, simply beat the guy half to death. Yamada Sakura put on a fresh smile and walked toward Tang Zhong. Seeing her like this, it seemed as if none of what had just happened had ever occurred. Mr. Tang, I hear you're a very seasoned collector in the Dragon Kingdom. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. But what brought you to Little Day's country? After all, you've never visited Little Day's country before. Chapter 110, if no one else wants it, then I will. Yamada spoke softly. But before Tang Zhong could react, Li Xia behind him felt her hair stand on end. As an elite agent of the Ministry of State Security, Li Xia understood perfectly well. Yamada Sakura asking these questions clearly meant she had already investigated Tang Zhong. Though Li Xia believed that with the capabilities of the State Security Department, Tang Zhong's new identity would be forged to perfection. Facing Yamada Sakura directly, however, still made Li Xia feel a surge of nervousness. Compared to Li Xia, Tang Zhong remained perfectly composed. He looked up at Yamada Sakura and smiled faintly. Indeed, this is my first visit to the land of the rising sun. Previously, I've only traveled to South Asia and Korea. Unfortunately, the Hmong Tai group and Korea's Changhua organization were wiped out. With no familiar contacts left there, I had no choice but to change my destination and come here. Is that so? Yamada Sakura maintained her smile. Tang Zhong's response matched the information Yamada Sakura had uncovered perfectly. Mr. Tang, this is my first time meeting a collector from the Dragon Nation. Truthfully, I've always wanted to visit the Dragon Kingdom. After all, your nation boasts thousands of years of history and stands as one of the world's greatest powers today. The Dragon Nation is vast and rich in resources. I imagine the treasures housed in each of its regional museums alone would far exceed those found at my modest auction house. Tang Zhong heard this and sneered inwardly. This petty woman actually has the nerve to boast about the vastness and abundance of the Dragon Kingdom? Wasn't that bronze cauldron unearthed by tomb raiders hired and funded by the Showa auction house? Now she had the audacity to praise the Dragon Nation so brazenly Tang Zhong found it utterly laughable. Though inwardly seething, Tang Zhong maintained an outwardly composed demeanor. Thank you for your kind words, Miss Yamada. Having come to your country, I've long heard of your Showa auction house. Especially your father, Yamada Jingying. He's quite an intriguing figure. At the mention of her father, Yamada Sakura's smile grew even brighter. She looked Tang Zhong up and down before responding. Then I shall convey my father's gratitude for your kind words, Mr. Tang. Once this auction concludes, if you have time, Mr. Tang, would you consider joining us for a meal? It would be an honor for the Yamada family to make the acquaintance of such a seasoned collector as yourself. Sakura Yamada extended the invitation solemnly. Tang Zhong had no reason to refuse. His primary purpose in coming was to reclaim the dragon head. And if he could gain the trust of the Yamada father and daughter, it would undoubtedly increase his chances of obtaining inside information ahead of time. Bidding for the dragon head and spending a fortune to acquire it was only the last resort. Before that, Tang Zhong intended to explore whether extraordinary means could be used to reclaim this priceless treasure. Certainly. Thank you for the invitation, Miss Yamada. After exchanging a few polite words, Yamada Sakura promptly departed. At that moment, Li Xia approached, murmuring nervously under her breath. Mr. Tang, this Yamada Sakura is no ordinary woman. Judging by what she just said, it seems she's already investigated us. Hearing this, Tang Zhong nodded slightly. She conceals her killing intent, yet acts with ruthless decisiveness. Don't be fooled by her delicate appearance. She's more troublesome than any leader I've ever encountered. Tang Zhong remarked calmly. Li Xia found herself in complete agreement. Before long, the break ended, and the auction entered its second half. Beto had already been expelled and naturally had no right to participate again. The crowd returned to take their seats in the vast arena. As Yamada Sakura took the stage, another item was presented. Ladies and gentlemen, this item may not be the most visually appealing, but the next few items on the block will each be truly breathtaking. Hearing Yamada's words, many guests lost most of their interest, waiting only for the subsequent items. At that moment, a black-clad bodyguard carried a long wooden box onto the stage. Without any introduction, the box was immediately opened. What met the eye was a broken long sword. Only 1/3 of the blade remained, leaving little more than the hilt. At this sight, some guests couldn't help but let out a collective gasp. That sword is way too damaged. Exactly. Shareholders value completeness. Something this damaged is worthless, no matter how sentimental it might be. This first lot is such a letdown. Let's just wait for the next one. The guests murmured discontentedly. Li Xia looked at the sword on the stage and also felt it wasn't worth much, nor did it hold any historical significance. Mr. Tang, let's wait for the next lot. This sword does look quite ordinary. As she spoke, Li Siyu glanced at Tang Zhong. But the next moment, she noticed Tang Zhong's gaze fixed intently on the broken sword hilt. His hands clenched tightly as a surge of ecstatic joy flooded his heart. Detected unearthed artifact Imperial Sword. This artifact has endured 2 millennia of history. Though the blade is broken, the hilt still bears the Imperial seal from its era. Conservative estimate, worth approximately 300 million yuan. A treasure, an absolute treasure. Throughout the millennia of Dragon Nation's history, only a handful of Imperial swords ever existed. Not a single one has ever survived to the present day. It can be said that this Imperial sword before us, the mere existence of this sword alone is enough to fill a vast void in the historical record of Dragon Nation's cultural relics. As these thoughts flooded his mind, Tang Zhong's voice grew unconsciously excited. Siyu, this sword is a genuine, priceless artifact. No matter the cost, we must secure it today. A rare artifact? This sword hilt? Li Siyu couldn't believe it. She rubbed her eyes again and studied it carefully, yet still found the long sword utterly ordinary. It wasn't just Li Siyu. Most of the audience shared the same sentiment. Is old Tang okay? This junk sword probably wouldn't even sell at a flea market. Exactly. It's clearly worthless, yet old Tang insists it's some rare artifact? Honestly, he's probably just getting senile. Sigh, but I can understand. After traveling so far over mountains and rivers, and staying on high alert the whole time, it's no wonder the old man is exhausted. Some viewers scoffed, while others worried about old Tang's health. Yet remarkably, nearly all agreed Tang Zhong had made a colossal misjudgment this time. Amidst the chorus of boos, Yamada Sakura on stage remained unflappable. Ladies and gentlemen, the starting bid for this long sword is 300,000. Let the bidding begin. As Yamada Sakura's words fell, a full 5 minutes passed, yet the room remained dead silent. Not a single guest rose to bid. Clearly, most were utterly uninterested in the sword. Seeing no bidders, Yamada Sakura prepared to bring down the hammer and declare the lot unsold. This sword had been discovered by chance in an abandoned earthen house in the Dragon Kingdom during the Showa auction. It was only because the staff at the time thought it might still hold some value that it had been preserved until now. Since there are no bidders, I declare this antique. Hold on. At the critical moment, Tang Zhong abruptly stood up, raising his bid card high. Chapter 111, is this the Imperial Sword? This sword is mine. I bid 400,000. Tang Zhong declared with unwavering resolve, his eyes burning with intensity. This time, Li Siyu was genuinely startled. She had assumed old Master Tang was merely joking earlier. But now, it was clear Tang Zhong was dead serious. Old Master Tang, are you certain you wish to purchase this item? Li Siyu tried to dissuade him. Hearing this, Tang Zhong nodded firmly, his tone unwavering. I won't be mistaken. This sword is far from the worthless piece you see before you. This. For a moment. Seeing old Master Tang's resolute stance, Li Siyu felt it unwise to press further. After all, her primary purpose in coming was to protect Tang Zhong. She was, after all, his subordinate. Since Mr. Tang had made his decision, Li Siyu naturally wouldn't go against it. At the same moment, Yamada Sakura on stage also showed a look of confusion. Even in Yamada Sakura's estimation, such a damaged sword held little value. After carefully pondering Tang Zhong's intentions from below the stage, Yamada Sakura still couldn't make sense of it after a long moment. Mr. Tang, are you certain you wish to bid on this artifact? Yamada Sakura asked tentatively. Below the stage, the other guests burst into laughter. Nearly everyone believed the white-haired old man must have lost his mind. Old man, you'd better take a good look. This sword has less than a third of its original length left. It's practically just a hilt. Such a worthless piece of junk, it's not worth 40,000, let alone 4,000. You can't reason with a fool. That old man must be out of his mind. If someone wants to buy junk, let him have his way. Ah, you're absolutely right. The guests erupted in jeers, their gaze shifting from respect to contempt as they looked at Tang Zhong. Perhaps before, some might have thought this mysterious old man was unfathomable, with a background that couldn't be simple. But now, even buying such a worthless sword clearly marked him as a complete amateur. With that thought, many guests lost all respect for him. The audience was equally perplexed. Is old Tang serious? He's actually bidding an extra 100,000 for this junk sword? That's ridiculous. Of course it's not worth it. Who knows if this piece of junk was just picked up at some flea market. TSK, even old Tang makes miscalculations sometimes. Guess nobody's perfect. The audience murmured in astonishment, some even feeling pity for the bewildered Tang Zhong. But at that moment, only Tang Zhong himself understood. Even in its damaged state, as long as the jade seal at the base of the hilt remained intact, it was absolutely priceless. Especially its significance. If this sword hilt could be brought back intact to the Dragon Kingdom, it would undoubtedly fill in vast gaps in history. Not only that, but it might even become a pivotal turning point for archaeological research and development. Consider the Dragon Kingdom's millennia of history. Though countless ancient texts and historical records exist, vast swaths of history remain blank pages, eroded by the passage of time. With the emergence of this sword, it is foreseeable that, anchored by this artifact, historians will undoubtedly make numerous new discoveries. This single layer of significance alone is profound and far-reaching. After a moment, Tang Zhong snapped back to reality and looked up at Yamada Sakura, his stance unchanged. Indeed, this sword is mine. Hearing Tang Zhong's resolute tone, Yamada Sakura felt momentarily dazed. Could it be? She looked back at the sword hilt. After a moment, she shook her head. Her assessment remained unchanged. In her eyes, this item truly held little value. The 40,000 yuan bid had already far exceeded the auction house's expectations. Originally, both Yamada Sakura and the staff had prepared for it to go unsold. Now that someone had stepped in to take it off their hands, it was rather convenient. Mr. Tang truly has an eye for quality. I'm sure this sword will be to your liking. Now, I announce that the first item of the second half of the auction has been secured by Mr. Tang. 3 hammers fell, and the sword was finally secured. Tang Zhong could barely contain his excitement. Before the black-clad bodyguards could deliver it, he stepped forward to take the long wooden box. Even now, mocking voices persisted. Old man, with your discernment, you'd be better off not embarrassing yourself at auctions. 40,000 for this piece of junk? Looking at you, you must get ripped off all the time, huh? Ha ha ha. Everyone, please stop. What if the old gentleman's blood pressure spikes and he faints from anger? The jeering persisted. But Tang Zhong paid no heed, the sword was already his. He opened the wooden box and gazed at the rust-stained hilt inside, carefully lifting it. Sure enough. The next moment, Tang Zhong clearly saw it. Beneath the base of the hilt, concealed beneath a thick layer of rust, was indeed an engraved image. An imperial seal. It truly is the imperial sword. Master Tang, you say this is the imperial sword? Li Siyu's eyes widened as she leaned in, still finding it hard to believe. Now that the treasure was in hand, Tang Zhong saw no reason to keep it hidden any longer. Siaya, don't be fooled by this sword's plain appearance and broken state. It looks no different from a cheap trinket from a street stall. But this jade seal alone is absolutely genuine. Far from being worthless scrap metal, this is an absolute treasure, rarer than bronze tripods. It's the imperial sword of the Shanfeng, never before unearthed among the historical artifacts of the Dragon Kingdom. Who would have thought it would resurface in this manner before the world? As he spoke, Tang Zhong's gaze swept deeply across the crowd on either side. What a pity, a bunch of fools who can't recognize a gem, letting it slip through their fingers like this. Well, so be it. This artifact belongs to the Dragon Nation and should rightfully be in my possession. Swish. As Tang Zhong finished his explanation, the crowd below the stage shifted. Especially those seated closer to Tang Zhong, the very ones who had been mocking him moments before. Their expressions had completely changed. Each looked utterly stunned, some covering their mouths as they sucked in sharp breaths. Everyone saw it clearly. At the base of the sword hilt Tang Zhong had just displayed, there was indeed a jade imperial seal. Could it be that old man was telling the truth? Could this broken sword truly be the legendary imperial sword of the Dragon Kingdom? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Whispers rippled through the crowd, eyes wide with disbelief. Even Yamada Sakura, who had seen it all on stage, sensed something was amiss upon hearing these whispers. Mr. Tang, you say, this sword is the imperial sword of your Dragon Kingdom? If that's true, then this sword's valuation would far exceed that of the bronze cauldron. It might even reach the 10 billion yuan level. Sakura Yamada spoke, her eyes gleaming with greed. At that moment, she was filled with bitter regret. A treasure of this caliber, and she had casually sold it off for a mere 400,000? But it was too late for regrets now. Even if Yamada Sakura wanted to confirm further, the opportunity was gone. Tang Zhong remained silent, offering no further explanation. Carefully stowing the sword away, he smiled calmly. You are all correct. I was foolish. What I said earlier was merely idle talk. There's no need to dwell on it. Chapter 112, you actually dare bring this out? Ha ha ha. Old Tang's move was ruthless. This move will surely make those guests who mocked old Master Tang earlier spit blood in rage. But old Tang really is a master at playing dumb to catch the clever. Even I was fooled just now. Indeed, who would have guessed this seemingly ordinary, worn-out sword could be the priceless imperial sword? The audience murmured in admiration. By now, most of the guests had caught on. Seeing Tang Zhong deliberately cracking jokes, many seethed with frustration. Even Yamada Sakura on stage couldn't hide the cold glint in her eyes. For a moment, nearly everyone fixed their gaze on Tang Zhong. Noticing the tension, Li Siyu stepped forward and quietly gripped the pistol concealed at her waist. Mr. Tang, perhaps we should leave first? No rush. In stark contrast to Li Siya's anxious state, Tang Zhong remained utterly composed. He slowly sat back down, completely ignoring the stares around him. Miss Yamada, is it possible that an auction house as powerful as Showa would openly breach a contract? This sword, this old man paid good money for it. Tang Zhong spoke with a lightness that belied the gravity of his words. On the viewing platform, Yamada Sakura's mouth twitched repeatedly. Tang Zhong was absolutely correct. This was Showa Auction House. The opening bid of 300,000 had indeed been announced by her, the auction house's vice president, herself. Tang Zhong had bid fairly. Even if many found it unsettling now, there was no justification to reclaim the item. Suppressing her frustration, Yamada Sakura forced a smile. Mr. Tang, you're joking. Showa Auction House has always upheld fairness and impartiality. Since you secured this treasure through bidding, it rightfully belongs to you. Hearing Yamada Sakura speak thus, for a moment, the other guests fell silent, reluctantly averting their gazes. This scene made Li Siyu feel particularly tense. Mr. Tang, for safety's sake, I still suggest we leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, I fear things may change if we delay. Li Siyu spoke cautiously. As an elite agent of the Ministry of State Security, she could already make a preliminary judgment. At least a dozen people had already set their sights on Tang Zhong. Moreover, their gazes were filled with intense murderous intent. Tang Zhong understood Li Siyu's concerns. With a calm smile, Tang Zhong immediately said, Siaya, I understand how you feel. But you must also consider this from another perspective. If we don't make a big enough splash, how can we truly capture the interest of Yamada elite? Yamada Jingying? Li Siyang recalled that Yamada Jingying was Yamada Sakura's father. And he was the real mastermind behind this Showa auction. And their primary objective for this trip, the dragon-headed artifact. It, too, was in Yamada Jingying's possession. Realizing this, Li Siyu suddenly understood. She finally understood that Tang Zhong wasn't acting arrogantly to stir up trouble, he was doing it deliberately. I understand now, old Tang. The auction proceeded. After several rounds, more overseas artifacts were brought out. But Tang Zhong showed no interest in these items. Though these antiques were also worth tens of millions. Neither were they artifacts belonging to the Dragon Nation, nor did they hold any special significance, they simply failed to capture Tang Zhong's interest. 2 hours later, the final item of the auction took the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item to be presented holds profound historical significance. Though its monetary value is modest, it symbolizes the former glory of Zayarizi Kingdom. Yamada Sakura spoke, unable to hide the pride evident on her face. This instantly reignited the guests' anticipation. The audience was also filled with curiosity. Could there possibly be an even more impressive item? Who knows? Could the next item be even more impressive than the bronze cauldron or the square-edged sword? I have a feeling, judging by that Japanese woman's expression, something big is about to happen. Amidst the buzzing whispers of the audience, dozens of black-clad bodyguards surged onto the stage, escorting a flag encased in glass, a banner ravaged by the passage of time. The banner, white tinged with red, was none other than the flag of Little Japan. At the very sight, Tang Zhong immediately gripped the armrest of his chair. The force was so great that a loud crack echoed through the hall. The sturdy, expensive rosewood armrest shattered completely. At the same moment, Li Siyu murmured from behind Tang Zhong. That little day flag, it looks like something made decades ago? If that's the case, then wouldn't it mean? Before Li Siyu could finish her sentence, Yamada Sakura suddenly turned on stage and bowed deeply toward the Japanese flag. I'm sure everyone has noticed. This very flag was the battle standard carried by countless Japanese ancestors as they fought on the distant battlefields of Asia. Though this flag holds little monetary value, with only decades of history, yet its symbolic significance is profoundly immense. It embodies the fearless spirit of our soldiers and deserves to be honored. Yamada Sakura's words echoed throughout every corner of the venue. Tang Zhong's eyes flashed with a cold glint. Even without his golden pupil, Tang Zhong instantly recognized the flag's origin. This patch flag was clearly the assault banner used by the Japanese invaders on the battlefields of the War of Resistance. And now, this very flag was being auctioned off with such brazen audacity? In Tang Zhong's view, this act was nothing short of whitewashing the Japanese invaders' heinous crimes committed in the Dragon Nation. What spirit of fearlessness! Utterly laughable. Despite the crushing defeat they suffered back then, it seems the Japanese still haven't learned to bow their heads. These thoughts stirred a murderous intent within Tang Zhong. Regardless of the outcome of this mission, the Showa auction must be eradicated. Li Siyu also snapped to attention, her face flushed crimson with fury. This is outrageous. To publicly glorify war criminals like this, what on earth is Yamada Sakura thinking? That flag is clear evidence of the heinous crimes committed by those Japanese devils. And now Yamada Sakura dares to treat this rising sun flag as a cultural relic? Absolutely ridiculous. Even Li Siyu was furious, and the audience had long erupted in a chorus of curses. The Japanese are truly the Japanese, utterly devoid of shame. How dare they openly auction this flag, a symbol of evil? And Yamada Sakura is fawning all over it, spouting nothing but whitewashing nonsense about these devils. She's clearly a traitor. Calm down, bro. Japanese bastards are always this shameless, right? These spineless bullies who pick on the weak, looks like we'll have to beat them into submission again before they'll admit their mistakes. The audience watched, seething with righteous indignation. But apart from Tang Zhong and Li Siyu, these two Dragon Country nationals, The other foreign guests seemed utterly indifferent and certainly showed no interest in this final item. As for the local Japanese, they were all clapping and cheering, their faces beaming with excitement. Miss Yamada is absolutely right. Our ancestors were brave and fearless, nearly achieving the revival of the empire. The battle flags they left behind should be recognized as cultural relics. Chapter 113 Explanation? What's there to explain? These words echoed in his ears. Tang Zhong watched coldly, his eyes already brimming with murderous intent. These devils seemed utterly unconvinced that their past war of aggression was wrong. On the contrary, each one seemed to take pride in it. On the battlefields of yesteryear, countless martyrs of the Dragon Nation sacrificed their very lives to drive these invaders away. Though Japan ultimately surrendered and suffered defeat, the scars left by that war remain deeply etched in the hearts of every Dragon Nation citizen. Especially in recent years, Japan has grown increasingly restless. Even now, Japanese figures persistently deny their nation's past acts of aggression. All of this was witnessed by Tang Zhong. On the stage, Yamada Sakura confidently raised the auction hammer. Ladies and gentlemen, since we all recognize the supreme value of this flag, let the auction commence. Starting bid, 800,000. Bidding begins now. As soon as Yamada Sakura spoke, numerous Japanese individuals rose to bid. In the blink of an eye, the price of this rising sun flag soared to 3 million. However, the flag itself held little intrinsic worth. 3 million was already a grossly inflated price. I finally get it. The reason this Showa auction chose the rising sun flag as its final lot was to glorify the Japanese invasion. Yamada Sakura is truly malicious. Using this platform to whitewash their war of aggression? Put. Looks like our martyrs didn't go far enough back. Then we should have exterminated every last one of these bastards. The audience's emotions ran high. Li Youtian clenched her embroidered fists, grinding her teeth in fury. Just as the venue's atmosphere reached a fever pitch, Tang Zhong, who had been observing indifferently, suddenly rose and raised his bid card. I bid 5 million. I'll take this flag. A stunning declaration. Especially when he uttered the words plaster flag. Sakura Yamada, who had been beaming with delight on the stage moments before, instantly turned grim. Mr. Tang. I understand you are a foreigner and may not grasp the significance this flag holds for our nation. If this is to be a proper auction, I hope you will respect our national culture. Thank you. Yamada Sakura emphasized the last sentence. Clearly, Yamada Sakura was deeply displeased with Tang Zhong's reference to the plaster flag. Not only this young woman, but many Japanese men in the audience also shot hostile glances her way. You dare insult our national military flag. I bid 10 million. One Japanese man couldn't resist standing up to raise the bid, seeking to defend their dignity. Hearing this, Tang Zhong shrugged and casually held up 5 fingers. My apologies, but this old man bids 30 million. If no one else bids, this plaster flag will be mine. He wouldn't rest until he made a splash. Tang Zhong remained impassive, his cold gaze fixed on Yamada Sakura on the stage. This time, every Japanese man present was so enraged they rose to their feet. But alas, none of them had enough money. They were all here to support the Showa auction house, not serious buyers. Thus, they naturally hadn't brought much money. After the 30 million bid was called out, a full 5 minutes passed without a single soul daring to raise the price again. Seeing this, Tang Zhong chuckled. What's the matter? You were all talking about defending your dignity as Japanese. Yet you can't even come up with 30 million? Tang Zhong's mockery was ruthless. At that, the faces of the Japanese men present turned green. Li Youtian clapped her hands in delight beside him. Seeing no further bids. No matter how reluctant Yamada Sakura felt, she had to bring down the gavel according to auction rules. The auction is closed. Mr. Tang, congratulations, you have won this military flag. Hearing Tang Zhong's derogatory reference to the little man, Yamada Sakura's eyes turned as cold as ice, as if she could kill someone. Tang Lao is so badass. These Japanese folks aren't much to speak of either, they just stopped bidding? But I'm genuinely curious. While Mr. Tang's move certainly feels satisfying. But what exactly does he plan to do with this flag he just bought for 30 million? While the audience felt a sense of satisfaction, they were also intensely curious about what Tang Zhong would do next. At that moment, Tang Zhong rose from his seat. He strode directly onto the exhibition platform. Under the gaze of Yamada Sakura and countless Japanese spectators, he smashed the glass display case. He grabbed the rising sun flag. Then, in full view of everyone present, he hurled it to the ground and stomped on it with his boot. He trampled it viciously for a long while, reducing the already tattered flag to an even more pitiful state. Old man! Stop this at once! How dare you insult the flag of the Japanese Imperial Army? Pick it up this instant, or I swear I'll tear you limb from limb. Countless Japanese soldiers rose to their feet, roaring with fury. Even Yamada Sakura had summoned over a dozen black-clad bodyguards. In an instant, Tang Zhong was completely surrounded. Seeing this, Li Youtian rushed into the crowd and stood firmly in front of Tang Zhong. Don't make a move. As she spoke, Li Youtian swiftly placed her hand on the pistol at her waist, striking a menacing pose. This forced the Japanese men, who had been advancing aggressively, to halt in their tracks. Yet the fury in their eyes remained undiminished. Yamada Sakura stepped forward, her gaze cold and clear. "Mr. Tang, I have always held you in high regard. But your utter disrespect for my country is truly disappointing. I demand a reasonable explanation." Yamada Sakura demanded. The military flag revered by the Japanese as a spiritual symbol now lay trampled underfoot by an old man from the Dragon Nation. Such utter humiliation had already sent every Japanese soldier present into a rage, each harboring murderous intent. Were it not for the gun in Li Xia's hand, they would have swarmed him already. Surrounded by formidable foes, Tang Zhong remained utterly unperturbed, his expression serene. With a sneer of contempt, Tang Zhong swallowed hard and spat viciously at the rising sun flag. "Explanation? Your ancestors, you devils, committed every conceivable atrocity in the Dragon Kingdom. They slaughtered countless innocent civilians, and now they have the audacity to try and whitewash that war? As expected, are nothing but. If I'd known this back then, I should have dropped 2 more bombs on your country." Swish! The words fell. The entire hall fell into a deathly silence. Then, a sudden roar erupted from the crowd of Japanese soldiers. "Bastard! Dare to slander the Japanese Empire like that? You're asking for death. Miss Yamada Sakura? What are you waiting for? Kill this old man now." "Yes, Miss Yamada. This is to defend the honor of Japan. Many ancestors of the Yamada clan fought in that war. Are you really going to stand idly by?" Countless Japanese voices raised their doubts, all hoping Yamada Sakura would lead the charge. Yet Yamada Sakura's expression betrayed hesitation. The reason was simple. First, this was a public setting. Attacking an elder from the Dragon Nation here would have extremely detrimental repercussions. Chapter 114, You Should Know Your Place. Second, Tang Zhong's status was unique. Based solely on the intelligence Yamada Sakura had uncovered. This seasoned collector who had traveled all the way from the Dragon Kingdom had companies under his umbrella with a combined market value exceeding 10 billion. Such a background inevitably made Yamada Sakura hesitate to act. Even though Tang Zhong's current actions were practically no different from writing her face. Awesome. Tang is awesome. That's exactly how you stomp those bastards underfoot. These bloodthirsty devils deserve nothing less. Tang Lao is truly gutsy, no wonder he's a veteran hero of the resistance. His spirit is unmatched. Live viewers, 259,587, 283,548. Skyrocketing. The audience was thrilled beyond belief. In stark contrast, the Japanese in the venue were seething with frustration. Yamada Sakura deliberated for a long moment but ultimately chose not to intervene. "Mr. Tang, considering your advanced age, the Showa auction house will not pursue this matter further. But please exercise restraint and refrain from extreme actions. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety." Yamada Sakura's opening statement was an attempt to appease. Yet the last sentence carried a subtle threat. Clearly, she intended to warn Tang Zhong. If he dared to insult the rising sun flag again, she would let the Japanese forces take action. Li Xiu turned to Tang Zhong, awaiting his response. He stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze sweeping indifferently over all the Japanese soldiers, including Yamada Sakura. "Know your limits? You bastards have the nerve to say that." With that, Tang Zhong casually lit a cigarette. He took 2 puffs, exhaling a smoke ring. He flicked it away, and the cigarette butt landed on the Japanese flag, instantly setting it ablaze. Flames leapt up. Tang Zhong turned his gaze back to the surrounding Japanese soldiers. "Got a problem with that? You Japanese have long been defeated, nothing but a pack of stray dogs clinging to life. If you're wild dogs, then recognize your place. Trying to whitewash that war? You don't even deserve to." His words rang out with force and conviction. In an instant, each sentence cut like a dagger, shattering every last shred of pride among the Japanese present. Li Xiu listened, feeling utterly satisfied. Watching Tang Zhong turn and stride off the stage with effortless grace, the Japanese flag behind him already reduced to ashes, she eagerly followed after him. "Old Tang, that move was so satisfying. Even though it cost 30 million, I think spending that money to slap the Japanese in the face was well worth it." Hearing Li Xia's words, Tang Zhong shook his head gently. "Don't jump to conclusions just yet. Every penny I spent today will be reclaimed in full before I leave this little country." "Ha?" Li Xiu's eyes widened in astonishment at the remark. But after pausing to ponder for a long moment, Li Xiu still couldn't fathom how Tang Zhong intended to reclaim this money. On the platform, Yamada Sakura's gaze grew icy as she fixed her eyes on Tang Zhong's retreating figure. After a moment, she turned back and glanced at the flag, now reduced to ashes. She silently etched this humiliation into her memory. Yamada Sakura's gaze shifted discreetly toward the audience below the stage, where a small figure sat in a corner. The man understood immediately and began moving stealthily toward Tang Zhong. Suddenly, when he was only a meter away from Tang Zhong, the Japanese soldier abruptly drew a dagger from his waist and lunged toward Tang Zhong. This scene caught everyone completely off guard. In an instant, many guests were frozen in shock. Tang Zhong, of course, had sensed it long ago. From the moment he stepped on the flag, he had noticed that many of the so-called small-time guests in the audience were all looking to Yamada Sakura for direction. Clearly, they were all Showa auction house operatives. Their disguise as guests served only to conceal their readiness to act at any moment, pursuing some shadowy agenda. They were waiting for Tang Zhong to make a move, hoping to teach this arrogant Japanese a lesson. Whoosh! But before Tang Zhong could raise his hand, in an instant, Li Siyu suddenly darted out from beside him. She grabbed the Japanese man and executed a body slam. Daring to assassinate old Master Tang? You have some nerve, Li Siyu declared in a deep voice. Thud! The Japanese soldier was thrown into a daze, his dagger immediately slipping from his grasp. Li Siyu kicked it away, then delivered a precise kick to the neck, knocking the thug unconscious on the spot. After finishing this, Li Siyu continued to scan her surroundings. This girl is incredibly skilled. Yeah, even old Tang didn't have time to react. She was the first one to charge in. He was armed and so close that kind of courage truly lives up to the reputation of Dragon Nation's elite. The audience was stunned by Li Siyu's prowess. Even Tang Zhong's eyes lit up at that moment. After knocking out the Japanese soldier, Li Siyu looked up with a confident air. Whoever dares to harm old Master Tang, listen up. If you want to harm old Master Tang, you'll have to get past me first, Li Siyu declared without hesitation. This instantly intimidated many Japanese soldiers lurking in the shadows who had been itching to act. Exchanging nervous glances, they stared at their unconscious comrade, none daring to take another step forward. Seeing this, Yamada Sakura knew there was no justification for action today. She hurried forward to smooth things over, forcing a smile back onto her face. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for the embarrassment. Mr. Tang, please rest assured. Since you are our honored guest at this auction, we will see this through to the end. An assassination attempt on our Yamada family's turf. With that, Yamada Sakura waved his hand, signaling several bodyguards to approach. Take this fellow away for thorough interrogation. Understood. Several black-clad bodyguards rushed forward to seize the assailant. The other guests fell silent upon hearing this. Alright, the auction is now concluded. Please depart in an orderly fashion. Sakura Yamada maintained her polite smile. The guests promptly dispersed, none wishing to linger in this place of discord. Tang Zhong also led Li Siyu away. But just as they stepped out of the auction hall, before they could cross the street, Yamada Sakura called after them. Mr. Tang, in such a hurry to leave? You are our honored guest. Why not join us for a chat in the private tea room upstairs? Yamada Sakura's tone was polite and courteous on the surface. But her eyes clearly held a trace of venomous resentment. Clearly, this woman was still plotting revenge against Tang Zhong. The Japanese people were inherently fragile in their pride. The defeat in the war was unbearable for countless Japanese. Even today, there are still many Japanese like Yamada Sakura who persistently try to whitewash that war of aggression. Having been publicly humiliated by Tang Zhong like this, Yamada Sakura absolutely could not swallow her pride. Tang Zhong understood her thoughts perfectly. Without pausing his steps, he casually remarked. My apologies, Miss Yamada. Given your status, I'd rather not engage in further conversation. If you truly wish to befriend me, have your father, Yamada Jingying, personally extend the invitation. With that, Tang Zhong strode away. Li Siyu followed closely, hurrying across the street. Only after Tang Zhong had disappeared into the distance. Yamada Sakura's previously smiling face twisted into a hideous grimace in an instant. Chapter 115, Old Master, I'm truly at my wit's end. Bastard. Daring to trample our national flag on Yamada family territory. That old fool, this young lady will never let him off the hook. Yamada Sakura's voice rang out sharply, dripping with venom. Recalling Tang Zhong's actions at the auction, flames nearly leapt from Yamada Sakura's beautiful eyes. At that moment, another figure emerged from the auction hall. Yamada Nozomi, the front desk manager who had previously attended to Tang Zhong. Sister, should we gather men and quietly dispose of this old fool right now? Yamada No made a throat-slitting gesture as he spoke. Though Yamada Sakura seethed with fury, she forced down her murderous intent upon hearing this and slowly shook her head. Not yet. That old bastard deserves to die, but his status is too sensitive right now. Besides, he spent hundreds of millions at Showa auction. Killing him now would inevitably tarnish the auction house's reputation. But once next week's Dragon Head auction concludes, this old fool's time will be up. Yamada Sakura's voice was as cold as ice. Meanwhile, Tang Zhong led Li Siyu away directly, checking into a hotel to stow their luggage. After leaving the hotel, Li Siyu watched Tang Zhong stand on the street corner, momentarily puzzled. Mr. Tang, where are we going next? Are we going to the Showa auction? Of course not. Tang Zhong shook his head with a smile. Our preparations for the Showa auction are now complete. See you, contact Director Zhang immediately and have him dispatch personnel to Zayarizi Kingdom without delay. The Bronze Cauldron and Imperial Sword must be returned to Long Kingdom first. These two artifacts hold immense significance. Immediately after the auction concluded, Showa Auction House delivered the artifacts to the hotel. With so many people and prying eyes here, leaving them any longer would inevitably invite trouble. Upon hearing Tang Zhong's words, Li Siyu immediately grasped the gravity of the situation and pulled out her dedicated anti-eavesdropping phone. She made brief contact with Zhang Zhao. Putting away her phone, Li Siyu breathed a sigh of relief and said, "I've made contact with old Tang. Minister Zhang says he'll immediately dispatch a team disguised as tourists, specifically tasked with escorting the artifacts back to China. He also emphasized that we must prioritize our safety." Tang Zhong nodded slightly. Zhang Zhao's swift action spared Tang Zhong considerable trouble. Otherwise, operating alone in Japan while also having to divert attention to protect these two artifacts would have left Tang Zhong stretched too thin. Lighting a cigarette, Tang Zhong continued to wait patiently on the street corner. 2 blocks away lay the Showa Auction House, and Tang Zhong kept glancing in its direction. This behavior only deepened Li Sia's confusion. "Mr. Tang, are you waiting for someone?" "That's right. I'm waiting for a friend." Tang Zhong's lips curved into a smile. Now even the onlookers were completely baffled. What's going on? Who exactly is old Tang waiting for? No clue. Could it be that venomous woman from that day? Possible. I've always known that woman isn't simple. Maybe she's about to come take revenge on old Tang. If that's the case, isn't old Master Tang in danger? Most viewers assumed Tang Zhong was waiting for Yamada Sakura. For a moment, everyone's hearts were pounding with tension. But back on the street, a staggering figure approached, stumbling along the way, looking utterly disheveled. Covered in grime, the figure struggled to drag a massive wooden crate behind them. At the very sight, Li Siyu immediately covered her mouth. Bido? How did he end up like this? He was perfectly fine at the auction house just moments ago. Li Siyu couldn't believe her eyes. Tang Zhong, however, had anticipated this. He shook his head with a faint smile. This Beidou offended the Showa Auction House. He openly questioned the auction house's authority and nearly ruined the Yamada family's reputation. Judging by his condition, he must have received special attention from the Yamada family. Holy crap, the Yamada family is ruthless. Look at him all disheveled and defeated a world apart from that arrogant, spoiled brat he was at the auction. TSK, this bead really is something else. You can say that again. He was rolling in money, acting like a big shot, but then he went and screwed himself over, ending up like this. The crowd murmured with a mix of pity and mockery. At that moment, Beidou spotted Tang Zhong and immediately charged across the street, eyes red with fury. "Old man! Run if you dare! You ruined me like this, and I'll make you pay." Beidou gritted his teeth, spittle flying as he spoke. Tang Zhong took a step back in disgust, watching him coldly. "What's the matter, Mr. Baiduo? Haven't you had enough of your little life yet?" A light rebuke hung in the air. Looking back at Beidou, he suddenly noticed Li Siyu standing beside him, her hand already tight around the pistol tucked at her waist. His attitude did a complete 180. Beidou swallowed hard, his earlier anger completely gone, replaced by an extremely humble demeanor. "Old sir, I truly had no choice. Look at me now beaten to a pulp and dragging around this huge liability." Beidou's face twisted into a helpless expression, as if he wanted to cry but couldn't. "I don't have a single penny on me now. Those thugs just beat me up and stole my wallet. And the Yamada family has ordered all nearby banks and individuals not to lend me any money. Old man, I'm truly at the end of my rope." Beidou's demeanor was utterly submissive, his face pleading. Clearly, Baidu was seeking Tang Zhong's assistance. The audience burst into laughter at this sight. This guy's got some serious bad luck. Yeah, even though he brought this on himself, it's still pretty rough. Who knew the Showa auction would be so ruthless? They left him no way out. This Beidou might end up living out his days as a homeless guy in little life. That'd be hilarious. The audience couldn't hold back, firing off one sarcastic comment after another. Even Li Siyu covered her mouth, struggling to stifle her laughter. Just a moment ago, Baidu was spouting off arrogantly at the auction, acting all high and mighty. But now, he'd become a pitiful figure, reduced to a street beggar. The stark contrast between his former and present states was simply too amusing to contain. But in truth, Tang Zhong had long anticipated Beidou's current fate. Back in the lounge, when Baidu had angrily accused everyone present of fleecing him, Tang Zhong had already made up his mind. To protect the reputation of the Showa auction and to send a warning shot across the bow, Yamada Sakura would definitely strike hard. After all, if Baidu walked away unscathed from the auction and spread the word, once outside, he would undoubtedly sow panic among the other guests, who would fear being treated as suckers and fleeced. This would inflict immense damage on the Yamada family's reputation. Ultimately, it was because Baidu was still inexperienced, completely lacking the wisdom to endure and yield. After a moment, Tang Zhong snapped back to reality. Looking at the pathetic sight of Baidu begging for mercy before him, he smiled and said, "Mr. Baidu, I am not a cold-hearted man." Chapter 116, Not even willing to do this? One can only say life is priceless. Your situation is truly pitiful, and I genuinely wish to help you. Really? At these words, Bido snapped his head up, hope reigniting in his eyes. He had approached numerous guests and local seasoned collectors. But these people feared retaliation from the Yamada family and not a single one was willing to help. Even this ancient Egyptian mummy he was clutching worth 10 million, no one dared take it. At this moment, Tang Zhong raised a hand, signaling Bei Duo not to interrupt, and continued calmly. But I've never been one to make a losing deal. If you want me to help you escape Sayarizi and return home safely, that can be arranged. But likewise, you must pay a price. Pay a price? Bido froze. He stared at Tang Zhong, whose eyes were as still as a deep pool and whose expression remained utterly calm. After a moment, Baidu finally snapped out of it and immediately pointed at the ancient Egyptian artifact behind him. Gritting his teeth with resolve, Baidu nodded emphatically. I understand, old master. If you can help me get out of here, this mummy worth 10 million, I'll give it to you for free. That's a full 10 million, surely that proves my sincerity? In Baidu's view, the old man before him surely wouldn't refuse such a windfall. After all, this was no small sum. Even if he didn't sell the mummy, simply holding onto it and waiting for its value to rise would still be a surefire profit. But Baidu had misjudged Tang Zhong's intentions. Tang Zhong raised his hand, his finger pointing at the jade antique ring on Baidu's finger. Mr. Baidu, this ring on your finger is no ordinary piece of jewelry. From the moment I first laid eyes on it, I recognized this jade ring as an antique artifact from my dragon kingdom. As the saying goes, everything has its roots. You wear something that rightfully belongs to the dragon kingdom, yet you still ask me to lend a hand? That hardly seems appropriate, does it? Tang Zhong's tone betrayed not a hint of emotion. Yet when he looked at Baidu, hearing these words sent a sudden shock through his body. Finally comprehending, a wave of overwhelming dread washed over him. Could it be? From the moment this old man first laid eyes on him, he had been fixated on this ring? From the malicious bidding wars at the auction house to the deliberate misdirection in the lounge area. Ultimately, everything was orchestrated to force him into persecution by the Yamada family and onto the streets. And he, in turn, could reap the benefits by seizing the ring? Just contemplating this made Bede's hair stand on end, sending a chill down his spine. If that were truly the case, then the old man from the dragon nation before him must possess a mind truly terrifying beyond measure. Shaking his head, Baidu shook off the goosebumps covering his body. His trembling hand reached out. Gazing at the exquisitely beautiful antique jade ring, Baidu's face twisted with heartache. This ring had cost him tens of millions to acquire. To simply hand it over now was unbearably painful for Bede. As the audience witnessed this, Tang Zhong's plan finally became clear to them, leaving them all utterly stunned. No way, did old Tang have this all planned from the start? This is terrifying, he planned every single move. Old Tang is incredible, he's got Baidu playing right into his hands. Truly worthy of a centenarian war hero. When it comes to mind games, he's like a ghostly presence just like that Baidu before us. Yamada Sakura probably thought she was upholding her family's honor, never dreaming she'd unwittingly done Tang Lao a favor. Ha ha ha. The audience marveled, utterly captivated by Tang Zhong's long-term strategy. As for Li Siyu, her eyes widened in astonishment. Why, Mr. Baiduo, are you unwilling to give it? Tang Zhong spoke up, his brows furrowed in feigned disappointment. Very well then. I hope you enjoy your time wandering around Little Day's country. With that, Tang Zhong turned to leave. This left Baidu in a panic. He scrambled to catch up, scrambling and crawling, nodding frantically. No problem. Absolutely no problem. As long as you get me out of this hellhole, I'll give you anything. Baiduo had finally come to terms with it. If he kept fretting over those tens of millions now, he might just end up dying in Little Day's country. Survival was something no amount of money could buy back. Old master, please take this ring. Forcing down his reluctance, Baidu slipped off the antique ring and handed it carefully to Tang Zhong. Tang Zhong accepted it without hesitation and turned to Li Siyu. Siaya, help bring that ancient Egyptian artifact into the hotel too. We'll send it back to the country together later. Ha! Li Siyu froze in surprise. After a moment, she caught on and hurried forward, ushering the antique straight into the hotel. This time, Baidu was completely taken aback. No way, old man? This jade antique ring is worth over 40 million. Isn't that enough? Now you're even after this mummy of mine? Got a problem with that? Tang Zhong raised an eyebrow. Mr. Beto, life is priceless. If you can't even bear this small cost, then I suppose there's no need for us to continue this discussion. See you, bring Mr. Baidu's things back. With that, Tang Zhong removed the ring, making a move to hand it back. This move sent Beto into a panic. He waved his hands frantically, no longer voicing any objections. Beto nodded vigorously, hastily retracting his words. I was just joking. Please don't take it to heart, old gentleman. This ring and that ancient Egyptian artifact, they're all yours. I won't go back on my word. As long as you're willing to help me escape, I'll reward you handsomely afterward. Beto was genuinely terrified. Stranded in Japan alone, his wallet stolen, he didn't even have a phone. Unable to contact anyone, if he stayed here much longer, he might literally starve to death. The thought sent a shiver of dread through his body. The audience watched with a mix of laughter and pity. Tang Lao's move was ruthless. Yeah, he totally wiped out Beta, that's insane. Ha, poor Beta really got the short end of the stick. He came all this way to Little Days for the auction, but ended up not getting anything valuable. The only two valuable antiques he had on him were taken by old Tang. TSK, I'm starting to feel sorry for the guy now. The audience mercilessly mocked Beidou. Tang Zhong nodded with satisfaction, tucking away the antique ring. He casually pulled out a stack of money and handed it over, saying in a calm tone, Mr. Beto, this sum should suffice for your departure from Little Days. Safe travels. I hope we meet again someday. Tang Zhong said with a smile. Beidou took the money and counted it only 10,000 yuan. Beidou's face twisted with bitterness, feeling a sharp pang of regret. He had parted with two antiques worth over 50 million yuan combined, yet all he got in return was 10,000 yuan for his journey? But no matter how dissatisfied he felt inside, Beidou dared not show it. After all, this old man from the Dragon Kingdom was as unpredictable as the weather. What if he took the money back? Chapter 117, You Must Be Old Master Tang. After stashing the money away, Beidou dared not linger and hurriedly left in a huff. Tang Zhong watched him indifferently, then withdrew his gaze after a moment. Li Siyu emerged then, wiping sweat from her brow. Mr. Tang, this ancient Egyptian mummy has been placed alongside our two other antiques. I paid the hotel a little extra. They should give it special attention and keep an eye on it. MHM. Tang Zhong nodded. Watching Beidou walk away, Li Siyu couldn't help but wonder aloud. But Mr. Tang, even though you helped Beidou return home this time, you really took advantage of him. What if he holds a grudge now? Won't that cause trouble down the line? Li Siyu was right. On the surface, Tang Zhong had stepped in to offer timely assistance. But let's be real, Tang Zhong had also taken the opportunity to squeeze a hefty sum out of him. Besides, though Beidou was foolish, he wasn't beyond redemption. By now, he must have come to his senses. Realizing Tang Zhong had secretly orchestrated everything, guiding him step by step into the trap, Beidou would surely seek revenge later. Listening to Li Sia's words, Tang Zhong made no denial. Siaya, you're right. This time, I've thoroughly offended Beidou. But this was entirely my deliberate choice. What? Li Siaya couldn't believe her ears. Master Tang, if you say so, does that mean this was also your plan? But I truly don't understand what benefit could offending Beidou possibly bring us? Seeing Li Sia's confusion, Tang Zhong smiled. He took out the ring and showed it to Li Siyu, then said leisurely after a moment. This Beidou fellow, since he carries Dragon Nation artifacts worth tens of millions with him. I suspect the forces backing him also hold numerous artifacts belonging to our Dragon Nation. Now that we've made an enemy of him, it actually makes it easier to keep in contact with this guy in the future. Who knows, we might even get more Dragon Nation artifacts back. Hearing this, Li Siyu suddenly understood, finally grasping Tang Zhong's plan. She shook her head in astonishment, unable to suppress her admiration. Mr. Tang, your strategic vision is truly masterful. To have thought this far ahead, now I finally understand why you've been able to dismantle so many notorious criminal syndicates. Li Siyu expressed her sincere admiration. Tang Zhong waved it off, escorting Li Siya back to the hotel to rest. Sipping his tea calmly, Tang Zhong glanced at his watch from time to time. Soon, representatives from the Showa auction should be arriving. This time, we spent lavishly at the auction and caused quite a stir. By now, the Yamada family's inner circle must be fully aware of my existence. A storm is brewing. With the Dragon's Head auction about to commence, they won't stand idly by. Will they lift the ban and admit me as a member of Showa Auction House, or will they move to eliminate me? Tang Zhongli analyzed the situation logically, laying out every possible scenario. Li Siyu listened silently, her nerves inevitably frayed. After all, this was Little Days Nation, the Yamada family's territory. Especially since intelligence had long indicated the Yamada family maintained extremely close ties with the Yamagumi, the largest criminal syndicate in Little Days. This connection instantly made Li Siyu feel as if facing a formidable enemy. The audience was equally tense. Tang Lao was right. Who knows? These bastards might actually try to take him out again. But weren't they here to retrieve the Dragon Head artifact? What if the Yamada clan resorts to force? They'd likely eliminate old Tang as an unstable factor rather than recruit him for the Dragon Head auction. Who knows? The situation is too unstable. The audience analyzed the situation for a long time, but no one could reach a conclusion. Ding! Just then, the hotel room doorbell chimed. Li Siyu instantly went on high alert, snapping her handgun free from her waist. The muzzle pointed at the door as her fingers settled on the trigger. In contrast to Li Sia's nervousness, Tang Zhong remained surprisingly calm. He rose, pressed down on Li Sia's gun, and slowly stepped forward to open the door. Good evening, Mr. Tang. Apologies for the disturbance. Outside stood a Japanese man dressed in black, his demeanor remarkably polite. Who are you? Tang Zhong asked calmly. The black-clad Japanese man immediately produced an invitation, his tone shifting to one of greater deference. I come on behalf of the Yamada family. Our master, Mr. Yamada Jingying, has taken a keen interest in you, Mr. Tang. He has specially invited you to his private residence for a wine tasting and conversation. Only distinguished figures from various nations have received this invitation. We humbly request your presence, Mr. Tang. My task is complete. I shall take my leave. With that, the black-clad Japanese man turned and departed. Only after the door closed did Li Yu lower her pistol. Mr. Tang, I fear this invitation may be dangerous. The Yamada family inviting you now could very well be a trap. Li Yu's mission was to protect Tang Zhong at all costs. This point had been emphasized countless times by Minister Zhang Zhao before they left Longwa. Thus, whenever such situations arose, Li Yu instinctively prioritized Tang Lao's safety. Tang Zhong smiled and nodded. Of course it's not safe. But it's also a rare opportunity to get close to the Yamada family's inner circle. Yamada Jing. What exactly is this guy scheming? I'm sure we'll find out soon enough. Tang Zhong understood perfectly well. The Yamada family's invitation to figures from all walks of life at this time was likely aimed at building momentum for the Dragon's Head auction. Similarly, the Yamada family was also seeking worthy clients for collaboration. After all, while the Showa auction house is renowned within the borders of Zairizi Kingdom, it still couldn't hold its own on the global auction stage. To advance further, the Yamada family needed a guide. And he, Tang Zhong, with his carefully concealed identity built on false pretenses, might just catch the attention of the Yamada elite. Once he seized control and gathered sufficient evidence, Tang Zhong could recover every single artifact related to the Dragon Nation from within Showa auction. And the Yama group? This mission might just provide the perfect opportunity to dismantle them as well. Upon hearing this, Li Yu pondered for a moment before nodding. I understand, Elder Tang. I'll accompany you shortly. Should danger arise, I'll ensure your immediate evacuation. Seeing Li Xia's solemn expression, Tang Zhong nodded with a smile. Li Xia was an exceptionally capable young woman. However, being still young, she often hesitated and lacked decisive resolve. But that quality could be cultivated, it just needed time. Just then, Li Xia's phone buzzed with a message. She glanced up, her face immediately lighting up with delight. Mr. Tang, the people sent by Minister Zhang have arrived. They're downstairs. I'll go meet them right away. With that, Li Yu hurried to open the door. Tang Zhong followed her downstairs. Upon entering the hotel lobby, he immediately spotted several well-dressed young men from the Dragon Nation. You must be old Master Tang. Chapter 118. These guys are all strange. We're all tourists visiting Zairizi. It's a pleasure to meet you. The group introduced themselves politely. Of course, they weren't genuine tourists. Instead, they were Dragon Nation operatives meticulously selected by Zhang Zhao individuals with no official affiliations. Tang Zhong and the others exchanged glances, sharing a knowing smile. Just then, Li Yu approached and said, Please follow me. Everything you need is in the warehouse. Upon entering the storage room behind the hotel, the door swung open. Before them, a bronze cauldron stood silently on the floor, alongside a towering ancient Egyptian sarcophagus. For a moment, the young men from the Dragon Kingdom were utterly speechless. Although they had already learned from Minister Zhang Zhao beforehand that their mission was to transport several precious artifacts back to their homeland, the sheer value of the artifacts before them still left them profoundly stunned. Mr. Tang. Mr. Tang, did you acquire both this bronze cauldron and the sarcophagus at auction? That's correct. Tang Zhong nodded calmly, then instructed. Pack them securely later and ensure they are transported back to the country overnight. These days, I've already drawn the attention of certain individuals. If the shipment isn't timely, trouble could arise. Hearing Tang Zhong's instructions, the others fully grasped the gravity of the situation. Without hesitation, they immediately began packing the two artifacts. After a flurry of activity, the bronze cauldron was wrapped in thick protective foam and secured inside a wooden crate. The stone coffin received similar treatment. The young men carried both items directly to the large truck waiting outside. Before departure, Hua Yun, one of the young men, approached Tang Zhong with respectful deference. Mr. Tang, before we came, Director Zhang Zhao specifically asked me to pass on a message to you. Yamada Jingying, the chairman of the Showa auction house, is also the vice chairman of the Yama group. The moment Hua Yun uttered these words, the audience erupted in chaos. No way! Who would have thought this little day's auction house actually has such close ties to the Yamagumi? Yamada-sei has such a background? Does this mean Master Tang will have to confront the Yamagumi head-on to reclaim the Dragon Head? Asia's largest grey market powerhouse. If old Tang gets targeted by the Yamagumi, he could be in serious trouble. The audience gasped in astonishment. At that moment, Hua Yun led his group in farewell, escorting the artifacts back to China. Inside the hotel, Li Yu heard the recent revelations and couldn't help but show concern. I never imagined the Showa auction house was so deeply connected to the Yama-san group. Chairman Yamada-sei is also the vice chairman of the Yama-san group. Mr. Tang, isn't it even more dangerous now that Yamada-sei has invited you to attend? Old Tang nodded upon hearing this. It will indeed be dangerous. But even if it's a den of tigers and dragons, I must go to retrieve the dragon's head. Moreover, now that I know Yamada-sei's other identity, I have reason to suspect. The dragon's head ending up in the hands of the Showa auction house must also be inextricably linked to the Yama-san group. Previously, the dragon head had been held by an overseas collector. But in recent years, as Showa auction grew increasingly powerful, countless Dragon Nation artifacts, including the dragon head, have found their way into the Yamada family's possession. Tang Zhong's intuition sensed the scent of conspiracy. As the appointed time approached, news arrived that the artifact had been transported out of Little Japan. Tang Zhong breathed a sigh of relief. With his mind at ease, he immediately took Li Youtian and left the hotel. Yamada Jing's residence was located in the most affluent villa district of the capital city of Little Japan. In no time, they arrived at the destination. Before their eyes stood a sprawling mansion, its grounds alone covering thousands of square meters. It was well known that property prices in this area were astronomical. Owning such a mansion clearly demonstrated the Yamada family's immense wealth and influence. Li Youtian gasped slightly, murmuring in awe. Rumor has it that 3 years ago, the Showa auction house was still obscure in Little Japan. And back then, the Yamada family was practically unknown in Zairaise. Who would have thought that in just a few short years, the Yamada family would have risen to such heights? Gazing at the palace-like mansion, Li Youtian murmured to herself. Hearing her words, Tang Zhong, who had maintained a composed expression, suddenly brightened. Siaya, are you saying, 3 years ago, the Yamada family was still unknown? That's right. Li Youtian nodded, slightly puzzled by old Tang's reaction. At that moment, Tang Zhong narrowed his eyes slightly, suddenly considering a possibility. If I'm not mistaken, 3 years ago, the Showa auction house controlled by the Yamada family should not have featured any artifacts from the Dragon Nation. It was only after a large number of Dragon Nation artifacts began appearing at the Showa auction that the Yamada family truly began to grow in power. See, how likely do you think this scenario is? Tang Zhong presented his theory. Li Youtian listened intently, her expression momentarily startled. After careful consideration, Li Youtian nodded slightly, finding Tang Zhong's conjecture highly plausible, though the exact details remain unclear. But it was only about 3 years ago that artifacts from the Dragon Nation first began appearing at the Showa auction. If this matter is truly closely tied to the Yamada family's rise to power, then doesn't that strongly suggest the Yamada family must have engaged in large-scale theft of Dragon Nation artifacts? Li Youtian's words sent shockwaves through the audience. No way! Has this damn auction house been stealing Dragon Nation artifacts for 3 whole years? That's outrageous. But given the Japanese aren't exactly known for their humanity, it's actually quite plausible. Years ago, Dragon Country neglected cultural relic protection, only recently beginning to prioritize it. If those bastards really went on a rampage looting tombs back then, they could have pulled it off. Damn them! Trading the crystallization of China's millennia-old culture for illicit gains to line their own pockets? These Japanese bastards. The mere thought of this possibility filled the audience with fury. At that moment, Tang Zhong spoke, his tone as calm as ever. Let's go. Once we meet Yamada Jingying, I'm confident we'll uncover the truth soon enough. The gates to the mansion's courtyard swung open, and Tang Zhong led Li Youtian straight inside. Yet, after taking only a few steps into the courtyard, in the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 figures clad in black appeared from all sides. These figures were all remarkably uniform in height, standing around 5 feet tall. Their eyes beneath the black masks were utterly lifeless, making them look like walking corpses. Li Youtian was startled. After all, she hadn't spotted a single soul when she first entered the courtyard. And now, in the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 black-clad figures had materialized around her. It was impossible for Li Youtian not to feel tense. Old Tang, be careful. These guys move in strange ways. Li Youtian clenched her red lips and warned. Tang Zhong, however, remained as calm as ever. He casually pulled out the invitation card handed to him by the Japanese soldier and displayed it openly for everyone around to see. Chapter 119, a fact nailed to the pillory of shame. I am a guest invited by Chairman Yamada. Please take a good look and make way for me. His tone was calm, yet deep inside, he had already formed suspicions about the identities of these black-clad Japanese men before him. After dismantling the Monty group in South Asia, Tang Zhong had been targeted for assassination by hired killers sent by the group's leader. The bounty hunters who had come to kill him then were none other than 3 assassins from the Yama group. Those 3 Japanese assassins looked identical to the ones before him now. Their height and lifeless eyes, in particular, seemed carved from the same mold. Therefore, Tang Zhong was almost certain. The 7 or 8 Japanese assassins before him were undoubtedly members of the Yamagumi, just like the 3 who had died by his hand before. With this realization, Tang Zhong now had a clear understanding of the Yamada family's background. At that moment, the Japanese assassins also spotted the invitation in Tang Zhong's hand. One of them released his grip, silently retracting the throwing knife at his waist, and approached cautiously. After carefully examining the invitation for a moment, the Japanese assassin nodded. So you are guests invited by the chairman. My apologies for the misunderstanding. The chairman awaits you in the tea room. Please, come in. As he spoke, 7 or 8 assassins simultaneously stepped back. In the blink of an eye, their forms vanished, dissolving into a thick black mist. They vanished. Li Youtian stared in disbelief, scrutinizing the spot for a long moment before rubbing her eyes, convinced she must have been seeing things. Old Tang, these guys are way too weird. Vanishing just like that. Could this be what Xiaori calls ninja techniques? Hearing Li Xia's exclamation, Tang Zhong shook his head as he walked. So-called ninjutsu? It's nothing more than sleight of hand. Back in the Dragon Kingdom, these Japanese devils' so-called ninjutsu wouldn't even measure up to the street performers' tricks. So that's how it is. Li Xia's eyes widened as Tang Zhong's words clicked into place. Yet, she couldn't help but feel puzzled. Then how did those 7 or 8 devils vanish just now, old Tang? They used the black mist to conceal their forms, then employed stealth techniques to slip into the shrubbery within this courtyard before making a swift escape. Tang Zhong explained casually. Actually, exposing such illusions is quite simple. Just disperse the black mist in time, and you'll naturally spot their frantic retreat. I see. Li Xia's eyes lit up as she nodded, having gained valuable insight. In an instant, they stepped inside the mansion. The moment they stepped inside, the dazzling splendor of gold and jade nearly blinded Li Xiu. Her gaze swept across the enormous hall, which was as large as half a football field. This is way too luxurious. Looks like the Showa auction house is really raking in the cash. Li Xiu exclaimed. At that moment, someone descended the staircase on one side. Lifting her gaze, she recognized Yamada Sakura, the woman who had crossed paths with Tang Zhong several times at the Showa auction. Yamada Sakura had already changed out of her auction attire. Instead, she wore a rather traditional Zairaisi-style dress. Even her face bore the heavy makeup typical of traditional Japanese women. Her eyebrows were completely shaved off, leaving only 2 black dots. Combined with the exaggerated makeup, the look was downright unsettling. TSK, that damn Japanese woman's makeup is terrifying. Even if it's part of their culture, it's downright sickening. I just don't get it. The Japanese are all like this, all superstitious and weird. Otherwise, how could they lose their minds and commit so many insane acts? The audience murmured. At that moment, Yamada Nozomi approached Tang Zhong, a faint smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Mr. Tang and Secretary Li, it's a pleasure to see you again. The head of the Yamada family, Yamada Jingying, has prepared fine tea in the tea room. Please follow me. Saying this, Yamada Sakura led the way upstairs. Tang Zhong and Li Xia exchanged a glance before following. In moments, they reached the tea room. As the door swung open, before them sat a balding middle-aged man, legs crossed at a tea table. His hunched figure puffed on a cigar, clouds of smoke drifting from his lips. Surrounding him sat 3 or 4 others, their attire clearly indicating wealth or high status. Father, Mr. Tang has arrived. Yamada Sakura stood by the door, addressing the balding man with utmost respect. Clearly, this bald Japanese man was Yamada Jingying. Just as depicted in the intelligence report, Tang Zhong nodded politely and followed suit, taking his seat. Ever since Tang Zhong entered, Yamada Jingying had been watching him intently. As soon as Tang Zhong settled into his seat, Yamada Jingying spoke first. Mr. Tang, though we've never met before. But your actions at my Showa auction over these past 2 days have already reached my ears. Yamada Jingying pushed a cup of tea toward him, speaking with a touch of admiration. On your very first day at our Showa auction, you went all out and spent a fortune. Spending 600 million to acquire that bronze tripod, truly a gesture worthy of admiration. But Mr. Tang, I hear you also publicly trampled our national flag at the auction? I wonder, could that really be true? Yamada Sei brought it up casually. The moment the question was voiced, the atmosphere in the tea room shifted subtly. All 3 guests except Tang Zhong turned to look at her, some with curiosity, others with confusion. Behind Tang Zhong, Li Xiu clenched her fists tightly upon hearing this. Back at the Showa auction house, Tang Zhong had publicly humiliated Zairaisi in front of everyone. Not only did he trample Xiaori's military flag underfoot, but he even set it ablaze. To the Yamada elite standing before them now, these acts were nothing short of a profound humiliation. Thus, Li Xiu was deeply concerned whether Yamada Jingying might seek revenge. For a moment, every person in the tea room turned their gaze toward Tang Zhong. An invisible pressure descended upon him. Tang Zhong, however, seemed utterly unfazed. He casually picked up his teacup and took a sip. This tea leaves are no match for those from the Dragon Kingdom. Chairman Yamada, you were correct in what you said earlier. I did indeed trample the Japanese military flag at your auction site and set it ablaze. As he spoke, Tang Zhong lifted his head, his gaze meeting Yamada Jingying's without flinching. The atmosphere froze instantly. Yamada Jingying's fingers froze mid-air as smoke curled from his cigar, drifting past his slightly shadowed eyes. At that moment, Tang Zhong spoke again, his tone leisurely. What? Does Chairman Yamada think I was wrong? The international community long ago defined that war decades ago. It's a fact nailed to the pillar of shame. Forget trampling your military flag. Even if this old man kept that patch flag to wipe my feet with, it would be perfectly justified. The words hung heavy in the air, plunging the tea room into deathly silence. No one had expected Tang Zhong to speak so boldly in front of the head of the Yamada family. Not only did he show no remorse, but he continued to trample on them relentlessly, clearly holding the Yamada family in utter contempt. Chapter 120. These damned Japanese are utterly insane. Among the three guests besides Tang Zhong, a young man in a well-tailored suit spoke up with a smile. This Mr. Tang is truly stubborn. To cause a disturbance at the Yamada family's auction on Zayarizi territory, and still act so righteous? With all due respect, Yamada-sama, how did such a person even gain entry to this tea room? Is it simply because he spent 700 million? As he spoke, the young man in the suit glanced at the two others beside him. Who here hasn't spent over $1 billion at the Showa auction? If wealth grants license to act with impunity, then we must seriously reconsider whether to participate in the upcoming major auction. At the young man in the suit's words, Yamada Sakura immediately began offering apologetic smiles. She hurriedly approached to refill his tea, soothingly saying, Mr. William, please don't be upset. This gentleman is of advanced age and is the most seasoned collector in the Dragon Kingdom. It's only natural he has his quirks. Though Mr. Tang may have overstepped this time, he usually adheres strictly to auction protocols. Please don't let this minor incident cause you to lose faith in our auction house. William? Tang Zhong silently noted the name of the young man in the suit. The three guests in this tea house, since they'd received an invitation from Yamada elite, they must all be extraordinary individuals. Gathering as much information about their identities as possible was crucial for Tang Zhong. Yamada Jingying's expression shifted repeatedly, as if she struggled to find the right words. Before Yamada could gather his thoughts, Tang Zhong spoke again with a smile. Have I overstepped my bounds? Miss Yamada Sakura, your words are rather biased. When those Japanese devils invaded the Dragon Nation, committing countless atrocities beyond imagination, was that not excessive? As a Dragon Nation citizen attending your Showa auction, I witnessed descendants of those invaders gathered around a flag symbolizing their crimes, singing praises? I ask you, who among us wouldn't be enraged witnessing such a scene? Swish! Tang Zhong's words rang out with force and conviction. In an instant, Sakura Yamada's lips twitched, and she had no more excuses to defend herself. Even William, whose eyes had held contempt moments before, fell silent. Old Tang speaks the truth. That's the kind of toughness we need. How dare these little devils push their luck? They've gone too far. Look at that old Yamada. Mr. Tang's words turned his face green. Ah, those Japanese bastards tried to whitewash their invasion. They deserve to be slapped in the face. Stand with old Tang in upholding justice. The audience cheered wildly, finding Tang Zhong's actions deeply satisfying. At that moment, Yamada-sei, seated at the head of the table, finally spoke, his expression softening slightly. Old Tang has a point. The elder speaks his mind frankly. I understand your feelings. Let us put this matter to rest. I invited you all here today for another purpose. Let us proceed to the main topic. Yamada Jingying's initiative to speak eased the tension in the room. Then, Yamada Sakura stepped out first, returning moments later with an album in her arms. Please take a look, everyone. The album was placed on the tea table, and one photograph after another was displayed for everyone to see. It was a collection of photographs featuring a dragon head. The dragon head was carved with astonishing realism, crafted from an exceptionally unique material even in photographs. A few glances were enough to stir a profound sense of awe from the depths of one's soul. After all, this was a treasure renowned throughout the Dragon Kingdom for thousands of years. Had it not been for the invasion by foreign powers that plundered this supreme treasure, it would now be resting peacefully in the nation's most prestigious museum, a symbol cherished by countless citizens. Thinking of this, Li Siyu clenched her fists. Even Tang Zhong wore a solemn expression. The dragon head. It really is the dragon head. It seems the intelligence was accurate. After all, the dragon head truly exists within this Showa auction. It's infuriating that such a national treasure of the Dragon Nation fell into the hands of the Japanese. Exactly. What right do those devils have to possess it? This dragon head belongs to the Dragon Nation. Countless spectators seated with righteous indignation, their fury palpable. Meanwhile, beside Tang Zhong, the three guests, including William, all stared in astonishment. Good, very good. So this is the most iconic artifact ever unearthed in the Dragon Kingdom? It truly is magnificent. I knew Showa auctions wouldn't disappoint us. This trip was definitely worth it. Mr. Yamada, I'm willing to offer 10 billion yen. Why not just sell it to me now? The three guests spoke up one after another, each expressing immense interest in the dragon head. Witnessing this, Yamada Sakura and her father exchanged a knowing glance, both smiling subtly. Yamada Jingying then turned her gaze toward Tang Zhong. The reason Yamada Jingying had invited Tang Zhong was precisely because she believed him to be a wealthy and decisive buyer. After all, spending nearly 10 billion on his very first auction. Such a grand gesture was proof enough that this old man from the Dragon Nation was no ordinary figure. Moreover, being a Dragon Country native, he must harbor some deep attachment to the dragon head. By capitalizing on this, Yamada Jingying was confident he could sell the dragon head for an astronomical price and make a killing. At this thought, a look of smug satisfaction flashed in Yamada Jingying's eyes. Before the others could continue admiring the dragon head, Yamada Jingying abruptly snapped the album shut and lifted her teacup. Gentlemen, now you must surely believe that our Showa Auction House's annual private auction is no mere gimmick, right? I can also tell you that treasures like this dragon head, priceless artifacts capable of causing a global sensation in the antiquities world, abound in our auction. Many more. At Yamada Jingying's words, the other three men's eyes widened in astonishment. This time, Showa Auction has spared no expense. I can assure you all that as long as your bids are high enough, anyone can walk away with a treasure. The Dragon Kingdom is vast and rich in treasures. It's not just this single dragon head artifact that can cause a global sensation. I trust you all understand what I mean. As Yamada Jingying finished speaking, the three guests nodded repeatedly, their resolve now firm. With the chairman saying so, we feel completely reassured. Indeed. At this private auction, I absolutely must secure one or two of these treasures. I'll secure this dragon head no matter what, even if it costs billions. It's worth every penny. The three spoke excitedly, their enthusiasm palpable. Only Tang Zhong remained composed. Yet a sudden flash of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Li Siyu also struggled to suppress her rage, nearly losing control several times. These damn Japanese were utterly insane. They had assumed the dragon-headed artifact was the Showa auction's ultimate trump card. But now it was clear the matter was far more complex. Within the Showa auction, there must be many more national treasures of the Dragon Kingdom, each worth no less than the dragon head. Chapter 121, don't you find this suspicious? Mr. Tang, what about you? Yamada Jingying suddenly spoke up, seeking Tang Zhong's opinion. At this, the other three guests and Yamada Sakura also turned their attention to him. Tang Zhong calmly sipped his tea. After setting down his cup a moment later, he said, I too am quite interested in these cultural relics. Chairman Yamada, besides this dragon head, your Showa auction must possess many other important artifacts originally belonging to the Dragon Nation, correct? Of course. Yamada Jingying nodded confidently, his face beaming with pride. What disgusting bastards, they actually admitted without a shred of shame. Doesn't he know these were all looted from the Dragon Nation by imperialist powers? This guy is feigning ignorance while knowing full well utterly despicable. Sooner or later, these artifacts will return to China. Just wait and see how arrogant these Japanese bastards will be then. Yamada Sei's smug attitude infuriated many viewers. Even Li Siyu couldn't help but bite her lip tightly. But Tang Zhong remained unperturbed. Very well. Since there are so many precious artifacts from the Dragon Kingdom, this old man will certainly attend. Mark my words, every single artifact belonging to our Dragon Nation will be brought back to our homeland without exception. With that declaration, Tang Zhong rose and pushed open the door to leave. Li Siyu followed behind him, her gaze darting warily around the tea room. Only after Tang Zhong had walked far away did Yamada Jingying finally come to her senses. Feeling the undeniable aura of menace that had emanated from Tang Zhong when he spoke, Yamada Jingying couldn't help but feel a chill run down her spine. This old man, he's no ordinary figure. Listening to her father's words, Yamada Sakura stepped forward slowly and murmured softly. Father, that old man insulted Xiaori to the extreme. When he trampled the military flag, he even spouted outrageous nonsense. Allowing someone like him to participate in the Dragon Head private auction, couldn't that cause trouble? Yamada Sakura cautioned. Yet Yamada Jingying merely chuckled indifferently at her words. So what? This is Little Day's territory, our turf. Besides, with my standing as your father, do you really think I'd let that old man run wild at this Dragon Head auction? As he spoke, Yamada Jingying's eyes turned icy, his entire face suddenly contorting into a hideous grimace. In an instant, the temperature in the tea room plummeted. Unmistakable murderous intent filled the air, causing William and the other guests to turn pale, their limbs trembling uncontrollably. Should that old fool dare disrupt the auction, the countless assassins of the Yama group lying in wait nearby will tear him to shreds. The words hung heavy in the air as William and the others swallowed hard. In a daze, they finally remembered. The man before them, Yamada Seihin, who appeared to be a profit-driven businessman, also held the terrifying identity of the Yamagumi's deputy leader. The Yamagumi boasted nearly 10,000 members. To serve as the second in command of such a vast organization was proof enough of the sheer terror embodied by this balding middle-aged man. The tea room once again filled with cheerful chatter. William and the other two rose to their feet, politely bidding farewell to Yamada Jingying. At the same moment, Tang Zhong strode out of Yamada's mansion with Li Xia in tow. Throughout the journey, Li Siyu couldn't help but be startled by Tang Zhong's earlier words. Old Tang, weren't your words in the tea room a bit too harsh? The Dragon's Head auction hasn't even started yet. By revealing our hostility so early, aren't we risking alerting the enemy prematurely? What if the Yamada family cancels the auction at the last minute, or has already taken precautions? Li Siyu fired off 3 questions in succession. This operation carried immense stakes. On the surface, it appeared merely to be reclaiming a cultural relic from the Dragon Nation. The Dragon Head's value extends far beyond monetary terms. Reclaiming the Dragon Head would hold groundbreaking significance for the Dragon Nation. Success would signal to the world that China would relentlessly pursue the return of every cultural artifact lost to foreign lands. Yet failure would carry equally far-reaching consequences. Overseas individuals holding artifacts looted by imperialist powers would grow increasingly brazen, showing utter disregard for the Dragon Kingdom, let alone voluntarily returning them. It was precisely because she understood these consequences that Li Siyu was so deeply concerned at this moment. Did Tang Zhong not understand this logic as well? With a light chuckle and a shake of his head, Tang Zhong explained. Siaya, I understand your concerns. But ever since we secured the bronze tripod, we've been firmly on the Yamada family's radar. Especially since the military flag incident, the Yamada family likely views me as a thorn in their side. Even if I say nothing today, I'll still be targeted. Since they'll come after us regardless, it's better to just tear off the mask and get it over with. As Tang Zhong spoke these words, Li Siyu suddenly understood. The audience listened with a wave of emotion. Who knew old Tang had anticipated this long ago? Exactly. Since old Tang had already crossed the Showa auction house, why should he give them any leeway now? Tang was so badass just now, not giving those Japanese any face at all. But this probably makes the operation to retrieve the Dragon Head even harder. Let's hope everything goes smoothly. Some spectators marveled, while others worried about the upcoming mission. Back at the hotel, Li Siyu finally let out a sigh of relief. In her view, leaving the Yamada mansion meant they were at least safe for now. But Tang Zhong remained on high alert. As soon as he entered the hotel room, he cautiously approached the window to observe. Mr. Tang, what are you looking at? Li Siaya asked in confusion. Tang Zhong narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze fixed on several figures at the street corner outside the hotel. After a moment, he said, seeing how many spies have been following us all the way here. Spies? Li Siyu gasped in surprise and hurried closer. But after peering through the hotel window for a long while, she could only see ordinary-looking passers-by. She couldn't detect anything unusual. Mr. Tang, are you certain there are spies watching us outside? The streets are full of people, but I haven't spotted anyone acting suspiciously either. Li Siyu was puzzled. She truly couldn't see anything unusual. Hearing this, Tang Zhong shook his head. While Li Siyu was undoubtedly an elite agent of the State Security Department, possessing exceptional skills in every area. But after all, the girl still lacked experience, barely in her early 20s. Thinking this, Tang Zhong pointed to the street, where an office worker was talking on the phone at the traffic lights. Siaya, look. That guy's been standing there for 3 minutes now. Even after the light changed 3 or 4 times, he's still pretending to be on the phone. It's exactly 8 a.m. now. Normally, office workers in suits carrying briefcases at this hour should be rushing to work. But this guy? He's frozen in place over a phone call, wasting nearly 5 minutes. Don't you think that's suspicious? After Tang Zhong finished speaking, Li Siyu's mouth fell open in surprise. Chapter 122, Truly Worth a Fortune? It certainly is suspicious. After observing for a moment, Li Siyu nodded emphatically, finding it highly peculiar as well. Tang Zhong then shifted his focus to a mother pushing a stroller in front of the mall across the street and a stylishly dressed young man wearing headphones walking nearby. That mom has nothing in her hands. She doesn't look like she just came from the mall. She must be a lookout too. And that young man with the headphones, he's clearly dressed in the latest trends, yet his stride is rigidly military-like, indistinguishable from an actual soldier. Just on this stretch of road less than 50 meters from the hotel, there are already 3 spies. There must be even more people watching us elsewhere. Tang Zhong's analysis was logical and well-founded, laying out the situation clearly in just a few words. This time, Li Siya's eyes went completely blank. It took her a full moment to finally snap back to reality. No way. Glancing at the 3 suspicious figures on the street, Li Siyu felt her hair stand on end. It was utterly terrifying. If it weren't for old Tang's keen eyesight, she would never have noticed these 3 spies. It wasn't just Li Siyu, the audience had long been stunned by Tang Zhong's sharp eyes. No way? Tang Lao's observational skills are that sharp? Wow, I didn't even notice those 3 spies until Tang pointed them out. Now I see something's off. Tang Lao has eyes like a hawk. Absolutely incredible. The audience was stunned by Tang Zhong's keen eyesight. At that moment, Li Siyu drew her pistol, ready to fire. Mr. Tang, what should we do now? If we let these spies stay, won't we be unable to move freely in Zayarizi country? Unlike Li Siya's tense mood, Tang Zhong appeared relaxed and unhurried. He gave the window a brief glance before settling back onto the living room sofa. No rush. There are certainly more than just these 3 spies. By now, I'm sure this hotel itself has been infiltrated by quite a few Japanese spies. The Yamada family has shown me such respect today. I certainly won't disappoint them. Li Siyu listened to Tang Zhong's words, utterly baffled. But Tang Zhong showed no intention of explaining. He stood up and picked up his coat. Come on, Siaya. Accompany me for a stroll. Take a stroll? Where to? Anywhere. Just make sure it's loud and clear. Tang Zhong replied indifferently as he pushed open the hotel room door. The Yamada family wants to test me? If that's the case, then let them see what they're up against. He strode out of the hotel. Even without deliberately looking back, Tang Zhong sensed at least 8 or 9 auras trailing him as he exited the hotel entrance. There was no doubt about it, these auras all belonged to the Japanese spies the Yamada family had sent to monitor them. All the way, Li Siyu glanced left and right, still not quite understanding. Mr. Tang, what exactly are we doing? There are spies everywhere now. Acting at this moment carries significant risk. After pondering for a while, Li Siyu assumed Tang Zhong must be planning to seize the dragon head early. But now the Yamada family was on high alert, deploying numerous spies. Operating right under their noses was far too risky. Li Siyu's heart raced with anxiety. Tang Zhong, however, merely smiled calmly upon hearing this. Rest assured, Miss Siaya. I'm not foolish enough to do such a thing. You'll understand my intentions soon enough. Tang Zhong's words were as vague as clouds in the sky. Though still perplexed, Li Siaya refrained from asking further questions. Soon, the two entered the bustling downtown area. Tang Zhong turned into an alley on the left. Li Siyang hurried to follow but suddenly halted in her tracks. Before her eyes lay an antique market. Zayarizi has an antique market too? How peculiar. This place is just like back home. Li Siyu couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. Countless vendors lined both sides of the alley, their stalls displaying all manner of strange and curious antiques. Some were obvious fakes, while others were hard to tell apart from the real thing, truly baffling. No way, Little Days has an antique market too? Of course there is, but these are all leftovers from Longwa. Look at these stalls on both sides, the so-called antiques they're displaying are utterly unwatchable. Wait, why did I just spot a few Longwa people? Longwa people traveling all the way to Little Days to sell antiques? That's bizarre. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Just then, Tang Zhong also stopped in front of a vendor. The vendor spoke Dragon Country's language, chatting animatedly with several people beside him. Clearly, these people were all from the Dragon Kingdom. Before them lay a display of rough stones, one after another. Hey there, fellow countrymen. The Dragon Country vendor abruptly stood up, his eyes burning with intensity as he fixed them on Tang Zhong. Though he appeared to be in his early 30s, his expression betrayed the cunning of a seasoned veteran. Waving enthusiastically, he picked up a fist-sized rough stone. Countryman, this rough stone is 1 in a million. Trust me, buy this one and I guarantee you'll get Imperial Green Jade. The vendor pounded his chest emphatically, swearing up and down on his word. Flat rate of 300,000. I'm not asking for more. 300,000? Hearing the vendor's words, Tang Zhong nearly burst out laughing. Golden light flashed in his eyes as his golden pupil activated instantly. His gaze pierced like lightning, penetrating the raw stone in an instant. Detected inferior raw stone. Value, 300 yuan. The system announced in his mind. 300? Tang Zhong shook his head slightly, his cold gaze fixed on the vendor before him. Li Siyu remained unaware of Tang Zhong's thoughts. As she gazed at the smooth, rounded rough stone before her, her heart stirred. From childhood to adulthood, this was the first time Li Siaya had ever seen a raw stone. Old Tang, why don't we give it a try? What if this rough stone actually contains Imperial Green Jade worth a fortune? Li Siyu's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Seeing her like this, the vendor couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Countryman meeting countryman, eyes brimming with tears. The vendor was waiting for tourists from the Dragon Kingdom preying on precisely this kind of person. As for the rough stone in his hands, it had already been secretly tested, nothing more than the lowest grade, worth less than 300. If he could sell it for 300,000 in one fell swoop, it would be enough for the vendor to live off for half a year. Young lady, you have keen eyes. You spotted the unique quality of my rough stone at a glance. 300,000 is a fair price. I'm only willing to sell it to you because we're fellow countrymen from Longwa. The vendor put on an act of sincere generosity. Li Siyu was even more tempted and was about to reach for her money. Mr. Tang, I think 300,000 is a fair price too. How about this? I'll cover it out of my own pocket. If we actually make a profit, we can treat it as extra funds for our trip. As she spoke, Li Siyu had already pulled out her bank card. Just then, Tang Zhong, who had remained silent until now, suddenly reached out and stopped her from handing over the card. That worthless rock isn't worth a dime. Don't get scammed. His words were delivered with casual indifference, yet they instantly turned the vendor's face pale. Chapter 123, Who the hell are you calling a stray dog? Old man, don't talk nonsense. Across the entire antique street, everyone knows every single raw stone I, Zhong-san, buy is top-notch. If you dare spout nonsense again, watch out, I'll have someone beat you up. Zhang San's demeanor shifted instantly, shedding all trace of his earlier fawning enthusiasm. Instead, his face turned vicious, looking every bit like a gangster. This sudden shift snapped even Li Siyu, who had been swayed earlier, back to her senses. She snatched her bank card back, her gaze fixed on Zhang San with pure wariness. The audience was stunned. No way, how did old Tang figure that out? While Zhang San is indeed suspicious, isn't old Tang being overly confident by insisting this rough stone is worthless? Exactly. What if this rough stone actually yields top-grade jadeite? Then old Tang would be humiliated on the spot. The audience voiced their doubts, clearly unconvinced by Tang Zhong's sole opinion. Just then, Zhang San signaled several Chinese assistants behind him, and they closed in together. Tang Zhong watched impassively, inwardly sneering. All that talk about fellow countrymen and fellow villagers, nothing but flattery to curry favor. But in the end, it was all about swindling them for profit. Now that their true colors were exposed, Zhang San and his crew showed no regard for their supposed kinship. Zhang San spoke again, his tone brimming with arrogance. Old man, if you don't spill everything today, don't even think about leaving this alley alive. That's right. Or cough up the cash now, 30 grand for this raw stone. Or else you'll ruin our reputation. We'll make sure you regret this today. The men took turns speaking, each more aggressive than the last. At that moment, Li Youtian stepped forward to block them, her beautiful face icy cold. What do you think you're doing? Trying to force a sale? Don't forget you're also Chinese nationals. Here in a foreign land, you dare lay hands on your own countrymen? You have absolutely no scruples. Li Youtian snapped sharply, her delicate brows furrowed. She simply couldn't comprehend it. They were all speaking the same language, yet these few people before her clearly didn't regard them as fellow countrymen. By now, Li Youtian had finally grasped the situation. Zhang San and his crew were so desperate to sell the raw stone, clearly, something fishy was going on. Hearing Li Youtian's words, the leader Zhang San sneered contemptuously. Fellow countrymen? Bull. Listen up, you little we're not dragon country people anymore. As he spoke, Zhang San flaunted his ID card, pointing proudly at the flag emblem on it. See that? I, Zhang San, am now a citizen of Xiaorizi. Dragon Nation? I couldn't care less about that place. At this, Li Youtian froze momentarily. As for the audience, they were all infuriated by Zhang San's shamelessness. This bastard actually renounced his Dragon Nation citizenship to become a Japanese collaborator? TSK, what a world we live in. Who would willingly give up a stable life in Longwei to become a Japanese collaborator? Absurd! Such people have long become rare lackeys. No wonder he was scamming on Antique Street, turns out he'd already become a traitor. Li Youtian's face turned as cold as ice. Hearing this, murderous intent flared within her. As Li Youtian struggled to restrain herself from acting, Tang Zhong stepped forward at the critical moment. Hold on. You say this raw stone is worth 300,000? But what if I buy it and it turns out to be worth less than 300,000? What then? Impossible. Zhang San insisted stubbornly, refusing to admit it. Seeing Zhang San stubbornly refusing to budge, Tang Zhong said no more. He strode forward in 3 quick steps and, catching Zhang San off guard, snatched the raw stone right out of his hands. No one had time to react. Just as Zhang San was about to react, Tang Zhong suddenly let go, and the stone clattered to the ground. Crack! A sharp crack echoed as the stone shattered into 2 pieces. The stall fell deathly silent. Li Youtian hurriedly looked over and froze in place. This jadeite inside the rough stone is far too scarce. And it's not imperial green at all, it's practically worthless. And you had the nerve to ask for 300,000 for this piece of junk? Li Youtian exclaimed angrily. The audience erupted in a chorus of gasps, stunned beyond words. Holy cow, old Tang really wasn't exaggerating. This piece of junk jade? It barely fetched 200 or 300 at most. Charging a whopping 300,000? Only Zhang San would have the nerve to say that. Shameless scammer. I bet Zhang San already knew through underhanded means that the jade inside this rough stone is worthless. He's deliberately deceiving people. The audience watched with righteous indignation. Tang Zhong fixed Zhang San with a cold stare and said in a deep voice. Zhang San, is this the so-called imperial green jadeite rough you've been bragging about? Though I'm no expert on jadeite, even I can tell this worthless piece of rock is only worth a few $100. Ripping people off like this even in Xiaorizi country, that's gotta be illegal, right? Tang Zhong's tone remained flat as each sentence ruthlessly exposed Zhang San's scheme. Zhang San flushed crimson with embarrassment. The men behind him were also flustered. None had expected Tang Zhong to be bold enough to snatch it outright and smash the raw stone to pieces. After all, what if this rough stone really yielded imperial green? Tang Zhong's actions meant he'd have to pay over 300,000 yuan in compensation. His scheme exposed, Zhang San was momentarily overcome with rage. He spat viciously, then immediately rolled up his sleeves, adopting a menacing posture. Old geezer. Looks like you've had enough of living. You have the nerve to come and ruin my business? You've got some guts. I knew those from Dragon Country were no good. Brothers, don't let this old man or that stinking woman get away today. As Zhang San spat out his threats, the men behind him immediately stepped forward, surrounding Tang Zhong and Li Youtian. No way. Is this Zhang San even human? This is outrageous. They overcharged us like lions first, and now they won't let old Tang and the others leave? They're clearly a criminal gang. And he actually slanders people from the Dragon Country? Weren't they Dragon Country people themselves before? Truly rare. This is what you call convert fanaticism. These bastards have completely turned into Japanese devils, forgetting their own roots. Stand with old Tang. Give these traitors a taste of their own medicine. The audience overwhelmingly supported Tang Zhong, hoping old Tang would step in and give the other side a proper lesson. Li Siyu had already gripped the pistol at her waist, ready to draw at any moment. But when she looked back at Tang Zhong, he reached out and stopped her. No need to kill them. These stray dogs still have some use to me. Tang Zhong murmured with a faint smile. Hearing this, Li Siyu finally relaxed her grip. Who the hell are you calling wild dogs? Zhang San, hearing Tang Zhong's scornful words, flew into a rage. He snatched an axe from the stall and lunged at Tang Zhong, clawing and snarling. Immediately, several men behind Zhang San grabbed clubs and charged forward with murderous intent. Chapter 124, He deserves a good thrashing. The axe was about to strike Tang Zhong when, at the critical moment, Tang Zhong deftly sidestepped. He easily dodged the blow, his gaze turning icy cold. Such merciless violence made it clear that Zhang San was beyond redemption. Tang Zhong wouldn't let such scum off the hook. Whoosh! An uppercut. Zhang San didn't even have time to react before a searing pain erupted in his jaw. His entire body flew sideways, crashing into the courtyard wall in an instant. Zhang San coughed up blood, letting out a blood-curdling scream like a pig being slaughtered. At the same moment, Zhang Feng's two henchmen closed in. Before they could swing their clubs, Tang Zhong suddenly lunged forward, unleashing a vicious roundhouse kick. The two henchmen had no time to react. A thud echoed through the air. Both bodies flew sideways, each spewing blood as they lay writhing in agony on the ground. Li Sia's hand finally relaxed its grip on the pistol. Since arriving in Little Day's country with Tang Zhong, this was the first time she'd witnessed old Master Tang take action. Her mouth fell open involuntarily. Li Xia stared blankly at Tang Zhong, finally recalling the tales she'd heard about him. He had infiltrated the South Asian Monty group alone, yet single-handedly dismantled the entire criminal syndicate. Then there was the Changhua organization in Korea. Again, Tang Zhong had gone in alone, single-handedly taking on the Changhua organization's countless enforcers. Recalling these feats, Li Si couldn't help but marvel. At 100 years old, he still possessed such terrifying prowess. Truly, he was the legendary hero of the War of Resistance who had slain countless Japanese devils. The three men wailed incessantly. Tang Zhong watched them coldly as he walked up to Zhang San. The man's earlier arrogance had vanished completely. Already grimacing in pain, he trembled uncontrollably with fear as Tang Zhong drew near. Don't come any closer. I warn you, I'm a big shot in this antique district. If you dare kill me, I swear you won't walk out of this street alive. This bastard still talks tough even as death approaches. No wonder he fled long way to become a Japanese collaborator. Put. Scum like this just wastes oxygen. Support Tang Lao's righteous retribution. Earlier, this bastard publicly insulted the Dragon Nation. Such a traitorous piece of deserves a brutal lesson. The crowd unleashed a torrent of abuse, tearing Zhang San to shreds. At that moment, Tang Zhong spoke in a deep voice, his gaze condescending as he looked down at Zhang San. Zhang San, I'll give you 30 seconds. Go find your so-called helpers. But mark my words, in exactly 30 seconds, I'll take your worthless life. Tang Zhong's words rang out with authority. Instantly, Zhang San was shaken to the core, trembling all over. Truth be told, Zhang San had been bluffing all along. If he truly knew any powerful figures, why would he be peddling trinkets on the street corner of the antique market? Besides, the old man before them possessed terrifying skills. Even the three of them together weren't a match for this guy. Even if Zhang San could find two more men, they'd likely meet the same fate. These thoughts filled Zhang San with utter despair. All his arrogance vanished instantly, leaving him looking like a beaten dog. I was wrong. Honorable Elder, I truly regret my actions. I deliberately overcharged you to extort money. I formally apologize to you and this young lady. I have an old wife and children to support back in Zayarizi country. Please, old man, spare me. Just let me off like a fart. As he pleaded for mercy, Zhang San kept kowtowing repeatedly. Thump! 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 He banged his head on the ground over a dozen times. Zhang San's forehead was a bloody mess, his demeanor utterly groveling. Put. Scum like this deserves exactly what it gets. If you ask me, old Tang should have just taken care of it, eliminated these scumbags who waste oxygen. But hey, they didn't actually succeed, and this is public property in Little Day's country. Getting physical might not be the smartest move. Some viewers advocated for violence, while others believed Tang Zhong should show restraint and avoid actual murder. The decision now rested with Tang Zhong. Tang Zhong stared coldly at Zhang San for a long moment before speaking. Zhang San, I could spare your life. But in exchange, you must take me to the largest rough stone trading post in this city. Long before arriving in Little Sun Country, Tang Zhong had gained extensive knowledge of the Yamada family's influence through intelligence provided by Minister Zhang Zhao. The Showa auction house was indeed the Yamada family's largest enterprise and the very foundation of their standing in Little Japan. Beyond that, however, the Yamada family also held several other ventures. Among them was the Rough Stone Trading Post located on Antique Street. Though called a Rough Stone Trading Post, it was essentially just a shop specializing in buying and selling raw stones, offering on-site cutting services. The jade industry's enormous profits stem largely from the unpredictable quality of jadeite revealed when rough stones are cut. Some rough stones appear ordinary, yet yield imperial green jade worth millions. Others appear richly colored, only to yield worthless scraps valued at a few $100s. Hearing Tang Zhong's words, Zheng San dared not refuse if he wanted to stay alive. "Alright. I'll take you there. As long as you don't kill me, I'll do anything you ask." Zheng San scrambled to his feet and led the way under Tang Zhong's watchful gaze. Tang Zhong followed, glancing over his shoulder to see several Japanese spies disguised as buyers quickly rise and join the group. A faint smile touched the corners of Tang Zhong's lips. He knew these spies had taken the bait. What Tang Zhong needed to do next was to stir up a massive commotion at the Rough Stone Trading Post. In moments, they reached their destination, where Tang Zhong appeared with Li Xia. The shop was already crowded with Japanese soldiers. At a glance, Tang Zhong could clearly see that most of these men radiated a murderous aura, obviously well-trained Japanese assassins. "What's this? Is this how you welcome guests?" Tang Zhong spoke with a faint smile. The turn of events had exceeded his expectations. He had only just arrived, yet so many Japanese soldiers were already waiting for him. But this also indirectly suggested something. That the Yamada family shop before him might not be as straightforward as it seemed. "Old man. This isn't where you should be." A scarred Japanese soldier strode forward. Behind him, a dozen Japanese assassins stood ready, itching for a fight. "Why?" Tang Zhong asked calmly. "You're not welcome here. Get out now." The scarred Japanese soldier was brutally aggressive. Just as Tang Zhong was about to retort, a familiar face pushed through the crowd. This man was Yamada, whom Tang Zhong had seen before in the lobby of the Showa auction house. Yamada's face was now dark and sullen, all traces of the earlier courtesy vanished. "Mr. Tang, this is a private gathering of the Yamada family. It is not open to outsiders. Please leave immediately, or I cannot guarantee these men won't resort to force." Chapter 125, The Grand Finale. The atmosphere instantly became tense and charged. Li Xiu had already drawn her pistol, scanning the surroundings warily. "Mr. Tang, perhaps we should leave first? It's not wise to linger in a place of conflict," Li Xiu urged, but Tang Zhong remained unmoved. Golden light flickered in his eyes as Tang Zhong scanned the shop before him. His instincts told him almost with certainty. The abnormal appearance of this large group of Japanese assassins and the sudden intervention of Yamada must be to protect some secret. Perhaps he had stumbled upon something truly extraordinary. The golden pupil activated instantly. Simultaneously, a system notification echoed in Tang Zhong's mind. Detecting presence of precious artifact, initiating scan. Search complete. Rare artifact discovered, dragon head. The moment the words dragon head flashed through his mind, Tang Zhong was overcome with elation. Gazing toward the rear, where the basement was obscured by Yamada's figure, Tang Zhong knew. The dragon head they had been desperately searching for was right there below ground. Once they secured the dragon head, their mission in Zyarizi Kingdom would be a resounding success. "Siaya, the dragon head is hidden here." Pulling his thoughts back, Tang Zhong whispered to Li Xiang. Those simple words instantly caused Li Xia's expression to change dramatically. The dragon's head was in this very shop. Li Xiu trusted Tang Zhong implicitly, and her heart surged with excitement at his words. At that moment, Tang Zhong smiled as he looked at Yamada. "Yamada, you're so eager to get rid of me, could it be you've something to hide? If you'd spoken kindly, this old man might have actually done as you asked and left quietly. But since you're threatening me, well, I'm not leaving today." At these words, Yamada's face darkened visibly. His gaze locked onto Tang Zhong as he coldly declared. "Are you sure? Old man, this is your last chance. Don't push your luck. If you don't get out of my way, I guarantee next year on this day will be your death anniversary." Yamada waved his hand dismissively. A dozen Japanese assassins swarmed forward, instantly surrounding Tang Zhong. Seeing this scene, many spectators held their breath in suspense. Can old Tang win? Yeah, these Japanese guys look pretty skilled. Hope old Tang doesn't get hurt. In stark contrast to the audience's anxiety, Tang Zhong remained as calm as ever, casually drawing the 9-ring broadsword he hadn't wielded in ages. Facing over a dozen Japanese assassins, Tang Zhong swung his 9-ring broadsword. Back in the days of the War of Resistance, this very 9-ring broadsword in my hand slaughtered countless Japanese devils. Among them, perhaps even your ancestor, Yamada, and the ancestors of other devils. What? Now you all wish to meet your parents in hell? Tang Zhong's taunt sent every Japanese soldier into a rage. Yamada seethed with fury, his eyes blazing crimson as he roared. Charge! Cut this old man down. I want him torn to pieces. As Yamada-yo gave the order, over a dozen Japanese assassins charged forward simultaneously. Each drew a throwing knife, hurling them at Tang Zhong from all directions. Facing such a concentrated assault, Tang Zhong remained utterly composed. He swung his 9-ring broadsword horizontally, effortlessly blocking over a dozen throwing knives. At the same moment, Li Siyu beside him raised her weapon to counterattack. Bang! 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 The pistol spat fire, unleashing 3 bullets in an instant. 2 Japanese soldiers vanished into a dark mist, barely dodging the bullets, but one assassin failed to evade in time and was struck squarely between the eyes. This scene completely enraged the remaining Japanese assassins. Shimmering samurai swords flashed as the assassins accelerated their movements. Before Li Siyu could pull the trigger again, several assassins had already closed in, standing mere inches from her. Oh no! Seeing this, Li Siaya's heart skipped a beat. A samurai sword slashed toward her neck. A direct hit would decapitate her instantly. But in the blink of an eye, before Li Siyu could react, a 9-ring broadsword came crashing down from above, plunging straight into the Japanese assassin's skull. Tang Zhong arrived just in time, his blade descending like lightning, cleaving the Japanese soldier clean in two. A spray of blood erupted, sending the remaining Japanese soldiers into a panic. Tang Zhong struck again, wielding his 9-ring broadsword with the fluidity of an extension of his own arm. With each swing of the blade, Japanese assassins who failed to dodge in time met their end instantly. As for their so-called samurai swords, they were utterly useless against the heavy 9-ringed broadsword. With a single stroke, Tang Zhong would cleave through both the sword and the Japanese soldier, splitting them clean in two. Puff! 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 A series of blood mist bursts erupted. The entire shop ceiling and floor were simultaneously stained crimson. The place resembled hell itself, and Tang Zhong was the sole god of slaughter within this inferno. Half a minute passed. Tang Zhong flung the blood from his 9-ring broadsword and finally ceased swinging it. At his feet, the Japanese assassins who had been leaping about, clawing and snarling moments before, now lay as mangled corpses. SSSSHHH. Dead silence filled the shop. So badass, old Tang. Yeah, dispatching these devils with such ease? That's exactly my kind of thing. The audience gasped in awe. Meanwhile, Yamada-yo was frozen in terror. Tang Zhong wasted no words, advancing toward Yamada with a cold smile. Sorry, but the one who truly deserves to be torn limb from limb is you. Put. Without hesitation, the blade sliced through, leaving a trail of afterimages in its wake. Yamada-yo twitched violently before his head flew off. As his body hit the floor, every last Japanese soldier in the shop except for the unconscious Li Siya lying on the ground was dead. Li Siya was utterly stunned. Master Tang, your swordplay is nothing short of divine. Now we can finally reclaim the dragon head. Li Siya exclaimed excitedly. Tang Zhong nodded, sheathed his 9-ring broadsword, and headed straight for the basement behind Yamada's corpse. After fumbling around for a while, Tang Zhong suddenly felt a hidden mechanism tucked away in the floorboards. Snap! A crisp sound echoed as 4 floorboards simultaneously collapsed, revealing steps leading down the entrance to the basement. Tang Zhong and Li Siyu exchanged a glance before stepping into the basement. The basement was unlit, yet a faint golden glow emanated from within. As Tang Zhong continued deeper, he finally reached the heart of the underground chamber. Before them, atop a stone platform, sat a dragon's head. The dragon's head was lifelike and awe-inspiring, commanding respect without a trace of anger. It really is a dragon's head! Li Siyu exclaimed in surprise. Tang Zhong nodded with a smile, removed his coat, and embraced the dragon's head. Siaya, contact Zhang Zhao immediately to coordinate the retrieval. The mission to recover the dragon head has been successfully completed. With that, Tang Zhong departed the basement with the dragon head. A massive fire engulfed the entire shop, reducing it to ashes. Amidst the flames, the armed helicopter dispatched by Zhang Zhao arrived. Even after seeing the dragon head in Tang Zhong's hands with his own eyes, Zhang Zhao still found it hard to believe. At the same moment, the Showa auction house was in an uproar. Meanwhile, Tang Zhong had already set foot on the soil of the Dragon Nation.